was commissioned by the government to do an OPSEC report on the nuclear threat from ERP weapons, right? So basically, any faction deciding we're not going to employ a nuke as a direct attack, we're going to employ it as an indirect attack with the EMP fallout rather than the radiation fallout. So his task was, what would such a weapon being employed look like from a damage perspective? So the basic way he laid it out, because he's in tune with all the stuff, was super easy. You get a nuke with a certain yield onto a carrying vessel across the ocean, rather than send it ballistically. Because if you send it ballistically, we're going to see it coming, right? We'll have a chance to shoot it down, whatever. So you sneak it over on a cargo ship, you get it to Venezuela, and then from like Venezuela, you get it to Cuba. And then from Cuba, you don't even have to get it any much further than that. You have to go north a little bit, and then you launch it from the ship straight up into the air. You're not trying to hit the United States. You're just shooting it straight up in the air till it's over the United States. So very quick, quote unquote, attack. Cannot respond to it. You then ignite it in the upper atmosphere. And the EMP wave created will cascade from the East Coast all the way to the West Coast, destroying all modern electronics, eviscerating the electrical grid. And basically, the way he put it was, based on his calculations, 30 million people die instantly from being presently requiring technology to survive. And of course, that's like, he put it like, obviously people in certain hospitals, driving cars, because practically all cars use EM chips, like EMC computers, right? And if any of you remember, Toyota had a problem where their cars would drive under power lines and it would ruin the EM chip controller, right? And people would crash their cars and die because something happened electrically to their car. So you can see how that makes sense.
Do you also remember Boeing's thing? Boeing had the drone that had where they can hit it with a laser and fry electrical grids with the Boeing drone.
It was doing it.
Yeah, no. Boeing has a drone that can hit electrical grids with a laser. Like
interesting.
Yeah. If you guys all look it up, you can. It's public information. So, Boeing has a drone that can hit things with a laser and fry electrical grids, which is very interesting because we already know about what they're doing with the fires in California and stuff like that. But it's like they're much even greater than that. Like they don't have to cause fires; they can just destroy transformers.
Right. And so the next phase of the disaster from this weapon is the post-initial attack fallout. And I don't just mean fallout, because the EMP is obviously gone at this point, but the damage is done.
Well, and
the problem is,
I didn't mean to disagree with you earlier. I want to apologize. So I just want to get the idea of being plain, what they say and what is going to happen is probably going to be found out, right? Like we don't want to just believe what they say or what we hear, because that's going to be relevant when they do what they do, because they do have technology that we don't understand. We know they have something up their sleeve, and they show us some of their messed up technology, and surely some of this high technology is going to be used against us. But nukes seem to be a very jaded thing that they hide what they really do.
There won't be any
sure.
Nukes, any of them nukes gonna go off.
Yeah. So the second stage of disaster from this weapon is post-logistical breakdown, right? So now you have no electricity, no functional electrical equipment, no equipment to make the equipment or to fix the equipment, et cetera, right? So now people start dying from lack of logistical access to sanitary conditions. And the colonel predicts 70 million people die from poor sanitation over the next 3 months. Because quite frankly, people who've lived in essentially a mechanical system with sewers and stuff have been trained their whole life how to deal with their waste products. And now they have no clue what to do. Like they don't know the proper procedure to get rid of human waste, food waste, etc. And so disease, stank water, and all that takes a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
And then
Well,
from there, a lot of
the
bad
legi-
things happen too.
the logistical nightmare is crazy. Who remembers this? I'm going to post it in the live stream voice text. Who remembers this thing? I posted a video. It's that Tom Clancy's Division trailer where they do all that crazy breakdown of society and through the economy. It's crazy.
Where'd you post it at?
I posted it in live stream voice text. That's a video that everybody that knows predictive programming should know. This thing is ridiculous. It was even before COVID. It predicted kind of some of the COVID stuff, and it looks like it goes further than that.
Yeah, well, and a lot of these stuff are models from military, just like this guy I was telling you about. These
Well,
types
Dark Winter,
of things
right?
get commissioned.
Did
Yeah,
you
they
know
get
Dark
commissioned
Winter's a
all the
real program?
time.
Dark Winter's a real project by the government.
Yeah, so let's say, for instance, that this quote unquote attack, right, this EMP attack, isn't actually a singular device, or and let's just say it's not a nuclear device. It really doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah.
It's plausible because we're so reliant on electrical technology, and we've so infused our mechanical technology, which would otherwise run, with electrical technology, which now screws it up. Like most vehicles that we own, like in the past, you could just run a vehicle on gasoline.
Yeah,
Now
carburetor.
you have to have all these stupid chips and nonsense, right?
Yeah, back in the day,
So
you
your
have a
car,
carburetor.
yeah, your car now just isn't. If it gets EMP'd, it's done. That's the end of it.
Yeah, back in the day, a carburetor didn't have no chips in it. You could just run it off gas. The carburetor will run no matter what,
That's
like a
right.
lawnmower.
That's right. I'm interested in the Japanese cars that chipped and people were dying. When did that happen? What year or what era? Which model?
It was Toyota that had the problem. I don't
Yeah, I
remember.
remember it. Toyota. Was it the Prius? Was it the Prius incident? The new
be.
hybrid.
I remember. The way I remember it is that it was multiple vehicles that probably had the same type of electrical system inside them, chips.
Okay.
But somehow when when you would drive under certain power lines, right?
Okay.
I'm not sure which type, but the whole thing was the scare that if you drove under the power line, your car would just get fried and then you'd crash because you could no longer control it.
Yeah. I never.
Maybe it was even accelerating. I really just can't remember.
Right, now you're talking my language now. What it was, but it turned out to be fictitious. If it's the accelerator thing, then it turned out to be fictitious, and it was involving the Toyota Primus, and we're talking just after the Lehman shock, round about then, where the American motor industry suffered, but the Japanese were marching on, okay? And the top car being sold in the US at the time was the Toyota Corolla, and the Primus was closely behind. And it was said that the accelerator got stuck and the car you couldn't stop the car. All right? That was what the problem was. The car couldn't stop. The accelerator got stuck down. And I was thinking, how could that happen? And then when I did the research on it, it was the accelerator is electronic. When you actually press on the accelerator, it's sending a signal. It's not on a cable. So I thought, there's a possibility that could be true then. But Toyota actually, and Mr. Toyota went to America, court of law, because he was called to court, because apparently some people had died in the US, military personnel and his family and shit. It turned out to be a lie anyway. but he went to court and they demonstrated that that particular part of the car could never fail. And then they won the case because there was going to be a massive lawsuit, and that problem never happened in Japan. Not one model had that problem, but they called all the cars back to have their, the foot mat, the mat that goes underneath the accelerator, all your pedals. They changed that mat because somebody said the mat was in the way, it got stuck. So they changed the design of the mats and that was it. But that didn't happen as such.
Well,
But
which is a
Toyota had
very
to go to court to prove
that's
that
a
point.
very interesting concept though, because in the future, I imagine that we're going to go more electric rather than say like, because there's a metal cord that goes on the accelerator on most cars. I'm a mechanic, so what's going to happen is eventually it's just going to be an electronic signal, and then they could just kill anybody they would like, and it would look like a mechanical failure, and it doesn't look like anybody's fault, and they can get rid of whoever they want. I mean, that's the future we're facing.
I didn't like the idea of an electric accelerator kind. I didn't like that at all.
No, it's not. It's not smart. it's
not. I ride a motorcycle as well, right? And my car has a cable, accelerator cable, which is what I prefer. And
even on your motorcycle, right?
On a Fireblade.
And your motorcycle has the same thing on your handle grip. It has a cable that actually rips on the accelerator. So most cars are the same way now. I mean, with Tesla and the Cybertruck and some of the things coming out in the future, it's not going to be the same way. And if you're a dissident,
that's why I don't like the electric car. That's one reason why I don't like the electric car, mate. I don't like them at all.
Well, yeah, if you're a dissident, what happens to a person that's a dissident? They can get rid of you by mechanical failure and just take the suing. They can even assume the suing because they're so rich. The suing ain't gonna hurt them, and they can get rid of political enemies.
Yeah.
Okay, check this out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I just real quick. So you're talking about that kind of deal. I was watching CCTV cam stuff, right? I was trying to like see what was faked and what was real, right? Because everybody's seen the time traveler that shows up and saves someone's life. It's like, get the fuck out of here. So I was looking for real stuff, and I saw this car. It was just driving in the middle of the road, and all of a sudden hit something invisible real hard, and like those people would be dead in that crash. And I'm saying like that it hit something completely invisible. All that happened was the car just crunched and stopped it dead in its tracks. I was like,
fuck.
What was there? Like, can they just place invisible shit in front of us so we crash into it? Like, what's going on right here?
Well,
anyway,
that's still going to be explained. If they really wanted to kill us, they can put a invisibility cloak which mirrors the other side of the road and shows it to the front, and just put like a metal pole in the road, and then later get rid of the metal pole and then kill somebody if they really planned on it. I mean, it's messed up how crazy technology is going to be.
Yeah.
I mean, they already possess it now. I mean, but damn.
Yes, they've got it now. They're using it now anyway.
Sorry, one more thing. I just never expected to see something like that. You know, every time I've seen a car crash, it's because it hit something. I've never, like, what the fuck, dude? You've never seen something so weird. Go search it. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Yeah. You know, like I said, it would be weird to see it happen. An invisible force.
To be fair, Glad, I think they could have done that with CGI. But, you know.
Yeah, they could. They could fake that. Hey, that's a good point.
I know they can. I know. It's compelling. I'm not saying it's evidence. It's just compelling to me.
No.
Yeah.
But it is disturbing that's how they fool us. They're using that technology. It's advancing. You know, one day we're not going to be able to tell reality from bloody fantasy with this.
What they're trying to do is,
you know.
Well, what we all can see is going on regardless is they're trying to get the metaverse to be a normal thing. They're bringing the Matrix right now. Everybody should see that they're bringing the Matrix right now. They're trying to get people to be immersed in the idea of artificial world and to be cool with that. Like, it's a good thing. Like, it's coming. We're seeing the infancy of this artificial world being brought in. It's the beginning of the damn Matrix, and nobody's batting an eye.
Well, yeah, exactly, because it's coming in. It's slowly creeping in. But I have been watching. I don't like the word metaverse. I'm not going to go there. I don't have any business there. I'm not interested.
But I think they have a way to bring it to the people that don't want to take a brain-computer interface, right? Because that's what it's going to be to at first. Is people that take a brain-computer interface, they'll be able to see whatever they want them to see. But there's probably going to be things that project eventually to where even those that don't take it will see things whether they want to see them or not.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the children of the future, man, because that's going to be crap. I want to be living. If I'm still alive, it's going to be real. I'm already riding my bicycle. I'm already riding my motorbike.
Well, I follow technology, man. I follow technology to the best of my ability, and it's above what I can understand. I just want people to understand the same thing. Like, you got to follow technology the best you can so you understand what they could use against you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree. And then, you know, if you want to partake, you do. If you don't, you don't. And I don't at this point. You know?
Yeah. I'd recommend nobody do, especially with this. They're trying to make it seem feasible and a good thing. Like, people, hey, you want to play video games? Cool. Take a freaking chip in your head from Elon Musk. He's your friend. Like, they try to make Elon Musk seem like truther friendly. Like, oh yeah, I'm against the government. Yeah, they're bad. Like, I'm gonna take control of Twitter. Just take the chip in your head. Like, I'm the good guy. Trump. Yeah, I love Trump. Like, man, it's so stupid.
I was going to say that. What you just said there, I was going to say today, because I heard the news that his acquisition for Twitter, he's been put on hold. I thought, yeah, it's all part of the plan. Trying to make him look like, you know, he's a good guy. He's for freedom of speech shit. But you just said it, so there you go.
And then look at the other side of the right-wing freaking beast right now. They're trying to make it seem like, oh, we're going to ban abortions. We're coming to be God-friendly. Like, that's not the whole point. It's to cause division and to cause something else greater than we can understand. They're not doing this for our good. They didn't grow conscience, and they didn't have a problem with killing babies.
Alrighty, let's take a breath and see if we can not talk about that kind of stuff.
Checking out some curvature over here.
And, you found some curvature, Kenny?
Well, I was taking a piss. I noticed that my pee kind of curved.
No.
Oh, that's not.
When did that start? No.
That's cheating. That is. You got my hopes up there. Nice to hear your voice, Kenny, dude.
Hold on a sec. I didn't mean to step all over David. What? I don't know if you've been in here in a while.
Done.
Okay,
No,
I just wanted.
I went too far.
You're fine, and I'm. But this is for the audience as well, and everybody listening. You know, it's just safe, no matter where you go these days. But especially here, because we want to keep our server up, and we want to follow the rules, so we can stay here and have these awesome conversations.
Let me say that my.
Hold on, please let me finish. Please let me finish.
My views do not reflect the server.
Great. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. What I mean is, so we don't talk about V stuff, C stuff. You know what I mean, Cocoa Pebbles? We don't, nothing medical, really. Now, you're going to hear people talk about all kinds of stuff. That just happens from time to time. But we don't talk about religion, and we don't talk about medicine, and that seems to be kind of like a baseline. And the easiest way to do that is to just talk about the Earth not being a globe and is flat, and there are many topics therein. Thank you.
Yeah, many topics.
Thank you for moderating that, because I did get on my side of my bounds on that, but it is things you ought to look into if you have time on yourself. But I don't represent the server. I'm just a man with a conspiracy.
Yeah, and I happen to agree with you on all that stuff. So yeah.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Most of everybody in here does, but I'm not trying to destroy the server.
You're good, man. You're totally good.
So I tuned in earlier, and Erwin was on here going, "I got a guideline strike."
Oh, this poor guy.
And it was. I don't know what to do.
I don't want to talk shit about Arwen. I think Arwen's got a really big heart.
I'm just saying he went down and he got a strike. That's all I'm saying. He was in here.
I'd say to him that the fact that he got a strike, he should be proud, because at the end of the day, you're telling the truth. You're putting the main media to shame. You're pushing your content is more important than theirs. That's why they stopped you. Okay.
Yeah.
You should be proud.
I have a large YouTube channel, and I've been hit with probably about nine medical information strikes, but I wait for them to go away, and I'm willing to talk about stuff, right?
I got a permanent one, man.
Well, you got to be careful when you get one, right? When you get a medical information strike on YouTube, especially because YouTube's a freaking cesspool for YouTube little trolls to try to strike you for anything. When you get one, you got to go away, but you got to be careful in your speech. Don't just say the B word. Say the steak bite. Say whatever you got to say. You got the V. You got whatever. Just
go Pebbles.
but we're having to adapt to these bastards because they're playing freaking PC on
Yeah, I
it.
don't know. You know, I'd let them take me down and just come up with another account. Solid.
Well,
Which you have there.
that would be well for you too. But I mean, if you have a lot of subscribers, it's a hard thing to build up. I mean, even for myself, I'm not a
it's
big
impossible.
YouTube channel. I got like 16,000 people, right? And this is my third channel. I'm not trying to do that
Yeah.
again.
Well,
Yeah,
and I'm
don't
not
worry.
trying to be a
Your
contrarian, but
supporters will follow you. They'll follow
when
you,
you
man.
when you sign up for a free service, you got to follow their rules. That's the only deal. And I know it seems like censorship, but it's not, because
I'm there with
they
you.
dictate their rules
They
because
do.
they're
Yeah, but
private.
it is censorship at the same time, though. Even though it's
I mean,
it's censorship.
yeah, but it's not government-sponsored censorship in so much as these people just want to keep their platform up because they don't want to have it taken down for any fucking reason.
Well,
I'll
yeah,
tell you
yeah.
something. I'll tell you something real quick, man. As sucky as
I
they
think it's
are,
business. Anyway,
it's business. But I would not have met all you Mongos if I didn't have YouTube. So there's that.
There you
Thank
go.
Yeah, check me out while
Yeah.
it still exists, man. Check me out. I'm Truthflix on YouTube until I don't exist.
share the link on voice text.
Put in the
Uh,
voice text.
I can give you just Truthflix, man. You'll find me Truthflix. Kind of like you.
All right, hang on.
Truthflix.
Let me find Truth Flicks.
Yep, I talk about Jesus. I talk about a lot of controversial things, but I try to talk about Jesus a lot because there's a lot of fake Jesus stuff going on where people think they have to have religion, man.
Okay,
Right.
well then I'm not into the Jesus thing, so I'm not.
No, that's cool. Hey, well,
I don't like sun
seriously,
worship either.
I'm
Okay,
joking. I'm
well,
going to check the
I'm
other stuff.
all if you guys plan on that. I got conspiracy
Don't worry about that.
too.
If it's all had
We
Jesus on.
we have like 3 or 4 channels where you can go and talk about that all day and all night.
Well, I'm not trying to convert you guys. I'm just saying I also have
Oh,
conspiracy.
good. That's good, because you wouldn't have success.
Well, I'm not trying to. Those that have ears to hear, or I don't. What I got to convert you? Like, it's not my goal to convert you.
Yeah, no.
Great.
I'm only joking anyway, you know.
And we're not trying to
Yeah.
convert anybody from anything to anything either. Globe
Yeah,
belief
exactly.
globe belief is based on a lie, and if, like you said, eyes to see, ears to hear, if you truly have those and you know how to use them, and the biggest part, you're willing to use them, then you can learn some shit.
Yep. Well, and if you decide not to hear something, that's up to you as well. Like on anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll say it, condemnation before investigation is the height of
It's
ignorance.
the height of your indoctrination.
I got to answer a question in the chat from Roland, my boulder. It says, yo, man, you got any new evidence to make me change teams? No, man, you got to go find that evidence for yourself, man. You got to prove it to yourself that you're living on a spinning
man.
ball, dude. Don't.
Ask questions.
I have proof for
not-
myself that I'm
it's
living
not-
on a spinning ball. It's the
All right,
other
well, then
way
you're
around.
good, man. You're good, then. You got your proved
You're
it to
good to go
yourself.
then. You're good to go, buddy.
Yeah, do what we all
Welcome
do.
to the
Hey,
server,
ask
man.
questions. Ask questions is good.
We're not going to get mad at you for remaining a Glober. We're just going to continue to ask why.
Yeah.
Why
We'll
is your
kick it
proof?
around.
Evidence for it.
What
How
your
is it-
proof, my
Hey,
friend?
Roland, can I quickly ask you something? You believe we went to the moon in 1969, right?
I wasn't alive in 1969.
Okay.
Well, you that's not what I asked. You believe we went to the moon in
yeah.
1969, right?
I don't. I don't dispute it. I don't know. It
Did
doesn't
their
seem.
landline reach there?
It doesn't seem what?
Seems like
Yeah,
you just
yeah,
defeated
yeah.
himself.
Whether or not we went to the moon in 1969 has not been a thing that has, like, nothing that I do hinges on that. Nothing I believe is
Okay,
that doesn't matter.
what do you hinge on? What's your number one proof?
Oh, my number one proof of what?
Globe.
Believe in what you believe.
Oh, I've been asked that a lot of times. I don't have one single number one thing. It just like lots and lots of little things all add up. They're all consistent. It all makes sense. It's the
Okay,
Occam.
give
It's
me
the
them, give me
Occam's
them.
razor
Let's
of
go,
life.
Let's go. Number one. What's the first one? What's the first little thing you have? Come on. Let's have it.
You're misusing that razor.
Everybody be quiet. Let him answer, and one person answer him, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
That's how
No,
we
I'm
do
going to
it.
answer for him because the first thing was he saw the moon landing, right? That photograph from 1972 of Earth from space. So although he wants to pretend the moon landing has nothing to do with his belief in the globe, that's where everybody first saw it as a whole body, as an object. That's where everybody first thought of the Earth as an object in real life was when they faked the moon landing. So his belief in the moon landing and his belief in the globe are obviously tied at the hip.
Hey, that's that could be true for a lot of people, but that definitely is not my experience.
Hey, whatever happened to Hank Hill? I've been absent
Hey,
from the server for a long time. Where's Hank Hill at?
He's
He
right
was
here.
just talking to you.
His
Okay, I
name's-
thought he was. I asked that on purpose. Is that Hank Hill? Is he a flat earther now?
Yes, he is.
What?
Now,
No way. No freaking
he always
way.
has been.
No, he has not. Rolling my boulder, you're stepping out of your cage.
Oh,
Get back
fair
in
enough. Since I've ever met him, he has been.
there. Yeah.
Okay,
I've known Larry for almost 5 years.
Hank.
He was not always a flat earther, man. He was a pretty good fencer, man.
Yeah, because I've been in here for about 7 years. It's been a long time coming. I've seen him do some. I haven't. Man, he's a flat earther now. Are you kidding me?
Sounded just like you at times, rolling my boulder. Let me tell you.
Yeah, maybe 5 years from now I'll be on the other side. Who knows?
Or maybe it might only be 2.
You have to go through metamorphosis first.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine. I've said the things that would convince me that the Earth is flat, and that I don't know. They're never going to happen.
Don't say never. Don't say never.
I don't expect them to happen. How about that?
That's better answer.
What about going to the vacuum of space? Will you say you never go there?
The chances of me going to the vacuum of space are vanishingly small.
Yeah, especially since it doesn't exist and all that.
I don't think that I'm going to get on a rocket anytime soon.
No, you're definitely. Why did somebody added 40% to your name?
Oh, the 40% thing is a long time ago. Quantum Eraser and I were going at it, and Quantum Eraser quizzed me, and I said I'd be happy if I got 40% of his questions right.
Okay.
And during that conversation, somebody added that.
All right, cool, man.
But it brings up a lot of questions, so it's kind of funny. I'm glad it's there.
Yeah, that's fun. I'm like, what?
Hey, Roland, I got a quick question for you. Do you think that people that believe in Bigfoot are silly?
Do people that believe in Bigfoot, are they silly?
It's a silly idea to believe in Bigfoot.
Well, or maybe I should say people who are insistent that it exists when they have no tangible evidence.
Right. Get the point? You get the analogy?
I thought the point was one thing, but now I feel like it's a different thing, so I'm a little bit unsure. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I feel like the evidence for Bigfoot is scant and sketchy, but like, are they silly? No,
sketchy, man. There's fucking zero evidence for Bigfoot. Nobody's brought a fucking skull. Hey, dude, look, check this out, man. I found this. Hey, I fucking got this body. I got a.
Yeah, but there's some.
Would a skull even be would a skull even be sufficient?
Testimony, right?
Yeah, a skull wouldn't be sufficient. I could have made that out of clay in a workshop.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm gonna stand by like it's scant and sketchy, but
you wouldn't say it's zero.
No, I wouldn't say it was zero.
Okay.
I'd say it's scant and sketchy.
All right. Well, what's the percentage of scant and sketchy? Like 22 or?
Oh no, scant and sketchy is like less than 10%.
Less than 10. Okay.
Yeah, probably less than 1. Probably less than 1.
Oh, that's way down there. Okay.
I mean, 1% is not like that small, right? That's 1 out of 100. You know, if like I could play the lottery on 1% odds, I'd be playing every week.
So, Roland, is there anything more than eyewitness testimony and pictures to support the moon landing? And is there any more than eyewitness pictures and testimony to support the theory of Bigfoot? Colloquial theory?
Good. That's a good comparison. I like it.
Yes. The Bigfoot and the moon landing don't compare to each other, in my opinion. Because in addition to Bigfoot has photos and eyewitness testimony. The moon landing has photos and eyewitness testimony. But then on top of that, the moon landing has videos. I've only seen photos of Bigfoot. Maybe they're videos. I don't know.
I've seen a video. I've seen the
I've seen
video.
a video of Bigfoot.
Okay, I've only seen photos. So okay, fine. So they've both got eyewitness photos and videos. But then the difference to me is that the moon landing has I don't know, probably at least 1,000, perhaps 2,000 people directly involved that didn't complain that there were shenanigans, and the people involved in the Bigfoot things, it's just a lot smaller. Now, I guess I'm dangerously treading into the why would they lie territory. I recognize that, but like the more people required to lie, the less likely I feel like they'll get away with it. So, like if 1 million people have to all tell the same lie, I doubt that the lie, like somebody's gonna blab.
Go ahead, Larry.
Like Santa Claus, right? There's no way that like billions
Right.
of people
No
across the
adults
world...
that I know of believe in Santa Claus. Cause
Oh, really? Because I don't think you remember Odinson, right? Odinson was a Norse guy who practiced Norse mythology as his religion, and he told us that Santa Claus is Odin, and he lives on the at the North Pole, right?
Yeah,
you're correct.
And
I
he
do
was
not
an
remember
adult.
him. You're totally
Yeah.
there you go.
So I stand by what I said.
All those people
adults
can be in on it, right? All
No
those people on the
adults.
Santa Claus lie.
No adults that I know of believe in Santa Claus.
So
how about any gang or mafia or criminal organization? Are those impossible because a lot of people have to lie to make it work?
Is it? Oh, I'm sorry. Say what now?
Like a gang, mafia, criminal organization.
The Italian
you don't buy
mafia,
into
right?
that
Those are-
because a
those
lot of
are-
people would have to lie, right?
Well, Santa Claus
that's true.
is his
They try,
children.
but those things are routinely infiltrated by all sorts of police and
Yet they're still
adversarial-
operational. Yet they just keep going.
But we know they exist. But we know
Well,
about
Santa
them.
Claus is the
Yeah,
children.
and
One is Republican and Democrat to adults.
I don't know. Santa Claus as a lie that's told to children. Adults know about it. So I don't know.
We know that criminals exist, and we know that the globe liars exist. Yes, same kind of thing.
Yeah. So Bigfoot and the moon landing to me differ in the number of people
So,
required.
roll my boulder, man. I want to hit you with this one, man, real quick. I think I might have already told you the story about the Samsung selfie satellite.
You have not told me that story.
It was this Samsung, the big company. I think they're Japanese.
The
Anyway,
phone. I think they're probably Korean.
it might be Korean. Whatever.
I don't know. You might be right. Japanese, Korean. They're definitely not Russian.
Yeah,
Chinese.
So they put up this big promotion thing, and they were going to sell all these people that could take a selfie from space. And they launched a satellite, and they had a big party with celebrities, and there's like a ballroom full of people, and they're all taking selfies and putting them on the satellite, right? And then not too long after that, the satellite came back to Earth, man, and crashed in somebody's yard.
Attached to what?
It crashed in somebody's yard, man. The Samsung selfie satellite. Don't believe me? You guys could go check it out, man. I could pull up some citations if you really want me to, no problem. But
don't tell me it was on a balloon.
I'm willing to.
It was on a balloon. It was on a balloon, man.
I can't believe it.
I'm willing to take absolutely everything you're saying at face value.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Boulder. My lighter's not working.
I just placed for our moon landing acceptor, I guess we can say that, who believes the moon landing happened more than a Bigfoot sighting. I put five photos of the 20 photos that NASA supplied for Apollo 11 on July of 1969 in voice text. I wonder if you could look at those and tell me if that looks like a science project that was done the day before the science project was due, or if that was something NASA actually put together. And then I also had the two pictures. I think most would assume that there's only one light source on the moon, and that would be the sun.
Mm-hmm.
But I showed two pictures where there are light sources that go in different directions, which means it was done in a studio somewhere. So I just kind of wonder, what does somebody who thinks that maybe the moon landing is more likely than the sighting of Bigfoot, think about those pictures. Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not to take
You want
anything
me to
away from
answer
the
that?
guy,
Is that what you're saying?
I don't know, Boulder.
but
Let
he
me
wants you
answer.
to look. He
I
wants you to look, Boulder.
want you to look at the pictures and say, "Hey, man, that looks legit. That's cool. Yep, I'm good with that." And then that's all you got to do, man. Say, yep,
All right,
I'm
so
a
before we
Okay, I mean, I see the 5 pictures he posted, and I do not have any, like, I don't know. I mean, I hear what he's saying about them, and I see where he wants to go with it. I don't know that the pictures support his argument. It's
So that silver part of the moon landing where Armstrong and Aldrin, lived in when they weren't playing on the moon in the studio, that looks like a legit Apollo 11 lunar lander. That looks legit to
There
you.
is a problem with that shadow, though. I gotta say, there's a big problem with the shadow.
the lunar lander. I don't have any dispute with the.
Now remember, that's a NASA supplied photo.
Dude,
And-
you could be tricking me. You could be showing me
Fuck
a photo.
off.
Hold
Fuck
on, just-
off.
No,
I'm not tricking you. This is
What are you
NASA's
worried about getting
photos.
tricked for? You're
I'm-
happy to
Google
get
it.
tricked
Hey.
by NASA.
I'm saying
go to Google and Google it. Google it.
I
That's
don't
where I
want to
got
Google
it
it.
from.
I'm telling you that you could be giving me pictures of something that you've made it in your garage.
Well, that's what NASA does, and you're okay with that. Why the
Dude.
double
Can I
standard?
Can I finish
No,
my sentence?
you can't finish because we're not here to trick you, bro. For fuck's sake. Not what we do.
I guess flat Earth.
freaking
But I'm trying to say. Even if this is like a fake photo, it looks reasonable.
What
to me.
happened to you, Roland?
Okay.
I don't. Nothing in it is like so glaringly like wrong that I am like, yeah, that couldn't possibly be. The photos look fine to me.
If you go to Google, that is the picture that NASA, supplied to Google, and Google put it on their
Dude,
site. It's not
you're lying.
something that I made in my garage.
Now you're lying to me,
God
Boulder.
Rockin' and Flat Earth. You guys misunderstood me. You guys misunderstood.
Boulder.
I'm not calling anybody a liar, and I'm not saying that you guys are showing me fake pictures. I was just saying, even if the pictures aren't legit, they still look okay to me. I'm just saying, like, I don't see anything in them to like trigger me to go, yeah, that's totally impossible.
Cool. All right.
I wasn't trying to call people liars. I
might
feel
wanna
like
zoom-
maybe I misspoke or something.
You can zoom in on one of those, the one with the Earth above it, the little spacecraft, and it looks like construction paper there, man. But this is not. I've seen a better high quality picture of this one, but
I mean,
it looks pretty weak. Though. Come on, man, construction paper, really?
I don't think construction paper could do it, but there's
paper, man. I've worked with, I worked.
So this is passable, but measure a flat horizon for him, and no way. It's got to be the opposite of what we're showing him. It's got to be.
Even I'm just saying, like there were extreme trade-offs to be made because, launching stuff.
$10 billion worth of trade-offs, man. $10 billion.
No, I'm saying that the fuel required to get something off the ground. The fuel required is expensive.
Did you fill it up with fuel? Were you there when they filled it up? No, you weren't. So you don't know.
I wasn't. I already told you I wasn't alive. So
of course.
So if nothing I have to say because I wasn't alive, why are we talking about the pictures at all? I already said I wasn't alive.
Very well.
I'm saying the fuel required is expensive, and so you can't just make something. You have to make it as flimsy as possible, so it's as light as possible. It has to be just good enough. Right?
Great. You are.
Wait, how does you being alive or you not being alive make a difference, Roland? Like
It doesn't.
It's not like you would have gone to the moon with them if you were alive at the time. So what difference does it make if you were alive at the time or not? How does that make any difference?
Exactly. Great point.
What's your claim, Roland? Do you have a
Campbell's
claim?
soup can get you somewhere, bruh.
Hey, Roland, my Boulder, do you have a claim?
Do I have a claim?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, see, he's claiming he lives on a fucking spinning
Hold on,
ball.
let him
shooting
do it.
throughout his
Yeah,
face.
there's my flat
That's his
Earth
claim.
No, you
flat
stay your
flat
mouth.
Earth dude
Go.
has my back.
No, you go.
Well, he
Please.
just said that we live on
Be
a.
an adult and tell me what you think.
I think we live on a spinning space ball.
Thank you. Now, where's your evidence for that?
Exactly. That's all we want. Just a simple proof.
And I'm going to say this, and then I'll shut up. Listen, if there were any globe proof, none of us would know each other. Thanks.
Hey, I
No.
have a claim. I claim that Bigfoot is more believable than the Apollo 11 moon landing, and I think I'm right too.
I know
All
a
right.
hairy. I know a hairy man from Georgia. I can testify to that.
I
Well,
thought
the
Josh.
existence of Bigfoot wouldn't violate any laws of physics. So even though I don't believe in Bigfoot myself, I will admit it is more believable because there's no violation of the second law of thermodynamics involved with his existence.
It's just like a wild
Somebody
bushman
wanna
anyway.
speak on
It's
this
a lot more
photo?
plausible than what
Danny,
Boulder's putting forward.
I'll take a picture of myself. I'm pretty hairy myself, man. I might be a Bigfoot.
I've seen some hairy dudes, man. Yeah.
Look at my beard. Hey, just my beard proves it alone. I'm Bigfoot, dude.
There you go.
I know some dudes with big feet.
My feet are hairy.
You can't hear me.
That's true.
So
Anyway.
what would we ever call a small Bigfoot if we ever found a small Bigfoot? We call it a little foot.
Well, don't hurt me, guys. Hey, don't hurt me now. I have a beard.
That's
I
it.
got hairy
Not
feet.
real
Just leave me
foot.
alone, dude. Come on now.
Hmm.
Yeah, don't be racist, guys. Don't be racist.
Can I be considered Bigfoot if I live in the bush for like 40 years?
Well, you gotta have the beard to prove it, though.
You gotta have
That's
a
going to be a
bush.
problem. I'm not so good at beard.
Hey, what would be more expensive, addressing somebody up in Bigfoot for Halloween, or that lunar lander that supposedly landed on the moon in Apollo 11? Which would be more costly to make?
Wow. That's not a fair. Yeah.
Well,
Bigfoot by far.
the cardboard lunar lander apparently costs $60 million a day. So
Well, that lunar lander was $10 billion, man. The Apollo program was $10 billion back then, man.
what the
Shit,
fuck?
that's like it's fucking 500 billion now or some shit. I don't know. It's crazy.
So what they use that money for? Well,
I don't know, man.
it's off topic. Yeah.
Hookers and cocaine.
I hope
You
someone
got
got
it, man. You
laid
got
at
it.
least. Like,
There's not $50,000 worth of material in that thing. What do you mean?
Exactly right. Yes, there's like I could put that together for about $2,800, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
But
Yeah.
that beach gorilla, bro,
No problem.
that was priceless, though. Come on now, settle down.
That is priceless. Yeah, like
Hey,
that.
in current dollars, the current dollars of the day, not inflation adjusted, NASA has received $650 billion from the American taxpayer since 1958. $650 billion.
Okay, so can I say something real fast without everybody just interrupting? I'll be super quick. Okay, so I'm a gamer. I was born in '82. I grew up on Super Mario Brothers. Okay, but since then, video games have really improved. Right? Instead of looking at a little girl in a Matrix suit, right, Samus the character, and then you finally realize after playing that she's a chick in a bikini, right? She's a hot little anime chick or whatever. Nowadays they got what's called jiggle physics. And you know what that is, right? When you see a lady walk by and she got a certain bounce to her step, right? Well, they didn't have this kind of technology in prosthetics in the 1960s. But when you look at the video of Bigfoot, it's actually a her, right? And when she takes a step, you can actually see that certain wobble that we all know and love out of the Bigfoot. It was a female Bigfoot. And I'm not saying Bigfoot is real. I'm just saying we didn't have that kind of prosthetics back then.
or the
Thanks.
costume's really shitty. Come on, like maybe it was just like too big or something.
Oh, and it was flopping around instead of jiggling.
Yeah, I don't know. Was there? What about the junk? Was the junk like flopping around? Can you see anything? No. Yes, we're going to talk about Bigfoot's crotch. Yes, maybe not.
That's actually
Yeah, see,
a
the
more
thing is,
interesting topic than Apollo 11 and 13, 14, excuse me, Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
I mean, like you just look at the 17 footage, whichever one they played golf, and it's just like how could anyone believe this? Like I don't know, like what Kool-Aid they were drinking back in 1972, but it was like it just seems like like a total joke that anyone would believe this. It just shows how easily people are, duped into these kinds of things.
I always liked the course correction in the movie Apollo 13 with Tom Hanks. When they had to come back and they had to do a course correction, they had to turn on their engines, and do a little course correction. That was really believable. I got to hand it to Hollywood and Tom Hanks.
What about the sock? Like he had to put a sock in the thing to make the oxygen and all that.
Yeah, he had to fix the filter.
Yeah, so he used this sock. He used his gym sock to
And some duct tape, man.
create this life-giving oxygen. Yeah,
Live stream voice text. Here's an old school GIF, a classic. You'll enjoy this one.
Let's do it.
I knew that one was coming.
The giant in space, bro. The giant in space. This is one you can't find on the internet anymore. I saved it a long time ago.
In the year 1997, we will have colonies on the moon.
Hey, the defense for that was, oh man, it's just a reflection of in the glass.
Sure, bruh.
That was the explanation, I remember.
It's refraction.
I
That
see
was
a meme.
refraction. That man
It's
is a
reflection.
refraction.
It's
Actually,
reflection.
it's gravitational tunneling. It's quantum tunneling caused by refraction and quarks tunneling and bendy light.
Bendy light. Yes, I like that. Bendy light.
I can see a meme happening on Bigfoot on the moon. Checkmate, everyone. The question underneath, you go, Bigfoot on moon or Neil Armstrong? Which more likely?
That GIF I just posted was Bigfoot on the space shuttle right there. That's proof.
if you question Bigfoot on the moon, you're a conspiracy theorist.
If we put Bigfoot on the moon, then people have to accept it, right? Like that's how things work.
Well, that's where Bigfoot was on the space shuttle, though. What do you do about that?
You guys crack me up.
Checkmate. There you go.
That's my job, man.
Anything's true as long as it's on the
You're
moon.
welcome.
Wizard sleeves? Come on.
Hey guys, don't you know that's why we didn't go back to the moon after all these years? It's because the Bigfoot stuff. They warned us, don't come back. You're not allowed here. Stay away.
There's Bigfoot, definitely. It was definitely an alien base. I saw Richard C. Hoagland talk about it back in the 90s. It was definitely a moon base there that they're not telling us about.
Yeah, and they warned the astronauts to not come back.
Don't come back, but they went back and they made a peace treaty with them, and they're living there with them, but they're not telling us about it.
Yeah, and now they're exchanging technology. We're trading technology with Bigfoot. They're
You
teaching
think
us how
I'm
to
making
make
this
huts
shit up?
out of sticks
Okay.
and mud. Really
This is all Art Bell shit back in the 90s, man. That's all you hear.
Yeah, that's right. It is.
It's fucking.
There's
There's
tonight.
There's a face on Mars. There's a face on Mars. They probably did 20 of those. Fuck.
Oh yeah, Cydonia complex, right? They say that there are pyramids. It's like Giza style complex.
Giza complex. Oh shit.
The dark side of the moon is completely populated with aliens.
I got GIFs for days. Come on now. What else?
All right, you Mongos. Tomorrow night, I don't know, right after dinner. Well, depends if you're where I'm at on the West Coast. Anyway, we got this lunar eclipse thing happening, man. Should be interesting. Go check it out. Don't believe me, man. Check it out. It only
Yeah,
works
I
on
can't take your word for it. I got to go
It
out
only-
there and see.
It only works on a globe, man. That's
I guess in Dallas it's a full moon. I guess that's what I hear.
it's gonna be full here too, man.
If they say there is a shadow, I'm just going to start whipping ass, man, because shadows don't glow red. Okay? So
Right. There is a problem with the shadow.
you've been warned.
It's not really a shadow. It's like a dimming.
Oh, you think I'm done yet? Here's more GIFs. I'm gonna keep posting them. Bam!
All right. Wow.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, but the shadow glows red. Oh, really? Can you show me just where a shadow? Show. Go ahead. Wait.
So last night, man, I got hit with a video. It was yesterday, and basically what it was, I'll drop the link to what I saw, and basically in 2005, man, they did this game show thing or some kind of thing where they tricked a bunch of people like they were going to space. And they spent like $5 million to do this fucking trick, and they videotaped it, and they tricked all these people to go to space. And let me get that link for you here, man.
Space cadets, right?
Space cadets. That was it. That's it. And I never saw that before, man. It was the first time I saw it. I was like, yeah, there you go. There's some pretty interesting evidence that they could fake this shit. Come on. It's pretty good. It's pretty solid evidence. I like
Globus will say it was set up. Those people knew that they were tricked.
Right. Sure. I'll go with that.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's how any
Roger,
proper
where you been, bro?
The real tragedy is they probably still believe they live on a spinning ball afterward.
Yeah, I'm here, Larry. On and off. Busy life.
I haven't seen you in a while. Bro.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
in a
it's
different
the time change.
Yeah.
Steal my GIFs. I'm gonna post them all day.
Did you say you're in a different time zone?
Yeah, I'm in Europe. So I just started my day.
He's just starting his Sunday right now.
Top of the morning to you.
Thank you.
Top of the morning to you. Good to see you, Raj. I'll find that. I'm still looking for that link, man. What I did with it. Yeah, space cadets, man. What a trippy little thing, man. They would do that. I'm just, wow. What an elaborate hoax, right? It's pretty elaborate.
Yeah, so when they say these people, they knew that they were being tricked, they kind of shoot themselves in the foot, right? Because why would they lie, right? How could anybody lie about that?
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Why would they lie about that? Shit. I guess.
Those astronauts cannot lie, right? Going to space, Buzz Aldrin or whoever claims they're going to space, they don't lie about that. But these people in this show, these people they knew, right?
They'll lie. All right, I found it. Yeah, that's it, right? Hopefully, I don't know. Let me. Shit. Hold on. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. Throw it back at them, man. Why not? Because well, they get paid. That's always I have an argument with people. Why would they lie? I'm like, I don't know. Why do actors act?
Well, hey,
Why do actors act?
If you guys are missing any of the old school GIFs from back in the day that we used to have before the freaking YouTube shut us down, I got plenty of them saved on the hard drive to give everybody.
Cool, man. We'll drop them and.
Oh yeah, they're there right now. Grab them all.
I'm seeing a few, some old school ones. Yeah, beautiful.
It sucks, man, because you can't find them anymore. You can look them up, and you cannot find them anymore.
One of the most expensive hoax ever, man, for a television show. It's pretty
the greatest
elaborate.
show on earth.
Greatest show on earth. Hollywood. We lost.
I wonder if it's going to be the same thing with the fight. Like that eventually, after they're done with this, and they've already played their agenda and everybody took it, what's going to happen afterwards?
Yeah. All right. There's my citation. Got it. I usually try not to bring up shit I don't have at least a link to or something. Fuck. But
Nobody has ever gone up there.
Nah, it's too cold, man. It's too cold up there, man. You ain't gonna make it. You ain't gonna make it, man. It's too hot, too, man. From what I've heard.
Forgive me. Forgive me. I had
Brian-
my microphone on. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Here's a good classic writer. From Earth to Uranus.
What happened to that Picard dude that went up in that capsule? Didn't he almost freeze to death up there?
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it was cold. But, but apparently, man, I watched a couple of videos and checked out the different temperatures that these space travels go through. It's pretty wicked temperatures, man.
Yeah, I know. But you're talking about NASA stuff, right?
Yeah. Talk about
I'm just looking at
temperatures, man. Why isn't temperatures talked about more about?
Right. Well, I'm talking.
Atmosphere.
The only thing I've ever seen is amateur balloons and whatnot, and they're always extremely cold. I've never seen anything hot.
Doesn't get hot, right?
Right. Okay. I thought you were saying there was some heated temperatures up there.
Well, no, I mean, according to the globe model.
Well, yeah, okay. According to them, it's up there somewhere, but I've never seen anything on a high altitude.
Really hot up there. Only not that
far.
It's
always cold, from what I've seen. But
it's extremely fucking hot.
Yeah, well,
fucking
August,
stupid hot.
If I could just get this out, because I can't get in now. August Picard, when he went up in his bathysphere thing, okay, he had it all planned that if the sun was up, he would rotate this bathysphere thing, right, because it was painted half black, half white. So
right.
Face it white, and it would reflect the sun, of course. And if it was cold, he would then rotate it to the sun. But what happened was, it got stuck. So I think he boiled in there, overheated, not froze. I think. Okay, the thing malfunctioned.
All right, well.
Yeah, I think he got roasted in there rather than frozen. I'm not sure. I think it was either way. Anyway, it didn't go according to plan.
He only went up what? 80,000
9 miles.
9
miles.
80,000 feet. No.
Yeah.
I think it was 50,000 feet. 10 miles.
50,000. 10 miles.
Yeah, but it was actually 9 miles, not 10. It didn't make it 10. It was 9.
All right.
So
not that high, man. Dude, we got balloons going up way higher than that. Dwayne Killiam was sending. He got like 28,000 feet, man.
Well, and if you guys watch any of these people with aeronautic channels, there's people even get that higher than that just with a parafan, like the paragliders.
No, they're getting higher than 128,000 feet, man.
Well, no, not that high, but I'm saying they get pretty high. Like it's ridiculous.
50,000? You think they can get to 50,000 feet?
Oh heck no, that'd kill them.
Yeah, we can kill
not
them.
without oxygen.
They get higher than that, but with flat Earth push.
Sorry to interrupt. Who asked me what my number one proof was?
We all did. We all asked that question, man.
Yeah, give us something.
It was a group question.
Oh, well, the one single piece of evidence that I've offered before, and I'll do again, is the triangulations of continents. In particular, the American one, but pretty much any surveyor triangulation of a continent is good enough, because these are ones that don't involve looking up. They're not lights in the sky. They're direct measurements. They involve lots of people. They're concrete.
Dude, I know we have a couple surveyors around here, so I'm gonna let them handle that one. I'm a sailor personally. You want to go sailing?
Well, although it may be simple, what won me to flat Earth was the idea of perspective, because perspective, how it triangulates. If you understand how vision works, if you stand on a railroad, how you can see poles convene to where they actually get narrow and they go down. You know that they made those things all level because they don't play games. The railroad company doesn't play games with what they're doing. They're not going to make things unlevel. If you look at their posts and you look at the tracks, they all seem to converge on your eyesight. If you stand on the tracks, they all come to a triangle at the very end.
Yeah, there's a railroad
There
tracks
you go.
like that.
Thank you. So if you're looking at that, can you imagine that the railroad tracks come to a triangle, or do you imagine your vision's the limitation?
I agree with you. Those railroad tracks are parallel.
Exactly, because we all know so. Because a train doesn't run into a triangle, that'd be stupid. So
just like the rays of light.
yes, that won me to the flat Earth a long time ago. About 10 years ago, that's what won me to flat Earth.
Yeah, so pyramids are actually squares then, Roland?
Well,
when we look
no,
at a
those
pyramid,
railroad
it's actually a
tracks.
square.
Those railroad tracks are parallel.
Yeah, but that's when you're looking horizontally, not when you're looking vertically. So pyramids are actually squares.
Oh, in the picture on the left, you're looking horizontally.
Yeah, that's a great anti-flat earther trick you would just pull out of your ass, right? Claiming that
No,
lights
because
are parallel.
the light rays, are actually horizontal as well.
These you can walk to the end on a railroad track. You can walk to the end and see that it's still going to be straight. On a pyramid, you can walk to the top and they're going to reach a cap. They have a cap for the reach.
You can walk to the end of the light
He's
rays.
trying to put an anti-flat earther trick.
Railroad tracks.
So pyramids are actually straight then, are squares. When we look at it,
if you think so, sure, why not?
No, you just claimed that because of railroad tracks.
No, I think you're looking at the light rays horizontally as well.
Yeah, of course that shows local lighting right there on the side.
So
no, the light rays are horizontal as well.
Are you out of your mind? You're claiming that's going to be the same 93 million miles. You're claiming is the left is the same as the right side.
Who would say that?
Yeah, I'm claiming that the light rays on the left are looking horizontal as well.
But look how close.
Neither the light rays nor the railroad tracks are
Honest
93
question,
million
what
miles.
are you smoking? Like, you can level with us. What are you smoking right now?
He's drinking a 1992 Shiraz from California.
45 Colt. That's what I think.
Yeah, I don't think that the railroad tracks or the light rays are 93 million miles.
Well, they're coming from the sun.
I appreciate that.
So what is your claim? The sun is what? 93 miles away.
The sun can be 93 million miles away, but the clouds and the light that we can see in the picture, none of that.
I want some proof for that shit. I want some proof for that bullshit. Come on.
Can you promise me? Just tell your manager to fire their meme department. Like whatever is happening at Chile,
I made that
Please.
picture. That's me. You're asking me to fire me.
Yes, do that too.
Yeah, you're fired. You're fired.
That's fair. But I
pyramids are actually
I don't
squares
usually
then.
post things that I didn't make.
Pyramids are squares then.
That looks a little too high quality. Well, I won't say anymore.
All right.
How does it look high quality? I grabbed two pictures.
Yeah,
in
you did a really good job. You did a really
Relative.
good job messing it up.
Well, he's saying.
I'll tell you, it's
I
two
feel
really
complimented.
nice pictures.
It's high quality.
I would respect you more if you said I took both those pictures.
I did not take those pictures.
So
We know that. We know
that picture on the left, I don't see very often.
I see it so much here in California.
Every day.
Yeah, I keep my eye out for it. But I don't. It doesn't happen that often for me.
Is that because you don't go out of your basement very often, or what?
As little as I can. Man. I like my mom's basement at school. She brings me spaghetti.
I like your mom's basement too.
Ma, shut up!
That's weird. That's really weird that you like her basement because I'm the only thing here. So I don't know what you're driving at with that.
He meant to
I
say
don't have to be
better.
there to like it, just because it's like you don't have to be at the moon landing to like know everything about it, right?
I think you're right. I think he meant bedroom, but he said basement, so I don't know.
No, I like your mom's basement.
I like
but
basement. Basement. It sounds good. Basements are cool, man. I don't know.
It's where all the fun happens, right?
Yeah, that's where they made the moon landing, Hollywood.
I had a lot I didn't have a base.
Earth curve. Where's Glatt to get us
Space
back
may
on?
be the final frontier, but
Glatt-
it's made in a
Yeah.
Hollywood
He's
basement.
MIA. No one's helping you. We're stuck here. Yeah.
Why would I use my basement when I can use that like biggest film studio in the world thing of that factory in Houston or Texas
You're
or
not
wherever
high
it
up
is?
enough in the ladder yet, dude. You got to work your way.
What makes you
gotta
think
get
it's so
past us.
big?
doesn't
That's
have
what
to be
Witsit
that
told
big.
me. Witsit told me it was big.
All right.
I
It
believe
doesn't have to
him.
be big
I
enough.
believed him. I
Compared
believed
to-
him. What can I say?
Well,
Compared
it doesn't
to
matter. What do you got to back it though, Roland? Like you kind of just ran away from it when I was like asking you about evidence to support the moon landing of 1969. But I mean, like,
I don't have
come on,
any
you believe it
evidence to
happened,
support the
right?
moon landing of 1969. I don't. I can't. I don't have anything to give you for that, so I have to run away. I have nothing.
run.
Well, let me ask you this though. Like, don't
Run
you think it's just a little
away.
suspicious? Like, 1969. Like, you've seen cars from the 60s. I've seen cars from the 60s. I grew up when I was a child in the 90s. I saw a lot of Volkswagen Beetles. Okay, like that was a common car I'd see around here in Oregon. I don't see those I see like one or two a year. Like, and those things are like way less technological than like. I'm just saying, like, don't you think it's kind of weird that they claim that they could do that? Then, but then, these billionaires aren't even like, not even speculating about it. Like, like, don't you think it's a little strange? They claim they can do it then and not even claim to do it now. It's 2022.
It's a little
But
strange.
there's a. I mean, they do claim they can do it now. There's a rocket in production to do it.
Artemis.
No, I mean, they claim they can do it now, but that they're not doing it now because it's just so expensive.
Fuck off. They were doing.
over a week with
They were doing it back in the 80s. Every single fucking president has come out and said we're going back to the moon. Every fucking one of them since Kennedy.
I
bro.
mean, every president has said many things. So he
We're going
says they
back to
can't.
the
They're
moon.
not even claiming. He's Orion or whoever just said they're not even claiming they can do it, and they certainly are claiming that they can.
No, I'm sorry. I misspoke. If I said that on accident, what I meant to say is that they're not even claiming that they have the funds to do it.
Right,
but they're building. But they do. They're building.
They've already kicked the can down the road an extra year.
No, I said funds,
By the
not
way.
technology, Roland. I said funds. Like they claim they can go to the moon right now, but there's no political will behind it. Like, yeah, whatever, nice excuse.
But that's not true. There is political, and they are building a thing. And
are we on the moon right now? Like, when are we going? When do they claim we're going back to the moon? Enlighten me.
They wanted to do it pretty close to now, but it hasn't happened.
Well, dude, they've been wanting to do it since 1980. I promise you, man. That's all I ever.
So wait. If Artemis happens,
whatever, man.
Hold on. If Artemis happens, then what? Like, are you gonna say that was fake?
Well,
what would it take?
Roland.
What would it take to make Artemis legitimate?
No, Roland. You think about it backwards, right? Let me clear. I'll ask this. I'll rephrase it, right? After how many years have to go by before you start to go, it's a bunch of crap?
How many years of Artemis not flying do I have
how
to
many
say?
Years of cancels, of kicking the can, of it's political, we don't have enough funding? Like, how many excuses does it have to take before
it takes 727 excuses?
Yeah, like how many years have to go by? Does it have to be like 2050?
It's got to be 40
anywhere, or like
42 years.
I want to know the year, your year where you go.
It's unlimited.
This isn't working. Unlimited.
Imagine
okay, there you go.
He's like 90 years old. He's on his deathbed. It's like it's realizes the last 5 minutes. He's like, "Oh shit, Earth is flat."
Dude, I thought by 1980, I got books over here, man, with pictures of moon hotels and shit that they were gonna have in the 90s. Before 2000.
Sure. What would it take to make
I got nothing, man. We got fuck all, man. And you can go on like Kickstarter right now, and you can find like 42 hotels going to space, man. And I'm like, what?
What would it take to make Artemis? What would it take to make Artemis legitimate?
Me fucking getting on it and going to the moon, bitch.
Curvature.
You personally have to be
demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
I gotta be on
it,
man.
A demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Because if you could demonstrate that, and I would have a reason to believe in the vacuum of space. Let me finish. then I would have a reason to believe in the vacuum of space, but I currently don't.
So how could Artemis demonstrate that to you?
It's not going to do it unless I'm on it.
What do you mean how? I just told you something that a piece of evidence I would require, but it's something that simply can't be done to the best of my knowledge. So if it can't be done, then I guess they can't prove it. They can just tell me fairy tales, and I just have to believe the fairy tales, but I don't believe the fairy tales.
So the thing that would change you is seeing the vacuum of space.
Well, that better, even better than that, just demonstration of gas pressure without a container on the surface due to gravity. Manipulate gravity and have it say, hold the 36 psi around the rim of a car without the tire. If you can make gravity do that, then I'll be like, oh, okay, so gravity can contain gas. Now I have a reason to believe in the vacuum of space.
But the like Glober gravity claim doesn't say that it can do what you just asked. Like that's like sort of a straw man.
I know. Hold on. I understand that 100%. But what I'm saying is that the fact that you can't do that doesn't mean I have to do it for you. What I'm trying to say is you're making a claim that's like of unicorns. You see, this is why it's the same as unicorns. You're like saying, "Oh, I got a unicorn, Orion," and I'm like, "Okay, where's the unicorn?" It's like, "Oh, it's just not here right now." It's like, okay, well, until you can physically demonstrate the unicorn, unicorns don't exist unless you can physically demonstrate gas pressure being contained by gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Until you can demonstrate that, it doesn't exist.
Okay, so I think I hear what you're saying, but we started here by saying the 1960s, 70s moon landings were faked. Artemis is a thing now that may or may not be real, and my question to you is, what would make Artemis, what would make the moon landing of Artemis not fake?
Let's go back.
Like, is there anything that they could do?
I guess ultimately speaking, I'd have to go with them. I'd have to be there firsthand because first-hand accounts are better than second-hand accounts.
Other than that,
credibility is zero. So it basically take us just going.
Like I said, evidence of gas pressure without a container. So if we went to this hypothetical vacuum of space you're talking about, that would essentially be, I suppose, a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So yeah, you either have to bring me to the vacuum of space or demonstrate gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum here on the surface. Until either of those things happen, there's no logical reason for me to believe in the vacuum of space.
So hold on. I want to ask Orion something and follow that up. Because I've thought about this before. And suppose that you were in the rocket and it's got some windows that you can look out of. And it shakes and it does whatever it does. But how would you know that you weren't just looking at TV screens?
Did I not just drop a fucking video here? Watch this and then
hold on, Orion. I wanted to ask my question. Orion.
It's 2 minutes long, man. Go watch this and come back and answer your own fucking question. Okay?
But I wanted to hear what Orion had to say.
That doesn't make any sense, Roland. Wait, ask your question again. If it even
So if you and me went together, if you and me both got rides,
how would we know we're not in space, man? If they faked it, well, I just dropped a fucking video that explains how they would do it. For fuck's sake.
That's just it. You're asking me how would I know that it doesn't, if it's being faked. You're talking about a place that doesn't exist, Roland. This is a very silly question because you're talking about a place that doesn't exist. I could ask you, hold on, Roland, if you went to Hogwarts, how would you know that they're not just faking the Hogwarts? How do you know it's just not a fake Hogwarts and Hogwarts really exists, but that's not the real Hogwarts? They just brought you a fake Hogwarts. See how stupid that sounds, Roland?
That doesn't.
That's the same question you're asking me. You're asking me the same fucking question.
But your question doesn't sound stupid to me. So.
Wait, the Hogwarts question I just asked you doesn't sound stupid to you?
No, not at all.
All right, man, you're done.
If somebody said
you're being so dishonest. You're so dishonest.
If somebody said to me that they were
dishonest, man. Super dishonest.
Can I say a couple of
No,
sentences?
you can't say shit, man. I'm gonna talk over you. Fuck this. I know. You're being ridiculous. You got to be more honest than that, Roland.
I'm being totally honest. If somebody told me they were taking me to Hogwarts, then I
You're fucking
would doubt
around.
them.
Now
I
you're
would doubt
fucking
them just like you guys doubt the moon landing.
Where
And
can
I
I
would start
complain to your
thinking of like
manager?
what
Like, we need
stuff
better
could I
chill.
do at
I don't
Hogwarts?
doubt shit, man. I question shit and I look into shit and I
Okay, fine.
compare
I would
shit.
question it the
But
way
it's
you
not like I
question
just
stuff.
go, oh, I just
And
doubt
then
it. You
and
know,
then
fuck
I would
off, man. I'm
fine.
way
I
more
question
deeper
it
than
the
that.
way
You
that
know,
you question it, and I
research the
would
fuck
try
out of it
to.
for
I would
years.
try to construct experiments or things that I could do while I was, quote, there at Hogwarts that would or not convince me. Like I would try to devise some way to know.
Can someone clip this, please?
Knowing
This
is,
Hogwarts stuff.
Why is the Hogwarts thing like some sort of gotcha? Is it because like we know Harry Potter is a work of fiction and so therefore like haha rolling? Is that the trick?
No, it's because of the logic you use, Roland. I use the
Yeah,
same
it's ridiculous.
logic with Hogwarts as you did the vacuum of space.
But I mean, like, so I don't think Hogwarts is real. But if somebody said it was and they were going to take me there, then fine, I'll go along for the ride. Why not? But then how do I know whether I'm being tricked or not as they take me there?
I just dropped the video on how they trick you, man.
I don't want to watch a video right now. I'm not gonna like go watch a video right now.
Man.
You're super dishonest.
I've watched so many flat Earth videos. I'm bored of it, dude.
Not
Yeah,
even
so-
everybody's got a
It's a
video, and nobody
mainstream
wants
fucking
to
video.
explain flat Earth. Just explain it yourself, then. Explain
One
the video
second.
to me.
One
We
second.
have it.
Can I
The
have
video,
curvature.
the
Guys.
video
No proof of
was
gravity.
guys? 1 second.
Crepuscular
So
ray.
first,
Roger. Go ahead.
don't try to overtalk each other, right? Because it's very difficult to listen to, especially in the morning. I know we're all excited. Second, I think Larry wants to say something. Is Larry still here? I saw him on mute.
Yeah, I didn't really have to get in. I just wanted to point something out, but I kind of forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
cool.
Yeah.
Please
So,
continue.
okay, great. Rolling. It's a show about people. They told the people they won a prize. They took them to quote unquote Russia to a training facility. It wasn't Russia. It was England, the UK, and they put him in a hangar. They trained him, quote unquote, for a couple of months. I think it was a month or a few weeks. Then they put him into a simulator, and then they told them they were going to space. And then after they turned off the simulator, it was like, "Ta-da! You're not in space!" Right. So that was the whole kind of the whole summary of the video. Right. It isn't the flat Earth video that flat Earth dude presented. It was a summary of the show. So it's not a flat Earth video.
So the point is that you can trick people into thinking they're in space when they certainly are not.
Dude, they spent $5 million on this fucking production to fool these people. $5 million. And they fucking went up in rockets and they were looking out in the windows and seeing the fucking globe and going.
So I come back to my question. Both you and Orion said
Fake it,
that
man.
Artemis.
Hollywood can fake anything, bro. I've seen everything. Hollywood can
Right.
fake
Okay.
everything. Right?
So both you and Artemis said. I mean, you and Orion said that Artemis would be kind of like validated if you personally did it, and Orion said that too. But
Sure.
now you're saying like, look at these things. Even if you personally went, it's not good enough because of the video. Because
Well,
like
there you go.
Hollywood and NASA and the
language.
government and whomever can
Well,
fake whatever they want.
Okay, I
So
remembered
what
what I wanted to
conclusion can
say.
you come
Hold
to,
on, hold
Roland,
on.
other than vacuum of space doesn't
I
exist?
remembered. Hold on. Okay, so I got a question for you. Okay, Roland, are you listening?
Oh,
He's
I'm listening.
He's listening.
Okay, let's say that you had a hypothetical wife, because I don't want to say
And
anything
hi,
bad
Hank.
about
It's
your
been a
wife.
while since we chatted.
Yeah, good to see you. So let's say you had a hypothetical wife and you walked in on her with some other dude running up in her, right? So my question to you is, what would it?
Why are we what?
I said a
Are we
hypothetical
making
wife.
like a super crazy analogy metaphor thing that's going to be weird?
No, it's not. So what would it take for you to believe that didn't happen? Because we've all seen the Earth, right? We've all measured it, except for like Helio. He's landlocked.
So
if I
what would it
walked
take for
in
you
on my
to?
hypothetical wife having hypothetical sex with a hypothetical guy, what would it hypothetically take for me to hypothetically believe that didn't happen?
Because we've all measured the Earth, except I think Helio's the only one out of the group of people that's here nearly overnight that
You
says
have
that he
measured
actually has enough.
you measured the Earth, Hank. You measured
Yeah,
the
of
Earth.
course. I
Sorry,
of course I
calling
did.
you Hank. What do people call you now, Hank or Larry?
You
Whatever.
can call me Larry.
Okay,
Doesn't
Larry.
matter.
You measured the Earth.
Yeah, I went to Corpus Christi, Texas, and right next to the USS Lexington, I saw Ingleside on the bay with the water up to my armpits. So I was 1 foot above the water, right?
How
Let's
did you
assume
know
that
that
there's
you were
1
1
foot.
foot above the water?
The water was up to my armpits.
You can
And
measure your
what was
armpit
the
to your eyeball, man.
what was the wave height?
I'm assuming 1 foot,
So
right?
you
Because
didn't
it's
measure
not.
it. You didn't measure it. You assumed it.
Yeah, I assumed it. So let's say that
Okay,
it
so
was
let's
6
stop
inches.
talking then,
Okay.
because you're not making a
It's
measurement.
like an
You're making
error of a few centimeters, dude. Just listen to it.
Yeah,
Don't
but let's
just
not do
roll
that.
Larry.
You're making assumptions. You're making assumptions, and so there's no need. It's not
There's
a
no need.
measurement.
Okay. He saw across the body of water fucking way farther than the math
Sure,
said.
that's
you
an
could do.
observation. That's not a
It's an
measurement, and it's not
observation.
science.
Would you accept 2
It's
feet,
not
Roland,
science.
if you said 2 feet?
Observations are
And he
not
measured in 1 foot?
science. Okay,
Quantum eraser taught me that.
Oh,
Scientific
that's
method
wonderful.
is not observations.
Well, he is right about that. I'll give him that.
Yeah, but weren't you just saying that measurements are not observations? Why'd you go to science?
Hank is saying that he assumed things, and I'm pointing out that that's not measuring.
Where did he say it's
Well,
science?
if you measure the horizon to be a distance that's impossible on your globe, that's a measurement. If you measure the horizon at
How am I
10 or
supposed
more
to measure
miles,
every wave? Answer this, Roland. How am I supposed to measure every wave between me and 10 miles? Am I supposed to get out there and measure every single one all at once? What am I, Santa Claus?
No, he's just
Come on,
I
bro.
don't know. Do you know the height of any of them? Did you measure even a single one?
That's sophistry, bro.
This is just like
We
7
can't
years
fucking
ago.
measure
You're
every single
you're
wave.
gonna get Boulder. You're gonna get
actually
fucking
works a
rolled. Don't go there, man. Don't even fucking go there. For fuck's
There's a
sake. Come on.
website
Yeah, he's
called
just
actually giving
deflecting.
Earth
Don't go there.
Great.
What am I gonna do? Contract another space disease?
There's a website called
No,
Surfline, and they have wave height for like
Somebody will
every
boot
beach
your ass.
anywhere.
That's true. There, and you know where those wave
Yeah,
heights
so
come
go
from.
to.
You don't want to know where those wave heights come from.
Oh my God, we got wave heights. It's a globe for sure because we have different wave
The
heights.
globe prediction. Let me guess. It's a
Yeah,
globe
but we
prediction,
don't
bro.
want to talk about how the wave heights get measured for the.
No, we don't. Hey, dude, I'm a
Yeah,
surfer. I can
buoys.
fucking measure a fucking wave, man. I can tell you a 4 foot from a 6 foot from an 8 foot all day long, man.
So
one
as a
do you want?
surfer,
You should
you know.
definitely hook up with Larry.
What do you got to
in,
measure with?
Corpus Christi.
Yeah, as a surfer, you know that you can't surf on North
can,
Beach.
can you not measure shit with your eyeballs? Are you guys that
No,
fucking manga?
No, you
can't
gotta
measure
go
shit with
Google.
You guys,
You can't measure
you
shit
guys
with your
know.
eyeballs. You can't
Let
guesstimate
me
one.
say the important thing. Look, he's ignorant. He's not
Yes, you
used to
can
Texas.
guesstimate. You can
So
definitely guesstimate with
the
your eyeballs.
important thing about North Beach is there's land in front of it, right? So Mustang Island goes all the way down to South Padre, and it gets all the big waves. When you're on North Beach, all you get is tiny little waves like on a lake. So there's no need to measure the waves. It's irrelevant. They're like a foot tops.
It's not
You
a
get
wave.
it now? Do you understand?
It's less
It's
than.
not a wave.
It's more of a wake. They call it. I think.
No, actually, they're called swells.
A lake
They're called,
with 1 foot waves. All
they're
right.
called swells. They're called
It's a
swells,
wake.
by the way.
It's not even a wave.
Okay,
Fuck.
swells. They're not really waves because there's land in front of it. The island that goes all the way from like Mustang Island all the way out to South Padre. So it's irrelevant. So
Let's acknowledge that we're not talking about measurements, and then let's pretend
No,
it's
we were talking about
glassy smooth.
measurements. Let's acknowledge
Yeah,
that you're
I
trying
was
to deflect
tempting to
Hank's
measure.
point
Not
from
gas
BS.
pressure without a painter.
Or
Fuck.
Larry's.
Yeah, I was trying to measure the 8 inches per mile squared. So there should have been 66 feet worth of water hump, right? Bendy water in front of me and Ingleside on the bay,
Bendy
but I
water.
could see the street lamps. I could see the street lamps during the night, and I could see the white building, which was a 3-story building on stilts. So it was, what, 30, 40 feet up in the air?
40 feet.
Yeah.
Give you 40.
Yeah,
You should have been able
I
to
should
see
give
a
you
lot
50.
more than that, right? Though I believe I looked this up previously after one night that you and I talked, Larry, and there's some stuff. I forgot the name of the town, but it's the very, very southern part of the Texas coast.
Ingleside on the Bay.
And then you should have even been able to see further into like Mexico. Like
I wasn't facing
why
Mexico,
is it
bro.
limited to this
Why
like
would I be
middle
facing?
stuff?
Dude, if I
Oh,
look
so
to the right, I
wait,
see the
so
USS
that part of the
Lexington.
globe
First
I
of
mean,
all,
if we're gonna do
night.
this, then I'm gonna say the same thing I said the other night. Show me Havana from Key West. I want to see it. There's no
Dude,
reason that you shouldn't.
Boulder. You're being fucking stupid, ridiculous with your atmospheres.
Not even close. 100
bullshit
miles is
and
not
fucking-
stupid ridiculous. 100 miles.
Oh, I've done 100
easily
miles.
visible. Easily
He's
visible.
smoking crack with his
I've done 100
atmospheric
miles.
refraction right here. Come on now.
No refraction. No refraction. I want to see Havana from the beach at Key West. It's only 100 miles away. It should be easy peasy.
Well, that's kind of your problem because the globe has already been
On a
measured
perfect
as
day,
falsified.
Okay, fine. Perfect day. Any day.
If we find one counterexample with your globe
Alright.
model, it's totally invalidated. Do you understand?
If you show me Havana from Key West, if you show me one example,
you just need to produce one counterexample, which we have
yes.
amply
If
done.
you show me
the
one
atmosphere
example of
transparent or
Havana from Key
translucent?
West,
then you're
Is the
fucked.
atmosphere
No.
transparent or translucent? Is the atmosphere transparent or translucent? Is it translucent? Which means that it's not perfectly clear. You guys want to make this straw man model like we should be able to see like 100 miles away, but that's not how the Earth actually works. There's this thing called atmospheric conditions, and guess what? You can't always see 100 miles away. Not because the object's too small, but sometimes there's fog, rain, sleet, snow. I mean, Jesus, I've been doing this for 20 years. I know what weather looks like. I don't know if you actually live in the basement, but when you go outside, some days you could see a long ways. And some days you can't see in front of your face and you're scared to go down the interstate at 70 miles an hour.
Anyway, the point
sorry,
is-
Hank. I got slightly distracted. Godrockin called me a liar, and Godrockin also flipped out
Hey,
earlier, thinking
hey,
I was
Hank.
calling people liars. So I was a little bit more
Yay.
insulted than
Same
usual.
old tactics. Same old tactics. We corner you, and then you're like, "Oh, I was distracted
Concern
by
trolling.
I really
Yeah,
was.
get a new
Godrockin,
script, dude. God
Godrockin
damn.
is Godrockin
Just
messaged me.
diverting and buying yourself time.
So
Who cares about that
You're
drama?
just being a little
Go
boo.
ahead. Just
Use the radius in your calculations all day long, and you can't tell me how it was measured. And you're booping about a 1 inch or 2 inch difference with Larry. You're being a dishonest jerk. Period.
see, it's weird to me that
you
you get
suck,
so
dude.
offended about the word liar,
You're
but
not
then
offended,
you
you
throw
just
out
suck.
that I'm a liar.
You suck as a shill. Like you suck. Like, come on, we need better shills.
Hope
Hey, hold
No,
on a
you're-
second,
you're
hold on a
fine.
second, dude.
You're
Like, until you
fine.
got evidence to back it up,
Boulder,
stop throwing
you're
that
fine.
word around. It's kind of childish.
What word?
Okay.
The word shill. Like, just think of a different insult. Just be a little more creative, all right?
I don't
Yeah,
mind being called a shill.
step it up to like rolling my boulders, like rolling my brain down the fuck.
So look, I wasn't. Godrockin actually did distract me. What is
How
the
about
thing that you
rolling
think
my brain?
what is the
Fuck.
thing that you think I ran away from? I
I
didn't mean to space.
Is the
I did.
atmosphere transparent
Gas pressure
or is it
without a
translucent?
container, man.
Is the atmosphere transparent or translucent?
Oh, that one.
The atmosphere is translucent.
Okay, so does that mean that some days you can see 100 miles away and other days you can barely see 30 feet away?
Absolutely. There are foggy days, hazy days, smoggy
Right.
days, all kinds of things.
Right. So,
But you
you're
can
saying
never
100
see
miles
Havana.
away.
You can never see Havana on even clear days.
Yeah, but there is an island in Hawaii where it's 100 miles away and they can see it.
Then why can't great? Then why can't I see Havana?
That's what you're asking for, though. Who cares if it's Havana? Why does it have to be Havana?
It should be all things that are 100 miles away.
Okay, well, here he goes. He's already pushing the goalpost.
This is the Black Swan thing, right?
No.
The
Your
Black
point,
Swan
there should
thing
be
turned around.
curvature everywhere.
If 100-mile thing is visible,
There should be curvature everywhere. We've disproven that according to your
Fine.
model. Your model is
Fine.
wrong.
fine. But
This is already, what you're asking for is
So
already
was
way
yours.
past the constraints of
If-
your globe,
if
which have already
if
been blown
any-
away in so many observations that the show, and
guys are funny.
you
If
like Roger
any
said in the
100
chat,
mile
you
thing
are
is visible, if
dogmatically
there's a
forbidding
100-mile thing
falsification.
visible from Hawaii, then the thing from Key West that's 100 miles away should be visible. Why isn't it?
Would be a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
Well, here,
It's not that. It's just like it's the black swan thing all over again.
What
Like
you're
why?
talking, my friend,
It's
what
not
you're talking
flat.
about is
Okay,
a
fine. Look,
focus.
I just
That's true.
debunked. It's not whatever it is. If it's not a, you
Not
guys
curved.
debunked it's not a globe. Just debunked it's not flat.
So unless we
Bullshit.
can see something that's already
And I
way
don't
past
and I don't have to
impossible,
offer a replacement either.
Unless we can-
I just
You're
proved
such an
it's not
idiot.
flat.
No, you
I
fucking
don't
didn't.
have
You
to
didn't
tell you what it
fucking
is.
Hey, listen real
But you
quick.
tried.
Listen, Boulder,
That's
man. You
kinda
didn't
fun.
even come close.
I don't have to show you what it is. I just proved to you it's not flat.
Well,
Someone
what
get
you,
Boulder
what,
You're
what
absolutely
you and
fucking off the fucking.
Wait.
You're in the fucking weeds, my friend.
well,
roll
what
it back
you
here.
and
Though,
This is
Boulder.
exciting,
How did you
guys. I
prove
just
that?
showed you it's
You
not
are
flat.
so
We
in
know
the
it's not a
fucking.
globe. We know it's not flat.
You've gone off
We don't
the
know what it
fucking
is.
No, you didn't. You didn't
reservation,
account
my
for
friend.
atmospheric conditions.
Because I just black swan.
You're
I just
giving a
black
straw man.
swan your
You're trying to
flatness.
No,
with-
you did
with
not. You did
Havana.
not just demonstrate anything.
Yeah, Havana.
We
Where's the
demonstrated that
picture,
your globe
man?
is wrong.
Where's the
You did
picture
not
that we
demonstrate
can't see?
Right. My globe is
Yeah.
wrong. My globe is wrong. You
Oh,
guys
Where-
that's great. Okay, we're
Where's
getting
even the proof
somewhere.
that we
and
can
your
never see
flatness
the
is
Havana?
wrong
We're getting
because
somewhere.
Havana.
Wrong.
That's
Havana
illogical.
is the
It's
black
non
swan.
sequitur. It does
Havana
not
is the
follow.
black swan that ends the flatness.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't logically follow. Did you listen to nothing Larry just said to you? You absolute tool.
Right. Havana ends the flatness. Larry concurs,
show us how
actually.
you accounted
Oh,
for
he
the
just keeps
atmospheric
chanting it. Yeah, you forgot that there's atmosphere already. He just explained it to you.
Right,
at
but we
length.
talked about how hazy days and clear days, and none of
Yeah,
the
you
clear
Okay,
days.
we
none
don't
of the
even
clear
know
days
that. That's
show
a
Havana.
claim of yours. That's a claim of yours. We don't know that we can never see that distance. He presented an observation
Right.
to
You should move to Key West and spend every day looking for Havana to prove that.
Oh,
to
okay.
yourself.
You
I just
moved to
black
Key
swan
West
your
and you
flat Earth,
spent
dude.
every day. You spend every day
you
looking
fucking
for
stroke
Havana.
your own fucking ego,
Yeah.
man. That's
You
all
didn't
you
do
do.
shit, dude.
I kind of did actually.
And in
No, you
Hawaii, we have
didn't. You got
100-mile
Right.
observations already. We've got the exact thing that you're asking for. Ooh,
But you
it's not
don't have
Havana, so I
100-mile
disprove flatness.
observations. But that's the black
That's
swan.
not
dude.
even
You
a
don't
metric
have
that's
100-mile.
reasonable or
You
applicable
don't
or
have.
relevant to your globe claim, though. We've
Central,
already.
you're just such an idiot. You don't have all 100-mile observations. I just black swanned you.
You're the idiot. You did not account for atmospheric conditions for
Yeah.
the 18th
For
time.
you, it doesn't matter about
what the
atmospheric
man is
conditions
doing,
because you
guys.
can look at
Does.
during any atmospheric conditions. You can't see it. It's always invisible. It's
That's a
always
claim.
Foggy,
We don't know
you
that that's
can't
even
see
true.
That's a big claim, man. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
It is.
whoa,
It's an
whoa, whoa, whoa,
amazing
whoa, whoa, whoa.
claim.
Holy
That's
crap.
an amazing claim. So we have to disprove his fucking stupid claim. That's all, man.
Okay, hey, well,
Have a
check
nice.
this out.
We
Guys,
move
guys.
on to like curvature.
And
Anybody
flat Earth,
measured?
dude, my black swan
Because
is
he's using-
disproved by you showing me Havana from Key
It's
West.
not a.
Man,
It's not a black
I'm a flat
swan.
earther.
It's just
Hey,
an
guys.
empty claim.
Instantly.
You haven't.
Guys,
Instantly, I'm a flat earther.
You haven't shown anything that would be impossible on a flat Earth. You've just
Guys.
made an empty, unsubstantiated
Exactly.
claim. You're a clown,
hey,
dude.
guys,
You-
may I?
Yeah,
Guys,
dude,
You're
may
you're
I?
talking
really
circles,
desperate
dude.
now.
You just told me 100-mile
No, I'm not
observation
talking
from
circles.
Hawaii is fine. You can
It's
see
the
100
same
miles.
fucking thing that you
Guys,
just asked
guys,
for, and it's
you-
not good
you
enough.
just
It's
told
not a
me-
specific
If we can see
location.
it despite atmospheric conditions, that's even more impressive. Do you
You,
get that?
you guys,
So haven't
you
even
guys just
accounted
told
for
me you can
atmospheric
see 100
conditions.
miles from Hawaii. So
If
you
can
should be able
still
to see 100 miles
whatever
from
I went
everywhere.
100
Welcome
miles
to,
despite atmospheric
Okay, well,
conditions.
we don't know that we can't see 100 miles from there. You're just saying that we
Yes.
can't. We don't care what you
Guys,
say.
Can you guys all listen for a second?
Exactly.
So check
No,
this out.
no
So-
one can listen.
All right,
first.
everyone, shut up. Someone say
Okay,
something
so
good.
what he's talking about is a focusing problem, right? A myopia. When we use a telescope, we can focus to a further distance. He's trying to play off of the myopia of the eye.
Use that telescope and show me Havana from Key West. Bam, I'm on your team
Okay.
immediately.
It's just such an arbitrary standard.
All right,
I know,
I'm gonna
but,
check
but
it
what
out.
he's talking about is a myopia because of the eye. The eye.
How,
has
how is it a
limitation.
myopia? I'm telling you, use a telescope. I don't care. Havana from
Okay.
Key West.
That would.
How
prove you wrong.
about
So let's be reasonable.
how
So
about
you
Huntington?
admit
How about like Huntington Beach to Mexico? It's 100 miles. Would you take that one?
Where's Huntington Beach?
It's near my house, Southern California.
California? Okay, hold on. Let me look.
California, from Orange County, California, Huntington Beach, to, let's say, Mexico.
Yeah, hold on. I'm getting Huntington Beach up. Hold on.
Baja, Mexico, to be specific. Baja. It's different than Mexico. Baja, Mexico.
Huntington
Totally
Beach is San Diego or
county. 33 county.
know what Orange County is.
It's on the 33rd parallel too. By the way. Anyway,
Freemasonry.
it's near Disneyland. It's totally Illuminati confirmed, 100%.
Okay, so Los Angeles.
No, not quite. A little south.
Little south of Long Beach.
25 miles south of that. There you go.
If you've never been to California,
Baja,
just give
Mexico,
up. You're
man.
gonna live.
And you want to see Tijuana?
Sure, man. Tijuana or anywhere in Baja, man. Encinitas, anywhere, you know.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how we will identify that you hit Tijuana and
Well,
not San Diego, but
I'll be very specific in my description, so we'll check it out. It's
and
my
this
goal.
This is an observation from the sand of Huntington Beach, like right on the sand.
On the sand to Mexico, yeah.
And we can see the bottom of a building in
How
Mexico.
about we just see a mountain range? How about that?
Negative, sir. Negative.
Oh, okay. The
Not
little
good enough to break his delusions.
No, I don't want to see it. The mountains are no.
Why do we have to cater to your mental
you showed
illness?
me,
why do we care?
If you showed me the bottoms of buildings in
Look,
Tijuana,
your globe is already disproved. You're just turning this into a therapy session for yourself.
You already admitted your globe is
fuck off.
Are you talking
Dude, don't be ridiculous. If I show you like land formations of fucking Baja, Mexico from 100 miles away, and you say, oh, no, that's not good enough, then just fuck off. All right? Just fuck off. Because it's going to be 7,000 feet below the fucking anything. I shouldn't see any of those fucking mountains, much less the land formations of any of them. And if you don't buy that, man, fuck off. And I don't give a fuck. You can fuck off, Boulder. Okay?
You have mental problems, and you're trying to make them this server's problem.
No, I'm not. I don't disagree
you are.
with what you're
You're
saying.
mentally
about
ill,
seeing
dude. Your
mountains.
globe is already disproved,
am.
and you're coming here imposing arbitrary standards on us.
I am mentally ill. Probably that's true.
Okay. So we're asking you.
I think it's mild. I think my mental illness is mild, though. Like,
Well, I don't care.
I hope it's
You're
mild.
making it this server's problem.
Hey,
your globe's
there's
already
not
disproved. You
one-
refuse to accept it. It's your problem.
There's not one single fucking chemistry evidence to ever determine whether somebody has a chemical imbalance in their brain. There's not a single fucking test you can do to determine if somebody has a fucking chemical imbalance in their brain.
Just ask them
Period.
what shape the Earth
You
is.
can certainly give them one though. Just inject them with some heroin. That'll work.
Just give him the vaccine, bro.
Give him the
You guys
are about to get glaflobed.
I think we need to inject you with something.
You need to
You need
chill out.
you need to take the clot shot. Take the clot
You guys
shot.
need to chill out with the medical stuff because the server doesn't
Yeah,
like
I
that
know.
in the voice.
That's true. All right, back to
You can DM me those things and have
back
at me.
to a
You shouldn't do it
beautiful-
in the server.
Yeah, you
Okay.
know what we mean. Yeah.
Hey, bro, I got a clot shot you can have.
You shouldn't do it in the server. Just
Yeah, keep it off.
Quit
the
trying to
server.
Thank you
moderate.
for telling us
Shut
about
up.
this.
Okay.
Keep it off the fucking live stream, man. Please, come on.
That's all we need is a damn Glober trying to moderate. Shut up.
Hey, but Boulder,
Yeah.
we see
Classy
you.
when you-
Hey, at least this way we know he's not a shill, right?
Yeah, that's true.
No, dude, he's a shill. He's a shill.
I'm a shill.
He's
Nah,
brainwashed.
You just
No,
admitted
at the very
he's
least.
a shill, man, right there.
Well, shill's
I'm a
like-
shill. I'm a shill.
Take
Think
it.
about it this
for
way.
face
Let's
value.
hope he's a shill.
A
Because like
shill
someone
by
mentally ill-
definition has to have money exchange. It means you're
Yeah.
being paid cash from someone else
Yeah.
to do what you're doing. I mean, if you
then,
think that's what it's
if
happening,
that's what
it's,
if that's what
okay.
a shill is, then
let's
full
just say we hope
disclosure,
he's getting
I
paid to
can't.
do this.
I'm not a shill.
Hey guys,
I
might
wouldn't
be
pay this guy to deliver me a hamburger. He's not being paid.
So he's
I
either
would.
getting paid to do
Hey,
this or he's doing
I
this
like
for
my
free.
cheeseburger with the bacon and no tomato and raw onion, please.
So am I getting paid or not?
I don't know,
Let's
man. I
hope-
want my
let's hope
hamburger.
you're getting paid.
No, I
Because,
don't
like,
think you
otherwise-
are, because if you were getting paid, you'd be getting paid to damage the server, not defended against the V words we're not allowed to say.
He's trying to get us to say things we're not supposed to say. That's the thing. He's trying to get us flustered with his dishonest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not that sharp.
He is a sophist. No, don't get me wrong. He is a sophist,
Not that
but
sharp.
not a shill.
He's not that
You don't have to be sharp.
He's a guy, guys, settle down. He's just trolling, man. He's having fun.
He's having fun.
Orion is pretty much correct. I don't want this. I like coming here, so
Yeah,
I don't want the server to get like in Discord shenanigans.
Yeah, exactly. Or YouTube. But you're having fun. You're having fun trying to prove your point that you think.
Hey, Saints is here.
Yeah, I mean, I come here and I debate honestly from as best as I can.
Yeah, you're trolling. You're trolling. You're dishonestly trolling. And it's fun.
Well, I don't know. I feel like trolls.
Again, you're using the word troll now wrong, dude. You're not using the word troll correctly now.
Problems on purpose, and I'm.
No.
Just a dude.
He's now a trolling boulder.
Yeah, can I ask trolling my boulder a question?
Change his name.
He's a Glober boulder.
I'd like to ask trolling my boulder a question
Go ahead.
concerning his modus tollens. All right. So with the Black Swan modus tollens, we have a
hold on.
standard
Nobody knows
to
what
go
you're
by.
talking about, but I'll drop that again. Hold on a second. Let me
Can
grab
you just listen to him? Can you shut up and listen to him?
Yeah, I was just
He
going to throw
diverts
the
every time.
context.
It's like he's just buying himself time.
Can you just shut up,
Trying to
Boulder? Yeah, Jesus.
Right, we have a standard to go by. We have a positive claim, that being the 3,959 mile radius. So what do you base your claim about how far we should see on a flat Earth?
On a flat Earth with like no atmospheric conditions to account for, you should see infinity.
Fuck. There's always air to account for.
And there it is, folks. There it is.
There it is, T. Bro. There
Round of applause.
Hey, all right, man. Fucking cool, man. Let's shut the server down.
That's the point. That's the point
Shut
of
it
this.
down, man.
You did it. That's
man.
the point of the
Shut it
picture,
down,
by the way.
We
We're
should
proud of
see- We should see forever on a flat Earth, for fuck's sake. You guys know that.
No, you should only
does
see
he-
forever. You should
does
only
he
see
think-
forever with no air.
Does he think that if the Earth is measurably flat as it is, that then it's in a vacuum? Is that what he thinks? What's it?
Hold on. Can T guy
T, go ahead, man. T, take it, baby. T, what?
T, you're talking about the thing that I just threw at 6 past the hour, yeah?
Yeah, let me see.
I think you should quit talking about things you know nothing about, especially the globe with no atmosphere. You don't know a damn thing about that, so just knock it off, will you?
Why would you set up no atmospheric? Why would you set that up as a condition?
Exactly.
Because he's trolling.
The same reason that I would. The same reason I would set that up.
It's completely irrelevant to reality.
That's what is presented in Quantum Erasers Black Swan.
You were trying to use the same thing in the 100 miles to Havana example. You were trying to use that same thing and saying that's a black swan. You were saying that's a black swan. You said that's your black swan. But
That's
you can't
true.
see
I did say
Havana.
Black Swan, but I didn't mean the.
He did say it. He did say that.
Yeah, I
he
did.
said it.
I did.
Everybody heard him.
I
But
did.
what's your basis? What's your basis for claiming that you wouldn't be able to see, that you should be able to see it? Sorry, on a photo.
The central banker and flat Earth dude's assertion that from Hawaii you can see 100 miles. So, and also there's plenty of
It was Larry.
I did not say that.
pilot
Buddy.
data.
I tried to see it. It didn't work out.
There's ample evidence of people seeing 100 miles when they're high enough up.
That's an assumption. It's called.
It's called fallacy, man. It's
It's an assumption of just belief. The only thing I'm assuming is that other people are telling the truth.
Well, when they're on the mountain, when the air is clear, right? When they're up high, the air is not as dense, right? Nowhere's near the ocean where all that evaporation is happening.
I don't know. 100 miles is not that far.
Yeah,
and, you
we
can
went-
see lights. You can see lights from 100 miles away for sure.
So we went through this, right?
We're not talking about lights. We're talking about objects that don't project light. You can still see their base.
Oh, I'm okay to see the like lights of the buildings from Havana. That'd be fine.
So Roland, we've went through this, right? I showed you how stuff disappears bottom up on a flat surface, and then you call it deceive, yeah, right? Deception.
I'm
That is what
sorry.
you called it.
I the only time that I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So
Come on,
refresh
Boulder.
my memory.
I
Just
don't
refresh
need
my
to
memory.
I told you to take a penny, man. Put your eyeball down on the table and slide it across the table.
So-
See what happens.
I did
if
that
I
actually.
if I
And you
quote
did do
you,
that.
right? Let me
But
quote
did you do that?
Well, hold on. I'm talking to too many people. I'm sorry.
No,
It's very confusing.
I know.
I'm gonna listen to Roger and try to hear what he's saying.
1 second. So like the day before yesterday, you posted the same ridiculous, stupid meme, right?
The modest tolerance one.
Yeah. So, and I went into an argument with you in the chat, and then I showed you the RC battleship, right, which sails into the horizon where the bottom gets obstructed, right?
Yes, I
Remember?
remember. I do
Yeah.
remember that video. I
And
didn't
then-
watch
and
it
then-
then, but
and
I
then
went off my memory
you
of watching
said,
it previously.
listen, then you said, let me pull it up because that's a weird video. This is a weird video that I've never understood. It's over such small distance. Any globe anywhere going to argue stuff about camera lenses or refraction. I'm the same. I think this is a silly video. Then you said it's a silly test and a silly vid. It exploits all sorts of annoying phenomena to try to deceive people.
Oh,
That are
okay. Yeah,
that
no,
is
no,
your-
I remember
that-
that. I know what you're
okay.
talking about. I
Deceive
don't.
people, right? So
yeah, I'm not.
we see,
You quoted me fairly and in context.
okay. So we see an RC boat on a flat surface being obstructed from bottom up, and that is what you call deceiving people. And then
reality is deceiving people.
So that is what you call deceiving people. What I call deceiving people is your meme, because stuff getting blocked bottom up is not exclusive on a globe, right? Which I've shown to you with this video, and you can do this yourself.
Yeah, my meme is. I think I'll stand by it probably till I die. My meme is logically correct. The form of the meme is not wrong. The issue is that the P and the Q that I'm using are disputed. Maybe the P and the Q are flat out wrong. Maybe they're deceptive. And
I showed you how, and
yeah,
you
exactly,
just
exactly.
you hand
But
waved
the
away.
form of the meme that I made is not wrong.
The form is not in contention. It is what you did, and then after you hand waved it away,
This
it was a deception.
This is the problem that I suffer when people post the quantum eraser Black Swan. Is that
No, it's not.
I don't
Because what you
dispute- I
do is
don't
you go and
dispute-
invoke a bunch
I don't
of
dispute the form that
artificial
quantum eraser used.
atmospheric
Quantum
conditions
erasers,
that don't exist, Roland. It doesn't
quantum
exist.
erasers.
There
Sure,
isn't
fine,
light phenomena
whatever.
in the
Whatever
atmosphere
you
that can
say, dude.
extend your geometric horizon like you're saying it would. It's not
Fine.
something you have to
I
account
don't-
for because it's not fucking real.
Fine, you can just win that. The Black Swan picture that Quantum Eraser made, the form of it is correct, just like mine, but the globe people argue about the P and the Q. And that's the whole thing. You argue about the P and the Q in mine. We argue about the P and the Q in yours. That's the whole
Right.
No,
problem.
I showed
That's the whole
you-
problem.
I showed you how a boat gets obstructed from the bottom up on a flat surface. You have
Yes,
never.
I saw that
you have
video before
never-
you showed it to me.
You have never shown light bending over a presupposed globe. Never, right? So
There's
P and Q
plenty
are
of
not
like
in
there's
contention.
a laser picture. I don't have it like I can drop just
Yeah,
right now.
sugar
but it
water
bends,
is
but
not
it's
the
going.
atmosphere.
No, it's
Sugar
going through-
water is
It's not sugar water. It's actually it's even worse. It's a piece of plastic. But the laser
Plastic is
but the
not
laser
the
follows a
atmosphere.
clear arc through the plastic, so the laser
Plastic
light can
is-
follow an arc.
Plastic is not what we live in.
I'm not saying it is.
Okay,
The
so
point is
that
the
is
point is
not-
that if it can do it in plastic,
No.
that means it can do it.
No, That is not the. That is ridiculous,
Hold
right?
on. Do you
That
agree?
is
Do you
ridiculous.
at least agree with that? If it can do it in plastic, it means that it can do it in some conditions.
Does it? Can you show
Hold
it?
on. Do you
Show
agree
me,
with
show
that?
me it. Show me it doing it in plastic first. Show me doing
over
it.
what
You're gonna
distances
have
to?
to
How
give me-
much
you're gonna
curvature are
have
you
to
even
give me a
talking
second
about,
'cause I
Roland?
don't have it saved.
It's
I
a
would have
false
to look.
equivalency. It's a false equivalency.
Yeah,
Just because you
I
can
know.
make something do something in plastic. Sorry, Roger, you got this, bro.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe it is. Maybe it is a false equivalency. But the point is, you can't say that light can't do that because it can. The question
have
now
to
is
show
just
it doing
does it
that.
under these circumstances?
It's the same as saying you can't say that unicorns don't exist. You can't say that Santa Claus doesn't exist.
No, it's not the same as that at all.
Yeah, it is.
No,
you have to
because
show
I
it
can-
doing
I
the
can
thing
give
that you're
you-
saying it'll do. If you don't
Right,
show it, then we can just talk
If
about
I
all these
wanted
bizarre
to-
hypotheticals that could be, would be, that nobody knows.
So if I gave you the picture of it doing it in the plastic, you'd stop with the Santa Claus stuff?
I don't know what sort of metrics you're talking about. Like, how much curvature are we talking about with this laser over what distance? Like, what are you even talking about? Quantify it for us. I don't know. I
Okay,
have no
I
idea.
don't- I-
You're just
I-
giving
like I
us
said, I
words.
don't have the
When we give you
picture
the
in front.
black swan, we
It's
give
a-
you numbers. We give you specifics
I
relating
will
to your
give them
globe
to you. I will-
geometry. You say, oh, a laser
I'll
did
give
some
them
bendy
to you.
shit.
Stop
Oh, okay.
talking.
Does that mean that
Stop.
your geometric horizon can be displaced by
talking
orders
and
of
I'll give you the
magnitude beyond what
numbers.
your radius allows? You're crazy,
can't.
dude.
You can't stop talking. 6 inches.
You can't
and,
stop talking.
And maybe 2.5 inches is the piece of plastic. The light enters at the upper left and exits at the lower right, and follows an arc that is maybe 1/12 of a circle.
And therefore, it's possible that your geometric horizon can be displaced by orders of magnitude beyond what your
No,
radius allows.
Incorrect.
Okay,
Incorrect.
then who fucking cares?
Therefore, light does bend sometimes under some conditions. And now the question is, do the
it does
conditions
not bend.
really?
No, it gets
Never.
reflected into
It
straight
never.
lines
So, God,
only.
Roger, you're going to say light never, even in sugar water, plastic,
Oh,
whatever,
well,
it never bends.
I'm talking about over the water of the earth.
This is the straw he's grasping at. It's pathetic.
He's pathetic.
It's not. The first question is, can light do this ever? That's the
Okay,
first
let me
question.
give you. Someone.
The second question is, does it do it when I need it to do it?
Someone post the black swan with the bendy crane. I'm going to give him a little lesson on refraction right there.
When you need it to do it.
See that crane on the left there, Mr. Boulder?
Yeah, I posted it for you, boss.
Okay, you see that? That's refraction. That's refracting the light. It's obviously a heat wave.
It's an extremely
I'm
severe
talking.
kind of
I'm
refraction.
talking.
Yeah.
Shut up, dude. When I'm done, shut the fuck
No,
up.
nobody's doing that for me.
Shut
I'm not
up,
going to
Boulder.
mute me if you want
I'll
me to
mute
shut
you.
up. Do it. Go ahead. Please mute me.
You don't know how
asked for it. You
conversations
got it.
work. do
Okay,
you?
so that is a perfect example of refraction. It happens in limited locations. If it were happening on the horizon or anywhere else, you would see the same effect. It's happening on that crane and only on that crane because there's either exhaust from the diesel coming out of that's causing the refraction, or there's a heat wave, or the wind is blowing, or something in that area. It's not happening over the horizon or anywhere else on this photo because there's no refraction going on there, or it would be warped just like that crane. So your refraction can go fly right out the window, brother, because it's not happening anywhere else but on that crane in this photo. You're out of your mind if you think it is.
Now do you unmute him? Huh?
Yep.
Were you talking about Skunk Bay, God Rockin'?
Say again?
Were you talking about the Skunk Bay example of refraction?
I'm talking about that crane on the
okay.
Black Swan photo. It's
All right,
refracted
okay.
right there. That's obviously a very good example of refraction, what happens to the image. And if it was refracting anywhere else on the image, the same effect would be happening. It's not happening anywhere else because there's obviously diesel fuel or something coming out of the side of that crane, or a heat, or the wind blew when a gust of wind or something blew the atmosphere or whatever, caused it to refract a little bit right there. It's not happening anywhere else in that photo. You can't see any refraction going on there because it's not refracting. And besides that, if it were, the image would be all jumbled up and bent and screwed up, just like the crane. That's what refraction does. So it doesn't just lift up the horizon or cause things to, come into view from out wherever. It distorts things. It ruins the image, just like that crane.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the bendy horizon? Where's the jaggedy bit of, horizon?
You guys mind if I get just a few seconds? So I've shown the Skunk Bay probably 100 times, and I know that I've shown Roland, right? And we see things disappear from the bottom up, right? Even though we know it doesn't have anything to do with curvature, right? And all the other anti-flat earthers, they admit that you can't see the curvature from the Earth. So that leaves the only place that you could see it is on TV, right? Because nobody's going to space. None of you are going to go to space. What was that one guy? He tried to go to space and blew himself up, right? Allegedly, right? So nobody's going to space. So the only thing you got is your television, and if that's all you got, right? I've seen some pretty weird stuff on TV, right? And I know that that stuff isn't reality, right? So here's the bottom line: you guys have no geometric horizon. We've debunked the things disappearing from the bottom up only being caused by a geometric horizon. We've shown that the geometric horizon moves around all over the damn place. And all you got left is, a religion. And, it's America, thank God. You can have your religion. We just want you to stop taking $65 million a day from the taxpayers at gunpoint and threatening arrest and dungeon time to keep your religion going. That's all we want. Just stop forcing people to pay taxes so that you can perpetuate your silly religion and your silly funding that doesn't help humanity whatsoever. And why does it matter? Why does it matter so fucking much that they put it everywhere? On mobiles for the babies, they put it on cell phones, they put it on. It's just like the whole CV axle 19 inches. On every website, on every fucking TV show, everywhere you fucking go. I mean, products that are good, like honey, the stuff that bees make, you don't have to advertise the shit out of honey. Do you know why? Because people already know. That shit's good. It's good for you, right? It doesn't have to have massive advertising. When's the last time you've seen a commercial for honey? Right? So your globe, it needs some serious, PR, and it needs some serious advertising in order to get that kind of funding. And you need the funding to get the belief, because nobody can see it. Nowhere on Earth can you see the model of the globe. Thanks. Somebody unmute Roland. Please and
I
thank
am
you.
unmuted, Larry.
Yeah, he wasn't muted.
Thanks.
Godrockin unmuted me immediately after he was done talking. He's
I appreciate that.
He's decent that way.
Yeah, you must have been drinking on that, Roland.
No.
Sure.
Who, me? I don't drink ever.
No, not you, bro. I know you don't drink.
Oh, okay. I haven't had alcohol for over 40 years.
It would be silly for a Glober to drink and come here.
Yeah.
You should talk to Jazza.
Who's Jazz?
Yeah, a helicopter pilot, allegedly.
A drunk helicopter pilot that comes to Flat Earth servers and argues while drunk?
Yeah.
That's what he
said. Oh, yeah.
Now I do want to talk to him.
Yeah, if you ain't got boobs, he's not really interested in you. It turns out he only wanted to talk to the Flat Earth ladies.
We're not
That's
sure.
why
Maybe he does have food.
Well, Friday.
He's a helicopter pilot who lives in a whiskey bottle. Okay.
Jen, finally a reasonable Flat Earther showed up.
I've just been listening. You've offered nothing to the guys. You've just upset them.
I have upset them. That's true. Every time I come, I upset them.
He doesn't have that power over me. He didn't upset me at all. I just wanted the point to be made perfectly clear about that refraction that's going on in that photo. They can't use it for anything other than that crane, because if they do, the photo would be screwed up just like that crane. That's a perfect example of refraction. Yeah. Perfect.
Andrew Thomas Young.
That's why I don't
Andrew
use that
Thomas
image.
Young
I use my image
disagrees
from
with you.
Ramsey.
But
I don't care what Andrew Thomas uses. I'm talking reality here, bro.
I think Andrew Thomas Young is talking reality as well.
I don't think so. And I don't think
Well,
you are.
yeah, of course, because he disagrees with you.
Your problem seems too reasonable for you. Roland.
No, he doesn't disagree with him. He disagrees with reality. That's what he's disagreeing with. Let's get it
No, I
right.
think he explains reality quite well.
No,
No,
he
I
assumed the
think he
radius.
explains the reality of the fantasy quite
He doesn't.
well. Yeah.
He doesn't assume the radius except to mention a trivial simplification.
So
of
7/6R,
There is
which
no
is the
radius
base.
to
Yeah,
it.
exactly. 7/6R is a trivial simplification.
Is
it's a gross
what
rule
is
of
the
thumb.
R? What is the R again?
It's the assumed radius of the Earth.
Okay,
And that's why I point out for you. That's why I point out for you. It's a trivial simplification.
Actual radius, is it?
No,
it's not
no.
the actual radius that actually exists. Remember that.
That's
Yeah?
correct. Because there isn't actually, Jen. There isn't in the globe model itself. There isn't a actual radius.
Yeah.
The flat Earth.
If you want to get specific and pedantic, even the globe model itself doesn't have a single specific radius.
If it were flat, the radius would be much larger now, wouldn't it? Because on a flat circle, the radius goes all the way to the edge.
Yeah, but Havana has helped us understand it's not flat. So maybe it's not a globe, but it's not flat.
I think you're delusional there. I think you're
Havana was a helpful tool in showing us that the flat
Havana
is wrong.
not the only place on this flat Earth, mate.
On what?
You know, Havana does not the flat Earth make. Yeah.
Yeah, Havana's the black swan. It's that. It's
on what?
It's a very helpful tool. It's not flat.
It's your straw man. That's what it is.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Also, can you be fair enough to admit that none of us have been to Havana and performed this observation, including you, so there's no real reason to talk about it unless you've done the fucking thing yourself? Does that make sense to you?
I can be fair enough to say that I haven't been to Havana, but I cannot speak
Then
for
you
everybody in the
cannot
circle.
talk about it. Okay, that's fine. You're right. Then you can't talk about it, dude. You don't know what's observed from point A to point B.
But glad I might point out that you're not really listening because I'm not talking about going to Havana. I'm talking about going to Key West.
Okay, you're kind of a liar, dude, because you've said that it
I
can
wanna
never be
see
seen
Havana.
from Key West. It can
Right,
never
right.
be seen.
So
How
I
would
don't
you know
wanna
that
go
if
to
you haven't gone
Havana.
out
I
there
wanna
and
go
done
to
the
Key West.
observations?
Then do that. Then you can come back talk to it. Yeah? Talk about it. Sorry.
Yeah, glad. At least get the city right, though, okay?
Roland, sit, boy. Sit.
Wow.
What would it matter, though? It'd be the same distance in either direction. Like, you're just a sophist, dude.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, sure. Key West from Havana. Fine. I'm down with that.
What's that going to prove?
Yeah, what are you doing? What's that going to
Oh,
it's not going to prove
Jen,
anything
what would that
to
prove?
anybody.
To you guys, nothing. But to me, I would probably have to ask for some of my roles to be changed. If I saw that, I'd have to ask for some of my roles to be changed.
Why?
So if it's not a globe,
Because I'm wrong. Because if I saw that, I'd be wrong, and I'd have to
Well,
change
how would you-
how I think.
Why would that be the metric by which you would falsify the globe?
That's the metric because it's far enough away that all of this crap about refraction, even my arguments, Andrew Thomas Young, the best refraction arguments I can bring, they don't
bunch of
work.
invalid
They fail.
stuff. Okay.
They fail. But listen, by my standards, they fail. So I'll shut up. It's far enough away that I shut up about refraction, but it's close enough that light extinction and haze and pollution and humidity and whatever, it's not so far that we shouldn't be able to see it. It's not that far. Like other people have said, 100-mile observations are possible.
1 second, let's be clear.
So wait. I'm finishing to answer the question. It changes my mind. It doesn't change you guys' mind, but it certainly changes mine.
Right, because you buy it. We don't buy shit. We like to find out.
So how much?
What are you talking about? Find out.
1 second, guys. So you mentioned Andrew Thomas Young. So how much does he say that you can look over the horizon by how much a factor or percentage wise or?
On his description of how far away is the horizon, he says like it's unlimited, and under the rare and unlikely conditions of certain conditions, I mean, there's no limit. You can see as far as light will go.
See your own ass.
No, you can't see your own ass for the same reason that you can't see Paris from New York.
Well, that's what no limit means.
Well, right, but I mean, but at that point, like the same kinds of reasons that you can't see forever on a flat Earth come into play.
So double speak then.
Not double speak, just two phenomena at the same time.
Just
You can
mental
see forever,
impairment
but
speak.
you can't.
But the same reason that you can't see forever on a flat Earth. Not double speak. It's just two things.
Oh, right. Okay. So we're coming. All right. So there's a limit to how far you can see.
Yeah, but the limit is farther than 100 miles. That's the main thing.
You said it extends forever. Well, you said that that's what Andrew Thomas Young says, which he does. I've read that bit.
Yeah,
And
but
didn't you say something about no atmosphere? Seeing
wait,
forever?
if there's no atmosphere, there's no refraction.
So you could see forever.
If there was no atmosphere
and you infinite resolution.
Oh wait. Okay, so hold on.
So with nothing
like
obstructing
the angular
hold on.
resolution thing. No, the angular resolution is valid, but it's solved by telescope or whatever.
Visual
right?
resolution.
Yeah,
Do you
resolution
know what
is
it would be
solved
like
by binoculars, telescopes, etc.
Do you know what it would be like to look through a mediumless environment?
I think it'd be very similar to looking through an environment.
It's a yes
on
or no
extremely
question.
Clear day.
No, clear looking day to a human being doesn't mean there's not a bunch of shit going on.
I think but I think that's what it would look like if it was nothing.
Okay, go ahead. No further questions, Your Honor.
Please never defend yourself in court, Roland. Please.
Oh, I would never. Yeah, even if I actually happen to be a lawyer, I would never defend myself in court. There's a saying. I
mean, like for a traffic ticket. I don't mean like for any.
Yeah, for anything. There's a saying though, right?
You'll get thrown in contempt of court or some shit. Like,
something a fool for a client? A lawyer
don't care. You're old.
That defends himself as a fool for a client.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You said represent yourself. How do you represent yourself, Roland? You can present yourself with the ball, right, or on stage, but how do you represent yourself? Can you present yourself twice?
Represent myself. Oh, like represent, but now you're emphasizing the Sure, you can present yourself twice. You can try to have a do-over. I mean, first impressions are strong, but you could try to make a do-over.
Are you ever going to do an observation that you can bring back to us and talk with us about?
I have.
Show it, please.
I mean, you're not going to like it, and you've already seen it before.
Like it. It's not about liking it or not. It's whether or not it's factual and is real.
Oh, it's factual. There you go. Factual, real. There it is. All we have to do is
no. Dude, listen.
All we have to do is
I'm asking you if you want to observe the Earth. If you've seen that picture, that's two pictures of the fucking moon, you goddamn moron. It's not the Earth.
You didn't.
We're
ask
talking
that
about the
time.
Earth.
You're upsetting everyone.
There you go. There you go, Glatt. Because you didn't ask about that. You said, "Am I going to make an observation?"
So do I really need to break it down for you?
Then you move the
clown show.
Then you move the
fucking Rhodes Scholar is acting like he's never been here before. You know exactly what I'm asking for.
I gave you exactly what you asked for, like in a drop of a hat.
Bro, you better not be married because that woman is. I feel sorry for her, dude. Is that why you're spending more time with us? Things aren't going so well with the lady.
Let's leave his wife out of it. Let's stick to the
Or the
arguments
husband, maybe.
Come on. Let's leave the wife or husband out of it.
Who posted that bottle? The bottle out, for fuck's sakes. That was great. That's a perfect for your boulder right there. That's got to be you right now. I just know it.
It totally is.
It's got to be.
Well, we certainly are at our familiar impasse, aren't we?
What do you want to do about that, man? There are ways to get around it. Here, let me try again. I've calmed down.
Have another drink. It'll be all right.
I don't drink. So, when are you going to make an observation of Earth curvature document that and bring it back and talk to us about it.
I've asked several people about what that means, a measurement of Earth curvature, and the only answer that I've got is drop over distance. Is that what you mean?
Yes, curvature.
Curvature. Drop over distance. And if you need a third definition, fuck you.
Curvature is your claim. How do you not know what it means?
It doesn't matter what I think it means, because if I'm arguing to you,
It's
only
what
really
everybody
matters.
thinks it
You better
means.
fucking know what your terms mean if you're arguing it to us. You're trying to sell us something. You better know what it means.
Yeah, that's true. But it's important that I know what you think it means, not what I think it means.
So we can agree that we mean the same thing by curvature then. Or are you going to tell us what you think curvature is if it's different?
I don't know. I was asked for measurements of Earth curvature, and
Well,
when
listen,
I asked
you believe
when I asked for clarification about what measurements of Earth curvature meant, the only answer I've ever gotten is drop over distance.
Here's the correct answer. Have you seen Earth curvature? Two yes or no questions. Have you seen Earth curvature?
With my own eyeballs, unaided by anything else.
It's a yes or no question. Have you seen Earth curvature for real? Yes or no?
No, Glad. No, I haven't.
You haven't. Okay, fine. Then there you go. I was going to.
I don't know why you say it's a yes or no question, but no, I haven't.
It's a yes or no question. That's why.
He's seen it on TV, guys. Come on, don't knock him. If he believes the TV, he's just like the people from the 1940s.
Hey, Larry, how come you're answering for me and with a different answer than I gave?
Because you're not competent to answer for yourself.
Yeah, you said so. You'd get a lawyer automatically. So
Well, yeah,
that's
but
what
I
happens when you
would
get
not pick
someone
you,
else
Larry.
to.
Larry, I would not pick you. Sorry.
If
Sorry,
you
bro.
get
Sorry, bro.
if you went to traffic,
I did get a judge to back down the other day.
Yeah, even so, I wouldn't
Couldn't
I wouldn't
afford
pick
one.
Larry. God, okay,
Couldn't
that's an
afford one, so
interesting
one was
question.
appointed.
What person in this server would I pick to represent me in court? Oh, jeez.
Me, pick me, come me.
Probably Helio.
That's actually a good call. Yeah. I think sober Helio has everyone's best interest in mind, even drunk Helio. Yeah, Helio would fucking do it. Well, let's talk to somebody else.
Thank you, Glad. God damn, thank you.
That guy.
Helio with
Prima
flat
facie.
make you sober.
What the fuck? What is that
What
name?
am I hearing? PMAC?
Yeah, Helio with flat make you sober.
Prime-Timington.
Prime-Timington.
Yeah, I
Prime
can't read that.
Timington. It's Prime-Timington. Prime-Timington. Ha! I decoded your stupid fucking name. Okay. Hi, hello. Listen, it's 2:30 in the morning, and let's rap. Huh? Prime Timington, do you wanna join in and have a little couple laughs here at your expense? No?
You can't do worse than Roland, so nothing to lose. Point.
Oh, you can always do worse than anybody.
Yeah, I know.
Roland doesn't. The good thing about Roland is he doesn't spiral like attitude-y, like get too emotional. He gets somewhat emotional. Nah, but I would never ban him for his attitude, is what I'm saying.
No, we like it. We like keeping him around,
Yeah.
Like
He's a good
nice
sport.
punching bag, yeah.
Wait. I don't know if I want to be the nice punching bag.
Well, it's not really your
Then
decision.
don't.
That's fair. That's fair. I guess maybe I shouldn't come here.
Then don't. It's like, man, I really hate getting shot with machine gun bullets.
Yeah,
So
no, that's
I should
true.
probably
I
not
just owned-
go outside every day and find people who are
I
shooting machine
totally
guns.
just owned myself, didn't I?
It's all right. It's fine.
Yeah, but you're used to it by now.
It's all in good fun, man.
It was like my third or fourth time ever talking in this server that I got into it with Quantum Eraser. It was a rough ride.
It's a rough ride, yeah, for sure. Because he makes you feel like he's your dad and you're the stupidest person in the world.
He's got that army energy, yeah.
And the military stuff. Yep.
Was he a
Well,
drill sergeant?
if you don't know who he is though, and you just kind of land in the middle of it, it's like, wait, what?
I was like, wait a second, is this guy like new and he just thinks it's okay to yell at people? And then I was like, because I was listening to Nathan Oakley's show, and I was like, no, he's a regular. Holy shit! People choose to have him on, but then I started listening, and like everything he says just completely spot on with that. You know, it's beyond reproach. And so I was like, well, okay, well, there you go. That's fine then. I'm fine with that.
Define triangle.
Yeah, it's like who is this guy who thinks he can talk to people like this? And then you like look him up. You're like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, he can do that.
Yeah, he can talk to people like this. Okay, as you were. Carry on.
He took a lot of shit. He took a lot of shit from Globers back in the day.
Absolutely
and
right.
He's turned on
back in the day. He still does.
Yeah.
Nah,
I give him as much shit as I can. What are you talking about back in the day? Sorry, I'm
but he was
my own fucking spit.
The entire Nathan Oakley panel was beyond patient for ages.
Yeah. Yep.
I know, but I'm just saying, Quantum Racer takes shit back in the day. Like, well, I want to fix that. I want to make sure that he's taking shit, today.
Yeah, but he won't.
And as much as I can fling shit, because clearly my ability is limited.
He won't be polite and call you sir.
Yeah, I mean, and he'd win in a fight between you two just because a guy who talks like he says shit like trans panda rats, and he owns them, and he's not sure if his trans panda rats can eat retard numpty stuff. It's just like that guy is gonna kick the shit out of you. You know what I mean? I don't care.
All right, look, I'm gonna drop two gifs in the live stream. Can I drop two at once? Does that work? Oh, it does. All right. I'm gonna drop two at once. And just
did your brain just grow?
Yeah. What's going on? What's going on here?
What?
Okay. And
come on. We need a little bit of humor sometimes, right?
Is this what qualifies for humor in your camp?
Yeah.
That's more like
I didn't label them. I didn't label who's who.
It's like if you spent 6 months underground by yourself and then you came back out and people are like, "Hey, what's funny?" and then you post stuff like that.
Oh, that's not funny at all. You don't ever feel like that's what's playing out in these fucking servers.
That's like living in my mom's basement humor.
Oh, I guess I see that
I
now.
feel like that's what these servers are like sometimes, and probably from both sides equally.
Yep.
That's just you projecting.
Could be. It could be.
Hey, Roland, how did somebody get this candid shot of you just recently?
Oh, dude.
And you need to quit smoking, by the way.
Wait, how? What?
That is.
You know what's really funny is that guy kind of sounds like he would sound like you. Looks like he would sound like you.
That is actually me, dude. I have that picture on my mantle.
To be fair, that guy's probably like 70 now. But yeah.
No, he's not. Well, I'm not gonna say how old I am, but how did you get that?
That guy's probably a billionaire.
I don't know, man. Look where his printer is. It's under everything.
You mean my printer?
Okay,
Dude,
drop
that
it.
Printer, that printer. No, you don't know how good that was, though. That printer was. That setup was hard.
That was a laser jet, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. It was dot matrix, and you're dissing on this picture, but you have no idea how much effort went into it. And honestly, that spot is right over there.
Not only that, cameras couldn't take a picture of a monitor like that. That monitor's faked because the camera.
The monitor is not fake, but the
yes, it is.
The monitor's not.
That's what I mean. Yeah, fucking egg. Jesus, hair splitting, fucking champion.
Well, because I know what. Because
of nothing. You just like to split hairs because you're a cocksucker.
No, because the picture's on my mantle, and I know what's on the monitor in that picture.
And you like to split hairs, and you're a cocksucker.
I do like to split hairs, and I'm not a. Well, that's not appropriate language for this service.
I know. I'm sorry.
How else are we supposed to describe you?
It was a bulletin board on the monitor, you jackasses, and it was an important one. I was proud of myself in that picture. And my dad took it, not my mom, you jackasses.
Has anyone noticed the cigarette he's holding?
That's before
It's
your
just
dad went out for a pack of cigarettes, right?
It's why you gotta cut so deep? And yes, I was a smoker at the time, but I've learned the error of my ways and reformed, and I no longer smoke tobacco products.
Is it okay if I
asking
take
on
that
the
picture and
ground.
put it
No
on
ashtray.
frame it and put it on my wall? Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
But as Glatt has pointed out to you, it's somewhat fake because it's been altered. I could send you. I could
send us
send
the
you the
real
real
one.
deal.
Dude, those are menthols. I just saw them.
Why you gotta call me out like that?
Huh?
You got scissors or a knife?
Look. Menthols are okay. They're cool and refreshing.
Wait. How can you tell?
Never
doesn't
mind. I
matter.
see the ashtray.
Yeah, never mind
Those
how
are
you can tell.
menthols. The ashtray.
Oh, yeah, green. Yep, those are menthols. Yep. Good call. And you see,
Well, it's a very
You want to know
interesting,
something? You want to know
photograph.
something else? They're Docker pants, too, and I was quite fucking proud of it because Dockers. And
well,
fuck you guys.
I bet you wore a members only jacket too. Bet you still have it.
I didn't, but I would have.
So funny. Members only. It's like, really?
By the way, I got LASIK, and I don't have to wear the glasses anymore either, jackass.
Nice, yeah, because those were definitely not helping you with the ladies.
All right. So you're so smart, Glatt. What's the black wire in the background?
T1 line. I don't know.
It's where you hide your
What are the knobs on the monitor?
It looks like, hold on, it looks like that black cord is connected to what should be the phone, i.e. internet connection. But I don't know what that black cable is.
But you can see what the actual phone line is doing because you can see it in the picture.
Right. I don't know what this black thing is doing. I meant the thing in the picture. I meant the computer cable. You guys are fun. All right, I need
it's
to
even connected to a computer.
Yeah. Does it have a noose? Does it have a noose on the other end?
No, God Rockin', it does not.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I wasn't. I was not suicidal.
Okay.
I was
cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it in a trailer?
God Rockin', why do you hate on me so much, man?
I'm just messing with you, bro. Just chill out. I don't hate on you at all. You need to chill out, bro. Like you said, I'm not like that. I don't hate on anybody, but I will stand up and defend my ground quite firmly. And if I sound like I'm hating you, I don't. I don't hate nobody. I'm a God-fearing, loving person. And if you were here, I would probably give you a big hug.
Aw, that'd be sweet.
I'm serious,
dude. You're a punching bag, but you're our punching bag. Like,
oh, is it like nobody calls my sister fat but me?
Hey, Roland, you want to go share a pack of Mentos later, buddy?
No, I quit that. All right, no more Mentos for me. Menthos. What are you talking about, Menthos? No more Menthos.
I have sugar-free Mentos if you like.
Mentos. I see. It's a little slip of the tongue there.
Can I get one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna throw it to a Glober later though when he needs it, or are you gonna be selfish and keep it for yourself?
Of course, I'm gonna keep it for myself. Why are you asking that?
I don't know. I always try to give them to the Globers because I want to go back. You know what I mean?
You know what?
Wait. Flatter Day Saints. Are you the guy? I saw a video of a guy with a Flatter Day Saints ball cap talking to a pair of Mormons on the street corner. Is that you?
I love those guys.
Was that you?
Guilty as charged. I wouldn't say it wasn't me. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know, but the video I saw of a flat earther cornering some Mormons on the street corner and like evangelizing to the Mormons was just like, I loved it.
If you want to see what Flatter Day Saints looks like, just watch some of Witzett's streams while he was in California. I think he was on at least 2 of them.
Oh, I mean,
I
I
posted a meme.
I saw the guy evangelizing to the Mormons. That was
I posted a when Flatty meets Sally meme. That was me.
because the Mormons, like whoever, if it was you, I don't know, but whoever it was, like, gave the Mormons some
Were
like
you the
paper.
bum that was trying to fight Woodsit Fighter Day?
No, dude, I'd have his back for the fullest, bro.
I'll fight.
I'm joking.
I'll fight with it.
I wouldn't.
He was the barefoot guy eating the orange with the peel and all.
Okay.
But the
Yeah, I
moment
just
in
saw
that
it got
the
a little
moment in
hairy
that
at the
video,
end there. California.
whoever the flat earther was, like, had some like paper with them to like give out that had stuff written on it, and gave it
Oh
to the
yeah, I had a
Mormons.
flat.
And the
I gave him a
Mormon
flat
and
Earth flyer.
yeah, and they like, and it was like so classic because they have paper to give out too. And like somebody gave them paper, and like they didn't know what to do, and he like put it in his pocket, and he like shifted his weight from foot to foot, and I was like, oh, this is so.
Bro, I asked them. They're like, we gotta go. I'm like, well, let me go with you. Do you know Spanish? No, like, I'm willing to learn whatever. Yeah, so they take off. They don't want me to go, right? And so I follow them for a block, right? And then they see me and they make a quick left, and I'm at a 4-way intersection, and I just sit at the intersection for like, I don't know, 20 or 30 seconds, and I'm like, so this is how you guys feel? Like, you guys are just gonna walk away from me? You're just gonna ignore me? And they just keep going, and the one taller dude turns
Dude,
back
you're
and
just
looks, and I'm
triggering the shit out of them because like all of their training in like missionary school is to like not do that, and you're like,
yeah. Like, if they gave me enough leeway, I'd literally go home with them and just pass out talking to them and wake up and be like, what are we going to eat for breakfast? You know what I mean? I don't have nothing else to do.
Did you ever talk to them again?
I talked to other ones. I mean, they don't walk down my street anymore. But
Yeah, but
when I see them, I'm driving and
if you ever do that again, just a little like insider tip, like if you ask them to follow up, they pretty much have to.
Really?
So you'll get the same guys to come back.
Hey, Rolling Boulder, I was born and raised in Utah. I live around these missionaries. I got family members that have been on missions. So yeah, that's pretty much you're pretty on target. If you ask them to follow up, they will.
I have to say those exact words to follow up.
Well,
no,
no,
you don't. You don't have to say. It's not magic words. You just have to like invite.
What if I ask them for their number? Did they have to give me their number?
No.
They might.
They might.
Well,
But I'm saying.
I could tell them, here, I'll give you my number. Let me call your number to give you my number, and then I'll have their number.
They might do that, but it's not really like magic words. I'm just saying, like, if you say, I want to talk to you guys again, and you give them a way to find you, they will find you.
Well, do they know I want to talk to them because they're like walking away from me while I'm still talking?
Yeah, that's different. That's a little different. You gotta kind of. I mean, not to be like flippant, not to be too flippant and jokey, but it's a little bit like vampires. You gotta kind of make it clear that you're inviting them.
They're like the vampires, or I am like the vampire?
The metaphor is flimsy and bad, but they are the
bring
vampires.
them cookies. They love cookies. Bring them cookies.
Yeah, exactly. Or God, any food, dude. Bring them a meal, cook them, feed them, and they love you.
I like to think of myself.
I'm not kidding. Share a meal with some Mormon missionaries, and you just made 2 new friends.
My dad
they'll play games with you. They'll fix your fucking plumbing, whatever.
Yeah, my dad sold a hang glider for $50 to 2 Mormon missionaries in the 80s. See, I don't know how that happened, but I remember they came to the house, and then a couple days later they came back, and my dad gave them this bag of metal pipes and canvas, and they were happier than pigs and shit.
Would they want to be in one of my videos, do you think?
Say what?
Do you think they'd be down to be in one of my rap videos, like just for background?
I mean, the honest answer is, if they felt like that was a way to reach you and spread the word to you, yes.
Yeah,
that's
the missionaries.
That's the straight truth. That's the straight truth. If they felt like being in a rap video with you was the way to share the truth with you, they would do it.
I don't even think they know what.
You have no idea how sincere. These people are. Whatever else you think of them, they are sincere and honest and trying their hardest.
Yeah, no, Mormon missionaries are the only people I open the door to. They're the only people worth opening the front door to.
Yeah, if
lucky enough for them to
Mormon
show up.
missionaries came to your door and you said my toilet's clogged and I can't figure it out,
Well, I
they
wouldn't
would
take.
try
Yeah, I
to.
wouldn't take advantage of them. But yeah, they're great
No, but no, I mean
conversationalists.
they would try to fix it for you, and if they couldn't share the
Probably
gospel
would.
with you, they would still fix your toilet. I don't know.
Yeah, the church needs
You
that.
say
spirit.
that, but I've never had that. I've never had that type of experience with any of them. All I've had them try to do is all get away from me, and whatever they can do to get away from me. That's all I've
Well,
ever had with
okay,
them.
so I'll challenge you. The next time you see them, don't tell them about the shape of the earth, and talk to them and see what you think. Just don't talk about the shape of the earth. Just one time that you see them, just talk to them.
Do Mormons have some problem with like flat Earth in particular?
Nah, they don't. I don't think. I mean, I can't speak for Mormons. I'm not the Mormon spokesperson here. And
Want to
God
know what
rockin'.
the standard? You want to know what the standard reaction to flat Earth is for Mormons? I'll tell you. I know. I live around them all day long. I live in Utah.
God rockin', where
Practically all my neighbors are Mormon. You mention flat Earth, they pull out their cell phone, pull up a picture of the globe, and say, "Look." They hand you the phone and say, "Look, this is where we live."
Oh
Yeah,
man,
I mean, Mormons are globers. But God rockin', where do you live? Where do you grow up? Can you?
I live in Utah. I live in Utah.
What?
nice.
But I mean,
I was
like
born
Salt
and
Lake.
raised here. Born and raised here, 30 miles north of Salt Lake.
Utah is an
North, okay.
awesome state. Love it.
I'm only really solidly familiar with South, and I've only been North once, and that was a terrible experience because it was a whatever. Doesn't matter. But yeah, okay.
North of Salt Lake, 30 miles.
Go south of Salt Lake about that distance, and
That's
you can
Provo.
find me. I know what it is.
You buried
I
something
know
in the
the area
desert.
like
What
the
happened?
back of my hand, bro. You can't tell me one spot in Utah that I don't know exactly where it is.
And go a little bit further south of there, and you'll find where I retired from the National Guard.
What? Panguitch, Cedar City.
Starts
what,
with Spanish
Erewhon?
and it ends with Fork.
Spanish Fork. Is that right? Is that what you're saying? Spanish Fork or what?
I mean, that does start with Spanish and end with Fork, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's Spanish Fork is a canyon. Spanish Fork Canyon. Why do they call it Spanish Fork? You know?
No, I never asked.
Because the Spanish Trail comes up down from southern Utah, from the Gulf of Mexico, straight up through Utah, and they forked off and went to the Uinta Mountains up canyon there by Provo and Springville. And that's why it was called Spanish Fork now. And they went up there and did their gold mining. They were mining up in Utah basically from the 1600s on to about 1800, about 200 plus years. They were up here gold mining every year, bringing trails of packed mules along with them. Thousands of gold miners. They would split off. Some of them go to the Uinta Mountains. Some of them went up into Idaho. Some of them went down into southern Utah. They had a huge mining operation here in Utah for about a little over 200 years.
I would never. You don't sound like a person from Utah, but your knowledge is. I don't dispute it either. Like, it surprises me.
He's got a flat out of Utah hat, dude.
No, I mean, I don't even think God Rockin' will fight me on this. He doesn't sound like in the stereotype way.
You don't want to fight God Rockin', bro.
Oh, I do. I do want to fight him.
No, you don't, bro.
All right, we'll set it up. Cage match. We'll do it.
Yeah, right.
No, you're a little out of your league. You're a little out of your league, Rolling Boulder. I don't want to go into my past or
I
anything
don't. I do not
You're
mind
way
fighting
out of
above
your
my.
league.
I don't
You guys
mind
get up
fighting
with
above my
theoretical
weight
fight?
class, man.
All right.
But this is the place. This is the place.
Rowan, you're like 400 pounds? What are you?
Oh, 400. You give me some credit, man. Oh, I see. Yeah, God Rockin's. He's. It's like that Game of Thrones scene with the mountain and the little Hispanic guy.
Yeah.
Roland, I heard you earlier.
I'm 6 foot tall, 200 pounds, and I'm 66 years old, and I'm still healthy enough to whip anybody's ass.
I'm 5'4" and 290 pounds. So fight me.
No thanks. I don't want to hurt you.
Oh,
I heard you say earlier that you said the Earth isn't a globe, but you could disprove flat Earth.
I was conceding that the Earth the flat Earth people here in this server had disproved the globe, but I had disproved the flatness of it, so it has to be some third shape.
Well, you know what? You can get me halfway to where I'm trying to go, because I'm trying to go back to the ball. I really want to go back. I want to go back to how I used to think. And like, if you could take me halfway there and like a 20 or 25 word sentence to just quickly disprove my flatopia belief, I'm halfway back to the globe. You know?
Okay,
and
here we go. Here we go.
That's like my whole goal in life, basically. I want to get back to where I was, you know?
Okay, I can't do that for you. I can't get you back to where you are.
Yeah.
But this is what I got for you. Quantum Eraser is a respectable guy, and he's established the validity of the black swan argument. If I can find a black swan, then black swans. There are ample observations of 100 miles long, one from Hawaii that I learned of tonight. And so every 100-mile observation under favorable conditions should work. I want to see Havana from the beaches of Key West, and I can't. It's not visible. So the Earth can't be flat.
You said under favorable conditions. Under favorable.
I'm only. He wanted halfway, and I'm only offering perhaps quarter.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Sometimes when I need a pain pill and all I have is a little teeny bit left to help my back, that'll do just fine. It'll be suffice, I should say, as opposed to nothing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that's what I got for you. I got a black swan against the flatness of the Earth. I've shown you an observation. I've shown you an observation that should work on the flatness.
What you know about that, though? That's my neighborhood, bro. The black swan.
Yeah. So I just gave you a beautiful, feathery, smooth, silky black swan.
All you did was tell me something I've lived by my whole life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So then it should work really well, right?
Not really, but you know what? I just out of respect for you, you know what I mean? You know, I came to you with money to get the Kron, and you gave me some of that swag. But you know what? I'm just gonna act like it's cool because I don't want to burn your friendship, and I'm afraid of you fighting me. You know what I mean?
Oh, my friendship's not burnable. I'm friends with Sleepy Joe and Larry.
He is. I told you not to tell anyone about that.
Okay. You did.
Do you think he's good? Is he good like Matthew?
Huh?
What's wrong with you, bro?
Is he potty trained and everything like Matthew? He could roll over, you know, shake.
He's not
no, I pee on the floor.
We're getting there. I mean, you know, we just have to clean up.
I had the valued roll and lost it. So
You ever notice pee or water or whatever, when it's small enough it creates almost a ball? You know what I mean? Have you noticed that? When it's a drop, it's
I've never. I did pee on an electric fence once and regretted it.
But if you won't even validate the curb, then how can I believe it, dude? Come on, man. Give me something, bro. Come on.
Oh, I'm a bad shill, dude.
No, I don't think you're.
Sorry.
All right. Well, do you think maybe I could borrow some of your bone marrow or blood plasma? Well, everybody around here is out of it, or we're running low, I should say.
If my blood plasma would keep you alive, I would give it to you.
Cool.
It probably accelerate whatever disease you have, though.
Yeah,
Hey,
I do have the space crabs. So
Rolling Boulder, how old are you? Just a ballpark figure, if you don't mind telling me.
I based on what I know of you, I'm roughly the same age as you.
I'm 66. There's no way
Okay, I'm not the same age as you.
You're not 66, dude.
I'm not 66.
You're not. Yeah.
But I'm not 25 either.
I'm gonna guess I don't know.
Is that enough?
40.
Can I be somewhere between 25 and 66? Is that enough?
Can you give us the decade?
I was just curious. You sound like you might be maybe 30 years old, 35 at the most.
Yeah.
What? Let's go with that. 35 at the most sounds great.
I think he's 40, but yeah.
Could be.
Roland, do you identify as a boulder?
I do, actually.
You know what my son said? Rolling Boulder is a nick or an anagram or whatever you call it, or a example of what a meth smoker does when he puts his meth in the pipe. He rolls the boulder back and forth when he smokes it. He said that's called rolling boulder.
I haven't heard that before. All right, pop quiz.
From now on, when I think of you, I'm going to think of you smoking a meth pipe. Just so you know.
That's fair. What is my avatar?
Oh, let's look.
Yeah, where's your last troll post? Where is it? I'll just go look here. What is? Can I zoom in? How do I zoom in?
I don't know. I can
Shit,
drop it
dude.
in the. I can drop
Yes,
the source
post
of
them
it
both. Oh
in.
no, I got it. Okay.
You asked this a long while ago, and I forget the answer.
There you
but
go. I dropped
it was
the.
it was an entertaining journey to the answer.
Come here,
I
baby.
dropped it in the live stream.
What? It's like 666, some shit like that. Like
No, it's not.
You see my avatar picture, Rolling Boulder, and you think you didn't realize I was an elderly man?
Well, first of all, I don't ever trust avatars, so that could just be a picture of like your dad or who
It's
the fuck
me.
knows.
It's me 6 months ago.
And from your picture, I would not say 66. I'd say.
I know I don't look 66. I'm healthy
you
for
don't.
my age.
You are.
That's right. I look young for my age. You're right.
Plus, you got the glasses on, and I don't know. It's hard to say. I wouldn't say 66 though. I'd say from that picture, God, I don't know. I'd say 45 to 55.
Well, thank you very much, by the way.
yeah, dude. I'm seeing a bunch of sixes here. I don't know, man. You kind of freaking me out.
Are you really? You're seeing sixes in that picture?
Yeah, dude. They're everywhere. It's like you don't see them.
Why not threes? Isn't
No,
33
dude, there's
like the thing
sixes.
too?
Dude, you're freaking me out. These are all sixes.
That's wild. I don't. I see some sixes.
Yeah, you see the first one's obvious, and then it sort of like loops to an inverted one.
I almost don't want to even tell you what it actually is now.
Okay. I'm going to pretend
I want
I
to go with
care.
the sixes. I think it's satanic. This picture is Satan.
Chaos theory double pendulum. Okay.
Why are you calling me out like that?
Thank
God,
you.
He found the. That's almost the exact thing.
So I don't understand. So is this like?
Hey, Rolling Boulder. There's a picture
Like a
of me
random walk?
next to my Jeep. There's a picture next to me, next to my Jeep, about.
Are you the
30
baby?
Years ago, about 30 years ago.
Are you the baby?
That's my son.
Oh, that's not you.
No. Where? Right there.
How many years ago?
I do like the Jeep though, man. A lot.
Yeah, everyone does.
You need a snorkel.
1947.
You need a snorkel, and you need a winch, and you need a jet.
No. It's got a small block 350 in it with about 600 horsepower.
Even so, you need a winch.
Axles.
Do you know why you need a winch? Do you know why you need a winch?
I race it on the street. I drag race it. I don't take it off road. I just whip people's ass.
I was gonna say you need a winch to rescue people like me that do stupid things.
No. It's a drag racing Jeep. It's fun. It's faster than
I almost spent the night in the middle of nowhere with no food and no water, except that somebody that did have a winch came along.
It does really good on the dunes too.
No one's surprised about that.
No one should be. I like the pads on the roll bar though, dude. That's like, what is that going to save you from?
No, that's for your safety.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, if it comes down to the pads on the roll bar,
when he rescues you, you're gonna hit your head. Yeah.
I love. You know what I love most of all though is that FM antenna. That's so sexy.
It's pretty cool. You still have that Jeep? Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, do you have that Jeep still?
God Rocket. Right, we lost him.
Oh, that stinks.
I was talking. Sorry. Yeah, it's put away. It's in storage, but I'll get it out.
You have it. Okay.
Yeah, it's been 5 or 6 years since I've driven it. It'll start right up and run though.
I don't know if I can compete on the spot, but I'm digging in the old photo album that's accessible to me right now.
Behind it is my new dually that I tow my race car with. I got a race car that I had back then too. I sold the race car though.
What happened? Everybody just go away?
Everyone dozed off, or the the drinks or whatever drugs kicked in on them. The mind-altering substances which people were taking have kicked in.
Drugs.
I think everyone's just trying to find out how to get one of these Jeeps. The thing is a nice vehicle.
Yeah, a friend of mine built it originally, and then when I bought it from him, I took and bought a brand new body and put on it from R.C. Whitney, J.C. Whitney. It was like in a Sears Roebuck catalog, and it was a 1947 Willys Jeep. Put the brand new body on it and had it painted, and then I put the 350 Chevy in it, took a 327 out of it.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second, but I'm back.
Then it's got a Muncie 4-speed in it, and then I had to replace the axles in the rear end because I kept breaking them, snapping them in half. So I had to get some Summers Brothers axles and a real expensive posi traction carrier. It was a Dana 44, I think. I was going to put a spool and axles in it, but they kind of chirp when you go around the corner. So I put a limited slip Dana 44 in it with spider gears anyway. And then it had 411 gears in the rear end and 411 in the front end. I never put it in four-wheel drive unless I was on the sand. We got some sand dunes down here in central Utah that's fun. A place called Sand Mountain. People race up it and shit. But anyway, it's pretty well souped up. And, for a Jeep, it's got all brand new interior, the fiberglass bucket racing seats. And
it's a beaut.
Yeah.
Even the paint's cool on it.
The front grille is chromed. The windshield is chromed. My leaf springs are chromed. I got chrome fender well headers on it. And that's a stainless steel plate on the side. And then my front end and rear end differential covers are chromed. And my exhaust mufflers are chromed as well. So it's got quite a bit of chrome underneath. Like I said, I took the leaf springs and had those chromed as well.
My sunglasses are chrome.
No, those are Varnays. Back in the day. The old popular Varnays.
Chrome my porch. I like chrome.
I think you could buy it. You can get those Jeeps. I think you can get them in Army surplus. Like when, as a matter of fact,
Rockin', I'm trying hard to find some pictures for you, but I'm coming up empty.
I think a friend of mine might even have one. He's got a military salvage yard in Fillmore, Utah, and he salvages military surplus. I know he's got trailers, and I think he had a couple of Jeeps, older Jeeps, like years ago. He might even have one still.
Yeah, one of my friends, well, this is 25 years ago, had a CJ5. Is that what they are? But that thing, I drove it one time.
Mine's a CJ2A, is what it's called.
Oh, yeah, his was he bought it just how it was, and you had to fight that thing every gear shift. I mean, it was like but it was a cool vehicle. Once you got it going, it was like, whoa.
Yeah, mine's all after. I put a Chevrolet V8 in it, a 350, all souped up.
Well, yeah, yours probably runs like a top, but
I put a Muncie 4-speed out of a Camaro in it. And then I rebuilt the front end and rear end and put aftermarket axles in the back because I kept breaking them. Summers Brothers axles out of California. Had to have them special made. But yeah, there's really nothing there that's CJ2A anymore other than the body and it's all aftermarket stuff. Same in the dash. The dash is all aftermarket gauges and all that kind of stuff. But I think you could buy those. I think you can still get them. CJ military surplus sales sometimes. I don't know what CJ it would be, a 2A, 3A, whatever, CJ, whatever. Mine's a 47 2A, so it's really old.
That's cool.
But really, the only thing that's that old is the frame. And then I took the body off, bought a brand new body, and then sandblasted the frame and then repainted it. So it's been basically refurbished from the ground up. So.
So, God Rockin', why do you think I am such a liar?
I didn't really call you a liar. I said you were dishonest, and I think that you are dishonest about certain things. Basically,
you think I say things that I don't believe?
No, I think that. Well, let me think about this for just 1 second.
Well, that was during the
I think it's very
Hogwarts
dishonest.
thing.
I think it's very dishonest to use stuff like the radius of the Earth in a calculation when it's never been proven. I don't think the radius of the Earth is anywhere even close to what they tell us. Of course, I think we live on a flat plane, and I think the radius of this Earth is probably closer to 25,000 miles from center to edge because it's flat. It could be maybe more because I think there's more land out there. I also think that if you watch the new Flat Earth Lost History of Flat Earth movies, the 6-hour video, there's a new one out. It's about the moon map and how the moon is plasma, and it's a direct image of the land on the Earth. It even shows the continent, the North American continent and South America. They're mapped out. They're perfect. They look identical to what we've been shown. The guy maps them out and shows it. I think that he's onto something there. It's a direct projection, plasma projection of somehow what the Earth is. It's called the moon map, the moon Earth map. Maybe you should take a look at it. I think it's realistic. I think it's real. I think the moon is plasma, and he goes on to just explain more about it. But anyway, I just think that there's so much evidence for the Earth to be flat, and it's self-evident. You don't really need much evidence. You can go out and use your eyes and see it's flat. You can go out and stand on the ground, and you can tell it's not moving. Not only that, it's in Scripture, and I'm not a Scripture fanatic, but it's in every Scripture that there is on the planet. It's in the Quran. It's in all the old texts. It's talked about the Earth is flat, blah, blah, blah. And it makes perfect sense. I mean, who would even imagine for 1 second that you live on a spinning ball as it's flying through space in a complete vacuum? That makes no sense. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. As all the other planets, if they're gas planets, they're a violation. They're nothing but merely lights not very far above our heads. They're sentient beings, like the Bible says. They rotate around Polaris. It's very obvious. You can watch time-lapse photography. They rotate around Polaris. They have moved in 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years, whatever it is. That's proof enough right there for me that this is not moving, and not one bit. If we were moving, there's no amount of parallax that would make up so that those stars are in the exact same spot every year, year after year after year. And Polaris is in the same hole in the rock. You can look at the Georgia Guidestones. They've got a spot you can see Polaris through. A whole bunch of older buildings, pyramids, old structures built by different civilizations use the solstice, the summer solstice, the winter solstice to shine the sunlight through holes on the sides of their buildings. When it hits a certain block on the other side, it's time to plant your crops. It's time to harvest. It's this, it's that. It's a perfect clock that's been there for thousands of years. If we were moving through space, that clock would not be working for 1 minute, my friend. Those stars, and if you think you can see a star, 1 light year is 5 trillion miles. Do the inverse square law on that, bro. They're gone out of, they're I don't care how big you make them. And here's another proof. If you take a camera and zoom in on a star that's 50 trillion miles away, if you think we have a camera that's strong enough to make that image, make that star get larger in the screen, you're sadly mistaken. It would just be the same size little dot way out there. You wouldn't get bigger in the screen. The only reason them stars get bigger is because they're local. Just like the sun, local. You can put your hands up and warm your hands from the sun. It's like trying to warm your hands from a fire, my friend. If the fire is 93 million miles away, you can warm your hands from it? No, I don't think so. I don't care how big it is. That's too far. The sun's just right there above us, just like the flat earth says, just like the Bible says. Everything else, it's a perfect clock. The celestial stars are a perfect clock. The sun, the moon, it's all meant to function perfectly for us. It was built for us. It's a perfect little spot for us to live. It's obviously built by design. It's just, there's just no way. It's too self-evident, bro. I don't understand how anybody doesn't get it. I mean, it's right there in front of your face all day long. And the globe's got to make up all these stories about, you can't see them because it doesn't look like it's moving because of parallax. Oh, it does. Oh, that's because they're so far away. Oh, that's because the sunlight rays are straight from the infinite light or from 93 million miles away. When you can look at the sun, they're divergent. They come through the clouds at divergent. They're close. It's local sun. The hot spot on the clouds shows you that the sun is local. You can't get a hot spot on the clouds or the water from a 93 million mile sun. I mean, I could go on for 5 hours describing to you why this is a flat earth and not a globe. And I'm not have to make up any excuses or come up with any fantastical reasons for this and that and the other. It's flat. It looks flat because it is flat. It's simple. Really, really simple, my friend. One day you'll get it. I really hope you do, because it's a very liberating truth, and it is the truth. And why would you believe our government? My God, do you know what they're doing to the people on this earth? You know what's going on right now with do you have any idea what they're doing to us? They're killing us off, bro.
I do not know what they're doing to us.
Why don't you look into it?
What do I do? Google what is the U.S. government doing to U.S. citizens?
No.
Don't be dishonest. You know what we're talking about, and the fact that we can't talk about it is also.
Oh. Well, DM it to me then. I think I might know what you're talking about, but I'm not entirely sure. I can only guess, and the things that I think you might be alluding to. The things I think you might be alluding to.
The gas prices have gone up because of one reason. They shut the pipelines off coming out of North Dakota. We were the number one oil producing country in the world until Biden decided to shut the oil lines down. All you got to do is turn them back on, and our gas prices go right back down to $1.89. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
They're doing that on purpose. You know, all the farmlands being bought up. Do you know who's buying it up, Rolling Boulder? Bill Gates and some people like him. Why? Because they're not going to plant crops.
I'm out of my jurisdiction, but I feel a slight bit of server defense because I don't know which of these things cause the bots to trigger and shut things down. So I think we should stay on the Earth and avoid.
Okay, that's fine too. Well, I'm just telling you.
Are you gunning for a mod position?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I mean, not really. It's funny because I used to be.
I'm just telling you, dude. If you can't see what's going on right now, and you don't feel an urgency to find the truth, just so you can save your own ass and your family, the people that you care and love about, and you care about and love. If you don't feel an urgency to take care of your family members right now, then I feel extra sorry for you, because they're going to need you and they're going to need your help. Where everyone's going to need some help very soon, and I think you should consider being a God-fearing, God-believing man and help your family and friends, because bad times are coming, my friend.
To alleviate your anxiety, I will share with you that we have food storage, we have water storage, we have first aid supplies, we have...
Are you in Bill Gates' family?
I'm not Bill Gates' family, but I do take preparedness seriously, and I don't count on the conveniences of life. I don't count on municipal water. I don't count on food. I try to make sure that I'm prepared to have those things taken from me.
But there's really no reason why we shouldn't have those things. See, there's purposeful things. That's
true, but the things that other people provide, like water and food, I try to make sure that I'm ready to provide them for myself.
How much food do you have? How many years worth do you have?
I don't have years. I have months.
I have I have at least 2 years.
How
right
could
now,
you
at
have
least.
2 years of water? 2 years of water is an enormous, like.
God rocket, right
That's
on.
an enormous. I have 2 years of food, and I
You
know
have
where
to,
to
do
get
you
water.
have 2 years of water?
No, but I know where a huge underground
Oh,
river
okay.
is that I have access to.
Okay.
We've been collecting Globy tears around here for years, so it's.
I
who knows?
have about, so God rocking
Hey,
to be
It's
fully
salty
disclosed to
water,
you.
though.
I have
Roland, may
about,
I ask you a question, please?
after I answer God rocking, I have about 6 months of food, and I have about.
Thank God.
I have
Okay.
about 4 weeks. I have about 4 weeks of water, give or take, and then I have the resources to like extend that. But
You'll be fine.
yeah,
As long as you're
prepared.
playing like
I'm prepared
a
for. I'm
Denzel,
prepared
a
for.
Denzel Washington film, you'll be fine. Of the heliocentric like mythos, what's the most appealing thing? I'm not asking you to prove it or say if it's real or not real. What's most appealing to you about it?
Oh, geez, that's a brand new question. The most, like, I don't know.
Yeah, what's got you dug in on it? Is it the idea that we're just space dust with no free will, not responsible for anything? I mean, what is it? Because
I don't think even in the physics type stuff, I side more with people like Laplace, and I think that I think you still have
Laplace?
free will. Yeah, I think you still have free will.
What did Laplace say?
Oh, he was like with the quantum mechanics and like the diving down into like if you knew the state of everything, then you could predict everything. He kind of rejected that, and
okay. So if we have free will either way, well, like,
yeah. So
what's left?
even with like modern
Is it the
physics, I still
movies?
think.
I mean, what is it?
What keeps me? So your question is like, what keeps me attached to the globe? Like, why am I here?
No, just
arguing for the globe?
what's most appealing to you about it? Because I love 2001: Space Odyssey. I used to think that was real, but I still love it. It's beautiful. I understand, and the idea of just dropping into some sort of wormhole that sends us to some place that looks exactly like Earth, but it's perfect. What is it?
The most appealing. Gosh, I don't know, dude. I that question is from left field, and I've never thought about it before.
It's the pair.
I think that the thing that's most appealing is that I think it's beautiful.
You think the
yeah,
chaos?
I mean, yeah, it's like I just said, the Stanley Kubrick depiction of space, which is
no. I don't know about that.
What's beautiful?
No,
like the idea of like endless
not
nothingness that sprung from nothing by chance is beautiful.
Not Hollywood. I don't know.
Why would Werner von Braun put on his headstone that
the question to me was what's the most appealing about it?
So
and
like
I don't and nothing about Hollywood. Nothing about Hollywood.
Like the things that like Hubble. Hubble would qualify though as Hollywood.
Kind of. But the physics of it more, the math of it is
yeah, but the physics of it is all extrapolated out from.
You can debunk what I find to be beautiful, but I'm trying to share.
No,
with you. It's
I'm not
Hollywood.
arguing.
It's
I'm
not
not
Hollywood.
Arguing what you find beautiful. I'm just
not
commenting
Hollywood.
on it.
It's not really the photos. It's the physics of it. It's the literal physics behind it.
So, I'm not trying to be a smartass, but the whole idea to you that monkeys in a room with typewriters and cigarettes given endless time one monkey could complete but that's what just hold on. But that's not beautiful to you? That idea of anything is possible. This monkey typed Shakespeare, all of his works.
That's not what I'm talking about. No.
Well, what is beautiful then?
That is what
because that would be beautiful.
That's different, though.
It's not different.
To me,
the universe came from nothing. That's what he's saying.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I don't know. So we're reaching back. We're reaching back to the origins of the universe, and I don't.
Yeah, where the hell did the universe come from?
I don't know. And I'll stand by that. People say God created it. People say Big Bang, and I say I don't know, and I'll stand by that as ardently as the God people and the Big Bang people. I don't know
we
where
must
it came
admit
from.
that you and I have both been throughout our lives infiltrated with all these images and stories that it's hard. It's unless you completely dismiss them, it's hard not to be influenced by them.
That's true.
Correct?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I was raised God fearing for sure, and also taught Big Bang, and
Who's
so
your god?
I had both influences present throughout my development. My grandparents were just, evangelical, devout to the core, and my teachers, many of them, were the opposite. So I don't know. Like, I've got both influences present. The beauty to me doesn't have anything to do with the origin of life, the origin of the universe, the origin of these things. The beauty to me is the present moment, that a very small set of equations explains very many things. I find that beautiful. And
What does that have to do with the
that's
globe?
the thing, when you ask what's the most appealing thing to me, it's how few concepts are needed to explain all of the things. And when I sit in my own backyard and I look up at night and just watch, that's what I feel. That's what I feel. Even in the daytime, when I stand at the beach, and I was raised by the beach, and I love the beach, and I love playing in the waves, and I sit in the sand and I watch, I feel the same kind of awe.
With the globe. Nothing to do with the globe.
Yeah, the beach
Well,
is cool.
I don't know
I
about the
agree.
globe. I'm saying the question to me was what's the most appealing, and it's how few concepts are
I
needed
gotcha.
to explain all of these.
Thanks for thinking about it. That's a good. That's an interesting answer. I mean,
have you not listened to Michio Kaku and all these astrophysicists that say they fly by the seat of their pants? They have no idea what's really going on out there. It's all just it's all just fantasy.
He's not
yes,
lying.
Godrock, and I concur. I don't know how
he's
the universe
accepting
started.
the leaps of logic as part of the equation. I guess
Oh
is
my
that?
God.
I mean,
No.
do you accept the leaps of logic?
How the universe started, and the
That's all
leaps of
fantasy, bro. We don't even have to worry about that shit.
We don't
the
need.
stars are right above our head. This was created. We weren't given dominion over the heavens. We were given dominion over the earth. We'll never understand what's up there and beyond what's beyond the stars or any of that stuff. That's not our domain. Not our domain.
I've never
There's no amount of physics that's going to explain it to you, bro. That's all made up. That's all made up fantasy shit that these scientists are flying by the seat of their pants on, all just for entertainment, all just to keep their grants coming in, and all just to keep their money paying their bills and whatnot. None of it's real, bro. None of it.
I think it is actually. Or
that's what.
Well, have you ever considered though
I
that
don't
it's
know.
not?
Oh yeah.
Do you know?
Have you considered though that it's like have you ever considered entertain the thought that maybe this is just kind of like a myth? Has that ever crossed your mind?
Oh, more than once, and not only that, but when I said to you, you asked me what was the most appealing thing to me, and I said these few rules kind of explain a lot of stuff, and I'm okay to give up those rules. Those rules don't have to be correct. They're pretty good. It's like the 8 inches per mile squared. Everybody knows
And
8
I'm not
inches
trying
per
to be
mile squared.
difficult.
You're not being difficult.
No,
8 inches per mile squared is not the truth. It's just good enough. And
okay, yeah, but
I live my life by that. There's a lot of stuff to me that's not necessarily like the truth.
It almost seems like
enough.
though the thing you're in love with, and I'm not criticizing or judging or telling you shouldn't be in love with or what you find beautiful. It seems like what you find beautiful pretty much coincides with the story, though, which is also pretty consistently shown in Hollywood. Like, what's different from what Stanley Kubrick depicted in 2001 than what is space-time?
I've only watched that movie once, and it was so long ago that I
it needs to be
nearly
watched at least
nothing about
30 to 50 times. I understand that.
I don't know, and I don't care because it's
Hollywood. And in the movie, yeah, but I don't. I guess where is the line between what science says space is and what, for lack of a better term, Hollywood says space is? Is there a line?
Okay. That's a fantastic question.
There is no difference. That's why you know it's not real, brother.
No, there is a difference. I mean,
not much.
Well,
Not much.
I don't know, because his question is fantastic, and I'm thinking in terms of like some other type things like war movies and stuff. What's the difference between a war movie that's fiction and a war movie that's a documentary?
But it's funny you say war movie because then you go to there's Stanley Kubrick again, and
Exactly,
but
like Apocalypse Now or something, right?
no, that's that's Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah, you're right. No, Full Metal Jacket. Full Metal Jacket.
And Barry Lyndon.
Yeah.
But who knows? I mean, who knows?
But I mean, Full Metal Jacket and Apocalypse Now. They're like two peas in
he
a
was
pod.
able to make a Napoleon film, but space is a different thing. It's like just the fact that Kubrick made that film within 2 calendar years, does that not raise a red flag?
Not to me.
How so? Have you actually we've had this conversation before, but have you actually looked at the Apollo 11 photographs?
Some of them.
Okay, some. Okay. Do you know anything about photography?
Some. I'm not a photographer.
Okay, well, if you take a photo 101 course, you'll know everything you need to know about photography. That's it. One semester.
Hey, Boulder, I want to say one thing before I sign off. I'm adamant and I act the way I do because simply I feel like you are worth saving. And you need to know the truth and understand the real truth of where you live and who you are. And I think you're worth saving. I don't mean to come off mean or whatever. I'm just very passionate about what I know to be true. And you're worth saving, bro. And you need to understand that you don't live in the fantasy world that these people are telling you live in. It's just not true, bro. It's not true.
Then don't give up.
All right, I won't. You're worth saving, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know, Boulder, man. I hate to break it to you, man. I don't care what anyone on Earth thinks about Earth. I do not. If someone wants to come to me and have a conversation, which I think anyone who comes here is doing that, but I don't feel like everyone can do what they want to do as far as explaining to people what they think the reality of Earth is. But I think what happens is with you is you start taking these, you dig in at certain points, which almost lead me to either two options. Either you are in complete denial or you have ulterior motives. Like,
if those are the two choices,
I told you once upon a time, the first time I ever heard you, I said you're a professional bullshit artist. And I understand that if you're actually sincerely going through this journey in real time, then only you know if you're actually exploring this honestly. And I don't care if you're a shill. Wow, you know what I'm saying?
Like,
well
I'm
done.
spectacularly bad, or well done.
No,
well,
he
you're
is a
all
good
right. You're all right. You're not like a team shill. But you're a good time waster. If you are a shill, you're a time waster. But if you're sincere, I think you're thorough. But I do think you dig in at certain points. Like the whole thing when you start talking about Hogwarts, that's when everyone kind of throws their hands up and says, "Dude." Like
the Hogwarts thing threw me for a loop too.
Yeah, I know but I've seen it before in other people where they're logical. Of course, that's logical, and then they realize the implications of where the logic's leading, and they bail. They go, "Well, I don't know. Hogwarts could be a place in the jungle. Have you been to every jungle?" I'm not making fun of you, but that's sort of like how.
Wait. Is that bailing, or is that like, wow, if my logic's going to take me there, then I'm going to go there?
Well, I think
because that's kind of what I did.
If you have to sort of allow for the acceptance of a place like Hogwarts to exist, I don't know what you call it, but
Oh, interesting. If I even make room that could possibly be, then that's automatically.
Well, it's funny because when I hear people talking about Bigfoot, I'm sort of like, well, hell. I mean, there are places in the United States of America where people that are pristine land, people have never set foot on. But when people start defending Hogwarts, what I'm saying is, I know Hogwarts does not exist. I'm not saying there's not some witch factory somewhere, but there's no Harry Potter.
Are we talking about Harry Potter Hogwarts?
Yes, it got brought. What I'm saying is, there's a greater chance of Bigfoot existing than there is of the guy who played Harry Potter existing in real life.
That's as
So
bad
here's the trick. Here's the trick for me, and help
But
me out.
earlier, do you remember sort of going on some sort of like digging your heels in on like, well, maybe Hogwarts does exist?
I do, but help me out.
Exists.
Yeah, but
Okay.
help me out for a second, because
No.
sometimes I find myself in an awkward position. Sometimes I'm asked questions about what I know for sure and what I believe and things like
I
that.
know you're going to ask, and you analyze what the implications of the answer are before you answer. You did that tonight.
But my question to you is, if I am 99 point many nines sure, but not 100%, however many nines you want, but I'm not, I know for sure in my heart I'm not at 100%. Should I represent it like I'm at 100%, or should I represent it like I'm not at 100%? Because here's the problem.
Well, if you know
Here's
something,
the problem.
you know it, and if you're
here's the
speculating,
problem.
you're speculating.
Here's the problem for me. There are times in my heart where I know that the number's not 100. But if I say I have room for doubt and I'm not sure, people think the number's like 50 or 60 or 70. But really the number's like 99.9999999. I'm super sure. I'm just not 100. And I never know in this server how to answer. I never know whether to say, I'm going to round it off and say I'm 100% sure, even though in my heart I have doubt.
Let me ask you. Okay, I understand. This sounds like a sincere question. So let me try to run an analogy by you. Have you ever had to take a bus somewhere?
Yep.
Okay. So you're at the bus stop.
Which, by the way, you hit the nostalgia nerve but yeah.
Well, yeah, because
Way
the
to
bus
pluck
is
that
an interesting
nostalgia
thing.
nerve.
Because you can't just hop in your car. You have to go to the bus stop. So anyways, here's my point. You get to the bus stop 1 minute. 1 minute after it says the bus is going to be there. And then someone else shows up. Has the bus showed up yet? Well, you tell them, well, I don't know. I just got here before you did, blah, blah, blah. And they say, well, is the bus going to come? And it's like, well, do you even know if the bus is going to come again, even if it's 9 o'clock in the morning?
So the question is kind of like, did we miss the bus or is the bus late?
20 more times. Do you even know if it'll show up one of those 20 more times? No. But you can pretty much, probably. The damn bus might, and during that conversation, usually the bus shows up. But the true answer is you don't know. You don't know if the bus is going to show up again.
Okay, but let's take something even stupider. I have a pencil in my hand right now.
What,
and if I let go of the pencil, the desk that I'm sitting at is right below me. If I let go of the pencil, it'll fall to the desk, right? But this is where I hit a rub.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But
this is a sufficiently stupid example as I
can
can communicate to you.
But you could be in the vomit rocket right now.
Exactly. I have this I want to say,
and I didn't hear
definitely.
Your seatbelt bell. Your seatbelt bell isn't going off. Ding, ding. Oh, he's in the vomit rocket without his seatbelt. No, I know your pencil would hit the top of the vomit rocket. Next question.
No, but my pencil will hit the desk, right? If I let go of it, it'll hit the desk. And I want to say, I know it'll hit the desk. And in the server, I want to stand by stuff like that. But sometimes I get backed into these awkward corners.
Would defy every other example in known history, the answer would be, well, Yeah, but you don't know. I mean, anything could happen in between. Yeah,
Exactly,
come on.
and this is
You would have to wait until
where sometimes in this
and then the
server I get
pencil would hit
trapped.
the desk, and I would say, "Hey, dude, was that the pencil hitting the desk?" He said, "Sure was." And I said, "Well, I guess we were right."
This is where sometimes I get stuck because I want to answer by the like sort of gut of like, yeah, of course this was going to happen. But then other times I want to be exactly honest and answer by my heart about what is certain. And those two things are in contention. My gut of what I'm willing to say
Yeah,
will
but
happen, and
but
my
you're
heart
picking.
of what I'm being factual about.
May I critique your
Do you see how
answering
sometimes though it puts me in an awkward position?
Wow,
Yes,
I
yes.
don't understand that at all because you can put a pencil in front of my face and I don't care what I believe. I've watched
I know.
everything I've
But
ever
what I'm
dropped
saying,
hits the ground. It's going to hit the ground,
I
brother.
get it. That's why I said unless you defied every example in history known to man prior to that, yes, it's going to do it. But my point is,
or
on
you
my
had
border
like
though,
drugged me and put me on the vomit comet before I knew it.
I know, but when you're handed photographs of the moon landing from Apollo 11, you have a different standard of whatever you want to call it, of evaluating it at that point.
Yeah, he shows his truth.
I feel
You
mostly
say,
like,
well, I have no.
Sure, you're right, because I don't feel like I am an authority on
And those
anything about
things we
those
do
photos.
not know.
I don't know. I don't
You
trust.
don't know. I don't know. I could show you the photographs are fake, but then you could say, well, maybe they didn't photograph it. They went the next day. It was rainy that day, and their photographs were shite, so they faked them, but they did go.
But you're right. You're right. I can just tell you, I don't trust the authenticity of the photos any more than I trust the authenticity of the debunk of the photos. Like none of it moves my needle.
Personal ideology, though, depends on the legitimacy of those images
No, it
and
does not.
films.
It does not. It doesn't.
Yes, it must.
It
because
doesn't.
it's
Though.
part
But
of
my personal ideology does not. However irrational and illogical that makes me.
You believe mankind has walked on the moon.
I don't. Yeah, sure. I don't reject
We've
it.
had this conversation before. Yes, you're under the impression that mankind has walked on the moon.
But it's tangential. It doesn't. My system doesn't depend on it.
Because but I know it doesn't depend on it. But if you have that in your brain, if you said, "Well, yes, I've seen them walk on the moon. Not only have I seen them walk on the moon, I've seen the Earth floating behind them in the void."
Let me go with you. You have definitively proven to me all of that is fake. 100% of everything that NASA has ever done is fake. That's like, I'm still okay. My belief in the globe and everything else is not shaken. I don't care. Like that part of it, just my beliefs about the shape of the earth and my limited knowledge of astrology, not astrology, but astronomy.
You realize though the Apollo 11 mission was the very first time that they showed us floating as an object in the void of space. Without that, it's a fairy tale.
Yes,
You are in no way in hell are you a God-fearing man, like you say, because
I never said I was a God-fearing man.
There's no way you are, because you're defying all of creation and everything that you see right in front of your face. It's so self-evident that you're defying all of that stuff for some weird, strange belief of a fantasy. And you need to switch up, brother. You need to wake up and smoke coffee.
Yeah, because
but
I'm not trying to offend you. But if your only reason is because of aesthetic beauty, then what are you talking about?
The work of NASA neither convinced me of the shape of the Earth, nor does my belief of the shape of the Earth depend on NASA going to the moon or any of that being real.
You said what's most appealing to you is it's beautiful. Then what is beautiful? The idea, an image, what?
The simplicity is what I said.
The simplicity of what?
I think
How
the
few
simplicity of
things?
The
How
lie, I
few?
guess. The simplicity of the lie. The
I guess
simplicity
so.
of
Yeah.
what?
The few things that are needed
This
to
is the most
explain so many
powerful thing,
things.
simple lie in the
That's
history of mankind.
not exclusive to
Maybe
the
behind the
globe.
So
pyramids.
is it the same thing as you would explain your kid how a child is being born? Like, you know, there's a bird bringing the child. Is it like this kind of way of simplicity?
I would never tell my kid that the stork bring the child. No.
Yeah, but you do know that is a familiar thing to do when they're very young, right?
I've heard that, but I do not know any people that have actually said that for like real.
Yeah, but in any case, what
Well,
is
let's do Santa
what
Claus, 'cause I know lots of
simplicity?
people that thought their
What,
kids
one
Santa
second. What simplicity is it? The ongoing inconsistency with the simplicity that you're liking, or what? What is it? Like, can you give an example? Like, I don't see any simplicity. I don't just see stupid numbers.
There's nothing simple about
Better question is, why would you think that it being simple is a reason to think that it's correct? That's not logical.
Right.
What? The most? No. You're misusing Occam's razor. You did this earlier tonight.
Just said, why would
Occam's
I
razor
assume the
says that the
simpler
Earth
thing
is flat. The most. Hold on. The most simple explanation is the Earth is flat and stationary, and there is no vacuum of space. That's Occam's razor. You're misusing that.
That's those things that you just said introduce all kinds of aggravating complexities that have to be explained. And if you don't do that, if you use the regular,
What's complex? No, hold on. What's complex? What complexity? Name one. Name one complexity. You're saying this. Name one.
Refraction.
Yeah, you
gravity.
Refraction.
Gravity. Acceleration.
So it's curving away, but you can't see it curving away. You believe it's curving away, even though you can't see it curving away. Refraction.
I'm doing you one better. Refraction, gravity, laws of motion, acceleration, all of those things. The path of the objects in the night sky.
Yeah, that's in your model, dude. Hold on. I'm asking. No, hold on. You're not even answering my question properly because you just gave me an answer that has to do with your
let
model.
me talk through a full sentence. So how could I be answering anything if you won't let me answer?
I really don't think you're answering it. I'm going to ask the question one more time. What is the problem with the Earth being flat? How does Occam's razor somehow lead you to the Earth being a ball? Like, it's more simplistic.
Sure.
That the Earth is just flat.
The single concept of gravity explains Archimedes' principle, density, like the buoyancy thing, not density, but buoyancy, and Archimedes' principle is explained with gravity. The path of the objects in the sky are explained by gravity, and me dropping things, artillery shells and sniper rounds, all of these things are explained by gravity. The same gravity. You don't have to change. You don't have to change the 9.8 meters per second. A single number, and a single concept.
Yeah. Okay. Great. I asked about Occam's razor. You're not answering my question about Occam's razor.
I am
at all.
A single.
No, you're just giving an explanation, but that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm asking is, okay, so
you to explain these things, for you to explain the things that I just said, you need many more ideas, and I only need a number and a concept. One number, one concept, and I can explain it all. You need a lot. You need a lot.
Tell me what Occam's razor is.
Okay, tell me what
the most simplistic explanation is the most likely explanation. So there's no explanation used with the Earth being one way or the other. It just measures one way or the other. Thus, it is the other way, one way or the other. So we're not trying to explain, cause and effect relationships. But let's just go with this Occam's razor thing and see how far we can go down with this line of thinking. So I observe the Earth is flat. I feel it is stationary, and I do not observe gas pressure existing next to a high-powered vacuum, certainly not without a solid barrier or a barrier of some kind. And so,
and by the way,
Occam's razor. So Occam's razor. This is where the Occam's razor comes in. I'm almost done here. Is that the most simple explanation is it's flat and stationary, and the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
So see, you did 3 things. You did flat, stationary, necessary, and antecedent. And I'm only doing one.
Okay, now I'm going to need you to cite Occam's razor because now you're clearly demonstrating you don't even know what Occam's razor is. You don't even understand what that is.
How can that be? If you need 3 things to explain it, and I need 1 thing to explain it,
It doesn't matter. Okay,
Occam's razor
okay,
itself
let's just
says
focus
I'm
on
right.
one thing.
Because
Fine. If it's too much,
you needed
one
lots
thing.
of things, and I
Roland,
only
shut the
needed
hell up.
One thing, though.
One thing. Fine. Let's just stick with the flat. Okay, forget about the motion.
Think
Forget
of
about
the
the gas
2 of
pressure.
us. It's you that doesn't actually know how to apply Occam's razor.
Okay, so let's just stick with the flat part. We observe
let's
the
take
Earth is
everything.
flat.
Let's take everything, because that's how
Really?
Occam's razor works.
You're going to do this, Roland? You're just going to try and obfuscate? All right, so
I'm not trying to
let's
obfuscate.
start with,
I'm trying to hold your feet to the fire. There's a difference.
Yeah, okay. So let's just stick to one thing, all right?
No,
so I
let's
observe
take everything all at once, because that's important.
You're going to do that?
You guys are.
I got him really cornered now, huh?
It's like the beginning of a professional wrestling match. I mean, throw one off the ropes and let them come back, and you can clothesline the other. But calm down, guys. You guys got it though. This is a good conversation. This needs to happen.
So let's take everything all together, not one by one, but everything all together.
No,
Okay?
Roland, you've used this term twice. We're going to use it properly. We're going to use it at all. So Occam's
we're
razor.
going to
Start
consider
with this.
everything all together.
No. Look, you said you just want to stick to one particular subject. So,
No,
all right,
I didn't.
we're going to start
I
with
want to consider all the subjects at the same time.
All right, you're just done with talking now.
Yeah, he
Come
shut
on,
down.
come on. I'm almost. This is only going to take a few seconds. Roland.
What sci-fi film are you going to say do we have to debate against? I mean, if you want it all in one,
Don't think.
Just keep it simple, Roland. If you're sincere, dude, you don't have to fight against when people are trying to be sincere with you. Don't take it personally.
That's true. I just want to keep it. I want to keep it sincere, but also fair.
Let me think.
All right, so Roland, let's start this again. Occam's razor is this, right? It's the most simplistic explanation is the most likely explanation if you don't have evidence one way or the other, right? That's Occam's razor?
For everything.
Okay.
The key thing is you can't apply Occam's razor one way or the other.
All right, so we're pretending we're a caveman, all right? You and I are walking out of the cave, we're both
I
cavemen.
don't want to pretend. We're not cavemen. We aren't cavemen.
Oh my God, can you have an attention span that's more than 5 seconds long?
Yes,
All
as
right.
long as we're not cavemen.
So it doesn't matter. Caveman, no caveman. The point is we have no evidence. You and I have no evidence if the Earth is a ball or flat.
We have eyes.
Oh my God. Would you shut up for a second? Yes, I was going to start with the base axiom. Yes, it's starting with our base axiom of evidence. We see it. When I said evidence, I meant like long distance measurements and stuff like that. All right. So we start out with our base axiom. You and I observe that the Earth is flat. All right. So we're just going to stick with that. We observe the Earth is flat.
Why do we both observe
now, how does Occam's razor? Now, Occam's razor says that the most likely explanation is the most simplistic explanation. So the Earth is flat, and the Earth remains flat. So how does Occam's razor make the Earth a ball?
Okay, yeah. I'll be sincere and honest here. We are cavemen. We're cavemen, like you said.
You acknowledged earlier that you did not perceive the Earth to be a globe, correct?
I'm trying to go with him.
I just heard you earlier. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. I right now, sitting in my chair at my desk. I do not observe.
Yeah, focus on addressing Occam's razor, though. Like, don't just say a bunch of stuff.
Well,
Stick to that.
Then how about one person talk to me at a time?
All right, relax. I wasn't trying to pile on, but remember what you said earlier. You said you didn't perceive the Earth to be a globe, correct?
It is true. And I'm doubling down by saying, sitting at my desk
And I'll
right
shut
now,
up.
I still don't perceive that. And I'm going with Orion. We're cavemen. We're morons. We don't even have the scientific method. We don't have rulers. We don't have levels. We don't have lasers. We don't have anything. We have sticks and stones. And Occam's razor says it's flat because that's the best we got. But the problem, Orion, is as we add observations and experience, and we try to incorporate more and more things that we've seen, your model requires more and more and more explanations, and mine does not. Mine sticks with one. And so over time, while originally you're right.
Name one. Quickly name one. Are you going to go with refraction or something else?
I quickly named like 10
Okay,
earlier.
like the one up on Washington
So are you
Boulevard.
going to go with refraction?
You're hot, Mike
Okay,
and God
I'll be
Rockin'.
right there. Bye.
Because
Ryan,
when you
I
said
named you
refraction,
like 10
you said
earlier.
refraction earlier, and that applies to the globe, not flat Earth. So you can't use refraction. You understand that, right? That's not an explanation that we are giving you. That's an explanation you're giving yourself. We didn't come up with that nonsense.
Refraction is a thing that happens. Refracted light is real, and there's lots and lots of evidence.
We're talking about the flat Earth, though. You're talking about the globe. So we observe it as flat. Our base axiom is that it's flat. Our Occam's razor says the most simplistic explanation is that it's flat. And
But
so
that doesn't
how
explain
does
so
Occam's
many
razor
things.
prove it's a ball?
The
I
Occam's
feel silly
razor
even
is,
asking this. I don't even know why I'm even asking this.
look, gravity explains why it's a ball, and it explains why the stars move the way they do. It explains why the moon moves the way it does. It explains why the tides move the way it does. It explains why artillery shells land where they land. It explains why if I drop my pencil, it lands where it lands. It explains all of it. One single concept explains all of those things.
Is this reification or not?
No,
it's not. Do you acknowledge that you're not reifying a model?
How many concepts?
What about relative density, Roland? Relative density, doesn't that explain everything you just said?
How does relative density explain the shape of the Earth?
What are you talking about?
Gravity.
Things go down. Dirt falls down. No, hold on. Dirt falls down. Water falls down. We have oceans and we have islands and continents.
Sure. How does
what's the problem?
relative density explain the phases of the moon?
But that's an unverified light in the sky. Why don't you talk to me about UFOs while you're at it?
How does a relative density explain tides?
Tides are long period waves. You know.
So you see how you are introducing new things
There's
for
just
every
waves.
question.
No.
This is Occam's razor. You are introducing new things for every question. I have the same answer for every single one of those questions.
Why do the birds fly, Roland? Like, why do the flowers bloom?
Wings,
I don't know the answer to these questions.
Birds fly
What's your
because
problem?
they have wings, you dumbass.
Wings, dumbass. That's your best.
I know they fly because they have wings. They create lift and all that. But I mean, like, you're asking questions that are just plainly irrelevant.
Bugs and they store energy in their bodies and they flap their wings, you dumbass. That's why they fly.
Please tell me you do not think
great. And that makes the Earth a ball somehow?
Rowan, are birds dinosaurs?
You seem to so fundamentally understand Occam's razor. I'm telling you, my one concept of gravity explains all of those questions. You have to keep introducing new things and new exceptions. You have like 10 reasons for all the things. I have one.
Yeah, but
Occam's razor is I'm right.
Your ignorance,
you're wrong.
Your ignorance of your inconsistent belief system just shows that there's nothing that you can hold of once introduced to reality, which we are observing and showing you all the time. But you just keep on ignoring the reality that you're living in by referring to things that none of us completely can explain in detail. But what your model is coming up with thousands of theories explaining it but cannot prove it or either be consistent with what it's saying. So just stop this stupid fully talk because it's annoying.
Clay, you'll like Rowan after a while because I think he's actually sincere. But may I ask a question? Where does Occam's razor come into play when they announced that the Earth is not a sphere but an oblate spheroid? And then, no, it's pear-shaped. Like, where does Occam's razor come into play there?
Because it's an
wait. Hold on. I gotta stop you right there. Better question. Where does Occam's razor come into play after we have the black swan photograph, which falsifies the radius? Because then That's the most simplistic answer, is that it's flat. It's been falsified, this radius. So the Occam's razor is our true Occam's razor is that the radius has been falsified, and Roland has shit for evidence to the contrary.
What are we even talking about? You know, he believes he's
one more
living on
question
this.
and I'll shut up.
They just
Roland,
posted Black Swan, and it doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
Yeah, I know it makes no sense.
Oh, brother. Roland,
I dropped your Black Swan in the live stream, and it makes no sense what you're saying, Ryan.
I just don't even know what to say to you. I don't even.
He's religious with his Hebrew model.
Well, he's hanging on to. He's dug in on this thing because I don't know what. May I ask a question that's I don't know what it would be, some sort of straw man on my part, but are you a person who would ask the question, why would they lie, Roland?
I think they have many reasons for lying, and in general, I don't trust.
Well, okay. And earlier you said that you sometimes.
So I think I like in terms of like coming in here and using that as like an argument of why it's a globe. No, I would
You
never.
don't trust, but you trust in an inconsistent model.
You said though that sometimes you actually ponder on this. If this whole thing could be a deception.
It just makes himself inconsistent. He just proved himself to be an inconsistent person with his statements. That's probably why you love. That's probably why. No, that's probably why you love this globe model so much.
Roland,
I never tried to present myself as a consistent person.
Are you not sensing something? Are you not seeing something's off?
Oh, I feel like things are off, but I just feel like different things are off than you do.
Well, do you think that we've come to the realization? What do you think? I'll ask you, since you like quizzes, what is it that
you know about
think?
The quiz?
Well, I've heard your quizzes so many times that I've taken notes on them. But let me ask you a three-part question. What is it that you think that we have realized about the Earth? A, that Earth is a ball or a oblate spheroid or a pear-shaped or a potato ugly object in space. B, a disk in space. Or C, other.
A.
No, let me ask the question again. What is it that you think we have come to realize about the Earth? A, spheroid in space. B, disk in space. Or C, not what you think, what we've come to. What is it you think we've come to the realization of?
I guess who is the we?
Flat earthers. Flurfs.
Oh, flurfs. B.
C.
Well, so there you go. I really thought B.
So you are under the
Hold on. Ask it one more time. No. Ask it one more time.
Friendly. Hold on. Give me 10 seconds. You are still under the impression that we think what the Flat Earth Society has presented.
Well, that's what I'm not sure of. Can you ask B?
That's
and give me B and other. C was other. So give me B.
Okay,
give me B one more time.
One more time. I'm going to give you A, B, and C. Oblate spheroid in space. Disk in space. C, other.
Oh, okay. Now I'm thinking more straight. Yeah, the pancake in space thing. I know that's not.
What's the answer?
So C.
Okay.
I was confused.
I understand. It's a weird question, but what's so hard to understand about that? That we're not in outer space, Roland.
The vacuum of space.
The vacuum of outer space as seen on television and Hollywood. Matthew McConaughey films. Sandra Bullock, Matt Damon, the unknown actors of Space Odyssey 2001. Dave. It's not a real thing. Spock.
So as a like dogmatic cultist glober that does enjoy being here, like what like
Enjoy.
what do you imagine?
What does that even mean?
What does it mean?
You
The same
enjoy
thing.
being
The
on the
same.
flat Earth,
Well,
whilst
you know, I did
you're
get
on a
through.
rock flying through space.
I did
Some
get
people
through
like
the.
whips and chains,
We
dude.
like to be clear about the words we use here. You enjoy believing you're flying through outer space whilst living on a flattened, stationary Earth, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, the word "believe," boy, that's a tricky one. Because
Imagine
the way that I
the
used it
SpongeBob
before,
SquarePants where he puts the rainbow. Like
I don't know.
imagine,
I don't.
believe.
I don't know SpongeBob. The way that I used the word "believe" before I was ever here,
Now you
and
wonder why people say you're a liar. You don't know SpongeBob. What planet are you from?
I know what that is, but I
He's from a
haven't.
flat one.
I've never watched SpongeBob, but I know of what you're
Squidward.
referring to. It's just not a thing that I will get references to. That's all I'm saying.
I'm joking. I know, dude. There was a point in time where if you had a television and you had cable, you saw SpongeBob.
It's like
that
Power
was a long
Rangers,
time
huh?
ago. Okay, you've seen the gifs. Go ahead.
Hey, on this topic, you know what the most amazing thing about Roland is? He's never done drugs before.
That's not strictly true, but it's practically true.
I heard him have some beers on here one night.
That also has been true. But alcohol's not a drug.
Well, what were you saying? What? Oh,
Yes,
it doesn't matter.
is.
Alcohol
Go ahead.
and other drugs.
All right, Zafita. Yeah, whatever. I mean, we don't care if you were like drinking carrot juice on the live stream, but what were you saying? The beauty of this. What were we talking about, Roland?
Man,
I finally
much
have
more
come to the realization. Roland, may I say, I finally come to the realization that I guess you're a real person. Like I asked you a long time ago. I asked you a long time ago. I said, "Are you some sort of like agent, or are you just confused?" And you know what you said?
I don't, but I bet you do.
I remember everything.
Wait, let
Yeah,
me say, I'm probably confused.
Yeah, you said, "Dude, I'm confused," and I now believe that.
I'm not an agent, so if those are the two choices, then I have to be.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Here's the thing, Roland. We all went to school and saw the goddamn globe on the like next to the shelf next to the window. And I swear, I don't know if this was a me thing, but in my school, anytime we played with the globe, they told us to stop. But my point is, it was in every room. And then we had flat maps in every room, which aren't even that accurate. But the whole thing, do you realize that maybe we're at a point in humanity, like that it's not all as sorted out as as they claim it to be?
On that specific point, yes, it is not all as sorted out as it is claimed to be. Things are deceptive. People do lie. Things you're taught in school turn out to be wrong. People in elementary school and high school, they oversimplify, they generalize.
In model.
In elementary school and high school, they impart political beliefs to you that they present as facts. All of that stuff does happen for sure.
Let me ask you this. Was Copernicus ever an answer on one of the quizzes or tests you took as a kid? Maybe like in, I don't know. I remember.
Yes, there was a quiz. Yes, because I remember one.
And you knew a date too.
Name historical figures whose last name starts with the letter C. I remember
Oh, give me a break. If that was a question on a test that you took, then God help us all.
I remember it because I failed. I said Columbus.
Anyways, dude.
Dude, I just made you laugh. I just made you laugh.
These books. Roland, listen up, buddy. The stories that were in. Why do you think the libraries are selling all the GD books? It's all a myth.
It is all a myth, dude. It is.
Okay.
It's all it. But
The outer space
the myth
mythos
has
has been
value.
exposed. Do you not realize that? It's not a real thing.
You want to know where you and I really like go our separate ways? Do you want me to tell you the place?
Well, let me remind you of the question that I asked that you never answered. When I said, where does Hollywood's depiction of space and science's depiction of space, where does it part? And
I can answer. Let me answer then. If I didn't, let me. I guess you're gonna say I deflected though, because I'm gonna change your word space. I'm gonna say physics. Hollywood's depiction of physics and science's depiction of physics. And where does it depart? If you and me are opposing armies, and we've got our artilleries, and you make all of your guys follow your idea of physics, and I make all of my guys follow my idea of physics, I'm gonna win the war. So whether it's a globe, or flat,
let's stick to space. Let's stick to space.
I wanna stick to the ground where it matters, because that's where it matters.
Finally,
where the shit hits the fan.
he goes to the ground to measure the earth.
Where the shit hits the fan is that
he goes
you
there to
and
fire
I.
off artillery shells.
You're going to chant Earth-based Coriolis. Are you going to chant Earth-based Coriolis?
I'm not going to chant anything except physics. The only word that I'm going to use is physics.
Is Earth-based Coriolis part of your physics?
The word Coriolis that you're using is a simplification of physics.
Oh my lord!
And if you want to use Coriolis, is
the Earth when you kick a field goal?
I don't know.
Are you going to defend the Neil deGrasse Tyson tweet that if the field goal was made and clanked off the
Do you want to hear a funny story?
Roland,
right?
No. I'm going to answer this question. When a football goes in the air, is the Earth spinning beneath it?
So you do want to hear a funny story?
No, I want an answer.
I'm going to give it to you.
If I kick a field goal,
calm yourself.
Is the Earth spinning beneath the ball? Yes or no?
Okay, so just
yes or no.
I'm not going to give you
yes or no. Answer the question, Roland. Here, Roland. You can go on to your next thing.
Pontificate about your physics.
Is the Earth spinning underneath the football when you kick the field goal?
I'm not going to give a yes or no.
Oh my
answer.
lord! The Earth is flat and stationary. Everything else is a myth.
Do you want to hear my answer?
No.
Or not?
Take it to philosophy.
Okay, I will not answer then. I respect your wishes.
You can't answer the question because
I can. I have an actual answer to your question,
you would have
and to me,
lie.
I won't lie. Do you want to hear my answer?
I got a question for you, Roland.
I know the answer.
Would you be insulted or complimented if I called you a philosopher?
Both.
Were you? You know what? I always wanted to be an original thinker. Did that insult you, or that's a compliment, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I guess I didn't say why. I mean, here, let me put it this way, Roland. Like, I think you're the. I think you're the best philosopher because
all of the tags that I have, I actually have no idea when or why I got them, and sometimes I check and I'm like, oh wow, I got this new tag, but I never know why.
You must play chess.
I do play chess, yeah.
Well, you know why you got that one then?
Because I play chess, but I mean, I am a complicated rock.
I mean, in theory, you play chess. There's no way to prove that you play chess.
Well,
do you ever think about painting yourself up like a rock? Like, if you're a complicated rock, you ever think about taking some gray paint and putting on you, like dressing up in one shade of gray clothes and another shade of gray clothes?
I wouldn't do that. I would dress up as a geode.
I gotta ask, why aren't you Sisyphus anymore? That was
that's a long story. That's a long.
I'll take it.
It's a long story that's not ultimately that interesting, and I don't even have all the answers for. I had to make a second Discord.
Okay, well, don't even.
So if you want, think of this as.
I've been here when we've talked about Sisyphus before, and remember how I said that? I said one night, I said, Sisyphus, your rock is getting bigger. And you said, yes, it is.
It is.
And I said, it's going to get so big that you will not be able to measure it.
It hasn't done that yet.
Not yet? Okay.
Not yet. But yeah, I am Sisyphus. I'm Sisyphus 2.0. It doesn't matter why I have a second Discord. And do you remember Truth Prevails, who I haven't seen in ages?
I don't remember shit.
Well, whatever. Truth Prevails was the inspiration for why I should be rolling my boulder. I didn't want to just be Sisyphus again because I was worried about why. I didn't know why I had to make a second account. There was a lot of confusion going on, so I needed a second name. And rolling my boulder was the winner.
Yeah, that's a good one. You're missing an apostrophe, but anyways.
Can you put that in the?
I'm joking, dude. I'm joking.
Hey, Roland,
wait. We asked something. You asked something. Why did that?
Came up to you.
Hold on.
And was like, "You're the cutest little complicated rock, cute little complicated rock."
I'm not cute. Okay, whoa. I can be many things, but I'm not cute.
The 40% pass story was interesting. I had that's a cool story. Did you pass the test?
Oh no, not at all. But I have. It's funny because I told Quantum Eraser that I was going to write the answers down, and then like a week and a half or 2 weeks or something later, he I didn't actually do it. I didn't write stuff down, and then he was back and he owned me a second time. And so I totally should have written the answer down, but I still haven't. He could jump in right now and wreck me.
I'm not calling you out here. I've heard you say you're going to do a lot of things, and I actually believe
I do try. I follow up on many, but I did not write the QE answers down, and I got you.
I got you. I'm not going to.
It was questions like define curvature, define elevation.
You should know by now that you should have a pad of paper and a pen anytime you get on the Discord. You should really have that.
I have a pencil in my hand, but no paper.
I'm joking,
I have written nothing down tonight.
I'm joking.
What was the question that you didn't want to hear the answer to, though? Just
Me?
now. Yeah, just a second ago. You asked me, and you said I didn't want to hear the answer. The story.
No,
I said I have a funny
give the
story.
answer. Oh, yeah. Well, I asked about...
Just jog my memory. What? I can't remember.
No, I was asking you a yes or no question that you would not answer.
But what was it? What was the question? The yes or no question?
Will you answer it? I'll ask it if you'll answer it.
I won't answer it with yes or no, but I'll tell you the answer that I have.
It is a yes or no.
I know you want it to be, but I'll just give you my own answer.
No. It's not that. What I'm asking you is, what is it that you think is happening? That is a yes or no, unless you're completely befuddled.
What I think is happening is yes.
In a jar? Do you think it's possible that you're a brain in a jar on a shelf?
See, go way back to my earlier discussion about when I am backed into these corners.
I'll ask the question. When I kick a football up into the
right. Yeah, okay, thank you. Football.
No, let me ask a better question.
No. Just let me just say
during the Olympics,
because it was funny to me, and you'll win. You will win.
When they throw the javelin in the air,
stick with the football. You will win. I'm going to tell you a time I was wrong.
Yes or no?
Just shush.
No.
I got posed this Neil deGrasse Tyson question about the football, and I thought, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I was all befuddled in this live stream talking about, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong, and that's the stupidest fucking thing ever, and how does Coriolis have anything to do with the football? And I just overreached by a mile. And then I left, and the next day, and I started doing some research and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, nothing that I said last night makes any sense with what I believe, and now I'm thinking it through carefully, and then that night I came back on. And I came back on live stream, and I was like, so last night I made a complete asshole out of myself, and I was wrong. And I have to stand by Neil deGrasse Tyson, who I don't like, but yeah, the football guy is subject to Coriolis like everything else. And I hate that I'm coming on and admitting that, but I don't like agreeing with Neil deGrasse Tyson.
So what are you saying? the Earth is moving underneath the football?
Unfortunately, yes.
You know what?
It was painful. It was painful to come back. It was painful to come back 24 hours later and say
if I hover in a helicopter
Different,
for 3
different.
hours, California. I mean, what is going on? Can I travel
fuel,
to Italy?
gasoline,
Can I
rocket
travel
fuel,
around
diesel,
the world?
whatever.
Can I travel
fuel,
around the world by
the
hovering in a
football,
helicopter?
the football does not have fuel or energy.
Oh, brother.
Check it out,
does.
Bowling My Boulder. I can solve the football problem for you right here and right now. Anytime you kick a football,
It's subject to Coriolis. Yes, I agree.
No, just listen, please. Anytime you kick a football with your foot, it's like a golf club. When you hit the ball, you either hit a fade or you hit a where it fades off out to the right, or you hook it and it comes to the left. That's because you didn't hit the ball on center. You hit the ball and it spun a little bit. The same with the football. You kick it, and if it's spinning a certain direction,
He
it will
knows
spin
that.
in the air.
He knows that.
Same with
Let me ask him a
a
question.
soccer ball. Watch
Let me
soccer
ask
balls
you a question, please. Roll my border. Should the Olympic distances of javelin throws, are they dependent on the direction that the stadium is built on? Since the Coriolis effect is at play.
Do you want a 100% right now sincere answer?
Well, the answer would have to be yes.
I don't know.
Well, no, you do know. You just said that. Unfortunately, yeah.
But no.
So what's the difference between a football and a javelin? This is why people find you to be dishonest, because you're lying in real time.
What you're hearing, that's funny.
The answer is yes. It would be dependent on the declination of the stadium
It's
and where
weird,
the javelin was thrown.
The thing that you're saying makes people think I'm dishonest is my own hesitation to not be dishonest. I don't want to answer that question because I'm not sure.
Do you think they design every Olympic stadium throwing the javelin the exact same direction every time they build an Olympic stadium? Do you think that is happening?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
When they build an Olympic stadium, do you think the pit from which they throw the javelin is pointed in the exact same direction?
I don't know.
I know you've never thought of that, but what you said earlier was that the football in the air.
But let's suppose the javelin pits are all different directions. Let's suppose they're all different directions.
Underneath a javelin, otherwise they wouldn't have sequential records.
Here's the
because what if he was throwing it into the Earth spin?
Can we just pause for
I'm asking you a question. What if someone was
the answer to your question though?
Time out. Silence, sir. What if someone was throwing the javelin into the spin of the Earth?
I still don't know the answer to your question, and I can't tonight. Like the question you're asking is,
get your pencil out, get a piece of paper, and this is the easiest math problem of all time.
It's not.
Yes,
How many feet per second does the Earth spin? Do you know?
No, not. This is the point. Hold on. Let me just.
I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out for you. Give me about 2 minutes.
Just stop.
This is easier. This is an easier math question than Jeff is on the bike going 5 miles per hour. Carl is going 4 miles per hour, the opposite direction. This is easier than that riddle.
Haas, listen. I've learned being here a few months that I think I know things. I think I can do math on the spot. And I've been wrong more times than I've been right. And what I've ultimately learned is to not do math on the spot. Because I don't want to make an... I don't want to say wrong. I don't want to say
but
wrong things.
I asked you, is it dependent on the... I can't think of the word right now. But is it dependent on the direction that... See, you're wanting to have your cake and eat it too. You're saying,
No, I
yeah,
just want you to be
unfortunately, the
patient.
football in the air goes through the air and it did spin underneath it and hit that damn upright and it went in. And then I say, come on, dude. Well, let me finish this. When I ask you about the javelin in the Olympics, you say, well, do you understand though? If the Earth was spinning these javelins, we would have all kinds of different records.
I don't know that. Listen.
Do you
Early
know
on.
what a javelin throw is?
Yes, listen. Early on.
If someone was throwing the javelin with
Can I
the
have
Earth
a turn?
spin,
Please let me have a
yes.
turn.
Well, let me ask you one more question and I'll shut up for 10 minutes. If someone was throwing the javelin into the Earth spin and someone was throwing the javelin with the Earth spin, who would have we're talking elite javelin throwers.
Yes. The answer is I don't know. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Can I have my turn now?
Sure.
You haven't tried to do it. You just quit on the spot.
Exactly. Listen, when I was a really green and newbie here, I hadn't been here very long, and I was kind of like a lot of newbie globers, where I thought I could just win if I just talked, and I was wrong. And there was a night where people were talking about lasers and inverse square law, and I learned that. Well, I didn't learn that night. I learned the next day. A laser obeys the inverse square law just like everything else, just like an incandescent light bulb. I thought that was wrong. I thought lasers, the whole point of a laser was to like defeat that, and the laser stayed collimated and it went like whatever. I was totally wrong. And it was a bit humiliating. It was certainly humbling. And that was just the first of many such failures, to the point where now I realize when people say, will a javelin do this or that or whatever, if I haven't already worked it out specifically, that exact question for myself, I'm probably going to be wrong if I just spout out an answer.
Okay,
even if
that.
the answer seems
I
obvious,
understand
even
that.
if you're painting me a Hogwarts,
No, I understand that, Roland. Listen, okay, I get it.
So
I get it.
that's why
you already established the fact that you are telling me, unfortunately, yes, something in the air. You're telling me, unfortunately, the Earth is moving underneath it. Are you denying that now?
The football kick question, I specifically investigated.
It doesn't matter what it is.
Hold
a
on,
football, a
shush.
javelin, a freaking.
Yes, it does matter. It does matter. I investigated a specific scenario, and that turned out to be a certain way. I will investigate the javelin.
You investigated that scenario. What direction was that ball kicked into then?
Oy vey.
Oy vey is right.
Yeah, I think it was north, like northeast east. It wasn't northeast. It was, but I don't.
You think, or you didn't take notes from?
Why are you asking?
I've looked at it too, Roland. I've looked at it too, Roland.
Look. I'm tired, and I'm up way late. Listen,
dude. I appreciate this conversation.
Then stop trying to give me gotcha questions. If you have real questions you want me to ask,
I'm having a conversation with you.
But I'm done. But I'm expired.
Time out. 5 minutes. 5 seconds. I'm going to look at all the directions of where these Olympic stadiums were built. Okay? I'm going to look into it because I've been wondering about it for years, but I'm going to look at every damn Summer Olympics. I'm going to see where the stadium was built and what direction it was pointed. And then I'm going to do some math on the javelin records. I hope you join me.
Okay, so I really am expired. The question here is to look for statistical correlation between direction of javelin throw and distance.
Is the Coriolis effect affecting javelins? It affects footballs. Does it affect javelins? It's a yes or no.
You just changed the All right. Let's
Okay,
pick it up
yeah, I
again.
did. I simplified it, but yeah, I'm going to go into a detailed investigation of where these stadiums are pointed,
So
where the javelins thrown.
this is how statistics work. Let's just do this. Forget about why. For a second. Just for a second. Let's find the direction of javelin throw. North.
Well, can we agree? Can we agree that people are throwing javelins further and further and further every day?
Yeah, that is a problem too, isn't it? Because steroids
Well, they're
and
setting
training
records. What I'm saying is, if you were throwing the javelin into the Earth's spin, you're not going to be setting any records that day.
I don't know that. If you are well trained,
or maybe you would.
and,
Maybe
and
it's
using,
when you throw it with the spin is
there
when you
are
don't set the
confounding
record.
variables.
And when you throw it into the spin is when you do, because you already claimed the football in the air, the Earth is spinning underneath it, and that's ridiculous.
There are confounding variables like steroids, training, etc.
I know, but the Olympics they
don't neutralize those.
Can we agree that the javelin is thrown further now than it was 30 years ago?
Negative, because the javelin specifically was altered to limit its throw. I think 30 years ago, it could actually be thrown further than it can now, because there was a point where like people were out throwing the stadium and there was some hazards involved, and they changed the.
Well, yes, the Coriolis effect is. It's the Coriolis effect.
Nothing to do with
they
that.
should clear the stadium once someone starts throwing the javelin.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying like 30 years ago, if we use the exact same
Don't
rules.
you find it strange that they throw the javelin and everyone's just standing around?
Well, yeah, but that's my point. Is that like if we used the javelins and rules of 30 years ago, I think people would be getting stabbed now. So, like
because of Coriolis?
No. Just because of training. But the javelin of 30 years ago and now is a tricky thing. Maybe you don't want to use, or at least you should read about the history of javelins. You should read the history.
I have.
So then you should know about that. You should know about the change in the rules and how like
the
records
ones
now.
that are flying through the air now are like flopping as they're flying. I agree. But what I'm saying is,
we might never break the javelin record.
Okay, Roland. Okay, Roland. But if there's an Olympics,
I have to go lay down. I have to.
I know. If there's an Olympics this summer, and they have the stadium pointed in one direction, and there's an Olympics 4 summers from now, and it's a different direction, we'll be able to figure that out, and we can look at it and blah 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 blah. But you can't back down from football.
Count on us being friends for the next 5 years.
Well, whatever, but I'm talking about the football in the air with the Earth spinning underneath it. It's ridiculous.
It is,
unfortunately,
crazy
for you. It's nuts.
But I am nuts too. All right, dude. Let's pick it up again. We'll try again. I gotta go lay down. Can we call a truce?
Oh yeah, I don't care. I actually believe you're a real person now. I kind of thought you were some sort of. Well, I guess I'll take that back. I don't know what you are, but yeah, good luck with pushing the boulder.
Let me ask you 2 questions.
Good talk.
Can I give you 2 questions?
You could ask me 400 questions.
Oh, no, there'll be 2 and they'll be fast. Where do you take somebody that was injured playing peekaboo?
The ICU. I've heard it before.
I probably told it to you before. So you might know someone.
Yeah, remember we had the whole. I accused you of.
That's right. So the cows. How many didn't?
You know what? Here's the thing, Roland. Let me tell you something.
How many didn't?
Well, here's the thing about that question.
Which one?
Well, there are.
How many didn't?
There are 20.
Yeah,
what was it?
20. You do remember?
But here's the thing. I've actually thought about this question because the proper grammar of that question would be say the riddle again.
I'm gonna change the animals involved. Okay.
No. Okay. It doesn't matter. But say the word. Say the verbs.
Yeah. There are 30 wolves in a field and 28 chickens. How many did not?
Well, the question should be like haven't, how many haven't or something, and that would like unravel the whole riddle. But yeah, I love
maybe
riddles.
maybe it would. I don't
You know
know.
what I'm saying, though?
Maybe.
You
I
have
don't know.
to kind of go along with the premise of the joke. But yeah, I butted heads with you, and I said it was a mating joke, and I still think it's a funnier mating joke.
That's true. All right, dude. I gotta go. I gotta pick this up again. All right. Have a good night.
Godspeed. Sorry to anyone who had to listen to that.
Yeah, you know what, Oz? This guy, I feel really bad for this guy. You know, he sits at that desk and he's got this inflated opinion of the academia and all that stuff. And he sits there and he's got this, he's just a super zealot nerd that has spent many hours looking at all this space stuff. And he's so enthralled. And he's probably got people that he hangs that come around to his house and they ask him questions and he answers and acts like he knows all there is to know about the universe. And I mean, I'm just imagining, but I can just imagine we have some sort of a character that's like that you're dealing with. Otherwise, he wouldn't be such a zealot.
I hear you, dude. Remember the quote you dropped earlier this afternoon, I think it was. It applies to him. That it's the Twain quote. It's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. And I think he's the one who personifies that quote. Because if he is a real person actually looking into, here's the thing though. When I say, hey, have you looked at Apollo 11? I've seen a few photographs. Well, what?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know what I'm saying? After he's been talking about it for 3-4 months, a few. Huh? But yeah, he's in the camp that he can't. I guess it's an ego thing. I don't even believe Freud, but he cannot believe that he could have been duped. We were all duped.
And plus, I think like I said, he's like this little nerd sitting at his desk and he's investigated and spent all this time. And he tells his friends that he knows all about physics and he tells himself that he knows all about physics and he knows all these.
Maybe.
He's just got this inflated, what would you call it, opinion of himself.
Yeah,
that, there's no way he can be wrong, you know? There's just no way he can be wrong.
It almost seems to me, though, that his interest in space and, well, I don't know. It almost seems like it's been heightened by this flat earth thing, which is why I think people think he's dishonest, because he doesn't even really, I don't know. God bless him.
He just don't want to let go, man. He just does not want to let go.
Isn't it a strange thing, God Rockin'? Because
it's very strange.
Well, it's strange to have for these people, for anyone, to have to be on a live stream figuring it out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't on a live stream when I figured things out.
No, we came here to talk about it after we got it figured out.
It's a strange thing that they're going through it, really.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Could you imagine? I mean, would you put yourself through that? I mean, wouldn't you like lock yourself in a library and figure it out on your own?
Oh yeah. Well, I did do that, but it only took me one day, and I was done. I already, I watched enough stuff in one day and critically ran it through my mind.
I'm going to ask you a stupid question.
Yeah.
May I ask you a stupid question?
Absolutely. Ask me anything you want.
Were you aware of the Apollo? Were you aware of what Apollo was prior to realizing flat Earth?
Oh, absolutely. I watched the moon landings live, bro.
Yeah, but you realized it was. I've heard you talking about it, but you realized that we'd been duped on that first, right? Or did you realize flat Earth and then realize the moon landing was fake?
I kind of realized it all at once because I really wasn't in having an investment in any of it. And I just started looking into flat Earth, and the moon landings came up, and all the videos with the cables and the fakery of it all. I mean, it was so obvious, bro. I mean,
see, that's why it didn't shock me because it didn't shock me because I realized all that stuff was fake beforehand, and he likes to play it off like it's not a big deal to his belief system. But if you've got that in the back of your mind that that's real, you don't have a chance of breaking out of the, I don't know,
But
man.
you can't look at them. You can't look at them moon landing videos, photos, and films and whatever else. The live footage they say is live. You can't watch those, and then with the way people have picked them apart, and they zoom in on the cables, and they zoom in on all the problems with the
You're preaching
shadows,
to the choir. I know.
you cannot say that stuff's real if you watch that stuff and you pay attention to what is being pointed out to you. And you just can't. There's no way you can say that's real.
That's why I asked him if he had looked at it, and he's like, "Yeah, I've seen a few." It's like, well, dude. I mean, it's like how seriously can you take your own investigation of this unless you actually look at that stuff that was presented as being legit?
Yeah, and well, when you look at it, it's clearly not. I mean, it's clearly not. Period. It's not hard. It's not hard to see all the fakery in the moon landings at all. It's not hard.
Well,
it's
that
right there in
seems to
front
be
of your face.
that seems to be the new paradigm. Like, yeah, it's fake. Yeah, of course. Because generations pass by, and it seems like they've got this new one hooked on. Yeah, it was fake, but space is real. Of course it is. What the hell are you talking about? It's a serious thing, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Time passes by so quickly that they just drop in a new narrative. And it's interesting because I've noticed recently that people have started chanting "boats go over curve" again. And then I thought to myself, well, hell, there's a whole new graduating class that just, it's never going to end. These people believing this story, and that's fine. But as long as they know it's a belief, like, I guess that's what I should have. I'll ask Boulder next time. It's like, do you just accept that this is? No, he says it's real. So I don't know, man. It's an interesting thing. But that is a cool Jeep.
Yeah,
I love that
all
thing.
I can say is if you look at that stuff and you critically look at the moon landings or any of that stuff, it's painfully obvious that it's not real. When you see the cables, you see the shadows, you see all the fakery, with the way they jump and bounce, you can tell it was just slowed down film. It's just so obvious. And if you cannot see it, then I don't even know what to say.
I showed a guy recently that on certain photographs that were published in Life magazine that are still in the archives. I showed him, and step by step, I held his hand, took it through, and said, "Look, I had him identify a positive and a negative image." Anyways, long story short, I showed him that this was a photograph that's presented as a single frame photograph. It's two different negatives, and he acknowledged it was until he realized it was a photograph from the moon. So, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, of course, he doesn't want to lose the. He doesn't.
And then he said, "Well, you can't know what a negative and a positive is." I said, "No, you just did. I did. Everyone who's ever taken a photography class. So, it's cog dis.
Yeah,
I guess.
I guess I don't know. All I know is if you look at any of the stuff, the flat Earth stuff, you look at it and you critically think and you use your head for something more than to kick. If you're just going to lay your head on the ground and kick it with your foot and not use it for what it's made for, then you're never going to get it. You have to use your fucking head. You do. You have to critically think, and you have to think properly. You have to take the time to process and look and actually pay attention to everything you're seeing, and then process each and every little part of it. Like, how could that be true? Or why does this look so, why is this cable here? Why is this blah, blah? You have to pick it apart and observe it very carefully. And if you do so, it falls apart right in front of your fucking face, bro. You know that? That's exactly what happened to me. It's exactly what happened to you. The shit falls apart on its face right before your eyes. But you have to be willing to look and process all this stuff and understand it. You can't just look at it and say, "Oh well," You have to pay the fuck attention to every little detail.
You want to hear a stupid little story, a little anecdote that I always think about in my head. I've thought about it. I thought about this my whole life. Well, for the last couple decades prior to Flat Earth. But when I was in college, I had to take I didn't have to take it, but I took some astronomy class that fulfilled requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of a cool class, blah, 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 blah. And I'm sitting there taking notes on redshifts and time, clocks going backwards and people falling through the earth and going back to the other side. But one day I went down, and this is it was a 100 level class. Like I said,
let me ask you a question. Is it the class that you guys use Carl Sagan's book as one of your books that you studied in?
I don't know. I don't even remember what the text was. I don't think it was Carl Sagan book. It was like a 100 level astronomy course. Anyways, but the professor taught 600 level astronomy courses, and he was a young guy. But one day after class, I went down, and he was talking about Mercury retrograde, and this is around 1990 or whatever. I'm not going to. But this is, decades before Flat Earth. But he was talking about Mercury retrograde, and I just went down after the class was over, and I said, this is before Flat Earth was even a thing. Like, I was still sorting out the damn moon landings. I said, how do they know that what they see is what they see or what they think they're seeing? And I swear to God, for like a split second, he gave me, like, he had that blank look on his face. And he just said to me, "Oh, yeah, that's what it is, what we're seeing." And you know what I'm saying now? Like, even back then, that was a leap of logic that I, acknowledged myself in some stupid class that I was just taking for credits.
Right.
And he just had to say,
the teacher told you, unequivocally.
Yeah, the teacher said, what's in the book is true.
Yeah.
And I said, oh.
Okay, then. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I probably would have done the same thing that far ago. But, yeah.
It's crazy. Well, I just wanted to get the damn question right on the test.
Right. Exactly. And that's what you got to do to get the questions right on the test. You have to memorize and regurgitate.
You have to regurgitate
exactly what they tell you.
But it's funny now that I wish I could take all those classes. Well, I didn't take that many. I took the classes I had to take, but I wish I could go in there. Well, I remember people in like 6th and 7th grade asking the science teacher questions that they just said, just turn to page 86. Enough of that.
One of the toughest classes I took in college was microbiology. I don't know if you've ever taken that. It was.
No,
I tried to 4.0 it. The best I could do was 3.89, and I worked my guts out on that class.
Isn't it funny? Do you ever remember people asking questions about the solar system and stuff like that, like in grade school or high school? It was like,
no.
It's just kind of like it was a thing.
I remember being asked how many planets were in the solar system, and if you could name the planets, or stuff like that. As far as any specifics, absolutely not. I mean, you were only required to know how many planets there were, in what order were they from the sun to Pluto, and basically maybe which ones were the larger ones. A few questions like that. There wasn't really too many specifics that you had to know about the solar system, as far as I remember. Just the name of the planets and which ones were, the first, second, third, fourth, fifth rock from the sun. Stuff like that. How far was the sun? How big is the sun compared to the Earth? Elementary questions, very few. That was about it. I mean, do you remember more than that?
Well, I asked Roland in my boulder. I remember like Copernicus being a question on a test once upon a time.
Yeah.
Being an answer. No, I mean, all I remember is what they told us. My very educated mother just served us 9 pickles or whatever.
Yeah. That's funny. But yeah, I don't. They didn't teach that stuff. Not in. I mean,
it's frightening.
I didn't take much science in college, to be honest with you. But I did stuff like microbiology and stuff. But
You know what's frightening now are the cartoons on the television that reify this outer space thing. It would blow your mind. It's frightening.
I know. I've seen it. I've seen some
All
of them. Yeah.
I saw a Russian cartoon recently, though. I can't think of what it's called, though. But he like burst out the top of a snow globe.
Do you remember Flash Gordon?
Yeah, it's a little before my time, but yes, I definitely know what it is. Yes.
Yeah, that's the cartoon I was watching as a kid about space. Flash Gordon and his little spaceship that kind of looked like a fish and had a little tail. And when he was flying, it made a weird noise.
I saw reruns. Yeah,
it made a weird noise like meh, and then a little bit of smoke came out the tail, and it just kind of swirled out the ass end of it like smoke, like it was going like maybe 5 miles an hour.
Yeah,
was, I mean, that's one of the first things I ever watched was Flash Gordon as a kid.
Hey, you ever hear the weird? I guess it's conspiratorial cartoon time. But have you ever heard the weird conspiracy that the Jetsons are actually above the Flintstones? And there's that one crossover episode.
Above them? What do you mean by above?
Like, you know how the Jetsons, the houses on the Jetsons aren't floating; they're like on those sticks.
Yeah.
And there's this one
like
episode
the Space Needle, like the Seattle Space Needle. Yeah.
Yeah, the space. They're all living on space. Every house is a Space Needle.
Yeah.
And there's just one episode where the Jetsons and the Flintstones like enter into the same existence, and like all the things that the Flintstones have are like modern things that are no longer, like a garbage disposal. Like they had already been there. I don't know. I just thought that was funny. It made me think of when you start talking about cartoons. But that's another thing about the Jetsons, and man.
Yeah, I remember the sound
of the cartoons now.
As they flew by.
Yeah, that's just the Jetsons had the same sound as Flash Gordon.
Damn near.
The cartoons now, though, man, it's almost like it's a school. I don't. That's all I'll say about it. My God.
I think the dog's name was Pluto or something. And my boy Elroy.
Yeah.
I used to watch the Jetsons. Fuck yeah, I watched the Jetsons, watched the Flintstones, all that old shit.
Yeah, apparently the Flintstones. There's like a YouTube conspiracy. The Flintstones are like below the Jetsons, or like I don't know. Or yeah, Barney got into a time machine and they ended up in the Jetsons world. Whatever. But yeah, Rosie the robot and all that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I loved the Jetsons. I used to like Johnny Quest. That was another cartoon I really liked.
Yeah, that's cool.
You remember that one, Johnny Quest?
Yeah. I never. Like I said, it's a little before my time, but the names are so iconic.
Yeah. His dad was a scientist or something, and he'd go traveling with his dad and Audgie, the fucking towelhead that used to babysit the kid. And had the their dog called Bandit and whatever else.
Yeah, that's starting to. Maybe I haven't seen it.
That was sort of scientific stuff, you know. I mean, sort of. The guy was, I think his dad was like an archaeologist or something, and they would travel to all these weird countries and do research and find, magic fucking artifacts and.
Yeah, isn't it strange? It's strange how the sci-fi genre was so like rich and complicated back then, and now it's sort of. I mean, yeah, there's a movie every once in a while, but back then it was just like a whole. I hate to use it was like a whole tapestry of like. It was really laying the foundation, I guess. Maybe that's why it was so strong.
But yeah, I used to love all that stuff when I was a kid, but I never really had an attachment. I mean, I never really had this like love affair with the universe and the earth, as far as the solar system and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I knew about it, but I really until Hubble's telescope came out, I really didn't give a shit about any of that stuff. But when they started showing pictures of Hubble, I used to get on my computer and I would go out and look at the new latest pictures of all these nebulous clouds and these whatever star clusters and different things that they started showing from the Space Hubble telescope. Now, that I found fascinating. And I did look at a lot of pictures from the Hubble.
Well, yeah, so did I, and so apparently so they're all on my border. But I mean, dude, if you go back and look at those pictures now,
they mean nothing to me now. I mean, I look at them and laugh because I know what they're doing. I mean, I had no idea that these satellites were. I mean, I believe this telescope was actually on a satellite. I mean, up there way high and away from the atmosphere where it could actually see farther and maybe get some good images of this stuff. I mean, I bought into that much of it for.
Well, it's funny. Now that you mentioned that, a few weeks ago we talked about the Professor Dave and Flat Earth Dave or whatever debate. I think that came up around here. But what's funny is if you go back and watch that, or I think it's early in the debate, Flat Earth Dave or whatever, I can't think of his exact name right now, but he showed an image that was a NASA image of some galactic event, and it was almost like it even struck Professor Dave strange, who's no like it doesn't matter what he thought, but he even looked at it and thought it was bizarre looking, but it looks like oil. It looks like a drop. It's my point is some of these old photographs that they showed in the 70s of what outer space is, they're trying to like disconnect themselves from them because they're ridiculous looking. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe pre-Hubble, but even the Hubble stuff, if you actually look at it, it's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it had me. The whole thing's just it's amazing that the whole damn thing's it's an art house, and that's Math Powerland. I'll have to give him credit for that, but he calls it the NASA art house.
And
that's what it is. And it's a dynamic art house. My God, put them up against the people who carved David.
Yeah, I really can't even remember what sparked me off to looking into Flat Earth. I really can't even remember what it was. It was just all of a sudden one day somebody had said something about Flat Earth, and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I don't even really remember going, oh, that shit's stupid or anything like that. I don't remember saying that or thinking that at all. The only thing I remember is I went on a marathon of watching everything from Eric DeBay to, everything I could find. Let's just put it that way. Everything I could find in a matter of 24 hours. And then of course, Nathan Oakley was one of those that I found. And obviously Mark Sargent and all of his 10 different videos he made from the beginning, number 1 all the way up to 10 or 11. Watched all of that stuff. Well, I mean, I watched everything I could fucking possibly find.
I was right there with you, man.
24
I mean,
hours.
at that point in time, there was, I don't know. What's weird about even back then, there was still stuff that I steered clear of that just seemed too mainstream for me. But you know what? You know who Oakley claims as sparking him is Powerland.
Yeah, I watched that too. Definitely, he was very, very good.
Well, that's
that
how I
well.
stumbled upon it because he had the Nassau Canal, and I was actually looking at the tether video one night. Remember that NASA video, the tether? It was like it was just some video. This is like I
What
don't
do you
know,
mean
10
tether?
years ago.
Like a balloon tether or something? What are you talking about?
Yeah, but they referred to it as a tether, and it was some supposedly mysterious video. And I was watching that and watching that, and watching that, and then I, I Google or YouTube searched more. I just wanted to see more NASA films, and that's when I found Powerland. And he had that video about the thermal. Did you ever hear that video where he was claiming to talk to these people who were like, I don't know, but something about his video, it seemed sincere, and then it just snowballed. And I was like, oh my God, because.
Well, the only thing I ever seen of Matt Powerland was obviously the HBO special comedy thing that he did.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
And then I seen one where it was a little bit longer than that, and it kind of went through his life stories, and it showed him where he was doing the artist paintings.
Yeah.
And showed a bunch of his paintings that he had done. He talked about how he worked for NASA and did.
Yeah, I wonder about that story, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I watched that. You know what I'm saying?
It's a strange character, that Powerland guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. I mean, I don't know if I believe whether or not he was truly an artist for NASA or not. I really don't know. I really don't know that those paintings that he presents are actually his own handiwork or not. I don't know whether he
what's
painted them or
strange,
not.
I completely 100% agree with you. But what's strange about it is, it's almost.
If he didn't paint them, then he was in the know about that stuff from somebody else.
That's what I'm saying. Even if he wasn't there working at there, he realized how it was that they did it.
Right. He was in the know somehow. Whether he was actually the artist working for NASA like he claimed.
Yeah, who knows? It doesn't even matter.
Have known someone
It doesn't even matter.
Huh?
Well, that point doesn't even really matter. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
no, it doesn't. But that's what came to mind with me is I actually at one point thought, well, I don't know if Matt Powerland, I think his name's Matt Boylan, I think in real life.
Yeah.
But I don't know if this Boylan dude actually painted these globe pictures or not. I looked at it and watching that video where it kind of went through his whole life, and he talked about when he worked there and this and that, and showed certain pictures that he claimed were his own handiwork.
And I agree. But the point is, though, you and I, if we wanted to, could both paint 12 planets in 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, he discovered how they were creating these things. And I guess he exposed that they're illegitimate. Well, right. He didn't even expose it, but he just further confirmed it. I don't know. Sometimes I think
I'm just saying there was a time during me watching Powerland stuff that I looked at it and I thought, man, I don't know if he actually did this himself or not, because he just didn't seem to be saying all the right things as like that he was the actual artist. So it made me think that I remember thinking, well, maybe he knows somebody that told him all this stuff. Maybe he didn't, not the artist himself. He's rather than expose the artist, he took on the personality of the artist in order to protect the artist's actual identity. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that was the original. The first video I ever saw of him was he was telling a story of some party he was at, where eventually, he claimed he was hanging out with these NASA people, and they started describing like the thermal jets on Earth, like the tropics, and like they didn't even say flat Earth, and he said to them, according to his little anecdotal story, he said, "What are you guys saying, that the Earth's flat?" And they all just started laughing. Well, the problem is this video, it might be somewhere on the internet, but it's not on YouTube anymore. But it was there for years. But sometimes I wonder if he was just if he is some sort of soft D-class, but at the same time, he sounds like, I don't know. I mean, if all this flat Earth information is some sort of soft D-class and they've kind of dropped it into the people's hands, then there are pretty complicated minds at work deciding how this is all done.
Yeah, that's probably true. Whether no matter which way it's coming down, it's it's looking like whoever's orchestrating
it was either planned or they're
deception,
adapting.
whoever's orchestrating this deception is putting a lot of effort into having it go the direction it's going at the speed it's going. And you know what I mean? They're censoring the, things so that people are not getting exposed to it as much as they used to for some reason. So, obviously I think they're slowing it down. They don't want it, because if they just left everything the way it was 5 years ago, I think that there'd be a lot more people. And if they would let people say whatever they wanted, and not censor them, and let the censorship go on the flat Earth, and let everything just fly wildly, there'd be a different outcome for sure. At least in the last 5 years.
It's almost as if they're setting up some sort of scenario where they're saying, okay, you guys can believe this and we'll believe this. Just them unveiling those new black hole images is just that they're not stopping with the narrative. Who cares? God bless them. But my God, I don't know. It's just
those black hole images. I watched the thing on those where I seen the photograph in the newspaper or somewhere, or it was on the news, and then I seen where there was a video of the girl. It was a female that claims she's the one that discovered that. I don't know if you knew that black hole a few years ago.
Someone was telling that narrative. Yes, I heard that.
Okay, so I watched this. She'd done a presentation. It was an on-stage live presentation, and she was announcing to the academia world what she had found and basically taken claim for it on stage. She come right out and said, in no other uncertain terms, she said that she had part in putting this computer together. The software in it was designed in such a way that they could put data into this computer, and then it would organize it so that it would make it look like is close to what they felt like a black hole would look like as far as an image of it. So the software and the computer,
that's the word, image.
The computer was designed to take the data that they put into it and make it look like a black hole. Okay, she admitted, she come right and was very proud of being part of this special software that was going to make this data turn into a black hole and make it look like a black hole the way they wanted it so they could present it to the public. She was very proud about being able to have been part of that process. Now, that to me is just coming right out and telling on yourself. We designed this computer to make a black hole. If we would have put a picture of a dog turd in there, it wouldn't have mattered. Because the computer was designed to take whatever data put in there and to make it look like what they felt like a black hole should look like.
Yeah, not only admitting compartmentalization, being proud of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I played my part.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Someone else was talking about that, and I forget who it was, but they basically said what you said, that they acknowledged the fact that it was a rendered image, and they're proud of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They acknowledged the fact that the computer was programmed. The program that was put in it, the software that it was, packaged with, the computer was made to do that very specific thing, to take the data and turn it into an acceptable looking black hole that the public and academia and everyone else would buy as real.
And not to throw Not
And
to
so
throw
when she got done with it, she got done with, and out popped this picture, and she went, "Look, a black hole, a first picture of a black hole," and she was like just all proud of it. This is the image that the computer made up for us to say that this is a black hole.
Well, yeah, not to throw Roland my boulder under the bus, but this is the simplicity that he finds beautiful.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, she was really proud of the fact that this computer did what they told it to do and spit out this fine picture of a black hole from just a few pieces of data. And I think they even showed the data, and it was like three squares on a big, three blurry squares on a sheet of data, just like three little dots, and that's what they fed into the computer, and then it spit out this beautiful rendition of whatever they felt like a black hole should look like. I mean, the data they put in there was very, very obscured and was just
It's kind of hard to believe it's 2022 and we're talking about photographs or images of black holes. It's kind of it's almost too much.
Well, it obviously wasn't the image of a black hole. It was an image that they wanted people to believe was a black hole.
Looked like the end of a
So they
cigarette.
taught the computer how to do that. Boy, were they proud of it.
Give us 3 orange pixels, please.
Yeah, that's what they did. She was proud of it too, boy.
Computer, 3 orange pixels, please.
Why do they even call it a black hole when it's orange?
I don't fucking know.
It's an orange. How dare you call it a black hole? It's an orange hole.
Right.
Well,
look, we found an orange. We got some orange pixel data. Let's call it a black hole.
OPD.
Yeah, that was pretty strange when I seen it too. I thought, what the fuck is all this color doing around the center black dot? And it was.
Sorry, Dad.
No, you're fine. Jump in.
There are 3 orange squares surrounding this black hole. What the hell is going on? Where's Roland my board? Who could have explained it to us?
You know it's black hole because it looks so orange.
That's a good one.
I always thought prior to this knowledge or this image, I was always taught to believe that black holes had so much gravity and were so powerful that they absorbed that no light could escape the image. So
yes, the redshift, green shift.
How could you get an image with any color or light?
Yeah, the orange is actually purple.
How does that even happen when these things are prior to this? I was taught that black holes were so powerful in gravity that not even light could escape.
No. The orange or the light that you see, it's actually not a light. It's more kind of a very difficult math equation that you don't understand, first of all, and you can't prove it, but you need to accept the fact that there's a light that you can see, which, just accept what we're saying.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, that's just how they would explain it,
I know. I realize that. I'm just saying that prior to that, everything I was ever taught about a black hole is that they're very difficult to see or find. All you can do is find this this dark spot in the sky that warps other stars, makes stars move out of place or makes them change their direction or whatever, because you can't see them because no light bounces off of them. The light just gets absorbed into them because the gravity is so powerful that not even light can reflect off of these black holes. And so when they came out with an orange one, I was like going, what?
It's the consistency,
This is the first orange black hole I've seen. I'm sorry, but the joke's just the whole thing. The fact that well, someone posted the video the other day of this symposium or this announcement of this black hole, and people are saying that people are waiting 10 hours in line to get in for the announcement. It's too much.
Wow. Yeah, man. No one has ever seen a black. No one has ever seen a black hole. That's why people make a line to see it.
It's orange.
That's why
the black
people
hole is
stand in
orange.
line. That's why people stand in line to go see the Star Wars movies, I guess, right?
Well,
my brother did that.
10 hours? Well, yeah, maybe.
My
That's a
brother
good point.
spent overnight outside the
Good
theater with his whole
correlation.
family the night before the new Star Wars movies come out. All right, and they slept in a tent
There you go.
outside in front of the theater, bro.
You gotta
So they'd be the
admit
first
that it's,
ones to see it.
it must be exciting to see an orange black hole.
I'm just talking
It's
Star
very
Wars.
exciting.
It wasn't even real shit.
I looked at it the other day and I was very excited. It was like a Chewbacca experience.
That was pretty good.
Of course, Jim Z has the perfect Chewbacca. Of course he does.
Hey man, when I see orange black holes, I can't help myself, bro.
Chewie, is that you?
Oh,
Sorry, that was a bad impression.
The only time I could do the Chewbacca sentence is if I yawn in the middle of a yawn. A real nice.
Maybe people got confused and they thought it was orange black holes, and they making the line for that.
Oh yeah, orange is the new black.
Isn't that a female prison video or film? Orange is the New Black or something?
It was like a long time ago. Yeah, TV show from ages ago.
Yeah, there's a series called The Orange is the New Black or something. It's about
That was
women in
decades
prison.
ago. Yeah, it was on TV ages ago.
Yeah. I know it was ages
when you
ago.
had to do the rabbit ears on your TV. Yeah.
No, it wasn't Rabbit Ears time, but
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I know.
It was still. It's still in the. It's still fading fast in the catalog of television shows.
Yeah. I watched some of those episodes, by the way.
I've never seen a single one of them, and never will. Maybe when I'm in the nursing home. But there's a good one called Firefly with Nathan Fillion. That's like a sci-fi. It ran for one season. It was on Netflix. But these people who you can still enjoy sci-fi even if the Earth is flat.
Oh yeah, for sure. You just have to realize
Firefly got
that you're watching a story. You're watching fantasy.
What's that, Safita?
It was so sad that Firefly got cancelled. That show should have kept going.
Yeah. If that show came out now, it would have run for 12 seasons.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Firefly.
Well, yeah, I didn't either. It was a show that ran for like one season. They were like a renegade space crew. It was a cool show. It's called Firefly, but it was canceled because it had a cult following after like 3 years after it was canceled.
It had what?
Like a cult. People are into the show now. A cult following.
Oh, okay, following. I see.
Yeah. But it's that guy Nathan Fillion from that one show. I can't think of what show he was on, but it's I don't know. It's a weird show. What I'm saying is you can still enjoy sci-fi. Hey, Globers, you don't have to give up sci-fi. Your Isaac Asimov books will not disintegrate.
Yeah, you know, some Globers have this fantasy with anime characters, girls or boys, and you know they can have that with the globe. Have all the
Yeah,
fantasies you
Sonic the
want.
Hedgehog is not going anywhere.
I brought my Mentos.
Hey, we have Prime Me Timington. Prime Me Timington.
Hey,
You've been unmuted.
Flatterday, remember when that guy was stuck in the traffic and he hopped through the cabbie's back seat and popped a
Yeah.
Mentos?
The Fresh Maker. Yeah, that's the Fresh Maker. That's what I'm talking about. Every day I tell people about the Fresh Maker.
People don't understand. It's your get out of jail free card.
Absolutely. Or get out of flat Earth free card. I mean,
get out of globular Earth. Get out of 39.
It's that basically it's that one time boat going over the curvature. There you go. I'll give you that.
Is that you, Flatterday Saints?
Yeah.
Oh, right on. What are you doing up this late?
It's late. What time is it?
It's early.
It's
right. He's making omelets right now.
Time, so 3:30.
24/7. It's always morning. It's always brunch in Flatterday Saints world.
Dude, it's space time. I'm bending warpy space time, homie. You know what I mean?
He doesn't sleep.
Yeah, if I do, I usually sleep with my feet hooked to a bar in the ceiling.
That's a good one.
The grounding wire that's got to go to the ground, my friend.
So when you wake up, you're standing right up. You just hop out of your strap and throw your boots on.
Sometimes I wake up in Australia, bro. You know what I mean?
On your head.
Yeah.
Antipodal. That's the word that drives. That's like the kryptonite of the Globers is antipodal.
I remember when I was a younger kid, I was blood during the day. I was a kryptonite.
I remember looking at the globe when I was a little kid going,
well, not every
wouldn't we
day,
be
but
upside down if we were in Australia? Wouldn't we fall off the globe?
Well, remember God Rockin', they used to say that you could dig a hole in China.
Yeah. And when you got to the middle, you'd be suspended and gravity pulling you both ways, and you'd just float.
Yeah. I drew that diagram in my notebook. If someone managed to make it all the way through a cord through the earth, you would just be suspended in a like an elevator.
Yeah, just floating, nowhere to go now.
You'd be stuck.
Hey, let's try this. Let's try this one more time. We have a member without any roles. His, her, it, or whatever name is Prime Me Timington. You have been unmuted, and the polite thing to do will be to, reply. What do you think about that?
We're all about polite here.
You say hello, and I'll say goodbye because it's my bedtime.
Hello.
You'll have to just unmute your mic at your end. You've been server unmuted, so you can say, "Hey, Flatties."
You're being hailed. It's time to answer.
Flatties, how are you, Flatties?
Jason, what curve? When did you pop in, brother?
Wow. Prime Me Timington is ignoring me because of my accent, right? Is that why?
Who are you calling out, Jimsy? I don't see them.
Prime Me Timington.
Well, Glack Flobe decoded the word. I think it's Prime Timington. I don't think he said anything. But there's a Zafita. There's a Zafita here.
That's why I'm trying. That's why this is my intent.
Go down to Z.
Yeah,
also known as Z.
Right here, black.
Zapata?
Crazy. Check this out.
Zafida.
Zafada. That sounds right.
Just Zap, if you like.
What? Tell us, Flatterday. What are you saying?
No. I was just saying I'm posting some pictures of the weird clouds in the moon right now where I'm at.
Oh,
they got these weather modification centers right here by where I live.
Jim Z,
Yeah, that's
Jim Z, do
chemtrails.
not give up on this Zafita. Get him to say hello. He's speaking.
But man, the geoengineering today in Germany is also crazy. Yesterday we had blue sky. Today it's just
You
retarded.
guys not hear me. You guys can't
My
hear me.
goodness. Zafita,
Well,
what's up?
those
What's
clouds
up?
definitely look very organic GMO.
Right. Totally. They're rain clouds, dude.
APT. No.
see, those aren't camera photos, are they?
Zafita, turn your mic
Yeah, I
up.
just took them right now.
Are you? What the fuck? How did you get that kind of stuff? That's like it looks total CGI, bro.
I know.
That's weird.
It's Galaxy S21.
Yeah.
It's got 5 lenses on it.
So you must have used all 5 of them on that photo.
He used 6 because he had to use his eyes as well, and that kind of is like a lens too.
My microphone sounds fine in the microphone tester, so I don't know why you're having an issue.
Oh, Feeder.
Hello.
Are you a Glober?
Yes, I'm a Glober.
A globalist?
Enlighten us,
So,
Zafita.
So, since
You guys were
you're...
just messing with me.
No, not at all. So since you're a Glober, what is your proof of a wobbling space ball and spinning?
Actually, I'm going to come right out and say that I am not smart enough to try to explain why the Earth is the globe. There's nothing I can say that will hold up against your guys' arguments because you're really, really practiced.
Right.
So I'm
That's honest.
not even gonna bother.
Well,
Would
you just
I'm
accept
just
the
in here
fact
for a laugh, basically.
Oh, okay.
Would you just accept the fact that our arguments are they're true? That's why there's no way to battle them? You can't battle something that's truth.
There's no way
like
anyone can ever convince me that flat Earth theory arguments are true.
All right, bye.
So, but how did they convince you that the theory of the heliocentric inconsistency space wobbling testicle is true? Like because of cool pictures in Star Wars, or why do you believe that kind of trash? Because we can give you reality. They can't give you reality. They just can give you assumptions and theories. So, explain that, please. Or is that also a is that already what you were trying to point out, that you can't even answer that one?
The Earth has finite resources, and human resources are finite. Now,
yeah, but let him answer my question. Oh, it was not too complicated.
The amount of time, effort, money, and resources dedicated to convincing the world that the world is round when it is indeed flat. I think is ridiculous. If they
printed
really
it in textbooks, Zafita, they printed it in textbooks.
No. What Zavita's saying makes a lot of sense. Think about this. It would be a lot easier to be a millionaire than to pretend you're a millionaire. Come on, that's logical. Just think about it. Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah.
Let me think about that.
Yeah.
No, I don't agree with that. It's pretty easy to pretend. Well, actually,
gotcha.
So it is so because they said so?
I mean, it's easy to lie, but it's a different thing to pretend to actually put up a convincing pretense.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's why it's not working. That's why we figured it out, bro. Anybody that looks at it figures it out.
We all believed it,
too lazy.
It was one hell of a lie.
If you're too lazy to look at it, then it's on you. Because all you got to do is open your eyes. It's self-evident. And as a matter of fact, you don't even have to have an education beyond 3rd grade to understand it. And if you can't take the time to understand something that's simple, then I don't know what to tell you, my friend.
Right.
If you can understand how a Mentos
The
can
thing
change
is,
your
when
day,
you actually run an
Right?
experiment of like measuring things along, it like they put like poles in the ground and they put several of them across a long way, and when they measure,
Are you talking about
the
Eratosthenes and
measurement
the sticks
actually
and
proves
shadows
that
fucking
a
thing?
curvature. They
That's what's
don't
done
get the
1,000
measurements
years
that
ago,
they
bro.
would.
That
You're
guy
talking
didn't
about
even
stripper
live.
clubs, dog.
What an idiot.
You're talking about strip clubs, poles.
that's
That's the only
not
place there's a bunch of
common.
poles. I mean, or a fire engine house.
Oh man.
I'm just saying. You know what I
Let's
mean?
not call the gentleman an idiot yet. Zafita, or listening.
So Peter, if I show a kid that water lays flat,
I've said enough. I've
then
said my piece.
the thing
You're
is,
good.
even a
You're
little
good.
kid would understand more than most of indoctrinated religion believers
Zafita.
these days.
I'm going to have
know
to
you're
go get
you,
because otherwise
you
I'm going to have
try
to spawn to mute this
you
idiot.
try to convert. You're trying to convert globers into flat earthers, and
No.
No,
That's
no.
wrong.
I'm trying to convince flat earthers that it's a globe because I want to go back. So here's a good one, Zafita. When you see a drop of water, it's curved. Duh. Water curves. Jeez. You could. I mean, that's for free. You could throw it at them, or you could just say, "Yeah,
Zafita,
what you
is
said."
It has
it
nothing to
still
do with
okay to point out
surface
lies?
tension.
Are we still allowed to point
okay.
out lies?
Who are you, Kavinci? Who's the guy who's got the profile? Oh, flatter date states. So many of the. You agree that an Earth droplet has a curve?
Absolutely. You have to be
Mountains
blind not
have
to see that.
curves. A ball has curves. So much in the Earth is curved.
Our heads, watermelon. Absolutely, dude.
What part of the Earth?
Mentos
is
round.
actually that's flat.
Your
you
brain
guys
has
claim
a
is
curve.
flat, and that everybody else claims is a globe.
I used to think that since my hands were flat, the Earth was flat.
Meniscus, don't forget meniscus.
Which water is curving, Zafida? Oceans, sea, lakes. Which one?
Yeah, let's not forget
Individual
water
droplet.
tension and meniscus, please.
Zafidus, can I answer this for you?
I'm
Well,
going
if
to
you
make
took a bunch of little
a
droplets,
scientific
you took
factual error, and I'm going to look like an idiot because I just don't really know my stuff.
No, you do not.
if you
You
took a
do
bunch of
not sound
droplets
the
of water
word
that are curved and you
idiots.
put them together, they're still curved. You know, just a bunch of curved droplets. You hear me?
Just gets bigger
right,
and bigger.
Zafita, no one here is ever going to think you're an idiot because we are and were idiots. We just realize reality.
Right. No one's gonna ridicule you, especially
No one's
when
judging you.
Yep. Especially when you
This is
come to
what
the
I
conclusion
came here
that
to hear. I wanted to hear some of this so that I'd laugh, and that's my whole
Talk to
aim of being
Flatterday.
here.
He's a freaking comedian, dude. Talk to him.
But my goal is to become a glober. That's like, I don't want to be a comedian anymore. I'm
Your
tired of this
goal, I
flatter
thought you
stuff.
said, was to become a rapper, the world's best rapper. I mean, you're
Dude,
like top 80, dude. Top 80
Dude, they're going to be
Flat
here
Earth
any.
rappers.
They're going to be knocking on my door any minute to sign the contract. I already I told my chick I have my stuff packed. I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? You could come with me or you could stay. You know what I mean?
Zafita, did you know that Flatterday was top 80 Flat Earth rappers on the Flat Earth?
Top 80.
Well, at least.
Yeah, at least
Maybe
top 80.
Maybe top 20, maybe top 5, maybe top 10.
On the globe, top 10 on the globe, and top 80 on flat Earth.
Well, you said the other day that you were like top 18 in a in a group of 12 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, you just divide
Anyways,
the
you're top
3, carry it
80.
over by 4.
You're top 80. You are top 80. This is not my opinion. This is fact.
I love your humor,
No, it's
Flatter.
fact.
You're a funny motherfucker, boy.
Zafita, talk to Flatterday Saints. Just talk to the guy. Talk to him for a minute, please.
I like your tactics there.
Or talk to any one of us.
Yes,
we're here.
One of my favorite YouTube channels.
I can't talk to you. Don't talk to me because
Are you making a YouTube video?
I'll be mean to you.
Favorite YouTube channels.
You have a YouTube channel, Jafita?
No.
Oh. I was going to say I'll like and subscribe right now.
Technically, I think it's got like 5 subscribers and 3 or 4 like.
Well, I'd be your
screen
6th
captures
subscriber,
on it,
bro. You mean?
No, I don't. I don't really have them.
Dude, everybody,
YouTube
let's get Zafita to 1,000 subs by tonight. By tomorrow, you'll be at 1,000 subs tomorrow. All right? I'll make a globe song for you, even. You know? Dude, there's some really cool globe songs. There really is. Like, they're really cool. You know?
Can you spin a real quick one for us right now?
My favorite's that Billy Joel song. We didn't start the fire. It's all turning since the world's been bad.
Days Saints is like you're trying to go back to globe. Is that like a statement on how?
Yeah, dude. Because
how
I've been having these migraines
you can't
every
go
day
back
now.
to globe no matter
brains,
how
no
hard you
headache.
try because there's too much evidence that the Earth is flat.
Seriously, like to give up all these migraines I have every day, I'd go back to being a glober, bro. You know what I mean? I'm all for the no brains, no headaches theory. Like seriously, I'm about that. You know what I mean? I have a splitting headache every moment, every waking moment. You know what I mean?
The no
You ever seen those old
brains, no
commercials? I've got a
headache
headache this big.
Oh, no brains, no headache. That's good.
Right. You're gonna see me when I'm an old man, and I'm gonna be having that little relief one, and I'm gonna be like, "It's flat. I can't get up."
Like, just because I think you guys are wrong and a little bit silly doesn't mean.
How do you know? You just said for yourself that you do not know. You don't have the knowledge that we're supposed to have. So how do you know that we're wrong? You can only know that someone is wrong when you have more information than the person.
Well, he said he thinks we're wrong, but I know I'm right. So I guess me and you are meant to be.
I'm positive you guys are wrong.
We're not.
Well,
I don't need much
if
knowledge.
being wrong is flat, then I can't be right.
Can you say precisely with what? Can you say, Zafita, can you say precisely with what we are wrong?
The idea that the Earth is flat and not a globe.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Can you tell me now? Do you know why I'm here? What do you think?
Here because you were born in Serbia, like my grandfather.
No, I born in Yugoslavia, but that doesn't matter. I didn't born in Serbia, but doesn't matter. That I ask you, do you know? What do you think? It's a better question. What do you think? Why I am here? What is my best reason?
Oh, the purpose of existence.
No, I'm saying on this server.
What you mean? Why they're human beings?
It was an accident. But yeah, sorry.
Okay, I think I know that Earth is flat. Do you? Oh, the question is, what do you think? Why I know that Earth is flat?
Because you think.
But what I think? Do you know what I think? And that thing make me thinking that Earth is flat.
It's recursive. It infinitely recurses.
Did I read the list?
And the
Okay,
reason why you think is because you think, and that is because
great.
And so
Did I read the book? Did God send me a message? What's happened? What do you think?
I mean, if you read a religious book that was a literal word of God, then
you think that I realized like that Earth is flat?
You watch too many Hollywood movies.
You know what makes a lot of people become a glober is that Miley Cyrus song. I came through like a wrecking ball.
No, it's interesting though that he used the term recursive. I've not heard that before by one of these globers. But answer the question, Zafita. Saucer's asking you a question.
Yeah.
Can you state the question again succinctly?
Yeah. What do you think? Why I think that Earth is flat? Why is my reason to think that Earth is flat? What is your opinion?
I don't know.
I don't know why.
Do you want to know?
Yes, please.
Okay, there is no curvature in reality. You know, the sphere, what you're seeing in from NASA. You know, then when you make observations, that curve should be there for the sphere, but it is every observation showing that there isn't any curve there.
Why do you think there's no curvature in reality? Why does a round ball not curve?
Why do you think
because
there is?
great question. Because Earth has dimensions. Sorry, because of my English. You know, if some
Your English is a lot better than my Serbo-Croatian Yugoslav.
Both of your Englishes is perfecto.
I poured out some old English right now for your English, dog. You know what I mean?
My Italian,
I wish
you gotta put English on that cue ball.
my ability in my ancestors' language was as good as your ability in English.
You guys we're listening. We're hinging on you. We're like hanging on every. I'm hanging on every word of your guys' conversation. Continue, please.
Okay, they are saying
We've
that
got something happening here.
Earth has dimensions, you know, and it's big, really, really big. It's 25,000 miles. That's big, let's say.
There are there other planets other than Earth that are bigger?
Way bigger.
How do you know that?
It's observable.
You're presupposing Earth is a planet.
It's observable. You can see something in the sky and say that it's bigger than Earth.
Measurements.
Measurement. How you measure planets?
Model reifications.
You measure it by observing it, by measuring it.
I don't know,
by
but
observing it.
You hold a tape measure up to your eye.
I'm gonna make the admission that you guys want me to make, and I'm not. I'm doing my best not to slip.
Just be honest. We don't care what you say. We were like having a ball. We were like cracking. We were talking about stupid shit before you came here. And we want to talk about serious flat Earth things.
Absolutely.
I measured Earth by putting a tape measure up to my
It's
eye.
the same
watching
thing
the
that
beach.
other globers say. Like the scientists who have all
listen, I want
agreed
to
with
finish
peer-reviewed research about
Yeah,
the
yes,
existence of a solar system and the
That's great.
measurements of
That's
planets.
Zabhida, but that's not my reason why I'm here. I'm not because of science, because of planets, because of many years of studies. I'm not here because of that. I'm here because there is no curvature in reality. And I try to explain to you, not explain, to tell you dimensions, and now 25,000 miles. That means that big thing's 25,000 miles means then on 1 mile you have 8-inch drop, you know.
Okay, other flat earthers, is there curvature in reality or not?
No.
Like an orange curve, bro.
I want to know if this is a general flat Earth thing or if it's relatively unique and such as
No one has ever been able to show us any. That's why we say it. In reality, there is no curvature.
Or put like this: who from the ancient time till now measured curvature, and which method was used, and we can do it. Yeah, we can find it that, and then we can go
was
on.
it Galileo or was it one of those other
no
astronomers?
No, it was not Galileo. What Galileo did? How Galileo measured?
What did Galileo do exactly? Speed and velocity, gravity and free fall. Yes, that's right. He measured the gravity of the Earth.
Man, Columbo was the sailor, not the astronomer.
That's Colombo. He was a
Again, gravity. Again, blah blah blah. But we are 2022. Everyone who has the photo camera and go to the beach cannot find the curve. Why Columbo could find the curve and we cannot?
How does gravity work in flat Earth theory then?
What's gravity?
Gravity is how do you define gravity?
Yeah, you don't know to define gravity, but you will ask how that works.
It's the universal force of attraction acting on all matter and
how
the size
unicorns
of the
make
Earth.
the same question? How unicorns work on globe Earth?
Sorry, what?
How unicorns work on the globe Earth theory?
Unicorns.
Yeah, it is the same question.
Unicorn's a mythical creature.
Gravity, it's a not proven theory.
Pseudo force. Pseudo force. Pseudo horse.
What? I will repeat. Gravity is not proven theory.
Okay, okay. What is the force that stops us from floating off of Earth into space? Then,
what force? Tell me, does any force has unit?
If there was no force acting on me to keep me planted on Earth, I would float away.
Really?
I think so.
Why?
It's the laws of physics.
Laws of physics. Are you a bullshitting?
What force does the helium balloon defy?
Well, helium balloon. What is a helium balloon?
Is it defying gravity?
It's not defying gravity. Gravity is acting upon it. It's just that its mass.
Is it?
Okay, can you tell us what gravity is?
Its mass is not enough. Is low enough that it floats away.
Give us any experiment that demonstrates the existence of gravity, please.
Okay, so you guys don't believe in gravity. Well, I'm not gonna.
No, I'm asking you. Give us an example of it. Give us an example of it.
Do you believe in unicorns?
No, I
if
don't
you don't
believe
believe, why we need to believe in gravity then? You understand me? I'm not joking.
That's how a belief system works, man. Otherwise, it's not real if you don't believe it.
I want to know that gravity exists. I don't want to.
Just give us an experiment in which gravity is demonstrated to exist. That's all.
It would be
the Cavendish experiment. I'm sure you guys heard of.
No, X wrong.
Yeah, come on.
What? Okay,
Vida, did you know that even the physicists don't know what gravity is?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you know that even the physicists doesn't know what gravity is? They can't define it. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson says he doesn't know what it is. So why are you bringing gravity up?
But again,
because I had to go with something, and that's what I came up with. I don't know.
Zafida, let's say that gravity, okay, exists. Let's say I believe in gravity. But what we will do now with curvature?
Define curvature.
Define curvature. It's a necessary antecedent for the sphere. Like, can you have airplane without wings?
Can you have a ball without curves?
Yeah.
Why does a ball exist?
Can you have a ball without curves?
Can you have a ball without curves?
No.
Why we have why is not curving then?
A ball, by definition, curves. It's the shape.
Yeah, but this one, in reality, doesn't curve. That's the problem. In reality,
we need proof of curvature.
All I have to do is show you a ball. That's proof enough.
Yeah, okay. But listen to this. If I want to be photographer a long distance, can I use that profession? Can I be that?
Why not?
Because if I shoot the photo of mountain on 270 miles, is that real mountain or is it some reflection in the sky?
Obviously, a real mountain.
That means if I can make a photo 275 miles straight line, what that mean? Do you know that on that 275 miles should to be drop, some kind of drop its curve?
There is
on the,
a drop.
if you are on the top of the ball is dropping away from you. Is that true?
Mm,
No.
yeah, it slopes away from you in all directions.
Yeah. That is not happening in reality. Especially with the water, because water is level.
Actually, it is. It's just on such a massive scale.
Yeah, that's I explained. I told. Listen, this is very important. I told you that scale is 25,000 miles, and when you do math, on every mile should be 8 inches of drop. That means on that 275 miles, he cannot reach that mountain. That mountain should be 3 miles under the, how to say, behind the curvature. He shoot that is Guinness record of photo. The guy made the photo 275 miles. Do you understand me? And he shoot the mountain, and that mountain should be like 3 miles under the curve.
Frida, can you prove curvature? Can you prove it to us?
I don't think I can prove it to you.
Zahida, did you understand me? That is the
Thank you for
scale.
being honest.
You can do it.
Of course, I
You
believe.
cannot.
I believe in.
You cannot measure the planets, but you can measure the Earth. You can see the dimension of the Earth, and then you can go to the beach, and then you can find some object, island, whatever, distance A, distance B, and then you will see how much distance is and how much.
I've got this. I'm curious now. I've got this Earth curvature calculator.
Great.
Tell me how much of the object is obscured by the curvature
great.
of the Earth.
Yes, based on a
275 miles.
3959 radius spheroid.
That's
I
your
thought it
math.
was just say 1
We didn't
meter.
create that. That's your math.
Do
you understand that, Rita? That's your math, the globe math. We didn't invent it.
This is the dimension of the sphere, man.
I didn't invent math. It's everybody's math.
Yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, it's based on the radius of. You know what the radius of the globe is?
I do.
What do you think of that? What do you think of that Earth curve calculator?
I don't know. I'm not smart enough for this shit.
Well, you just saw it. You only realized it three seconds ago. So don't look at it. If you're interested, look at it. Do your own observations. See if what the model projects exists in reality. That's it.
I posted your picture in the voice text chat if you want to read from the text and look at the picture.
Live stream voice text.
Yep.
I saw this before.
Yeah, and
it's right above this voice chat.
And Zafida, that is an image, a still from a video taken from a 1 foot observer site above the surface of the water.
Can you see the picture?
I'm looking at it. I'm staring at it.
And the platforms are there only for distance demarcations.
Where's the horizon on that picture, Safida?
It's in the distance between the
Define
sea.
horizon. What is horizon?
No,
Zafita. What is
Let me
the
reverse
horizon,
image the
Zafita?
pictures.
What?
Again, it's probably want
No,
something that
Zafita. What is the horizon?
It can't be defined in concrete terms. It's
It's not a trick question. The horizon is where the sky meets the ground.
There's no ground there. It's,
Apparent.
Well, the sea. Yes, where it appears to meet. Where is that location, Zafita?
In the gravy
on
ocean.
the picture.
Yeah, on the
Is it before the platforms, in between the platforms, or behind the platforms? The horizon.
Okay, behind.
Great. Can we tell now that it's horizon 10 miles at least?
Oh, more than 10 miles.
Okay, great. Can you read the text now above the picture?
Welcome to Flat Earth, Zafita.
No, I don't think so.
Zafita,
DJ's taking requests.
Zafita, can you read the text? But read on what can we hear, or I can read it.
Okay, if P then Q, not Q, what the fuck does that even mean? Therefore, not
Okay.
P. What the fuck does that mean?
But read,
If
okay,
Earth is
you will
a
understand.
sphere- Okay, if Earth is a sphere with radius 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square blah 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 blah. U horizon distance.
Horizon zero dawn.
No, it doesn't. I can't make sense of it.
Well, punch
It's
it
a
into
logical statement.
the
It's a
curve
logical
calculator.
statement, right? Computer programmers use it. If this, then that kind of thing. So what it
That's simple. I can, yeah.
What it is it's debunking the radius of the Earth. Using the math, right? Using geometry, at 1 foot high, the physical geometric horizon. Do you know? I mean by that, the physical geometric horizon. Avida.
What about it?
That's the point.
You know what a physical geometric horizon is?
No.
Right, on a ball, yeah. So you've got a basketball in your hand, and you're looking at it. There's an edge, right? The physical edge to that basketball, yeah.
Well, the edge is all around it. It's got.
Yeah, as you're looking at it, you can't see further. You can't see below the physical edge of that ball, yeah.
No, and nor can you with Earth.
Zafita, if there was an ant crawling on the basketball, can you acknowledge that if the ant was walking away from you whilst you were holding the basketball, that eventually it would go over the curve and you would no longer see it? That's what we're talking about. A geometric horizon of a sphere.
Okay, yeah. Yep. I'm with you.
So on that picture, yeah, according to your math, the globe math, and the radius they've given us, that is impossible because at 1 foot, the camera is, yeah, the physical geometric horizon of your globe should be at 1.2 miles. Understand that?
There's got to be something wrong with this math.
No, it's all based on the 3959 spheroid radius of the model. That's what's wrong with the math.
It's a formula to calculate. It's a formula to calculate the horizon. Where the horizon should be.
The 3959 number was not made up. The calculator, as crazy as it looks and calculates, that is what they claim reality is, according to the 3959 radius model. It's not reality. That's why it looks so absurd.
You're definitely not reality.
I need to ask a Globo who knows how to explain this.
Oh,
We just did. We just explained it to you, Savita.
There's no other explanation, dude.
Yeah, flat earthers are also globers. We were.
they are saying one word for this, but that word will not help.
I
The
refuse.
math, the math is very simple. It's like kindergarten level math. If you understand geometry, what geometry is, Avida?
Zafida, you are the most honest person who's come to the server in ages.
3,959 miles. Hang on. Seems. I mean,
959 miles is the radius. Is that what you're saying?
if that's the
That's
radius,
what they're saying. Yeah, Gravy Man.
so that's
Okay.
half the perimeter or whatever you call it, diameter. The diameter. If you
That's
send a ship,
half of it. Because
if you
let's look
send a
here.
ship around the Earth,
Diameter it's double.
it will travel double the radius to get back to the same point. Of course, there's no line that a ship can actually go because there's land in the way. Okay, or a plane flying around the Earth. It will, as long as it had enough fuel, which no real plane does. But anyway, it'll come back to the same
Who
point.
is the one giving the number of? So the diameter of the Earth around the center is 7,917.5. I don't know who the fuck is saying
What
it's
planet
900.
are you from, Gravy Man? Hey,
Gravy Man.
Gravy Man, what planet are you from?
I'm a part of the none of your goddamn business planet.
Yeah.
What's the circumference of
You've
the
got
Earth,
some
of the globe?
confused maps there. You've got some bad maps.
Yeah. Gravy
Talking
Man,
to a
what's the
physicist right
circumference
now.
of the globe?
You're talking to a physicist here, man. A full-on
What's the
PhD physicist. Thank you
Okay,
very much.
great.
Awesome.
Great.
You've
Can you
been
tell
spewing bullshit.
Then you should understand what we're saying, Gravy Man.
I understand exactly what
This
you're
is-
saying, but here's the thing: is
what?
Hey, I'm going back to learning basic geometry here. Just to
We were
Gravy
having
Man.
a
what
nice
happens?
conversation with
Okay,
Safita.
let me
Talking
change the
about
topic.
trillions
Okay,
of miles
let me
diameter in
let,
this
let me
fake
let me just change
spacer.
the topic for you.
Nah.
No. Let me change the topic entirely so you can understand something. What happens when you put a bunch of boards, the same entire level, with the same exact hole in that, and then you shine a laser pointer through every single one of those holes? Will the laser pointer exactly go through all the holes perfectly at the same level, or will it drop a little bit because?
Well, you said they're all at the same level, so.
But
they're
no.
level.
I'm asking if they would, or would they actually drop a little bit due to a certain thing called curvature? Would they, or would they not?
Who cares?
no, we've done
No.
planet Earthers have done laser tests. Listen.
If
Listen.
they drop due to a certain amount of curvature, because of the
don't
fact you have the planks of woods at
They
the
don't
exact same height with the
They don't
laser
drop.
pointer, they do, because you guys even did that
drop?
experiment. You guys
listen,
even did that
Does the
experiment.
laser stay collimated? Does the laser stay collimated enough to be able to pass through all the subsequent boards?
Yes. It's you guys did this
Incorrect.
experiment.
Incorrect.
You
Do
guys
you know what
did this
attenuation of light means?
experiment.
Do you know?
did.
Do you know what attenuation of light is, or beam
Yes.
divergence?
Gravy Man, can you explain to me how the math is bad? Because I'm sure the math is bad. Just want to know how. I've got a headache.
Unfortunately for him, Zafita, he asked a different question.
Yeah.
Well, he's talking.
Notice how he changed.
But you guys don't want to answer my question because the fact
You
is,
get all your learning, Gravy
to.
Man.
They're
Gravy
trying
Man,
to.
you get all your learning from Netflix. Is that how you learn things
I
about
get all my
humans?
learning from my own mathematics. Thank you very much.
Incorrect. Incorrect. What you just
Thank
described
you very much.
is
Gravy Man,
Netflix.
we were on the Black Swan. Do you have maybe some explanation for that?
Black's phone.
Gravy, man, you want to go in a voice call, just
We
one
were
on one?
speaking about photo on the voice text chat about 10 miles horizon. Do you want to explain that maybe?
The what horizon? Well, do you not see a curvature in the horizon when you're standing in the middle of nowhere?
Nope.
I mean, how about the lasers out in Antarctica that they've proven that they can literally use lasers to actually do the
fight each
What
other.
about the fact that you can actually fly out
Your script is weak.
into space
Gravy Man,
and literally
your
fly around
script
it?
is weak.
How far can you paint the
You asked
target?
a question.
Literally.
Why not listen to the answer?
Yeah, you're obfuscating all over the
I'm
place,
listening
man.
to the answer,
Let's stay in the
and I
5
hear a
minutes.
whole lot of bullshit. That's what I
I'm
hear.
asking-
I
I'm
hear a whole
asking-
lot of blah blah blah,
Gravy.
blah blah blah, and a bunch of bullshit because you guys
You
think
mad,
that you have
Hello.
answers.
Blah blah blah.
You
I'm
mad,
not
blah?
angry.
Blah blah
If
blah.
I'm angry,
blah,
I'd be
blah,
yelling.
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
But you guys, look at that. You're just saying blah blah the entire
Gravy
time.
Man, you're doing
You asked a
exactly
question.
the
Let
opposite.
him answer.
Gravy Man, I'm a Glober. I'm going to stay a Glober. I'm confident in that. But you've come in here and did the opposite of what I planned to do.
Plan to do.
Intended.
He's just saw that he spent so much time and money on a bullshit career and a bullshit education, man. Don't blame him.
Oh no, I don't have a bullshit career.
just want to do
My
my
entire
Amazon
career is
search,
engineering,
get a job
and
and have to
Yeah,
think
that's
about
I
it.
great.
make probably more money than a lot of you guys here
Yeah,
anyway.
that's great, man. Listen, that's great. Let's go back.
It's all gravy, man.
Let's talk Black Swan. Can you explain why horizon time further?
It's a really good question. If an ant crawling across the basketball goes past the edge of where you should be able to
So
see
let
it
me
and you
explain
can't
this.
see it anymore.
What happens
How
if
come-
I
how come
decide that I want to
the
sail
oil rig doesn't
Your
just
script
appear
around
is
the
as well?
world?
How
We're having
far
a
does the oil
conversation
rig
here. Thanks
I
for
am
your
right now.
input.
I am right now having a conversation. The conversation is
To
if I
speak.
decide
Someone was
to take a
speaking.
boat,
Someone was
okay,
speaking,
at
Gravy.
the
Let him finish.
end of the earth, what happens to me? What happens to me if I take a boat and I start sailing at the end of the earth?
What end?
No one's ever been there. So it's a rhetorical question. We don't know what is beyond the south 60th degree. Well, we put it this way: we're not allowed to travel independently to explore beyond the 60th degree south latitude line. You're not allowed to take fuel. You're only escorted to one escarpment off of some little
But they've already
peninsula,
proven that,
and then
though.
they put out a little ceremonial pole and tell you that you've reached the south. So when it comes to this place, what we're actually asking for is tangible.
That's already been proven.
So the
had-
Netflix documentary, which you've based your entire
I mean, I
worldview
can
on,
literally
which
just
showed a
take a
couple of
boat right
boards with
now,
holes in it.
hop
Let me just
on
finish my
fucking
sentence.
Japan.
Gravy.
So
Let me finish.
how come people
Gravy,
from
let me finish my
Japan?
sentence. Gravy. Is
How
there a
how
mod
come
in the room?
Can someone mute him? Yeah, I'm about
Is there a mod in the room, please?
Yeah, he's muted. So this
He
is how
arrived because there was an actual conversation taking place.
1 second. So this is how we're going to do this, right? We're going to let each other speak. So Flatter Solar was about to tell you something, Gravy Man. No, he's muted himself, deafened himself. Oh. So Flatter Solar is going to explain to you, right, Gravy Man? Oh, let me help him out. Let me help him out.
He's behaving like a child. It's
Yeah,
pointless
so
discussing anything with him.
I just booted him out of the. Yeah, we can move to Zafida. Maybe he has questions, or I heard him say something. Yeah, Gravy Man is back. I hope he can listen to the answer that Flutter Soda is going to give him. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Rog.
No problem.
Very short, very concise. The Netflix documentary that you were describing with boards and holes in them, So now he's muted. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to kick him out of the room every time he's doing that.
So that experiment that Jeranism attempted to do, he spent countless months asking for input from people. Then he made holes in these boards, bought a collimator to try and recollimate the light, because light always diverges outwards. And over a 3-mile stint, effectively the light diverged, causing the final board to be completely immersed in light. The disingenuous documentary used him saying interesting, and that seems to be sufficient cause for you to think that there was curvature in 3 miles. Subsequently, we've done laser experiments at 30 miles. When you start looking into military applications, they can paint a target up to 100 miles away with a laser. So if there was curvature at 3 miles, like you insinuated, then those laser tests or painting a target at 100 miles away would simply be impossible, which is why then Sasha tried to bring you back onto the black swan, which is the definitive evidence that your radius is wrong, where we have measured that the radius value is more than 10 times further than what it's claimed to be on the sphere Earth. Gravy Man, now you may respond.
Okay, 1 second. Here he goes. You've been unmuted, Gravy Man.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, what about Pearl Harbor? People from Japan flew over and attacked us from Pearl Harbor. At the time,
Aircraft
jet
carriers.
planes
Aircraft
aircraft carriers were not
carriers.
possible to go the whole way around that entire time.
Yeah, you fell for an anti-flat Earth meme, right? So let me pull up the actual
Let me just stop you right now. I'll just mute your ass because you want to mute my ass. So I'm going to say this right now, that the fact of the matter is that Japan did not actually really.
No, you did not do that.
So I'm gonna pull up the chart, the actual map that was let me pull it up.
So.
Notice again how he can't stick to answering anything about the question. He obfuscates to a completely different subject.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, we can move to another guy. Zafida, maybe you have a question?
Okay, you got a basketball, you got an ant. You look at the basketball, you look at the ant. The ant crawls away from you, and it goes over the edge. You can no longer see an ant.
Okay, cool.
Okay, same example. Let's take an ant. Let's take an ant and make him walk away on a flat surface. At what distance does the ant become invisible?
No, there's
just a flat
apparently
surface.
there's a formula for it. I don't know.
Do you wear glasses? Do you sometimes need something to assist your eyes to be able to see something, or your eyes start to lose focus on something? So if an ant walks away from me and eventually I can no longer see it, it has to have gone over a curve, right? It can't just be that my eyes can no longer resolve the tiny ant at 10 meters or 20 meters or 40 meters away from me.
Mm-hmm.
Point being that an alternative explanation for the same effect does not make your description of an ant walking around the outside of a basketball be the only cause of you not being able to see the ant any longer, right? True or false?
Again, sorry.
I said that sometimes there are alternative explanations to the same effect. You said if an ant walks around or over a basketball and then suddenly disappears, insinuating that if an ant walks away from me and I can no longer see it, it has to be a curve. So then I say on a flat surface, at what distance does an ant become invisible again?
On a flat
Maybe
surface.
20 meters, 30 meters. Can you see an ant from 50 meters away?
On a flat surface, it
On a
depends
road,
on many
your
many
flat
different
road outside your
variables.
house.
Yeah,
And
there's
can you
lots of
see an ant? Can you see an ant 40 meters away from you on the flat road outside your house?
Well,
it's very simple. Yes or no? Can you see an ant at 40 meters away from you on a flat road? Yes or no?
If I use binoculars, yes.
Correct. So it's optical. So if you use something which enhances the optical ability, you can then bring it back into view. And that's subsequently experiments that we've done at oceans, where we take out our binoculars and we see that the ship that appeared to have disappeared into the distance can now be fully resolved again. The full resolution of the image can be recaptured. And once it now goes out of view with the binoculars, I can then take out my P900 and which has a greater optical zoom, and I can zoom that object back into focus.
Okay, at what point can you no longer?
So, as I mentioned to you, asserting that an ant can only disappear because of curvature is false, because an ant can also disappear simply due to distance away from your eyeball. And then what we're talking about now is called the Rayleigh criterion. It's actually 1.22 times by the diameter of the aperture of the lens. So the lens in this case being your eyeball, or the binocular lens, or the camera lens. It is governed by the size of the aperture. The hole that lets the light in will determine the distance at which something becomes unresolvable, which means it's an optical phenomenon causing objects to disappear at distances based on aperture size. Rayleigh, Reileghh. Rayleigh criterion is the scientific name for why things disappear in the distance. And as Gravy Man was asserting just now, but something disappears in the distance, that must be curvature. Incorrect. It's the resolution limit of the eyeball or the binoculars or the camera, whatever the size of the aperture is, will determine at what distance that object will disappear. Does that make sense?
All right. Let's say the ant walks behind a wall. Can you still see the ant through the wall from behind the wall?
Of course not. Of course not. Correct.
Because the light doesn't.
And if the ant was behind a wall, could I bring out a binoculars and bring it back into view?
No.
Correct. And bring out a bigger camera lens and bring it back into view?
No.
No. Correct. So if it's been physically obstructed, no amount of optical enhancement can cause it to come back into focus.
Now, a curve can do the same thing, because if you go far enough from where you're observing to where the object is, light will not bounce between the optical device, whatever it is, and that object, because it's obscured by the curve.
It's assumed.
But there is no curvature.
Yeah, you go, Rog.
Yeah, there is no curvature. Never been measured. So I assume you've seen the black swan image. Have you seen that one?
I was wondering why. I was actually sort of playing devil's advocate, wondering why the other oil rig isn't disappeared. If it should be obscured by the curvature, but clearly it's not.
Well, there is
Must
no
be.
curvature, right? So if we go about with
I
the
don't accept that that's the only explanation. I think something's wrong with.
so
You're asserting
water lays flat and level in rest, right? We use water to build gigantic structures and roads and bridges, right? We use water levels. So water lays flat and level in rest. When we measure over large bodies of water, like lakes or oceans, it measures flat.
and water covers 70% of the surface of this place.
So I don't know why you would say, well, I don't accept that. There must be another thing. Is it because you want it to be a ball?
But he said that he doesn't accept that that's the only explanation, but yet he's asserting the only explanation can be curvature. So the only one asserting that there's only one explanation.
Oh no!
is
I
yourself.
fully accept that if something's
Whereas-
way far away on a flat surface,
that will become
Zafita.
unresolvable.
And Zafita, this image isn't it isn't unique. There are many. In fact, you'll be hard pressed to find an image that depicts a geometric horizon at that distance.
Yeah, a 6 foot observer height. So if you're 6 foot or close to, the horizon can be no further than 3.6 miles away from you. Now, if you've ever stood anywhere in your life and looked at another town that's 10 miles away or 20 miles away, or you can see a mountain range at 100 miles away, you have just disproven the assumption that the horizon has to be at 3 miles away from you, always, because you're on this curving ball that curves in all directions, left to right, as well as out in front of you, as well as behind you. The horizon can be no further than 3 miles if you are standing upright and you are 6 feet tall. Are you looking in the voice chat, in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Are you in that channel? Okay, great. So if you look up at the black swan picture, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or past the last oil rig?
Past the platform habitat.
Correct. So what we've basically done here, this picture comes from a video. So once again, we know that people are not going to just simply accept an image. So there is a whole video linked to this, whereby the guy shows that he's placed the camera down at 1 foot observer height. So he's literally right in the ocean, got his little tripod with the camera just 1 foot above the water. And then he films down, he shows you exactly where he's standing, and then he zooms out to these objects. Now, using the mathematics generated by the spherical model, they gave us the numbers of 8 inches per mile squared based on a radius value of 3959, which is what we're told. If I write that in a test, I get marks. I get full marks if that's the radius value. So based on that radius value, there has to be this curvature present. And if I lay all the way down on the Earth, that's where the curvature is going to be most noticeable at the shortest distance. So in this image, the horizon should have been at 1.22 miles, which means the first platform, Hill House, should have been already obstructed by the hard horizontal line that we call the horizon. And the horizon is a horizontal line. And if you go look up the definition of horizontal, it'll usually be level or at the zero. It's completely level. You don't have a diagonal line being horizontal. A horizontal line is a level line. And that level line should be obstructing the first platform. So why this is such a nail in the coffin display is that second platform is 9.4 miles, and it's not even being obstructed yet. Then the horizon, which we can see, which is way past that, we've just assumed, let's say 10 miles to be conservative, because that horizon distance could be 12, could be 13, could be 14 miles away. But we're just saying, make it 10 miles. Then that means that the radius value of the Earth would need to be over 200,000 miles, not 3,000 miles, like we've been told. Would have to be over 200,000 miles, which is effectively the distance to the moon. What we've been told is the distance to the moon, is the discrepancy that this one picture shows between the model we were all taught at school, that we're living on the sphere with a radius of 3959, and when you actually go into the real world and do observations yourself, you will see that it never comports. It never correlates.
I'm slowly starting to recall somewhere on YouTube I came across an explanation why we can still see things in the distance, even though the spherical model suggests that they're obstructed. I think it's got something to do with
I
light.
think it will. I think it will be in any
Very
scientific.
clear.
It will be in any scientific book written like this phenomena. It's a moving horizon, and I will read about that book about that scientist, how he realized about that phenomena is doing that. Not YouTuber, not YouTube channel. Something, you know.
Well, maybe I could just quickly ask him a question using a practical example, if you don't mind.
I just wanted to help him out. I just wanted to help him out with what he was looking for.
I just wanted to tackle the illogical thing with the whole light bending.
Sure, he was very polite. Hold on. He was just very polite to listen to me explain things. But all I wanted to just say to him was what he was asking for is either refraction. I think he might be thinking that refraction causes us to see further, or that it's miraging, that when we see things in the distance, it's actually a mirage. That could be what you think you're referring to. And if you want to chat about that just now, let this other guy finish his point.
Right. So I was just going to give us a little practical example. Say there's you and another person, and there's like a physical hill in between you. You can't see each other, right?
Okay.
As far as the example goes. Because this is basically what the globe is claiming, right? Between point A and point B, there's a physical hill, a curved body of water or land, whatever. So now you have these two observers on the opposite sides of the hill. The hill's in between them. Do you think that it's possible for light to bend in such a manner, or for a mirage to happen, or whatever, that you will see the hill appear behind the other person that's behind the hill? You think that could ever be possible?
No.
All right, fair enough. But this is essentially what they have to claim when they want to say refraction explains this image, right? Because the horizon is supposed to be that physical obstruction, that physical blocking of whatever's behind it. So in order for whenever refraction happens, you say, well, okay, the light's changing its angle because you have, different densities over the water, temperature gradient, you have turbulence in the air, there's all kinds of stuff. But all that would happen is, and if you look at like Skunk Bay time lapse, you can see this very clearly. All that would happen is things would appear to be displaced upward or down, right? They appear to go up and down a little bit. But, that doesn't mean that the obstruction is now going to appear behind what it's obstructing. It could only mean that some of the objects should now be visible, or none of it, because it went even higher, right?
Correct. And going back to the black swan example, why we say 10 times further? 10 times is effectively 1,000%. So we're getting 1,000% discrepancy. When you go and look up the definition of refraction is said to account for 10% difference. So if we saw the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, and then we saw the horizons actually at 1.32 miles, that would be the 10%. But if we're seeing the horizon appearing past 10 miles when it should be at 1 mile, that's 1,000%. And 1,000% cannot be explained by a 10% difference in refraction. Make sense?
Okay.
So what is
Counting again.
fascinating is that the refraction value that they've known that we see too far for way too long. They even asserted that there's something called terrestrial refraction, whereby they increase the radius of the Earth. They say, all we need to do is take this measurement and times it by 7/6r. So effectively making the radius 1/6 larger to try and account for some of these observations, which we're seeing the Earth be too big. Now, the radius value is so precise, they give it to us in 3959 and 59 miles. The 59 miles is very precise. It's not and 60 or 62, or it's 3959. They claim they have measured this. Firstly, if you wanted to measure a radius of anything, you would have to go to the center of the circle and measure to the outside of the circle. Nowhere in any recorded history has any person been to the center of the Earth. To corroborate the assumed radius is accurate. But what we've done with a single photo like this, and thousands of other demonstrations, if you're interested, we've shown that the radius never corresponds with their mathematics. So if the radius value is inaccurate, the radius value is what's used for all orbital dynamics. How we put airplanes, how we put satellites up, how the Earth turns around the sun. It's all measured in astronomical units, AUs. And those astronomical units are based off of a presupposition that the Earth has a radius of 3959. And the rest of that model is built around that value. So if that 3959 is false, it starts to crumble. The rest of the assumed, like if you use an assumption and that assumption is flawed, everything else you're going to postulate afterwards is also flawed.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, he.
I hope that's clear for Safira. I want to give Gravy Man another chance. So he wants to make a statement and then we can look at it. Gravy Man, you're unmuted.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't want to hear what I'm saying anyway.
Yeah,
You muted
I
me,
do.
muted me in the middle of my actual statement
Okay, so
of what I was saying.
wait is okay. So
Okay.
instead of complaining, right? Bring out your statement now.
I mean, it
Go
doesn't
ahead.
matter.
Go
You
ahead.
wanted to mute me in the
Oh, if it
middle
Go
of
doesn't
ahead.
matter,
what
hold
I
on.
was
If it
saying.
doesn't matter, you can
Okay,
go right back
I'm
on
going to
mute
say
and
this
then
right
stop
now.
complaining.
If
Okay.
you guys
Make the
are
statement
not
or stop
willing,
complaining, dude.
if you guys are not willing
Move
to
on.
hear what I said the
We
first time
we
around,
unmuted you.
and I
We're willing to
mean,
hear. So
Say it.
tell us.
it
Can
doesn't
Stop
you
matter.
say
complaining
it?
and tell us.
Can you say it? Can you say it? Gravy, can
I
you
could
say it?
have earlier, but I don't fucking
Okay.
care now because
Can you
it
say
sounds like
it?
you guys are
Can you say
closed-minded.
it? Can you say
Right.
it
Gravy
now?
Man,
Can you
please.
say it? Say it.
I don't fucking care now.
Okay.
Why
Please.
can we
Oh, that's
see
good. Okay,
Platform
bye-bye.
Habitat and Platform Healer House
I'm just
over
saying
6 miles
when
away?
you silence somebody,
You should.
it's like you're being the
Oh, you
government.
wanted
Yeah,
to say
so
that.
this
You
is
came
not
here
your
to say that.
house. 1 second, Sasha. This is not your house, Gravy Man. I've unmuted you to give you the opportunity to yield the floor to you to bring out your statement. Yet you choose not to and complain and throw out accusations, right? This will be your last chance. So either you will bring out your statement and we can look at it, or You're gonna be muted.
Yeah,
So what will it be, Gravy Man?
I wasn't
And
throwing
that's
out
just
accusations. When I'm in the middle of a statement and someone tries to talk over me, is one thing entirely.
and when you do that
That
to them,
is
when
entirely
Merrimack
not
says,
acceptable in my opinion. It
and
is
when you do
very
that
much
to them,
one-sided opinion of thinking that you can kind of talk over people. It's like a dictator trying to silence those
This is not
that
your
don't have the
house,
same
Gravy
opinion.
Man.
It
This
might
is
not
not
be
your
my
house.
house.
Here, can I
So-
try for a second? Can I try with Gravy
all,
Man? Let's see if I
Sure.
can.
all we wanted was a cordial discussion, a backwards
And
and
I
forwards.
was trying to give you a discussion, and then you talked over me.
Okay, Gravy, listen, ready? Let's just say all that's true. Can you still
was.
add your... Okay, it's all true. Everything you just said is true. Can you now add your ideas to the conversation? Yes or no?
I'm good.
Okay, there we go. The problem solved.
Because it doesn't matter when you talk over someone. I feel disrespected, hardcore.
Gravy Man.
Like, I do. I try to bring an actual conversation to the table.
Nothing about your behavior today has shown any respect for the room or any person talking in the room.
I was in the
In the
middle of
last
talking.
discussion, I'm mid-sentence, Gravy. I'm mid-sentence.
Okay,
You
go
just
for it.
explained how that was very disrespectful. Okay? I don't talk forever, and I make a long pause at the end. That means you can talk when it's quiet.
Yeah.
All right? We put you on mute. We had a good conversation with another person where it went backwards and forwards. Each person gets a chance to make their point. Then the other person gets a chance to rebut.
But
That's
I never
just called
actually
being
finished
cordial.
my point.
No, we've asked you twice to finish your point, and you're sulking now like a 16-year-old.
Well, no, I'm
who's
not
got,
sulking.
you know,
I'm more of the
some
fact
little
of the matter
problem on
is
his
you
mind.
just jumped in the middle of when I was talking.
No, you did it now.
I did it now to show you how what you did to me.
Yeah, that's great. Can we have some reasonable conversation? Let's him finish, then you can go, and then he go,
Well, it
and
doesn't
then
matter
you go.
if you're going to jump in the middle of me
No, I'm
when I
saying because I'm
talk.
listening. I will shut up. I'm listening. But can he finish? Okay.
I'm going to let a lot of people know about this shit.
How disrespectful is it when someone responds to you like I did, where I explained to you Jeranism's experiment over 3 miles, and then I explained to you that we've got laser experiments at 30. Now we've got military applications that target over 100 miles away using the same lasers that would be completely obscured if there was actually curvature in between. And then you started talking about Pearl Harbor. Do you think that that's respectful?
Looks like he left.
And he runs.
Yeah, the Pearl Harbor thing, I mean, that was ridiculous because it's just an internet talking point, you know? Like, make fun of flat earthers. How did Japan bomb Pearl Harbor? He doesn't even know what he's mad about. He's just mad. He's just angry about something, and he can't even articulate what that's about. Who can help him? He needs to help himself first.
He didn't want to listen. This was the great point. He explained now the second time everything, and he went out. That's it. Okay, great. You're not here to speak about.
I was just listening on Livestream, and he was like, "I'm going to let everybody know about how I was disrespected, even though he didn't bring any really solid points."
I have a question.
It's fucking hilarious.
I have a question, Zafida. Zafida, sorry. What do you think about this guy? What he brought like a point that we can. He said
he
Pearl
didn't
Harbor.
bring any point. I was hoping he was going to bring a point, but he was just a tosser who's just angry.
There you go. He's a tosser. Yeah, I agree with you.
People having different views than him.
That's an
no
English term, right? Tosser, right? He's a tosser.
Yeah.
Queen.
What does that mean? Like, because I'm not British. What is tosser?
Like a drama queen.
I think you know what tosser means.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to hear you explain it.
No, another question, Zafida. Do you think that we
you mean someone who jerks off?
You're holding an object in your hand. You want to throw it away from you. What's that called? A toss. Now you take the same motion and repeat it back and forth.
That's brilliant.
While holding a.
Hey, Zafita, I just wanted to say
That
something
happened to
before
be
you
the
go.
correct answer too, I think.
Oh, God, I
I
didn't mean to
wanted
disrupt everything. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in there. Go
this,
ahead,
this
Pat.
is for all you guys. I'm trying to raise up this
I
money.
still
These
have
are
a
really cheap.
question. I still
This will
have a
support the
question.
flat Earth and the globe community. I'm gonna post it in the live stream. This is something serious. Jackie's selling them. We're trying to raise up money for the dog. So you guys just take a look. Back as you were. I'm just saying. Check out these if you're interested in buying them. Hit us up.
Where'd you post it?
All right.
I just put in the live stream
You
right now.
are observing at ground level, and an object is 3,960 miles away. If you have a powerful enough optical device, will you be able to see that object?
Oh, I think I got this. Okay, so you're saying with a part.
There's
Yeah, I got you. Okay, ready? On the globe model, they tell you. Okay, the guy who invented this thought experiment, his name is Rumpus. He said with a powerful enough telescope and enough refraction, two things, you would be able to see the back of your head on the globe. Now on the Earth, you couldn't, because there's going to be atmosphere, there's going to be other things in the way that will be a physical block from how far you see. There just won't, like looking through water. Like if you ever been scuba diving or you ever been in a pool and like you look up and you can see all the way across to the whole backyard. You dive under the water, you can't even see the end of the pool anymore. No amount of telescopic, vision will let you see the other side of the pool. There's just too much water. There's too much stuff in the way to be able to see the other side of the pool. Same thing on Earth. There's too much stuff in the atmosphere to see the other side of the pool.
Yeah, such as mist, fog, rain, dust particulates, pollution, anything that could cause some kind of optical interference. They call it opacity. Same thing like when you go down in the ocean. You can only have visibility for so far because eventually the water starts to distort your vision or limit the amount of light that can return back to your eye to be able to see something under the ocean. Then we know that the air contains humidity. So there is a percentage of that same refraction occurring due to the water, let alone all the other things in the air that can cause something to disappear in distance.
Yeah, I got a question related to this. So I just got up like early, before, well, not right before sunrise, but I just tried to do an observation over 3 miles with a Nikon P900, and I just had a question. There was a lot of this distortion going on with the humidity or something. The temperature is very close to the water, though, and that's what I was told is the best way to do this. And I was just trying to figure out would it be better if the sun wasn't shining to be able to get clearer conditions to be able to see further across this water? Because I couldn't see further. Well, I guess part of the problem is probably because there's this bridge that goes over, and there was a mirror image of the bridge reflected on the water, and I feel like that caused a lot of distortion because the bridge is about 1.5 miles across from where I was standing, and I was trying to do 3.5 miles. So is there a way to eliminate this, certain conditions I should be looking out for to get out there and be able to see further across, and less of that distortion from evaporation and humidity and stuff like that?
You would have to repeat that same observation many times over. Cold, right? If it's cold, you can usually see further.
Yeah, was thinking about waiting, trying when the ice freezes, like right after it freezes, but before there's snow, and so it should be pretty easy to do that. And yes, I know multiple times for the same observation. That is my plan. But today I was trying to go out and get like a baseline, and I couldn't even see the markers that I put under the bridge. That's a mile and a half, and I know they're there, and I know you can see them, or I should be able to see them, but there was just so much distortion from, like I said, like the reflection of the bridge on the water, and it was causing a lot of, maybe I need to just find a different lake completely to do this, but I would like to do it because it's my hometown, and it's just kind of like there's a little bit of a novelty to it to me.
Yeah, time of day makes a big difference. So when they were doing a lot of those experiments, they would get there before sunrise to ensure that there's no heat or additional heat causing any interruption or any kind of evaporation that causes that shimmering layer that can cause obstruction. The other time was late in the evening, but by that time, all the heat's already been absorbed by the liquid and the ground. So there's ambient heat. Then doing it between seasons is also really crucial. Doing it either in spring or in autumn versus winter and summer will render different conditions. One of the most important things that I think we've discovered that hasn't been fully utilized yet is the infrared lenses on cameras. IR or infrared at the certain spectrums actually penetrate a lot of these obstructions. The dirt, the optical occlusions, the humidity. With infrared, we're getting images that
super
are
expensive
hundreds of
though?
miles. No, the adaptation is probably a couple of $100 to your camera. If you've already got the P900 or P1000, but effectively, once you've got that little lens corrected or you've got the IR attachment, you can now do infrared videos where infrared actually cuts through a lot of the haze. So Tolan media
Is it
is
movable? Because I feel like I heard that once the infrared is on, it can't come off.
depends on the camera. I know that the Sony has an attachment that you can clip on and off, but I think the P900s had to be a physical adaptation because you've got to take away a polarized lens that's actually on the inside of the camera or a polarized filter.
Yeah, I wish it was my camera. It's not mine, it's my buddy's, so I probably won't be doing that, but I might have to look into getting my own. But it's just, I mean, like, money, man. Those cameras aren't cheap. But I know, I'm motivated, so I'll probably end up doing it just to have the infrared, because then we can, I can still use his that's not, have the adaptation or whatever. Because I feel like the infrared, like, that kind of, it cripples the camera in a sense. It still helps with the observations and stuff, but you'll never be able to use it the same way you did before.
Yeah, it'll be a dedicated camera for a purpose. Yeah.
You guys ever heard of the Nikon D810A?
No, what is it? It's not high power zoom,
What's
is
its
it?
optical?
No.
What's its
No,
optical capability?
Yeah, it's made for taking pictures of the sky at night. It has that thing built on it, but it's basically never bottomed the price of the D850. But it was never a popular camera, but they say it's like one of the best cameras you can buy for solar observation. Not solar, just for like night sky observation. I mean, you hook it up to a telescope. You don't need to hook it up to a telescope, but it has that thing built into it already. So it's not like a great day camera.
So it can just like it's good at like pulling light out of dark areas, so like you can get pictures of the stars and stuff with it.
Yeah. Yep.
It's Zafida. I think what this is just demonstrated by Conrad is that no one will convince you that the Earth is flat but yourself. And it's when you go and test it for yourself, when you go and
Well,
find a
I know
large
it's
body of
flat.
water.
I know it's flat, though. That's the thing. I know it's flat. I
Correct.
just want this observation for other people.
Sure. But at the end of the day, they need to go to the water themselves. You can take a glober to flat water, but you can't make them think. It's
Right, but if the glober is already thinking and then they see it, then they see something from somebody that they know that did this themselves. It's more compelling, in my opinion. That's why. It's not just. I'm not trying to like prove anything to myself. I have people in my life that are seriously questioning what they believe, and I feel like with an observation done by me that someone they know, it'll be more evidential, or there'll be better evidence for them.
Be careful; those cameras are addictive, dude. Like really addictive. When I got the P1000, I had the same philosophy as you. I'm gonna prove to all these people, and I would stay out all night just staring at the stars and the moon, like hours and hours till my fingers were numb, bro.
Yeah, well, thankfully it's not my camera, so it's my buddy's. He's the one that showed me flat Earth, and he's had it for years, and he never even uses it for anything. So like, he's always willing to let me use it for whatever, but he doesn't really use it for anything. And it was funny, we were out there trying to get a view on it or whatever, and like a bunch of guys from the National Guard were like doing some like training exercise or something because we were on like a walking path. They all came by, and then when we were leaving, we were sitting in the car, and they walked past like the whole. I don't know. There's maybe like 20 of them all walked past, and I had some flat Earth cards, and I'm like, hey, I got some information here if you guys want to check it out. And then they just immediately like looked like I was gonna say like, oh, it's flat Earth stuff, but like they just looked like weirded out, like, oh, what is this random guy talking to us for? And like none of them would take a card except for the last guy, dude. The last guy like saw everybody just say no, and I'm like, I'm not trying to sell you guys anything or nothing like that. I'm like, I'm just trying to pass on some information. That's all. It's just a business card, and then one guy grabbed one, and then as soon as he grabbed it, he was like behind everybody, and he like ran up to all the guys and like started showing it to them. So I was like, yeah, that little morning flat snack.
I just read about the P900. I was thinking about the accutations on them, right? So, like the Nikon D850 is, I think it's average to have like 400,000 accutations, whatever. And then the cheaper ones will be like 250,000. Some of them are even less. But so I was thinking like, well, this camera is very like light, and it doesn't feel as like as sturdy as like the Nikon DSLR. So I looked it up. I don't know why I've never looked at it before. They don't even have accutation numbers on them. So I was like, wow, because it's digital, right? So
What does accutation? What is accutation?
Like how many shutter snaps it has, basically? Like they say like a MacBook Pro only has like, I don't know, like maybe 2,000 or 2,500 charges until it doesn't work anymore. A car with like 250,000, 300,000 miles. So the DSLR cameras have accutations on them. It's like every shutter click you take, it's estimated. Some of them are estimated like 400,000. The highest would be like 500,000, and that's when you take really good care of the camera. And then like on P900 and P1000s like that, they don't have that on it. As long as you take good care of the camera, and the main thing is keeping dust from getting into the parts that like rotate and move. That camera, it said, will outlast its counterparts, but like, so it'll outlast it up to like 10 to 20 models later, which is unheard of if you have like a DSLR. But yeah, you just have to be really careful, like dropping those things or setting them down. Because like I dropped mine barely like a foot from the ground, and I was never able to see out of the focus part. Like, you could look through the where you put your eye at, or you could flip out the screen, and like if you're like shooting something where you can't put your eye to the screen to where you look through. So you're looking at the flip out screen. I could only use that to take pictures from that point on. So it was like really debilitating.
Honret, can I ask you, what did your friend show you that made you discover the flat Earth?
Yeah, so it was back in 2017. I had this job, and he was the guy that was supposed to be working with me. And I almost quit the job. Actually, it's kind of funny, so I would have never even found any of this out. But I toughed it out until he came back from vacation, and like the first thing he did was like he came up to me, big smile on his face, super friendly guy, and he's like asked me my name, and then just started like talking to me, asked me if I was into conspiracy theories, which I kind of always have been. You know, like the basic ones, 9/11, moon landing. I was into actually like Monsanto and some of the messed up stuff they've done over in California. I mean, all over. They just completely messed up the farming industry. But then he asked me if I've ever heard of he said the mother of all conspiracy theories, and I'm like, what could that be? And I just thought it was, he was talking about 9/11. But he just said flat Earth, or the Earth is flat, and I'm like, oh, I didn't really like immediately say, oh, this is crazy, like that's stupid, whatever. I never just like blew it right off right away. And I'm like, well, why do you think it's flat? And he just like told me a couple things, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but like Space kind of like mentioned how they fake stuff and how the pictures are CGI, and I'm like, I never had known the pictures were CGI. And he just told me like a few things, and then he gave me a video. He's like, just watch this. He's like, this is what I watched, and it like completely changed. Like it gave me a bunch of questions, and I went and started looking into the other things. And there's an interview, late night talk show interview, Dave Murphy. I don't know if you've seen it, but he just on a talk show. Yeah, it's a good one. I think it's a pretty good one for a new flat earther or new
Dave
anybody
Murphy
looking
was
into it.
epic. That interview and then the subsequent ones that he did after that, he was so well spoken. He addressed the points very succinctly.
Yeah,
He
man,
had a
and
lot
it's
of
like
backing.
40. It's like 40 minutes long, dude, or something like that. 30, 40 minutes, and I'm serious, like dead serious. I was a flat earther by the end of it. Like I wasn't like, oh, I don't need to look at this anymore. I know everything. I just was like, I need to figure this out. I need to know how this works. At that point, it just left me with so many questions, and I just kept going from there, and looked into it. I got really mad, like mad at the world, like upset and angry for like a long time, and then upset that my family just didn't care or thought I was crazy, and took them like years for some of them to come around. But now I'm not looked at as like crazy anymore, because I have like a better argument than I did when I first started. Like I have a better, like when people try to bring it up to me, I can defend flat earth way better than I've been able to in the past. And like now my family, like some of them, there's certain ones that they don't even like to be around when I talk about it, because they're just like, they get upset. They get upset because they can't defend the globe that they believe in. So yeah, man, that was the first video. But then he got me into ODD TV, and ODD TV, I kind of just like, I got into a lot of like the truth in movies and like symbolism, and I kind of moved on from that point. And I've just been kind of doing research. It's been sporadic. I took like a couple years off. I had a baby, so I wasn't like super into like flat earth anything, like watching anybody's videos and stuff. But I just recently, when not recently, but like a year and a half ago or so, when Austin Whitsitt started making like videos, like a few months before he went on his Clown World tour, I was like watching his videos heavily, and he put out a lot of really good, like eye-opening stuff that like really got me to keep looking into it and kind of pursue it more. And his videos actually led me to this Discord. So Yeah, I mean, it's been a long few years, but I definitely wasn't like into it, like into the discussion side of it or anything, because I just was at the point where I thought everybody was just like, yeah, everybody I knew, like I was like, I'm never gonna find a group of like flat earthers or anything. Like I tried to do a flat earth meetup at my house. That was even on Mark Sargent's channel. Like I had my address on there and everything. That's probably still
What year
on
was
there.
that?
But
What year was that?
huh?
What year
The
was that?
flat Earth meetup that was in the winter, in December.
Oh, just recently?
Yeah, so it's probably still on there. I mean,
I think you said
Okay.
2017.
yeah, it's a Minnesota. It was a Minnesota meetup, and he put like only 2 people showed up though. But one guy was from New York, and one guy was all the way from South Dakota. It was pretty cool, and they stayed for hours, dude. We talked for a long time.
If I would have gone to Minnesota meetup, I would have taken a knee. You know what I mean?
Can I just link what you've just said, Conrad, back to Zafida? I just wanted to ask him if he knows any conspiracies that are true. Zafida, are you still with us?
With flat Earth versus globe, or in general?
No, just in general. Are there any conspiracies that you've looked into that you've discovered that they were actually true, whereas they were initially presented as completely conspiratorial?
I've never really looked into anything properly and made proper discovery. I don't go deep enough into that sort of stuff. I don't think I have the smarts for it. However, I think
Let me ask you just 2 or 3. So, do you think that the pharmaceutical industry is there to heal you, so that you never have to buy their medicines again?
Look, it's 50-50. The pharmaceutical industry has its benefits, but there is a lot of money makes the world go around, and a lot of people are hooked into it who would be better off. However,
And then 9/11, do you think that it was a couple of Arabs with box cutters that took 3 buildings down with 2 planes, and that everything according to that narrative was exactly as said, and that they were going after weapons of mass destruction and not just simply attacking 11 countries in the Middle East to take over oil reserves? Do you think 9/11 happened the way that they posed it to the public?
oh, jury's out on that one. I think I'm of the opinion that 9/11 was a terrorist incident. However, if I was proven to be wrong, I would not be too surprised.
Thank you. And then do you think that the moon landing in 1969, with the technology that we have in a washing machine, that they were able to send a rocket with people inside 250,000 miles away, then from the same rocket take off again and travel 250,000 miles back to Earth with the people inside? Yet today, or in this year, 2022, Elon Musk is still just shooting his rocket up into the atmosphere and it's landing once. And people are touting that as remarkable. Do you think man walked on the moon in 1969 using effectively the processing power of a calculator?
I don't think the moon landing was fake. No, I don't buy it.
I agree. I have to agree with him on that. It would have been easier to go to the moon than to fake it. I agree with you on that one, bro. I'll give you that one.
Oh, that joke again.
It's hard to prove, actually.
It's easier to go there than to fake it. All that paperwork and all those people. Come on, bro. All the paperwork alone. I mean, come on.
So it wasn't a joke.
So
And
it's
people actually
easier.
said that. People actually said it. Well, it was easier to go than fake it. That's actually a globe argument. That is not a joke.
Yeah. Well, it's easier to be a millionaire than to fake being a millionaire. I mean, that's just simple logic, right?
Okay, so the reason I was asking Zafida these things is that those are probably the most simplest, the most easiest to debunk in a matter of 30 minutes. If you chose to look into any of those topics, the pharmaceuticals, the 9/11, or the moon landing, those 3 are generally, if you have the ability to see through the smoke screen that was presented to the public, then you're on your way to discovering the additional deceptions in the world, which then leads you towards the mother of all conspiracies, as Conrad so eloquently put just now. That generally speaking, if someone answers the way that you just did to those three conspiracies, and they believe it happened exactly the way that the government narrative said that it did, then there's no way that you're going to conceive or be able to understand the type of deception that's been enacted on the public to make them believe that we're on this spherical ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but you can't feel any motion. You have to be able to see through some of the smaller lies. Crow 777 calls it the staircase of disbelief. That the first staircase is like the fiscal system. You understand that every dollar is actually an inflationary system designed to sort of make the rich rich and make the poor poorer. And the whole debt and interest system is not geared for every person to have access to credit. It's actually to lock you into lifelong debt, whereby you're paying the interest to all the rich people who offer their money as loans. So the monetary system, the pharmaceutical industries, the 9/11, other ones like your false flag shootings, all of these little things are these stairs. And as you discover one stair, you go up the staircase. And maybe you're still on stair number 1, but flat earth is like staircase number 100. It's the top of the staircase. And you sometimes have to be able to understand some of these smaller deceptions to be able to get to the biggest one, whereby it's about removing your divine importance, making you think that you're an evolved monkey that came from primordial soup on a spinning rock that could be decimated at any point. So it doesn't matter if we drill every drop of oil out of this place and we pollute every drop of water because, hey, we'll just go to the next rock. That philosophy is designed to make people unaware of their significance or their importance in this design. That this place that we're in is so incredible, how every microorganism works in this food chain, all the way up to the top of the food chain, all the way through the food chain. Every little aspect of this entire creation has been so perfectly designed that there is no chance it could have sprung into existence by random chance. The way that they say it did is kind of like sending a tornado through a junkyard, and at the end, it must self-assemble airplanes and cars and make them be able to drive just from a hurricane randomly moving through a junkyard. That's the type of crazy assertion that we've been taught is the norm, that people assume evolution is the logical outcome, whereas the actual logical outcome is that this place is so incredibly balanced. In other words, if one thing goes out of kilter, everything starts falling apart. If you take away certain animals out of the food chain, the entire food chain collapses. So this chain had to sort of manifest all at once, or it couldn't have been possible, because if you take out one or two of the middle links, the entire chain falls flat. And that's the thing, that this 100th step, when you reach the discovery that water is level, so that they call it sea level, and that sea level covers 70% of the surface of the earth. So for 70% of the surface it's level, then where does the sphericalness and spinning and rotation and all of this come into being is only through our optical limitation of our vision. When we look out at the horizon and we see things shrink with the distance, that's called perspective. You would draw a vanishing point, and then you would draw all your buildings coming towards you, getting larger and getting smaller and smaller until they disappear into the vanishing point. That's perspective. But they've hijacked perspective. They've used the laws of perspective and re-engineered them to be at that point where things beings vanish into the vanishing point, they assert that that's where the curvature begins. And when you go to that vanishing point, the vanishing point moves further away from you. And then you assume that the curvature now starts at that point, even though you've traveled horizontal all the way to the vanishing point. And when you keep chasing the vanishing point, you're always remaining on a level surface. But in your imagination, you're assuming that at that vanishing point, now curvature begins. So I would urge you to go look into bubbles in space. If you Google the topic bubbles in space, you'll see how many times they've caught bubbles coming up from astronaut suits or coming out of the equipment. And then you'll go and see NASA's Zero Buoyancy Lab, where they actually train underwater and that they've got divers assisting them in their movements. Whereas water is inward pressure, like there's a compression pressure when you're underwater. Whereas if you were in the infinite vacuum of space, there would be this expanding pressure. You would want to go out into the vacuum. So it wouldn't make sense to train underwater for an environment that's completely useless. So bubbles in space, look up land.
It's like motherfucker.
Helio.
Hot making.
You show me Helio.
Show them what's made of. I want to ask Zafida though. In his bio, he has some kind of conspiratorial meanings. So how come you can't look into the stuff we're talking about?
Listen to Flat Earth Solar talk.
You claim stuff in your bio about some other stuff that people would probably laugh at you. I would say the majority of people are under the same consensus of the mainstream narrative. So can you explain that at least? Where does this come from? And then you seem to be reposing the stuff we present to you, the information.
This guy looked into Hitler and the things he said kind of made sense and thought, oh, well, maybe he didn't die in Berlin. Maybe he did leave Berlin and went to
where?
Peru.
Argentina.
Argentina and Peru, yeah. There's the entire cities are named after him. There's streets named after him. There's the house that he grew old in. They know he lived there. But the rest of the world was fed a story that he shot himself. Kind of similar to Epstein. We were told, no, he killed himself.
No, Epstein didn't kill himself. I full believe Epstein didn't kill himself.
So you do understand that there are conspiracies that are true. So there's hope for you. That's good.
No, I think, I don't know. I'm going to hold out.
So why I asked you about this is that there's certain people who want to know truth, and there's other individuals who just want to be convenient, or they want the convenience of not having to discover there was a lie.
I think
kind of like if
these
bad example, but if your wife was cheating on you, like
I'd rather. I want things to be convenient. I don't want to know the truth because I think it might scare me.
I like the way you say the word scare.
I mean, truth can be scary sometimes.
Dude, I've been scared for a while, dude. I want to be a Glover again, seriously. I'm not even joking.
Dude, it's kind of
Well,
nice
living in a lie won't make your life better. That's for sure.
So I was going to use an analogy, like if your wife was meeting this guy every week, and you know that she's meeting this guy every week, you can tell yourself that they're just friends, and you can continue to believe that lie. Or you could do a little bit of work and maybe find out if there's more to that relationship with your wife. And if you found out that there was more to the relationship with your wife, would you still continue to sit on it? Would you still kiss your wife every day when she comes home after giving some other guy pleasures? Or would you want to know the truth about what she's really doing? And if you found out the truth, would you then do what you would need to do to be able to live with a clear conscience? Or is it more convenient to just say, you know what? She's my wife. I don't care how many guys she's with in the week. As long as she comes home to me at night, I'm happy because she's my wife. And that's the kind of question of, if you found something that was not lining up or not congruent, if you found some, like Epstein, what about Epstein made you think that he didn't kill himself? You found something that didn't line up with the rest of the information. Then you started to dig a little bit, or maybe you found something or got shared something. And then you discovered, wow, the narrative that they're telling us versus what this other information shows are conflicting. And then you have to make a choice. Do you want to chase after the truthful, or do you want to just accept, because, they put it on CNN. So therefore, verbatim, if I just repeat what CNN said, that must be the truth, because CNN would never lie, never about anything. Or do you actually want to know what is happening? Now, you've already answered saying you choose not to know the truth, which I personally can't understand that logic. I will chase truth no matter where it leads, no matter how uncomfortable it makes me, no matter, there's conspiracies that will completely shatter your mindset about human beings. There's negative ones and there's positive ones. But I'm the type of person who wants to find the truth and will keep
What about
searching until I do.
coronavirus? Is coronavirus biological warfare?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Can I get a mic check quickly?
Yep.
All right. I've been listening on YouTube for a little bit. Welcome to the servers of PETA. And I just want to highlight that I'm impressed with your honesty, right? Because what you said was, I'm not sure I would want to know because I think it would scare me, right? And this isn't something that a lot of people admit, but it is the case for an awful lot of people, right? We get a lot of people here who are intelligent, who are educated, who refuse to look at this. And it does come down to that uncomfortableness, that fear, right? Because you said a little bit earlier, I don't really look into this kind of thing. I don't think I'm intelligent enough. But just listening to you have the conversation over the last however long, I don't think that is the case. You sound like an intelligent, reasonable guy. I mean, the fact that you've been able to listen and have the conversation so far shows that you're intelligent enough to understand when you're speaking to real people about a real subject, right? And you've been presented evidence and you haven't freaked out, right? Look at that guy earlier, Grayserve or whatever his name was, right? He came in, he said, oh, I've got a degree in physics, I've got a degree in engineering. I don't even doubt that he does have those degrees, right? He's probably an intelligent guy, but he was scared, right? He was emotional. So even though he heard the points and he wanted to be unmuted, and we said, okay, you're unmuted, give us your rebuttal, he couldn't give us it. He wanted to just kind of say, oh no, I can't believe you guys muted me, and have this like emotional complaint. But you deserve credit because you're very honest to say I'm hesitant to look into this because it's scary, and I think it's the case for most people, right? It is a scary thing to look into because it is like having the rug pulled out from under you in the most extreme way when it comes to your entire worldview, right? So you're smart enough as well to recognize that this is a threat to your existential understanding, or what you think is an understanding of your position in this reality and what this reality is. But when you think about it, I mean, I would challenge you just to steel yourself in this regard and say, okay, this is scary, but I'm going to jump into it like a challenge, right? Because I don't know what your circumstances are in life, and I wouldn't presume to know, but in general, what most people are given in this life is a 9 to 5 and a family, right? If you're lucky enough, okay? There's not much opportunity for adventure, discovery, or wonder in that paradigm, but you get comfortable, right? So you want to stick to it, you want to protect it, and you're like, okay, maybe I'm not having the most fun in life. Maybe I'm not like having an exciting time, but this is fine for me. But this is a real opportunity for you to go on one of these journeys that is kind of hard to put into words or describe, but it's the kind of journey that you think of, that you would read about when you're reading about some of these figures in history. Like, it's not an exact comparison, but you know, you think about things like Buddha and stuff, right? And he's talking about the journey to enlightenment and all this kind of stuff, like these intense journeys, which when you read about them in our modern paradigm, they make much sense, and you're kind of like, right, okay, so he's just, I don't know, abstractly thinking about or the nature of spiritual, mental, and physical adventure to go on, right? This is an opportunity for you to have a whole new view on what this reality is. Because as F.E. Solar was so eloquently describing, we are given a very specific paradigm of materialism, right? Of accidental creation on a spinning ball. And that's one way to view things, but it is by design a depressive way to view things, an accidental, meaningless way of viewing things. So I would just say to you to capitalize on your awareness that it is the fear that's putting you off from examining this, right? It's not that you've heard arguments today which are crazy or dumb. You've probably already realized that they're not crazy or dumb. They're good arguments. Water is level. Water is said to be 70% of Earth's surface. The positive claim of curvature and motion is on the globe side, and we see too far. There is no physical obstruction as predicted by the globe model, right? These are solid arguments. So just hold on to that awareness that it's only the fear that's preventing you from exploring this further. And decide for yourself, challenge yourself, right? Do I want to have this potential ground-shattering information withheld from me based on my own fear, or am I going to be brave, and am I going to investigate it, right? Because if it's not real, it's not real, and you can go back to whatever you presumed to be the case before, right? No, and you haven't lost anything. But if it is real, it's the most important information that you've never examined, right? And you say maybe you're not into conspiracies and all this kind of stuff, but we're not really, I mean, that's like a kind of a bit of a buzzword, a negative buzzword that's been foisted upon these kind of topics. What we're talking about here is the reality in which we exist, okay? The nature of everything. And if we have a total incorrect idea of what that is, then it's going to impact us in every area of life. So you owe it to yourself to say, okay, I'm not gonna let my worries or my fear put me off looking into this. And I would also say you'll be surprised, because when everyone gets into this, it is scary and it does feel crazy. And Conrad was saying earlier he was angry. You do go through those phases, but when you come out of it, everyone is glad that they looked into it. I've never met a flat earther who said, I wish I'd never looked into it. They all come out saying, my life is better. I have a greater appreciation for everything around me, the people in my life, the world I inhabit. I'm more amazed every single day, and I never stop learning, right? This rejuvenates people. Okay?
Yeah,
so
I could even argue that I could even say, sorry to interrupt you, just really quick, but since you mentioned my name, I could even say that my life kind of went downhill when I stopped caring about the topic, because there was a portion, within the last 5 years that I just didn't care. So like, and my life was terrible. But once I got back into this discussion and the topic, and just like realizing the importance of the whole thing, it's definitely changed my life for the better. So sorry, you can.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, by the nature of the story that we are told about the globe, evolution, accidental creation, it's not accidental that people feel apathetic and meaningless and depressed. It's built into the creation story that we've been given. Right? You are accidental by definition if you assume a Big Bang is how everything came to be, unless you believe it was started by divine agency. But in general, this theory is supposed to propagate an apathetic worldview, because then the people who are in charge of this place aren't coming up against people who have strong conviction and a strong desire to have their own agency. They're kind of just floating through life like, well, it's all accidental, it's all meaningless, so whatever they want to do, as Solar was saying, they want to drill every drop of oil, they want to pollute every drop of water. What am I going to do? I mean, it's all meaningless anyway. So, I mean, I know this was a bit of a long ramble, but Safida, I just wanted to give you some credit for even being able to articulate that barrier of fear, because it's so prevalent in so many people, and they either don't realize it or they don't want to admit it because they think there's some shame in it. But there's not, right? It's totally understandable that this is the most groundbreaking, earth-shattering, literally, subject that you can come across in life. And like Solar was saying, it's probably a good idea to get into something like the moon landing for you, because I mean, if you still believe that 3 men from the United States military in 1969 flew in a tin can 500,000 miles there and back and played golf on the moon, you're going to have a hard time understanding that they've deceived everyone, right? The reason that deception is in place is so that they can say, hey, we went and checked and Earth is a ball, right? No one else is getting that viewpoint. That's their actual story. Only the people who traveled to the moon in the 60s and 70s have actually seen the Earth as a ball. They don't even claim that the ISS would see the Earth as a ball, right? According to the maths of the globe model, you wouldn't even see curvature from ISS height. So their story is literally like 25 people have seen the globe, and you just have to believe the US military on that. So when you really get into this, it's a whole crazy thing. It's a bottomless pit of learning, right? Because it covers everything by its nature, because it's Earth. It's science, physics, geometry, religion, philosophy. It literally goes through everything. But you sound like an intelligent guy, so don't put yourself down and be like, oh, I can't figure this out. You can. It's actually more simple than you think when you start breaking it up into manageable chunks. So what I would advise for you is to check out the additional information channels below. There's introduction channels. I don't know if you've been directed to those yet, but they're all alphabetized. So you've got things like curvature, motion of the Earth, gravity. Someone will link those to you in the live stream text chat, I'm sure. But there's introduction videos, all this kind of stuff. And come here and ask questions. Just be like, okay, well, what about this? I've been told this shows that we live on a spinning ball. How do you guys view that? And we can have the conversation. Sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but I just wanted to highlight that you were good to recognize that barrier. It's fear, it's emotion, it's attachment to what we already think we know, rather than the cold hard facts and evidence. And that's what we deal with here. And we're not used to that because in school they don't really teach us to stick to the evidence, to the logic, to the empirical, verifiable evidence. They tell us stories and they say this has been verified by someone. You'll never be able to verify it, but trust us, this is what we know. Okay. Also, just on another side point, if any of the mods are in, I'm driving at the moment, but give Flat Earth Solar Gold Plus because he must be in on gold for a while.
Yeah, Wolfgang, I listened to all that and I did appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I second that, Safida. I think that you're honest and intellectual, and that you have, I would say, the wherewithal to be able to discover this truth if it becomes a truth that you want to know. It is, like you said, it's a scary thing. If you find out your wife's cheating on you, now what do? It's a scary place to find yourself. Do you now work on the marriage? Do you get divorced? But it means you've now got to do something. And most of us are simply presented with something and told that it's the truth. Whereas when you actually go and look at like a Jeffrey Epstein scenario, you can find the evidence that contradicts it. So then you have to trust either you're good enough to go and find the evidence, or you just have to accept what someone gives you. And when you discover that you actually are capable of finding your own evidence, to me, it was the greatest thing. It's unlocked my entire life. I'm so happy because I discovered the truth. Yes, there's a bit of a rocky patch in the first few weeks, but when it really sinks in, the whole purpose of this is that you are special. This
It's
place
got
that
a
we're
lot of
in.
parallels to discovering religion. Like, I've heard a lot of Muslim converts describe their process of discovering God the exact same way. Like, finally discovering the truth.
What I would say
know
to
where I'm
that just
going with
quickly is there maybe are some crossovers, right? But it depends what you think about that in terms of how the person comes to it, right? We're not talking about some kind of philosophical switch that's just changed because you've had a different outlook on things. We're talking about discovery, like physical discovery, right? Scientific discovery. But by nature of this discovery, as Solar was saying, it leads to intelligent design, creation, right? The paradigm that we're given today is accidental creation through the Big Bang. That only creates a spinning ball, right? If Earth is not a spinning ball, then it's not the Big Bang. And the ontological primitive, the two choices that we have are either it's creation through natural means, quote unquote, i.e. the Big Bang, accidental, or it's intelligent design, right? No one really argues that point. That's what the dichotomy is in terms of how all this came to be. It's either Big Bang accident or it's creation. And by understanding, by proving to yourself, which you can do, that the surface is not curving or in motion, it rules out the globe, which consequently rules out the Big Bang. And then you free yourself up to be able to understand and explore creation, right? So a lot of people who come to this, they weren't religious, right? But they then understand, and still, like a lot of them still aren't, right? A lot of people who understand that the Earth is a level stationary plane still don't ascribe to like a mainstream religion, but they understand that they inhabit a created environment, right? Whatever you want to think that created environment came from, if you want to call it God, I mean, that's on you, that's your journey. And really, this is where this subject really takes off and comes on to another level, because it's one thing disproving the globe model that we've been told, but it's the question of, like, so what next? Where am I now? Okay, so what does a stationary level Earth imply about our reality? And you'll come to find that what it means is that it's the second option, right? It's intelligent design. And again, that's another aspect that can be scary to a lot of people. But my advice, again, I mean, I had these hesitancies a few years ago as well. It's like, damn, I mean, this is like concrete. It's design, right? So that can be a scary thing for people. But as a human being, this is the journey, right? The journey of life is to take on challenges and to face hardships. And really, if you really want to live it, you've got to dive into those rather than shy away from them. So you've got to charge forward with that and say, okay, I'm just going to try and disprove everything. And anything I can't disprove, that's what I'm left with. And if I can't prove or disprove something, I will be happy saying I do not know, right? Because this is another big thing. There's plenty of things that we can't know. On the globe side, they give us stories to fill in these blanks. And a lot of people think, well, I know that because I've been told it. You have to be mature enough I'm strong enough to say, no, I don't know that. I believe it, maybe, but I don't know it. And there's a lot of this when it comes to understanding that the Earth isn't a globe anymore. There'll be a lot of gaps that you can't physically verify. Now, you can verify physically that it's not a globe, but there are still a lot of things that you can't have an answer for because it's beyond the realms of our physical understanding. So you might hear people talking about religion, you might hear them talking scripture, because whether you think it's coincidental or not, pretty much all of the scriptures describe a flat, motionless earth. Every culture in history has essentially described a flat and motionless earth with the luminaries moving above us in predictable cycles throughout the year. So it's not a religious thing per se, right? The argument isn't based on scripture or religious belief. The argument is based on observation and measurement. But naturally, it leads to that discussion because it shows creation, right? And this is part of the reason why it's so hidden, right? Probably one of the reasons, the main reason why they have tried to hide it from people is because it's almost irrefutable physical evidence of creation, intelligent design, right? But I mean, this is another level to get into, and for yourself at the moment, I would recommend sticking with the physical evidence, the observations, the laser tests. You need to be figuring out how you can prove or disprove your belief in the globe. That's where you should start. Or be agnostic for a while and enjoy not knowing, right? Don't be afraid to say you don't know. That's just my not quick response to the whole religion argument side.
Yeah, if I can just add one quick thing, it's that religion is man-made, but the Creator's creation, that's something separate. Now, I'm sure most of us growing up, we found that religion can be distasteful. And everyone is now fighting over whose religion is right. And those are all man-made constructs of, say, these many Hail Marys, or you have to say so many prayers facing eastward every day, or there's all these man-made constructs that are layered on top. What we're saying is that this links you back to this creation. The same with like a painting. When you see a painting, you know there had to be a painter who painted it. When you see the creation, you know there has to be a creator.
Right, well, I'm going to bed.
Hey, are anybody? Sorry, this is off topic, but any Australians in here right now?
Yeah, I'm one.
I heard this from somebody. I don't know if it's true, but it's did they pass a law or something that you guys cannot grow your own food, or some rules about growing your own food or something?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you
Okay,
can
because
grow
this
as
guy
much as
sent
you
me.
want food if you like.
Yeah, this guy sent me it looked like an article. It said that Australians can't grow their own food. That was like the headline, and I'm like, that sounds like crazy. Like I was like, I'll ask somebody from there. I'll definitely have to let him know because he's like just believes almost everything he reads.
Hang on.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though. I mean, there are places where they say you can't collect your own rainwater and filter it because
Yeah, that's
property
we
of
have
the
rules
government.
on that here. Yeah,
You can't even
we can't
collect
do that here.
rainwater.
We can't have wells. I mean, like nobody can have wells, and that's crazy. You can't pull water out from the ground. Like, what's wrong with that?
Oh, there's this new deal.
Legally, I mean, if you own property and you
Kind of off
built a
topic.
well, you can actually do that. I mean, like, dig a well.
Not where I'm at. Not in city limits.
See, well, you can't do it in city limits. Yeah, exactly. exactly. That's what I'm
But
saying.
that's the crazy thing. We had a well, and then we weren't in city limits, and then they moved us they moved the city boundary, and then they made us captive.
Well, as far as property goes, though, how deep into the ground does the property limits go? It's like, do you own how far
Right. I thought,
below
doesn't it go
the
all the way?
ground
I would assume it goes all the way
does?
down and all the way up.
But actually, that's actually true. If you own property, on any part of the earth, as deep as it goes, you own that property. As far as I know, and maybe I've been wrong about this. So, in vertical, it's a vertical thing.
No, I think it's
You're
the opposite.
standing
They
here.
talk about mineral rights. If there's minerals or anything found below your property, it's the government's property.
No,
The
it
mineral
depends.
rights belong to the state.
Okay, well, man, if somebody has something else to say about it, but as far as I know,
What
the
is
land.
strange, I always wondered why, you know,
Go ahead, brother.
the governments prevent you from planting fruit trees in public. So they're always planting new trees along the roads. And I always
But
wondered to
that's
myself, why
their
don't they plant
land.
apple
That's their
trees
land.
and peach trees? And then someone walking on the way to work could pick food and be fed that day for not having to do anything. And they've actually made it law that you're not allowed to grow food on public land because it could cause someone one day to have a bad reaction. Or maybe if they eat old fruit,
Oh
it
God.
may be bad for them. There
When
was
did the
one
public become so paranoid about eating fruit from a tree? Now, if you're
It's the same with wasted products or expired products.
yeah, it's just like it's
So
really
in
like
here in
the
South Africa,
trees like in I've been to Phoenix, Arizona. And there are orange trees on the streets, right? Those oranges aren't really good. I mean, you wouldn't want to eat them anyway. They don't taste good. They're really sour. I mean, you can pluck them off, and they just don't taste good. They're just really sour. But real orange trees, grow. It's like people in California roam in their backyard.
I
yeah.
Yeah,
It
I've thought
links
about
to the
this
false
before.
diversity. Sorry.
Sorry, I
Go
was
ahead.
I
just
was
going
in
to
Arizona
piggyback off
and
what
I
you
ate
said.
one of those oranges.
Listen, I mean, I'm sure it's a point that's been raised here before, but yeah, exactly like Flat Earth Solar is saying. I mean, think about the dent that could be put in the difficulty of homeless people's lives if all of the trees and all of the bushes that were lining the pavements were fruit bearing or food bearing, right? If there was really an
Inedible, pretty much.
interest, if there
They're
was really an
inedible. I mean,
interest in combating, hold on, David. If there was
sorry,
really
brother.
an interest in combating hunger wherever it is and homelessness and people's quality of life, this is such a viable option that, I mean, it kind of shows their hand. The
Yeah,
fact
it does.
that they don't do it. And just quickly, could someone check if there's any new people? I think there was a guy, Prime Timington or something, who isn't verified. Does someone want to unmute him and see if he's got any questions or wants to raise any points about the Earth?
Did the other guy had to leave? I didn't hear him.
Yeah, no, the other guy said he had to go to bed.
Oh, okay.
So he's gone. But he sounds like, he's a rational guy. He could have the conversation, so maybe he'll be back.
Yeah, I think he needs to do more research. He posted some YouTube link where an imam is claiming that the Earth is a globe. So I mean, he needs to do more effort.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's just
totally researching.
He's totally new to this. He still thinks the moon landings are real, but
yeah, that's why we're here. We actually want
sure.
new people to join every single day, and we do have dozens of people that join the server every day.
So in that vein, I've just unmuted Prime Timington. Prime Timington, are you here? Can you say hello? Prime Timington. I think that's your name. No.
And if someone comes in and they're like kind of curious or they're unwilling to open their microphone because they want to kind of see what's going on, And we're not here to try to convince anyone that the Earth is flat. We're just giving you the information that we've come across for several years. It's not. It's not like this isn't a church or a freaking religious.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, we're not preaching to anyone. So Prime Timington, I'll pop you back on mute. Maybe you're just listening. But if you do want to ask a question or you want to get involved in the conversation, you can jump up to VC check-in 1 or 2, or put a message in the lobby or debate and ping a mod, like tag a mod or gold or silver, and let them know that you want to be unmuted, and we can unmute you and have the discussion.
Yeah, I mean, it always starts with the open ideas. Like, hey, I'm wondering why people think the Earth is flat. If you really have that genuine question, I'm curious about why people think the Earth is flat, and you don't want to argue with us, and really.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be an argument. It never has to be an argument. That's the whole point,
exactly.
right? It can just be a discussion, just open questions, this kind of thing. But he seems like he's in here and he's listening. So if people do want to just kind of talk about how they came to Flat Earth, some of the intro points and this kind of thing, I'm sure it would be handy for him. We've also got Leo. Okay, no, I think he's maybe already FE. But yeah, so let's keep it to intro FE stuff. Just since we've got some new people in. So if anyone's got a point they want to raise. Also, FE Solar, you've got Gold Plus now. So you've got access to the bot commands. So get into a call with one of the mods or something and one of the other golds, and they can teach you how to use it just for the memes and get the command list and all this kind of stuff.
Excellent. Thank you, Wolfgang. Really appreciate that.
No, it's long overdue. Sorry, I thought you already had it, but I just checked and I saw that you didn't. So yeah.
Actually, I heard Wolfgang recommend it, and he was on mobile, and I went and gave it to you, Flutter Solar. So
thanks, Elio.
Thank
since
you,
I joined,
and bro, you've been here for a long time, so you're a trusted member.
Since I joined, I've been looking forward to the day where I can at least be able to mute someone who's rumpusing a room, or be able to play the bot if needed. So I've been downloading all the photos personally, and then I've got to scroll through 1 million photos on my phone to try and find the one that's valid. So this will save a lot of time.
Yeah, no, it's a massive time.
Are you on Bluetooth or your phone microphone? Your voice sounds pretty good. Just like your voice.
Hold on, just quickly. Could we check if Solar's got the DJ bot control as well?
Yeah, he has now. While you was talking about the DJ bot, I added it to your account.
Okay, cool. So Flutter Solar, when there's some dead air, if you want to play a song or some clip or something, the DJ bot role is pretty cool. When there's if you want to make a point, you just talking about something, and say, hey, listen to this. It's a few minutes long. Or if there's some dead air, you can play a 2-hour video, so people can listen to.
Does it mean that I can also VC verify people going to VC check-in or not?
Yeah, no, you should be able to VC verify. If you can't assign the role, then you should be able to use the !verified command.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Right, so using the bot, you just type in !verified and then tag the person, and it should give them the VC verified role.
Yeah, I forgot about that because I don't use the bot ever.
But you have to note that there's only the bot is only active in some of the rooms. So look at the room's lobby, debate, bot, audit, live stream 1, VC. There's a few rooms that it won't work in, so just make sure you're doing it in one of the rooms where the bot is. And you should also have access to CogDis. Have you got CogDis VIP?
Yeah, I think Gold Plus gives it.
Okay. Well, if he doesn't, let's maybe give him the CogDis VIP just in case. But yeah, you should be able to go into CogDis, see the crazy people. That's always fun.
I really would.
But yeah, no, thanks, Solar. You're always, anytime I tune in and you're speaking, it's always great stuff, and you're great with the new people. So it's long overdue. Thank you for everything you do on the server.
Yeah, he's South.
Thanks, guys. You know, I just
Well,
always
you're
feel
South
that.
African, right? You're South African.
Yeah, correct. I've got lots of scientific friends, and we have this massive discussion every time, and they just simply can't see this. And as someone said earlier on today, you know, we all made mistakes in the first few months when we were flat earthers, thinking that all you have to do is show one thing to someone and they're going to accept it. And that whole process has taught me to be a lot more patient and to remember where you were before you understood this truth, and how you'd almost been on autopilot your entire life. And then suddenly someone says to you, but you can make this decision. And you realize, whoa, turn autopilot off. I'm now steering the ship. Now I want to see where I'm going to go. And a lot of times, you know, it's an ego fight. If you come in here with ego, their ego gets inflated, and eventually you're screaming over each other like Gravy Man was doing earlier. You know, and it's how do you ensure that the ego doesn't engage so that you can actually get the message across? My background is marketing, and in marketing, a message is only a message once it's received. Otherwise, it's just a blanket communication. But if you want a message to be received, it has to be able to be decoded by the receiver. And if the receiver cannot receive that message in the right way, it's fallen on deaf ears, like throwing the seeds onto the rocks that will never germinate.
Yes.
It's
exactly.
important just to plant that seed, kind of like with Safida. I was saying to him, you know, maybe take a couple of steps back down that staircase of disbelief. Start at the moon landing, start at 9/11. Once you're curious and you see that there is more to that, then the natural progression up the staircase can continue.
Yeah, and that's why I was wanting to highlight Safida saying, you know, I've not really looked into this kind of thing because it scares me, because that's so much what it is. Like, not just fear, but as you say, ego and pride. But ego, pride, and fear are honestly the main barriers to this for so many people. And it was a great juxtaposition to have that Grey Serve guy in before, because he was perfectly demonstrating that it wasn't about the arguments to him. It was like an emotional response. And maybe he'll calm down and he'll come back and he'll have another look, he'll think about it. I don't know. But the fact that Safida could not only recognize that in himself, but say it in a room full of like 20 odd strangers, you got to give credit to that, because I think even a lot of us probably had those similar kind of thoughts in the beginning, and we either didn't articulate them or didn't even recognize them. But he got it pretty quick. He was like, I'm not getting into this because I think it's ridiculous. I'm kind of not getting into it because it's quite scary. Like, that's a kind of brutally honest thing to say, and very few people will admit that. That's kind of why I wanted to highlight that from him.
Just to interrupt for a short bit, Flatter Soda, I tagged you in the gold text channel with a link to all the commands for the bot, so you can check it out on your own time. Okay, and added the cock this VIP role, but I think Gold Plus should actually give you that perm automatically.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to add a tag if you don't know if the perms are. That's what I was thinking. I was like adding tags. I was curious. Like, do silvers automatically have perms to post in the live stream? You know, post gifts and links.
Yeah, I think everything above silver FE will give you image perms.
Yeah, that's what anyway.
You know, what's amazing is Rory Cooper, my perspective. I was just looking in the chat now. He actually stays near me. And he was one of the first, or contacted Jeranism first and Bob from Globebusters.
Have you ever met up with him?
With Rory, yeah.
Oh,
And
really? You know him? Like, you met up?
Correct,
with him?
yeah. And I
Cool,
actually,
awesome.
he had disappeared off the scene in about, I think it was 2016 or so. And then late in 2016, 2017, I started contacting him and saying, We need more of his animations and we need a lot more stuff. And then he started revitalizing his channel. And just to be able to talk to someone here who had also put out so much brilliant content, it was just, you know, when you hear about Flat Earth, you think maybe there's a handful of guys in the UK or maybe there's a handful of guys in Europe. But then when you realize that there's guys everywhere, every country has Flat Earthers. And sometimes they're only, Rory stays 20 kilometers from me. So it's
Holy
so
shit, that's really close.
amazing.
Dude, why
I
don't
must
you
get
get
him on
him to
there.
come on here? I'd love to talk to him.
Yeah, I must.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this place, right? I remember when I was getting into it, one of my first things was like, I can't really talk to anyone in my real life about this right now. I need to speak to people who have also looked into the same thing. And I think it's such a valuable resource because it can be quite an isolating thing if you're the only one in your kind of circle who's looking into this. You're like, oh my god, you get the reaction that you want to tell everyone, but you'll realize pretty quickly that that's not necessarily a winning move in the beginning. Like you need to have your arguments so unlocked and your way of discussing it pretty well practiced before you start putting it into your real world circles, your professional circles, whatever. Of course, depending on what your circumstances are, some people are different, but that's why this place is so cool, because it's like, yeah, maybe there's a few people in this country, maybe there's a few people, but as soon as I came here, I was meeting people from the same country, from a few hundred miles away, and like you say, all over Earth. And it's the resource that we need, because we need every mind who's interested in this, in every part of the Earth, to be making these observations, to be testing these claims, to solidify our.
Yeah, I even found a Flat Earth meetup like a few hours away from me. It looked like I wish I could go. If I wasn't going to Missouri, I would have went. But it's like it looked like a pretty big one, like a camping event, like a whole weekend thing, Flat Earthers, and honestly, I wish I would have been able to go to that. And I've met so many people in here in this Discord that are from the Midwest, you know, like, and I've only ever met, like, outside of the one person that's shown me the Flat Earth, I've only met like maybe 3 other Flat Earthers, other than the people that I've shown the Flat Earth to. Like, but yeah, I mean, there is a lot more than I thought, you know, especially after coming here. And I plan to get because my buddy that showed me Flat Earth, he's just met a guy in Iowa who he's a flat earther and he's got like a farm and stuff, and he knows a lot of other flat earthers too. So like I'm starting to find kind of a community of flat earthers in my local area.
Well, this is it. I mean, in the years to come, right? Think about it. I'm sure there will be, and there should be, like flat Earth festivals, right? Like people are going to be gathering in their hundreds, if not thousands, and gathering at places like giant lakes to camp over for a few days, giant salt flats, all bringing equipment, conducting tests. I mean, imagine everyone across this giant lake, just kind of all observing each other from all across the different parts of the lake, circling the whole thing, and all seeing each other, all flashing lasers, all doing this kind of thing, like a Coachella of flat Earth or something. And then at night you all hang out and watch NASA. You all hang out and watch
That'd
NASA.
be awesome, man.
And you all just laugh at
I
NASA.
would love to go to stuff like that.
I mean, think about it. That's going to be coming.
Yeah, and like I'm waiting for more like Midwest centered, because that one I just talked about was called the Midwest Flat Fest. It's on flatearthfestivals.com. I heard it on Mark's channel, but I'm hoping like bigger ones will start popping up in this area, because it's hard for me to travel, you know, long distances. You know, just like money and work and stuff, so it's hard for me to get days off. And you know, like I wish I didn't And I wish I wasn't such a slave at the end of the day. Like,
Right. Well, I mean, the more work we do here, that's what it's for, right? I mean, eventually, I mean, there's no putting this genie back in the bottle. It's out now. It's just a matter of time until enough people have access to the information, right? Because for the most part, the reason it's not absolutely everywhere, although it is, but it's like underground still to a degree, is not because people have examined the information and dismissed it. It's because they've not had the opportunity. They're robbed of the opportunity as children of having this discussion, of being presented with the other side of this story and this information, right? So I'm getting that out.
In your opinion, then, out of like, say, like 10,000 people, how many of them presented with the argument do you think would actually look at it logically and like not just completely toss it out? You know what I mean? Like at least hear it out. Like what's I'm just asking for, like we don't really have numbers, but like what do you think?
It's total speculation. I mean, out of 10, I don't know. I mean, even if you got one, right, that's enough. I mean, 1% of a population looking into this is enough, right, to make big change, right? So, I mean, we have this idea that so few people are actually capable of looking into this and understanding it, but I think it's more the case that the opportunity hasn't been there for them, right? It's the early years indoctrination that's the barrier and the less to the discussion, right? These thoughts are not entering most people's minds unless it's brought to their attention. So the more people doing that, as we try to do here, 24/7, 365, the faster we're going to get to that point. I truly believe it's not a question of this being an insurmountable barrier for so many people. It's a question of the availability of the information and the number of people actually disseminating. So that's why I think what's done here on this server is a very underrated use of people's time. Like, I mean, a lot of us all put in a lot of time here, and I mean, I would just thank everyone for doing so because it all contributes, right? All of this is working towards a greater good here, and even if it doesn't seem like it's sinking into the person that we're talking to at the time, there's an audience, right? And it's sinking in with someone who is just listening or lurking. I mean, the amount of messages I've had from people I've never spoken to, I've never even seen, speaking in text, and they've been like, thanks for doing this on the server because it, and now I know, or now I'm questioning, right? So all the people, for every person that is not taking it on or seeming hesitant to even have the discussion, there are people who are taking it on, which is why it's important for us to remember all the time that there's an audience listening.
Yeah, dude, I got a lot of like flat Earth business cards and like pamphlets and stuff that my buddy made, and I'm thinking about just having him like make a ton more and just like flood our whole like county, just like make it so like everybody that's around here has seen this information because it like leads. They've got like YouTube videos on them, like decent ones to get people started and like get their minds thinking. And then it's got some like other stuff like good proofs, and then it's got the Dave Murphy interview, just like a lot of good information. And I'm gonna just start flooding them around like the whole area and just see like how many people I can get talking about it. I don't know. Like I feel like there's a lot of really open-minded people in this area.
Yeah, it's the ultimate topic for like guerrilla marketing, right? Because it's not like we're just talking about a vague concept that they then have to do hours and hours and hours of reading and research. Well, they do, but all we really need to do is to make them think about the natural world and to spur their interest enough for them to investigate the natural world. So, I mean, whether it's slipping business cards into books, a bookshop or a charity shop, or just sticking stickers on the lampposts, or putting some poignant graffiti next to bodies of water, you know, like sticking the curvature formula next to a beach on a railing or something. I mean, the opportunity for
Yeah, dude, I just got my moped back. So I have a little tiny like 50cc moped, and I'm just gonna cruise around and just like, you know, hand them to people that'll take them, and just like maybe leave one on a bench here and there. You know, I don't know if it's like, maybe I shouldn't do that because it's like littering, but at the same time, you know, somebody's gonna still, I feel like, have to pick it up and see it, or you know, want to throw it away or something.
And you know, there's a difference between the people who come in here maybe feel like they're in a debate as soon as they arrive and they have to defend their position, and someone just coming across a business card in their own time, in their private lives, and making the decision with no pressure from anyone else who came to them at the time. You know, maybe I will look into this, right? So I dare say a lot of people will be
Yeah, and
open to looking
they
at
do
it if
say
they just
24/7.
card.
They say 24/7 Flat Earth Live on them. Like that, it wasn't in reference to the Discord at the time they were made. It was in reference because ODD TV, he used to have a 24/7 Flat Earth Live. I don't think he does anymore.
Yeah,
It
that's where
was
this
in
came
reference
from.
to that, but it
Yeah,
just
that's where
says,
this
oh
server
really?
spawned from. Yeah, this is what it came from, right? It started off with the
Oh,
ODD 24/7 chat, and then there was a kind of a 1.0
that's cool.
version of this server, and then now we're on this server. But yeah,
Yeah,
no, that's good. That's the
my
kind of
buddy that made the cards, my buddy has told me about the 24/7 Discord before. He's told me like, oh yeah, if you want to talk to people, but I didn't actually like come in here until heard Austin Witsit talking about being in here and stuff. Because like his
shout out to
videos really
Winston.
like got to
Winston is
me.
a legend.
A lot of the stuff he put out, like it really made me think about like the importance of my life and just like everything, and like I don't know.
Yeah, Winston's
He
a total
put it in
legend.
like a different type of like perspective that I
Yeah,
hadn't really ever gotten before from anybody.
talk about balls. Winston put his whole life on hold, got an RV, and just traveled around all of America flat smacking people in the streets, at the monuments. I mean, shout out to Winston. He's put on a load of great
Yeah,
content on his
dude, he's a
channel.
beast.
A load
And
of
then
debate.
I was watching him. I was watching before he started doing that, and when he started doing that, I was like sharing it on Facebook, and I was like, "Yo, look at what this guy's doing!" You know, like he's just, you know, he's going
Yeah,
all
no,
over the place, and
he's absolutely
he
killing it.
had to have gotten a lot of people thinking, man. He did a
Oh, for
really
sure.
big thing there, man. That
Yeah.
was awesome.
Yeah, no, Austin is a legend. Shout out to Austin.
I actually even tried to go find him when he was in my state. I tried to go find him, and then I got to the spot where he was at, but he had already moved. And then I tried to look for him, and I couldn't find him, so I left. And then he went live again right after I was like driving away, and it was like an hour drive or like 2 hour drive from where I live, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not turning around. It was getting late.
I mean,
But
that's
yeah,
it.
I
And there's
tried.
some weird.
I tried to meet him there.
There's so many weird people who this topic spurs on weird neuroses and some strange tics. So I mean,
Dude, I
Austin is
know.
putting
I've seen
himself at
people
some
come in
risk
here, dude. They're like
doing that.
fake.
So,
There's like these like fakers that come in here, these fake flat earthers, man. It's weird. You can tell that
yeah,
they're like
it's very odd.
not like honest.
I mean, Austin was going to be dealing with some
The
crazy
Antarctic
people.
guys, man.
Yeah. Sorry, just quickly, I can see there's a new guy. Oh no, okay, he's just dipped. Never mind.
Yeah, I
Maybe
love
tag
hanging
the
out here
Spark
too because
010
it's definitely
guy.
helped me.
Sorry,
Definitely
Conrad. Just
helped me get
quickly,
my
could
arguments down.
someone tag that Sparks 010 guy and tell him if he wants to come back and ask questions, he can be unmuted. But yeah, we got another guy in. band member? What's a band member? Where are you banned from? We can't hear you, band member, if you're talking.
Yeah, just want to listen in, see if there's anything new.
Are you new on the server? Or you been here for a while?
No, I've been here before. I've asked a few questions. I'm not a good representative for Globe, but I am curious.
Okay. You don't need to be a good representative for Globe, because I mean, most people don't know much about the Globe because you're not taught much about it at school. But yeah, I mean, you should just ask some basic questions, or tell us what you've heard, or what you think about some of the information being shared on the server. Like, do you understand that the flat Earth is not a disk in space?
I'm sorry, say that last part again, please.
Do you understand that when we're talking about flat Earth here, we're not talking about a disk Earth in space with water falling off of it and stuff? Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that part. I'm just curious if there's any new information aside from what's currently being argued. I can appreciate the current information up to a point, but after a couple of years, there should be some sort of improvement in the research.
In terms of like the measurements and the observations and things?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, if you check the long distance observation channels and laser test channels, I mean, people are doing new observations all the time. But what are your thoughts on the long distance observations and laser tests and things that seem to be showing that we see too far, we shoot lasers too far? What are your thoughts on all that?
The laser test to me is not accurate enough. I mean, the laser does spread out over long distances.
Wolfgang, do you mind if I kind of interject here?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. So, no, the laser test. Now, the implication, right? So, if you have a laser, and very powerful laser, on one side of a body of water that is supposedly curving due to this ball model, right? Before we even get into that, band member, is this your first time here? Obviously, I can tell just by the way that you're talking that you're familiar with the topic, and you talked to others maybe before about this, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so don't call me sir. Anyway.
Okay.
All right, good. You can if you want to, but no, we're here trying to figure this out, just like everyone else is, right? So, if the Earth is a globe spinning in space, and it's not a disk, I mean, nobody here, no flat earthers claim a disk spinning in space. That's not existing in space or whatever. Now, what they tell us about this globe Earth, third rock from the sun, is that it has a certain radius. So we do these laser tests to try to prove whether or not there's a hump of water between the laser point and the target, right? You understand that part of it?
Yeah, I understand it, but I guess I've seen and heard a lot of this is what it isn't. I'm just looking for refinement in the measurements for flat Earth. I guess that's what I'm really looking for.
Well, see, it's really easy. It's really easy to discover what their claims about globe Earth is, right? Because they told us that that has a radius of 3,959 miles, circumference of 24,901 miles, approximately. Right? It can vary depending on their clues, but that's I mean,
Well, I understand that
all of
part.
us grew up knowing, the solar system model and all that kind of stuff, right? But the specifics about that model make the Earth third rock from the sun, 3,950 miles radius, 24,901 miles in circumference. So we can test whether or not, since most of the Earth is water, right? We can test whether or not that the Earth, due to gravity, is these bodies of water are curving around the Earth due to gravity, right? This is what you were told? That's what I was told when I was growing up.
Yes, of course.
All
But
right, cool.
like,
So we do these laser tests across lakes. I mean, a lake is the best place to do it because there's no tides involved. The lake is just, depending on weather, the lake can undulate. There could be some waves on the lake, but for the most part, a lake is contained, right? So you put a very powerful laser on one side of a lake, and you can hit a target 25 miles away on the other side of the lake. How's there any curvature in between? It would be shining into a hump of water from 25 miles away. You wouldn't be able to see that laser from the other side of the lake.
yeah, I did watch the video and I did read the one paper on it, and I liked the paper because it was trying to lean towards more positive data as opposed to it's not this, therefore it's flat. I guess that's what I'm looking for. Is more, this is why it's flat, and this is what we found.
Sure, I mean that's not the only one. That's not the only. I mean, the laser experiments, or you can call them experiments, or they're just tests. It's just like, hey, I have a very powerful collimated laser that I'm shining across a lake, 25 miles, and yeah, so I captured it. Now there is what's it called? Oh, shit, now I can't think of the word. There's expansion. I mean, from the source light, they collimate the laser so that it can travel as far as it can without expanding. God damn.
Diverging.
Diversion. Yeah. Beam divergence. So this test was done. I'm losing it right now. By FE Core. They shined a laser with with beam. The beam divergence would be about 3 meters from 25 miles. Now, hitting a target 3 meters, whatever, but really doesn't matter. If you can see that laser from the source point across 25 miles of a big ass lake, that lake's doesn't have a hump of water due to gravity.
That test wasn't. I guess there's something about it that I haven't really. Something in the back of my mind is telling me something's missing. I don't know if that's just me being biased.
They're going to tell you refraction. That's what they're going to tell you. Now, whether or not that's proof of anything, that's something else. Now, Earth itself presents itself as a level stationary plane. Now, so what they do with that test is try to what they're trying to do is show you that the Earth is what they told you it is. Well, when you can see this laser from 25 miles away while you're standing on the shore, if you were standing on the shore, the other side of the lake, if what they're saying is true about the globe, you would see that laser pointing up in the sky. It looked like the frickin' Batman signal. You know what I'm saying? you know, because they're like on the other side of the curve, it'd just be pointing up in the sky from your perspective, 25 miles away.
No, I understand that part. It's just that, like I said, I'm just looking for if there's anything. You know, it's been a few years, about 2 years for me. If there's been any improvements on showing positive claims as opposed to the globe measurements don't match up, therefore it's flat. I guess that's what I'm not liking. So
I get that. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody else. Let's go ahead.
Well, let me just jump in quickly just to kind of clarify, right? Because the tests we're talking about, they're about testing the globe claim specifically, right? They're not necessarily about evidencing anything more than testing the globe claim of curvature when we're talking about surface laser tests, right? So when you're saying is there anything more, I mean, there's endless amounts of information to look
Yeah,
at with regard
hundreds and hundreds of videos.
but the tests that we're talking about in particular, I suppose we need to get to the crux of what you're thinking. Like, you understand the FE core laser tests, what they did, the distance that they did it. The beam divergence, as Helio says, is like 3 to 4 meters over 25 miles. So it's not enough to compensate for the claimed 90 meters or so of curvature that they claim is present over that distance. So when you're saying you're needing more, is it because you don't think that the 25-mile laser test actually disproves the globe claim of curvature? Or is it that you want more information about, okay, so what is this place then if it's not a globe? Like, what's your position? Do you think it's possible for these observations to have occurred on a globe? Or do you understand that it's not possible on a globe? What would you say?
I guess I'm thinking that test should be done like a different time of the year, different time of day.
Different conditions. Okay.
Those people that did that test did it when there was very little humidity. They did it in the cold. They were freezing to death out there doing this test. There was very low humidity out there.
Yeah, I read that part. Yeah, it was. They did to winter to reduce refraction. You know, if there is any.
Are we talking about the FE core test?
Yes.
Yeah, those were done over 2 weeks at the ISOMER. So it's in 2 weeks'
we're
time
talking
they did multiple tests.
I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, they panned the laser. We're talking about the it's Lake Issel where they got the 25-mile observation. That's what the final. But they did the same test over that same lake. They did 5 miles or 5 kilometers or whatever. Then they panned the laser and then they got to 25 mile, which is 40 kilometers. 40 kilometer. They were able to see the laser directly across the lake, and it was very, very cold. It was very cold.
If you've checked out the laser tests channel that we've got down below, you'll see different conditions. I mean, people have been doing them over frozen lakes and all this kind of stuff at varying distances. The observations of the horizon, like the black swan. I mean, there's loads of different methods that people have used to test the curvature claim. But I suppose if you're saying that you've looked at them all and you don't think they do disprove the curvature claim, I would ask then, in your mind, what kind of test would you be envisioning that you would need to see to realize that?
I guess my approach would be if you get a different, let's say the black swan, they showed the one shot, and then they showed a different one. It looks like approximately the same location at a different time of the day. It looks like high noon or something.
So now
to me, it's not about what it's not about what proving flat or globe. Is that what am I seeing and why am I seeing it that way?
All right, here's something here. Hold on. Let me do this. here's something to consider. Let me ask you this question. What do you think the horizon is?
Well, the horizon is the point where it starts to fall away. Right? I mean, that's why things. That's why
Have you
ships
ever
land
looked
at the
up
bottom.
have you ever looked up the definition of horizon?
No, I haven't.
Well, go ahead and look that up right now if you can. Are you on your phone or a computer?
Okay, well, hold on one second.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he's given that definition, I mean, shows that he does still think that the horizon is geometric. So obviously, we do need to spend.
Sure, that's why I asked. I want him to give me the definition of horizon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this has been the problem the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I was trying to elucidate as well. Like, I mean, you maybe looked at them, but have you discussed them and kind of understood what they're showing? So.
Yeah, just look it up, band member. What's the definition of horizon? Once you find it, I want you to read it to me. And you find the definition of horizon.
Okay, it says here on the first one, it's a line in which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Wow, cool. So it doesn't. So is it physical or?
In my opinion, I would say
I don't care about your opinion. I mean, what's the definition? It says they appear to meet, but they don't. Do you think the sky actually touches the ground?
Of course not.
Okay, then we're on the same page on this one.
Yeah, so by the definition, it would be an apparent position because it appears to be the line where the surface and the sky appear to meet, right? So, but you've got in your head that it's the point where the surface curves down, which is what they teach us about the globe, right? Ships are disappearing bottom up because they're going around this curvature, which is manifesting as a horizon. But if you because someone posted the black swan in the live stream, has he got VC verified actually? Yeah. Okay. So can you see the live stream voice text, band member?
I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, right
Just
in this
above-
voice
just
room,
above-
there's an associated text room right above where you're
Just
talking.
above the voice channel, just above it.
Yeah,
You'll see
we'll
live
post associated content there. But I don't see the Black Swan in there. But if you want to go through the Black Swan with them,
yeah, someone post the black swan, and let's make sure that band member can see the text channel. Do you see the text channel just above this voice channel, band member?
Yes, I was able to. Yeah.
Right. So the black swan's just been posted. It's the oil rigs. Now, do you agree with the premise of the globe model necessitating a physical horizon at 1.22 miles for a 1-foot observer? Do you understand what that means? Sorry, I'll give you a chance to read the image. Maybe you haven't read it before. Have you read the text at the top of that image?
Yes.
Okay. So it's basically saying that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is what they tell us, then the horizon, that point that we're told is the surface curving down, will be at a geometrically predictable height based on your observer height, yeah? Like you could draw a tangent line from your eyeball to that point of curvature that you could no longer see beyond, yeah?
Yeah, but there's another photo which looks approximately the same location, with the rig in the foreground is like halfway below the line there.
Yeah. So then how could it be physical curvature if it's moving in front of and then behind the rigs? If it was physical curvature, it would be in the same spot, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah. So if it's a physical position, the horizon, based on the curvature of a ball, how could it be behind them one day and then in front of them the next day? That would imply that the ball is changing size, right?
No.
So how could a physical curve be in front of them one day and then behind them the next?
Well, that's where, like I said, the science comes in again. I know refraction is a big, like a point there.
Right, but
That the book says.
refraction isn't claimed to do that. Refraction isn't claimed to move a physical geometric horizon in front of objects one day and then behind them the next. That's not what refraction is, or is claimed to be, unless you have a citation or a demonstration of that. Have you ever seen a demonstration of that?
Well, doesn't light follow as it passes through certain mediums? That it does tend to follow it.
But that's not saying that a physical obstruction like a hill could be in front of someone and appear behind them, because that would be saying that the light is bending over the person, and the light of the hill that's behind the person is overtaking the person or undertaking them and appearing in front of them. Yeah, it's like the light would be traveling faster from the hill than the object and appearing in front of it, right? That's not what refraction is. I mean, saying the
If I
light
can just,
doesn't that. Sorry, go on.
I just wanted to add quickly to that point. When you look up the definition of refraction, it's always an object refracted with respect to the horizon. So it is refracted above the horizon or below the horizon. It never refers to refracting the actual horizon.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, so that's another important point, right? So given that refraction isn't moving the horizon, how could it be physical if it's in front of the rigs one day and then behind the rigs the next day? Wouldn't that tell you that it's not physical and that it's actually apparent, as the definition states?
The point where the sun meets the sky, I understand what that is, but like I said, light travels through the atmosphere does tend to follow the medium. So that's why that's the explanation why we see further.
Well,
right,
you have
one
no
medium,
demonstration.
right? But this is a different thing. It's one medium, and we're talking about the horizon, which you just said you understand that, or Flat Earth Solar just explained to you that the refraction is made in reference to objects in relation to the horizon. It's not saying that the horizon itself is moved, right? So given that, then the explanation of that's how it's the one day behind the next is invalid. So it's not refraction of a physical horizon that's making the horizon appear in front of them one day and behind the next. It's a factor of perspective. It's a function of perspective. Okay, so the globe model claims, as you can see in the black swan image, that the horizon is supposed to be at 1.22 miles for a 1-foot observer. Yeah, do you understand that? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, but do you agree that light can be bent by certain mediums?
Well, it depends what you're talking about. Like if you're talking about a straw in a glass of water and that kind of refraction, then yeah, that exists. But that's two different mediums, right? Or three: air, glass, and water. We're just talking about air here, and the fact that light can change direction as it enters mediums of a different density is not equivalent to saying a geometric horizon can move behind objects that it's actually in front of. You understand that those two claims aren't equivalent. Like just saying, well, because I think light bends in certain conditions, this physical horizon that's supposed to be at 1.22 miles and obstructing this physical object can actually appear behind the physical object. Because that's not just light bending. That's saying that the light from the oil rigs, which is 10 miles away, is overtaking the light from the horizon, which is at 1.22 miles, and somehow reaching your eye before the horizon. So you're not just making a claim to bending light, you're talking about varying speed of light from objects further away through the same medium. Do you understand that?
That made no sense to me. All I know is that when the light hits the rig and it's reflected and it's traveling towards you, the observer, it does travel through the atmosphere, which is a medium, and it's possible
Right.
that light is being curved.
How would that light?
Until
How
it
would
gets
that
to your
light
eye.
reach your eyes? How would that light reach your eyes before the light from the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles?
That again, that makes no sense.
It makes no sense because it can't happen. The light of the oil rig 10 miles away can't reach you before the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. The geometric horizon at 1.2 miles is closer to you. That light would reach you first. So that obstruction would always be in front of the rigs, not behind them.
Again, I don't know where you got that explanation from, but
well, that's what you're
makes
that's,
no
that's what
sense.
we're saying. That's what you're saying because you're saying it's the light traveling. I mean, this is just the claim. It's like you saying there's a hill between you and me, and I'm on one side of the hill and you're on the other side of the hill, but somehow I can appear in front of the hill so that you can see me. Do you think that's possible?
No, I believe that if the curve is slight and you're not being moved ahead of the horizon, you're just the light is being curved so that it goes over. Thus, it looks like you're seeing further. It looks like
No. It's not just seeing further. It's that physical point of curvature, which you believe is there, being in the wrong place and actually being behind an object that it's supposed to be obstructing. So in the same way that I'm behind this hill that's obstructing me, you're claiming it's possible for me to appear in front of that hill due to refraction.
No, I'm saying that you could see a little further past that hill because of refraction.
How is the oil rig appearing in front of the physical obstruction of the curvature then?
It's not. The light is bending around in order to see it.
No, it's appearing in front. The oil rigs are appearing in front of the horizon. The horizon appears beyond the oil rigs. Yes.
So you don't think refraction is affecting the horizon and the object you're observing?
Listen. Do you observe the horizon beyond the rigs in that image that was posted?
Your statement is implying that the horizon is not being affected by refraction.
Yeah, which you will not find a citation or a demonstration for. Have you ever found one?
No, I didn't research that far, but what I'm saying, with the way you're...
How can you make that claim then?
Well, you're claiming that the horizon is not affected by refraction, and I think it is.
I'm claiming that the horizon is not where the globe model predicts. And you're agreeing with that, but you're making up an explanation for it, which you've just agreed you don't have any evidence for.
I think the horizon is affected by refraction.
Yeah, but you just said you don't have any evidence for that.
Okay, about the only argument I've heard about that is that there are refraction tables when navigating in order to adjust for.
Explain these refraction tables that you're talking about. Explain those for us.
Again, it's not. It's just something I heard during other.
Oh, really? So you heard it from where? You're not familiar with these refraction tables. You're just spouting some nonsense from the anti-flat Earth community. I can come in here and say whatever I want because I know the Earth is a globe and these flat Earthers are full of shit.
Let me speak to them. Listen, I mean, that's the same thing as you just saying I don't have a demonstration or a citation because you've just said, well, there are refraction tables that I've heard about, so you've not really looked into them. But also, like we said, no one is denying refraction as it actually exists. But you're making a claim beyond what is claimed for refraction. You're making a claim that objects can appear in front of physical obstructions that they're actually behind, and that the geometric horizon is moved by refraction, right? But this is the claim that you've just said you haven't actually found any evidence for. So you're rejecting the observation taken in reality in favor of a sentence that you've heard that you've never seen or observed any evidence for.
I find okay. If you don't believe that the horizon is affected by refraction and only objects that you're looking at are, that doesn't make any sense.
Why would we believe it? Why wouldn't we have evidence of it?
Everything we see is affected by light, and when that light travels through a medium,
But that's not
it
evidence
is affected by refraction.
That's not evidence for the claim. That's a general statement. We're asking for evidence of this specific claim, and it's not a case of we don't believe it. It's that it's not been demonstrated or proven. It's not on us to disprove something that's never been proven, is it?
So the horizon is not affected by refraction.
Well, can you provide us a demonstration or citation
Well,
that would explain this? Observation of the oil rigs in front of the horizon and the horizon at 10 miles. Right? Because even if we look at terrestrial refraction and we go 7/6R, which is the refraction that you're actually talking about but haven't really looked into, that still doesn't give you a horizon at 10 miles. It would take a 1.2 to like a 1.4, 1.5. I mean, even if it was 2 miles, I would give you the benefit of the doubt. But it's not. It's 10 miles, right? That's way beyond what any refraction or terrestrial refraction would give you as a calculation. And even that calculation is begging the question because it's based on a radius that's never been evidenced or measured. But even given that, it doesn't give you the 10-mile horizon that we're seeing. So it's completely insufficient, right? It's not sufficient to say, well, because light bends when it goes into different mediums, which again isn't analogous because we're talking about one medium here, the air. Just because that refraction exists under certain circumstances doesn't mean that it is doing what you think it can do based on seeing no demonstration or evidence, just having vaguely heard the sentence said, right? So it's not about why don't you believe it, it's about why do you believe it? What evidence do you have for it? And if you've got none, why would you entertain it? Why wouldn't you go with observable reality until proven otherwise?
The logic tells me that that everything that we observe is affected by, of course, that we see because light is hitting it and it's traveling to our eyes. Everything is affected by refraction. So anyway, we're going back to the it doesn't prove globe, therefore it's flat. I've heard that before. So I'm just looking for anything else new. That's why I listen a lot. I'm looking for new stuff.
No, well, the specific point here is that the horizon that the globe model claims it doesn't exist, right? So that disproves the globe, right? I mean, if you want to imagine some other situation other than the globe model that they teach us, I mean, you're entitled to do so. But all we observe and measure is a flat surface. The horizon is not conforming to the shape of a ball like they tell us. So it's perfectly reasonable to say, okay, it's not a globe. I'm not just going to assume it's anything other than what's observed and experienced, which is a level, motionless plane. But I mean, when you say, oh, it proves flat Earth, I mean, that's kind of a vague statement too, depending on what you mean by flat Earth. I mean, that's not saying that there's like a model that explains every aspect of reality. It's just saying that the surface isn't curving and the horizon isn't the point of curvature on a globe like we were taught as kids. So it has to be something else.
So, is there anything new aside from it looks flat? Because like I said, I feel a lot of it.
Wait. Hold on.
Measures flat.
Hold the phone. No. He said, "Is there anything new besides it looks flat? Doesn't it look flat to you, brother? Doesn't it?"
Yeah, he's just coping now.
From just looking at it with my eyes, yeah, it looks flat.
Okay, so Earth looks flat to you. You just said yes, looks flat. Okay, right? So someone else told you, well, even though it looks flat, it can't be because we have these observations of the sky and sun, moon, stars. But you live on Earth. What do you experience here on Earth? What Earth are you talking about? It looks flat to you, but I'm convinced it's a globe because somebody else told me it is. Fucking idiot, man. Fuck.
So why do you think I'm here? I was looking for more positive information on flat Earth.
Okay, positive information
and then you're
on
calling me
flat
an
Earth.
idiot. Okay.
Okay, well, dude, I'm okay. If you're not an idiot, why don't you observe reality and figure out what this realm that we live in is, and then you're just like, hey, well, I don't know. It's just really weird, man.
Yeah, listen, let me speak to him, right? Because this is just a cope, right? He's already understood that the measurements are showing flat, the horizon isn't conforming to the shape of a globe, but his position has been the refraction argument. But now he's conceded he doesn't really have a refraction argument because he's never looked into it. He's just heard it said. So I mean, there's no further requirement on us to evidence anything more than that to show that the Earth is not a globe, right? And if the Earth is not a globe as it measures, then your default position can only logically be what you've just agreed you experience, which is a flat and motionless Earth.
Exactly.
If you want any more information, there's hours and hours of stuff down below in the additional information sections. Every topic, well, a lot of topics, and you can go and see a whole load of information, right? But there is, like, we're not claiming a model. We don't need to claim a model. We observe and experience reality, and we've debunked the previous model that we were given as impressionable children, which was that we live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum. I mean, you already know that that's not the case because you've elucidated enough for me to know that you've seen the observations. You know they don't comport with the globe model, and it's just a defense mechanism that you've developed to hold on to this idea of refraction that you claim is doing something that refraction is not claimed to do. And we've asked you about the evidence for that, and you've agreed you don't have it, you've never seen it. So, I mean, at this point, it's
So
on
he
you.
just believes it. He just believes it. That's
It's on you to go and investigate reality. If you don't want to accept reality, that's a shame. But yeah, I mean, that's about it, right? The horizon is not geometric. The Earth does not measure curves. Every piece of evidence that's obtained in reality only points towards a flat and motionless Earth, not a curved one. That's kind of it. I mean, if you think you've got any other arguments or proofs that it is actually a globe, feel free to put them out there. But it sounds to me like you already know it's not. You just kind of are hanging on to these last shred of hope.
I mean, hey,
refraction argument.
Kudos for the effort. You know, that's all good. Kudos for the effort, band member.
Well, look, I'm just like I said. If I guess if I was to ask for information about flat Earth, and let's say I had to
Hey, we just gave you like 30 minutes of evidence of flat Earth.
Yeah,
What,
well, listen,
30, 45
like I
minutes?
said,
And
if
now
you've
he's
got
just like,
questions,
come on.
yeah,
We
no,
gave you
listen,
kudos.
if he's got specific questions, that's fine. I mean, yeah, there's loads of topics that you'll have questions about once you understand that the Earth isn't a spinning ball. And like I said, there's additional information channels below for a lot of them. If you do have questions, I mean, you're all right to throw them out. If you think there's arguments for the globe that are compelling, feel free to throw them out. It's only going to help us answer these questions to other new people who maybe haven't had a chance to look at the information.
And if you're new and you throw away pride, you'll actually start to figure out what we're talking about. You know, just like, I'm going to come into this flat Earth server and just like, you know, destroy these flat earthers with nothing. You know,
he's not really,
fucking weird.
He's not really acting like he's destroying anyone. I mean,
No, I know that. I'm just, but that's a lot of people that are ignorant come in here with that attitude, just like, oh, flat Earth, I can figure it. I can show the people the Earth the globe. And when we start bringing the real arguments, they're like, oh.
I mean, it's like he's already realized that. I mean, this is the way it's
So
gone.
anyway, we're not trying to take the piss out of you, band member. Well, I'm just telling you. I mean, we've been doing this for a very long time. So it's just like, if you thought you can come in and just throw flat earthers under the bus and it's like, oh man, I know the globe is because this. It's not going to happen, man.
It's like he already knows, because he's not presented anything for the globe that is. I mean, all these. Yeah, I mean, we've been over it. The only thing he's done is an attempted rebuttal of something that isn't really a rebuttal. So, I mean, if he does,
But it's not his fault. He was indoctrinated just like
oh,
we
of
were.
course. Listen, I'm not saying it's his fault, and I'm saying if he wants to ask more questions or if he has any evidence that he wants to put forward, he's welcome.
You know what I really respect about band member? He's been very patient with us, and so I guess we should be patient with him. So what do you have so far? What do you think about what everyone that's involved, band member? What have you gathered? You know, of the knowledge. I'm curious about what you would say after all of that you've talked to many different members here on the server. I'm just curious what you want to say about that.
Yeah, thanks. All I was looking for is something a little more, as far as like if I had to teach it. If I had to teach flat Earth, I'm not going to go.
But you don't have to. I'm asking your personal opinion. I want you, just like us, to know what you know based on general knowledge and perceived knowledge. I mean, just give us an overview of it. I mean, like, this is the first time you've church. Go ahead.
Hold on, Helio. No,
this
because
guy
listen,
is
it's
frustrating
fine.
me.
It's no. It's because he's understanding, right? This is something that he knows he will potentially want to speak about to someone else in future, right? So, right, band member, the way you learn how to speak to people about this is to understand the arguments from both sides, right? So part of that would be you going and investigating the refraction argument that you've heard, right? Because that is an argument that you will come up against in the same way that you heard it just said, but you never actually saw any demonstration or argument for. These are the kind of things you look into so that when someone says it to you, you can say, okay, what demonstration or what citation is that based on? And the same with the other elements of it, right? It requires time and effort for you to understand the globe model, for starters, what it predicts physically, the size, the motions, all of this. And then the observations taken in reality, the counter arguments to those things. And you'll do that by spending time on the server, listening to the discussions, and checking out the additional information sections that I told you about below. Did you see those, by the way? Have you seen those sections?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. So yeah, if it's about like, right, how do I speak to or teach someone else about this? You need to learn what the evidence is, and to do that, you need to have the discussion like we're having now. You need to go and research on your own, and see what you can find out that way. You should do observations on your own in your own time, wherever you live, so that you could potentially show people who you socialize with, I don't know, friends, family. So you could say, okay,
Sure.
let's go and test it and see what we can actually
And on
speak
top of that, Wolfgang, nobody here is trying to give you a gotcha. We're trying to catch you in a lie or an untruth or just like an ignorant, argument from ignorance. We're not trying to catch you on fallacies. We're just like, we're curious how you found our server. Why do you want to come talk to the flat earthers? It's not about us trying to catch you. We're actually here as a support group. If you see through the bullshit lies that they have in the media and the education system, we can help you there. But hey, if you come in here with a pompous attitude and say, "Well, I know that the Earth is a globe because they told me this," it's like, who told you that? I mean, we're gonna have a issue. But if you're curious about, sorry, I'm not speaking for Wolfgang either, but I'm just saying this is kind of the way I look at it. It's like if you're patient and if you look at both sides of the argument, you're going to find yourself on the right side of it, which is Earth cannot be told. It cannot be what they told us it was. So anyway.
Well, again, that's going to be your journey if you choose to pursue it, right? We're not here to tell you what to think or what to do, but if we're going to be talking about reality here, we are going to talk about reality and what the evidence is for it. So if you're genuinely curious and you have a desire to know if the Earth is the ball that you've been told, then we can discuss here how best to do that and what it means and all this other stuff. So you sound chill. You've been respectful, so appreciate that. A lot of people can't handle the discussion. So yeah, if you do have more questions, I mean, that was just me answering your question, like how would I go and speak to people about this? That requires time and effort on your part to go and understand it yourself to the best of your ability. Not just flat Earth, but the globe Earth, right? Because you need to know what it is that you're discussing. Like, because the default position for most people is the globe Earth. That's what we're all taught. So the primary focus for most people should be trying to verify whether or not their belief in the globe is true, because that's what's going to be most value to you in your life, right? It's not really much sense saying, I want more information about this version of Earth that I don't believe is real. That's kind of just, I mean, what's that going to do for you? First, you need to understand whether or not the Earth that you do believe is real in terms of the globe, right? You need to know, I'm ordering my life and I'm living my life under the impression that the Earth is a certain way, the way I've been taught. But I would like to know how I could prove that to myself or disprove it if that's what comes up. And then you have to be ready for that. Like,
you have to start there. You have to start there, right? You have to start.
Yeah, that's where you start. You start from what you believe. There's no sense in challenging something that you don't understand and don't believe. You need to understand what it is that you do believe and verify that first and then go from there. If you want to have knowledge, not just belief. Sorry, just quickly, could someone do a quick check and see if we've got any new people? I can see a guy called Dodge, a guy called
I know we get loving. I was thinking about that too, Wolfgang.
Yeah, give them a quick unmute. Sorry, Bob. What you saying?
Yeah, sorry. Just really quick. I guess at the core of reason why I started came in is because I'm looking for, like I said, it's positive, not it's fire. So I'm going to describe ice. It's fire is not ice, therefore it's fire. Is what I don't want to argue or talk about it flat Earth like that. If I was to understand it better, I would look for something flat Earth is flat because we have this and this and this. And that's where I'm at.
So you've got the observations, you've got the measurements in the long distance observation channels and the laser test channels. There's loads of examples in there. That's a starting point. And then if you're wanting to talk about motion of the Earth, there's different tests and experiments that have been done on that, which again are in the information channel there. But this is it. It's like, okay, you want the positive evidence that is disproving the globe. That's what that is. The test, the measurement is what disproves the globe. Now, if you want something else other than that, you'd have to be specific and say, well, I'm looking for this. And in some cases, you're going to have to be satisfied with saying, I can't know that. I can't verify it. Like if you want to say, I want to know what the sun is, and I want to tell people what the sun is, you're going to have to get out of that mindset, because when you think about it logically, you're going to understand that there are limits to what you can actually verify. And that's just a fact of life. And you have to be mature enough and able to swallow your pride enough to be able to say, when something comes along that I just can't know or I can't verify, I'm going to be satisfied with saying I don't know. Right? But like I say, if you're wanting more specific topics, then you have to elucidate that. It's not much good just saying, oh, I want more positive information.
Wolfgang, I think he's really curious. I mean, unless I'm misjudging, I think he's very.
Well, maybe he is. But if he is, then his actions will speak. He'll either go and research the topics that he's interested in, or he can ask the questions on the topics here. But
and
I need more positive information is too vague.
No, cool. We don't need to. There's new people joining, so we should actually.
Yeah, let's unmute some mics and see if anyone else has some questions, and then we can come back.
Anyway, thanks guys for indulging.
Hey, sit around and listen, band member. Oh, we're live on YouTube.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you.
I want to add one last thing, right, band member?
Go ahead, brother.
Just to for you to think about, right? So we have militaries all across this flat plain, right? And they use lasers to accurately paint targets over many, many, many miles. So when you state that, when we look at the black swan image and you see that last oil rig, then you will have to say that oil rig is not actually there, right? It's not there. We are seeing a hologram of it. It's actually beyond the Earth's curvature. Same would go for boats, right? So an enemy boat is seen many, many miles away, and they see that boat and they pinpoint it with a laser. They don't think by themselves and like, well, that boat isn't actually there. I'm painting now an hologram. Let's not shoot that ship, right? Let's not shoot it because it's not there. Okay? Just think about it.
How could you shoot something that's not there?
Well, that is what you will have to believe when you're looking at something that is beyond the globe geometric limitations, right? You will have to believe that it's actually not there and the light has bent over the horizon and you are seeing it. It's not there. So when you shoot it, you will miss it. Which is not how armies work.
You're going to miss something that's not there.
I think we should always remember that radar was created for line of sight or straight line.
Isn't radar
just radio waves?
Well, I mean, radar, isn't it what's the hell is a euphemism? God damn it, I can't. It's not a euphemism. An acronym,
like echolocation. It's microwave energy.
Yeah, it's just, isn't it an acronym where it's just like stands for something is like
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
I think it's called an acronym.
Wolfgang was really right on, because the default position for the world is that we live on a globe, and if you can think about running back to Mummy. Mummy's arms, so you feel nice and safe. That's what globers do. They run back to Mummy in Mummy's arms because, and they wrap their arms around the globe and they feel all nice and home, like they're in the front of a fireplace with their hot chocolate. That's exactly what globers do, and so it's just really interesting.
Well, hold on, but I mean, do you blame them? Hey, shit, we were all globers at one point. We didn't know. I
grew out of my hot chocolate with whipped cream, so what can I say? The only thing I can say too is if you want to have something that's really good that has come out very recently that you can see on YouTube or BitChute is Flatten the Curve. The documentary came out February 22nd of 2022. It's very, very, very good, and it's a good 90 minutes. Has a good start of 3 minutes. It ends really well at the last 5 minutes, and it has a lot of good information in between. Thanks.
And have you seen the latest one from Hibbler, The Next Level? It's a response piece to the Netflix hit piece Behind the Curve, but The Next Level actually sort of unpacks a lot of the stuff that was discussed in that Behind the Curve and sort of gives kind of like an introduction. So I would say Next Level is a very good one for newbies to start with.
So if I understand what Netflix did is they kind of gave the impression that gyroscopes prove globe. Is that kind of where that documentary went to?
Not even. They asserted that 2 flat earthers proved the globe. And they don't show any evidence for it. They just say, this guy says this, therefore it's proven. But what we've always been asking is who proved it in the first place? Because now most globers will say Jeranism or Bob. Jeranism proved the curve, and that Bob proved that the gyro is registering 15 degrees. Nowhere in the Netflix documentary did they show you how it actually proves it. They just used a clip from the guy, and that to them is sufficient evidence, kind of like how most people believed in the globe. You just had to be told it. You never had to actually see definitive evidence.
If airplanes had to navigate spin when they're up in the air, Coriolis effect, if they had to navigate that, then obviously any helicopter that went 200 feet above the earth and just stayed there for a couple 3 hours wouldn't come down the exact same place. So the Coriolis effect is used here and the Coriolis effect is used there, but they don't use it everywhere because they can't, and it doesn't work everywhere. So it works.
Wait,
it works
hold
nowhere.
on. Coriolis effect is an apparent deflection between
It
2
is.
reference frames. Has nothing to do with Earth at all.
I know.
Now you know, but all these fucking globies don't understand what we're talking about. Coriolis, that was explained. What, freaking over 100 years ago? I mean, shit. It's just an apparent deflection between
it is
2 reference frame. It has, if you try to apply it to Earth, it doesn't work. It can't.
I had somebody that came on an IG live with me, and the first thing they said was explain Coriolis effect, and I said, well, first of all, it doesn't exist, so it's really hard to explain.
Oh, it does exist. It does exist.
Yeah.
It's an apparent deflection. Like if you're on a merry-go-round and you throw a football, it looks like it's curving away from you, but it's actually going in a straight line. But you perceive it as if it's curving.
Yeah.
That's the Coriolis effect. It's very fucking simple.
That's when you got to distinguish Earth-based Coriolis from just the Coriolis effect, right?
Yeah,
correct. Make that distinction clear to them. Did we try and unmute any of the other new people? Did we check with them?
I'm not sure. Yeah, let's see. Who do we want to talk to? Yeah, the Coriolis.
Well, we've got Dodge and we've got Hero. So do you want to try one of them?
Let's see,
unless they're already catching their roles.
Yeah, Hero. Do you want to talk to us, Hero? Hero, I unmuted you. Can you talk to us?
Are you alive, Hero?
Hello, you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How's it going?
I'm very much alive.
Good. How did you find the server?
I was just looking online. Why?
Okay, have you been looking into the topic of the Earth?
No, not really. I just come to listen.
Okay, cool. So, when you hear the term flat Earth, are you picturing like a disk Earth in space?
Yeah, when I hear that term.
Yeah, so That's an image that's put out by the media and the mainstream to make you think, well, this is a silly idea.
Alright, yes. So get on with what you're gonna say. So, like, what is it to you guys?
So it's the earth beneath our feet, right? It's the earth that we experience when we live our lives in reality, right? It's not a disk in space. It's the flat, motionless plane that we all experience every single day. Do you understand that you experience the earth to be flat and motionless as far as you can tell? Like when you go to the beach and you look at the horizon is flat. And
No. Well, no. So whenever I go to the beach, I look straight out, see some ships or whatever.
Yeah.
I could see that it goes down, of course. Like that's
right. Well, you're told the ship's going down is because
I'm
of
not told
the
that.
curve, yeah?
I'm not told that. I know that because I was on the ship and I went over the horizon. Come on.
What did going over the horizon feel like?
I didn't feel it. You don't need to because it's a very very gradual turn. It's like
right. So you don't experience going over a curve then.
You do experience it, yeah, because you're experiencing it because you are going
What does
over.
it feel like? What does it feel like when you go over the curve?
Feels like you just go straight, like it.
Right. So you don't feel like you go over a curve.
You don't feel like it, but you are like.
Right. Okay. So that's what.
So I have to feel like I'm going over a curve to be going over a curve.
Right.
Right.
So that's why I was telling you. Right. So we don't experience it, but we're told it. Right.
I'm not told it. I know it because I went over.
Right. Okay. So what makes you think you know it if you don't experience it?
Because I experienced it. Because when I went over the curve, I used binoculars and I couldn't see the shore. Don't know.
Right. But that's
hey,
the limit to your distance.
Stop talking 1 second. Live stream voice text, right? Someone saying I'm a troll. How the hell am I a troll? Like, I'm here.
No, this is just what Glovers sound like, guys. Come on. Right. So,
all right. So now you're just sitting here insulting me.
No. We're not insulting you. Listen.
Yeah.
Listen,
Well, yeah.
Conversation.
You are
We're just having
insulting
the conversation. We're just having the conversation. Chill.
Do not talk over me. Do you understand me?
So you said that you there's a limit to your vision, but that's not experiencing going over or traveling over any curvature. That's just a limit to your vision, which you assume is due to curvature, right?
No. So how would limited vision work?
Well, because every optic has a limit, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how it would work.
But the thing is, I used binoculars and I enhanced it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But then those binoculars have a limit too, right?
Yes, they do. But it's a lot. Well, let me explain it. It's like I forgot exactly. The limit. I think it's like 100 or so miles on it.
So what so you think the maximum you can see is 100 miles?
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oh, Roger, you're giving the game away.
No. So let me explain this, right? With binoculars, those are the maximum that I can see. With those particular binoculars.
Yeah,
Again, I
welcome
don't
to Flat
think
Earth.
you're.
You
Don't
can't
talk.
see what.
Oh my God! Don't talk over me.
Pardon?
Do not talk.
Yeah, I'm a mod.
All right.
So
Don't talk over me. All right. So the thing is, right? So there are different binoculars, which I don't think you have the cognitive ability to understand this, but different binoculars have different ranges, right? If you go to Dick's Sporting Goods or whatever, you would see that, right? So, right, if you ask her whatever binocular, okay, this goes to 100, 200 miles or whatever.
But you're going over curves, buddy.
Hold on. Let him get this out. So you can see 100 to 200 miles with binoculars. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
You can see
And
very far.
How much curvature is supposed to be present over 100 to 200 miles? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I don't. You see, also one thing is, I have a question. I have a question. So,
No.
I got a
Answer this
question.
first.
I'm not gonna
No.
take a guess.
Answer
I
this
got a
first.
question.
I got
a question.
No, listen, Hero. You've just said that you can see 100 to 200 miles with binoculars. So if your argument is something to do with a globe, then we need to know how much curvature is present over, let's say, 100 miles, the lesser of the amounts you claimed. You say you don't want to guess? Okay, we'll tell you. Right? So they claim that there's 6,666 feet of curvature over 100 miles. So how could you see 100 miles if there's 6,000 feet of curvature drop between you and that?
So say that again. I didn't quite understand what you said.
Right. So according to the globe model, the amount of curvature that they claim exists over 100 miles is over 6,000 feet. So how is it that you're seeing 100 miles if there's 6,000 feet of drop between you and that point?
Okay, I didn't. Did I ever see him seeing 100 miles? Did I ever say that?
Yeah, you said you can use the binoculars and you can see 100 miles.
Yeah, it's saying you can, but does that say I
Right.
am seeing?
So how can you if there's 6,000 feet of drop between you and that point?
So I think you're thinking the slot here, right? So we're gradually going all the time, right? If you're on a ship, so submariners, people in the Navy, whatever, they'll be able to tell you it's a curve because what they have to do, they gotta make proper calculations here to here, all that stuff, right? And also,
Let's get specific on that. What is it they do that proves it's a globe exactly?
they gotta make proper calculations.
What kind of calculations?
They have to account for curvature. Oh, also one thing is snipers, right? I'm gonna explain. They have to account for the curvature of the Earth. Right? No. How am I like? Right.
So what calculations do you think sailors are doing to account for curvature? Could you tell us what the calculation is called?
So for like ballistic ICBM stuff like that, they have to account for that, so they don't send it like into the wrong country.
Okay. How do you know that
So it
they're
doesn't fall
calculating for
short.
that? How do you know that they're calculating for that? Is that something that you've done or that you do?
It's not something I do, of course.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Would you be surprised to know that they don't?
So let me
If
explain
the
this.
case is that they do not account
Well,
for
let me
curvature
explain this.
or motion of Earth,
My
they do not account for
my grandfather was in the Navy, right? And I know from him that he definitely does that. So
no, he doesn't do that.
So he does do that. Why would he lie to me?
Maybe someone
right?
might say he's not doing it. He's not doing it.
Well,
show us a manual. Show us a manual for flight, navigation, or long distance ballistics that says they're accounting for curvature or motion of the Earth.
All right. I'm gonna find one for you, definitely, and I'll come back with that. Definitely, I'll definitely be able to find it real fast.
All right.
They all say that.
No, and I promise I will come back. I don't have a reason to run away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all right.
Also, I have a question.
Okay, go on.
So why would all these agencies lie about that?
Why would they
would
lie?
NASA want to lie? The European Space
Okay, yeah, we know the question. Why would they lie? On that note, guys, I'm gonna jump off for a bit. Good to speak to you all.
Oh, now you're gonna hop off.
No, there.
Yeah, bro. I just can't handle that question of why would they lie. That proves that it's a ball, right?
But why would they lie though?
So
yeah,
let me.
People lie.
Yeah. So the question, why would they lie, right, isn't really that important. The question.
It is that important.
How?
Yes, it is that important.
Yeah. So let me give you.
Answer my question before you get
let me give you something. Let me give you something. So, you are a detective and you are entering a murder scene, and you see the guy with the knife in his back, and then you just ignore everything. The murder didn't happen because you do not know why he was murdered. Is that the case?
Say that again.
So you are a detective and you are entering a murder scene and you see a person laying on the ground with a knife in his back. And then you immediately discard everything. The murder didn't happen because you do not know why the guy or a person was murdered. Is that what happened?
So wait. Well, what is your point with this analogy?
So it is for you more important to figure out how did they, if they lied, right? And then figure out why they lied, because the question, why would they lie, is something that you and I cannot answer. We are not mind readers, right? So unless you are a part of that group that actually lies, you would know, right? And even
Let
if
me
they
explain
told
this.
you, even if they told you
So
why they
why would
lied,
all these astronomers, scientists, every single astronaut, and I know you guys are gonna say that these astronauts are in the military. A lot of them are not in the military. They're ordinary teachers, stuff like that.
no,
I don't get what
I
you're
wanted
saying.
to.
Like,
You said that all the government agencies account for curvature. We actually have the files and documents for every government agency, CIA, the Army, Navy. None of them account for curvature. It's right there in their documents. It's not something that they do in any way.
so
alright,
yeah,
send me it.
to come to circle back to your question, why would every scientist lie, right? It's not every scientist, okay? They assume a globe Earth. That is what they have been taught in school, and then they go with that notion that Earth is a ball, right?
How
So
do you
they
know
are
that
not
they're all
lying. They are not lying. They just believe it, just like you do,
Right. They're
right?
totally sold
How do
out
you
to
know?
that. They're
How do you
totally
know?
sold out.
How do you
And
know? How do you know those people are not doing their own calculations? How do you know that?
Calculations don't prove anything.
so does math create reality? Does math create reality, Hero?
No.
No. So math is a
It
language to
helps prove
describe,
things.
right?
It
No.
helps prove things.
I can
Right?
I can write you down a formula for Superman
Math is the
flying.
language of the universe.
Listen. Math is a language. It helps us to describe things, right? I can write down a formula for Superman stopping a train or flying. Doesn't make him real,
Or making the
right?
Earth spin the other way.
So
We
Let
saw
me
that in
explain
the
this.
movie.
Well,
do you
you
want
guys are not even giving
to? Do you understand this, Hero? So math is just a language, right? It doesn't create anything.
I know what I'm talking about. I don't
Okay.
need you to understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning.
All right.
The Earth's flat.
The Earth is not flat.
Hold
All
on,
right.
we're
So let's
talking
get
to Hero. Everybody, let's get this back to basics. Just kind
Right.
of like
I feel
What's
like I'm
up, Helio?
debating a whole cult right here. All right, let's get into this. Right.
Hey, Hero, are you under the impression that all of us have been flat earthers our entire lives? That's
Of course, I know
just
you
not
haven't.
even.
You
All
guys
right,
have
cool.
been
So
indoctrinated
let's
into
start.
this.
Let's start from the beginning. How did we come across?
Yo, let me
Go ahead.
talk, bro.
Well,
I'm not gonna
what?
let you talk.
Talk about what? I mean, you're a
Let me
glober.
talk. Let me
Go
talk.
ahead.
It
What
doesn't
do you have
matter
to
if I'm a
say? What
glober
do you
or
have to
not.
say?
What do you have to say, bro? Don't do that. All right, let's get into this.
Don't
right?
do what? This is.
Don't talk over me. Chill out.
So
Anyway,
the person who's been pretty aggressive is you, Hero.
So what?
Yeah, Hero.
Yeah,
What do you? Yes, talk, Hero. What do you have to say
Yes, I am
about
talking,
this
but you
flat
guys are
Earth?
talking over me.
So you're
Globe Earth
projecting
idea?
then, right? You're projecting
Projecting what?
your behavior onto
Oh,
us.
that's what I'm wondering.
I'm
What
not
What do you
projecting my
want? What do
behavior
you
onto
want
you.
to say? You said, "Let me
All right,
talk."
don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. Let me
Everybody, shut
explain
up,
this.
except for him. Go ahead and tell us
All right.
how the Earth is a globe.
So
Tell
why
us.
would why would
Don't ask why.
millions?
Try
Well,
Bud
no.
Dry.
I could just prove you with a simple question, right? Why would every single agency, every single space agency, the Russians, the Chinese,
Yeah.
and also because they're our opposition, right? Because they're NATO's opposition, right? Why wouldn't they want to disprove us? Why wouldn't they want to make us seem bad, right?
Well, let me ask you. Let
Because
me
they have
ask you
their own
this.
space agency, right?
Let me ask you this.
All right, yeah, go
If
on.
someone has
Let
an
me make it fast.
incentive to lie to you and convince you of something that's not true, whether it doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth or anything like that, why would someone convince you of something that's not true? Wouldn't they they always have an incentive, right?
Yeah.
To manipulate you, to use you, to utilize you, and put you in a position where you're not in a position to defend yourself. So, I mean that's a very simple question, sure, but we're talking about facts here.
I'm talking
So
about facts here
we,
too.
Yeah. So
no,
Hero,
you're not. You're not. You haven't brought a single fact to
I
the
have brought
table
a
here.
single fact.
All right, well,
no,
give
you
me
haven't.
one.
I'm
Give me
You've brought
one. Give me
Oh
one.
my God! Don't talk over me.
Hero.
Let me
Hero,
explain.
you've
Don't
only
talk over
brought
me.
speculation.
Do not.
So
So why are
this
you
is the last
saying
time
that?
you're going to.
I'm saying
No, we're
this,
This is
not
the
going to
right?
last
argue.
time he's going
How
to
are
do
Hero,
this.
this is
scientists
your
I'm going to
gonna
banish
Roger.
that
lie,
Right.
now.
right? Like
This is
it
your
doesn't make
last
any.
chance. Give us
So
one fact
His
about the
ass.
globe Earth that you're convinced that the Earth is a globe. Just give us one so that we can have something to talk about instead of why would they lie. That's really kind of a stupid argument.
yeah, so I'm
So
going to unmute him now, right? And if he can compose himself, we can continue, right? He is not a moderator here. This is not his house. If he is here to debate, right? Bring your evidence instead of speculation. Why would they lie is not evidence. It's simple speculation. If he's here to learn, then he needs to listen.
as if he has never been lied to before. Anyway, go ahead.
You're
which
unmuted,
space
Hero.
which
All
space
right,
agency
all right.
do you
Look.
believe?
Oh my God!
Just one
You
second.
guys keep talking over me. What's the problem? All right, let me
Yeah, just
explain this.
relax. Okay, everything will be okay.
No, don't tell me what to do. You are not my dad. All right, let's get into this.
Hey.
So don't no.
Before you even start, I already know where it's going. You're going to criticize the
All right, don't
moderation
talk over
here. Why don't you just tell us why you're here and what do you think about Earth and this consideration of a flat Earth versus globe? Why don't you just actually have an honest, open conversation about this with us
Yeah,
instead
I
of?
am having an honest,
All
open
right, well then
conversation.
do it.
I am doing it. You do it.
Little boy.
Okay.
Little boy.
Bro, I do it all
Alright,
day
big
long.
boy.
What the hell are you talking
Big
about?
boy, how's it going, big boy?
Hero, what space agency do you believe is impeachable? There's 7 of them. Okay.
Impeachable.
Yeah,
Alright.
which one has never lied? And you could prove. You would show that. So you've got China, Russia, North Korea, India, Iran, Japan, America, and kind of France.
Yeah,
Which
you don't
one
need
of
to
those
list them
countries?
all off. I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
I'm gonna
which one is impeachable? Has never lied. They've been exactly
a
honest.
lot of them all lie. They're not. Wait, what are you talking about? We all know that they lie.
Okay, so
I'm
that's
not.
my why.
Durr.
If you know they lie, do you need to know why they lie?
But why
Or
would
are
they
you,
lie about Earth being, like a globe? Why would they
Kid.
lie
if you
about
could
that?
figure out why government lies to you, that would be like game breaking for humanity. You would have some reason to show. They'll lie for any reason. They'll lie just to get a kick out of it. They'll lie just because they can get away with it.
Oh my God.
You've
You
seen
guys are driving me
the
nuts.
federal government, the U.S. federal government, has straight up lied and said things like Taco Tuesday's Wednesday, just because they know they can get away with it.
Hundreds
Get off
of
on it.
billions of fiat currency.
So you know that these systems of power and control lie, and they lie almost exclusively because they know they get away with it. So why not you go do it? If
Hey,
you
Trucky,
think
hey,
if you think
hey, yo.
the answer is out there in space, and why don't you be the space agency that becomes impeachable? Don't lie. Follow
All right,
your
but
dreams.
let me explain this. I will not carry the conversation on.
Kid.
You guys. Oh
Kid.
my.
You don't
All right,
have nothing to
big
say.
boy, don't talk over me.
Kid, you
Big
don't have
boy.
nothing to
Hey,
Big
say.
boy, don't
I
talk over me.
want to hear what he has to say in response to that.
Yes, do not
Go ahead,
talk
small
over
boy.
me. I feel like y'all ganging up on me. Like,
No,
relax.
we are. That's true.
Yeah,
But I
I'm
want to
glad
hear
you
what
are
you have to
saying that
say.
yourself.
Go ahead and say
I'm
it.
glad your own said that about yourself. All right, let's get on with it.
No,
So
say what you're going to say. Go ahead.
I am gonna say what I'm gonna say. I'm glad you said it. All right, Trucky. Can you respond to why would they lie? Go on.
No, that's already done. No, we're not gonna let
No.
Trucky
I'm not
answer
gonna
that
carry on this
question.
conversation.
No,
I am not
we've
going to
already
carry on this
answered that.
conversation.
No.
You have not
You
answered
came
that.
here.
You haven't given me
Dude, what are you
a
gonna
good
do? Sit here and ask why would they lie over and over and
Yes,
get
I will.
everybody's
Yes.
response? No, that's not
Yes.
gonna happen here.
That will
No.
happen.
Hero, just
Yes.
accept the fact that you have no argument for your
I have
cooperation and just leave. Just leave, man. If
I
you don't
haven't
want to learn, your argument is just
I haven't argued.
the only argument you're gonna
I
go
have
for
a
is
good
why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? And the only other thing is you're crying about other people trying to establish a conversation by where you should be forced to actually give an argument that we can upon have a
How would I be
conversation. You
crying?
know.
I'm not crying. Do I sound like I'm weeping?
Yeah,
Do
well,
I
you
sound like
sound ignorant, and which
You
is
sound very
it's
annoying and
okay.
ignorant right now.
It's okay to be ignorant because
I am not ignorant.
we're all.
I am
well,
not ignorant on this subject.
All right. Well, then why are you
Pretty
asking
smart
some
guy.
dumb question about why would they lie? And you're gonna go down the
Why
line
would they lie?
about ask. Yeah, why wouldn't they lie for benefit? Yeah, I mean that's the real question. But anyway, so if you want to have
Well,
this
why would they
intellectual,
lie?
if you
Why would
want
they
to
lie?
have,
That's what I'm
dude, why are you interrupting me? Why wouldn't they lie?
Sorry,
This
that's
is where
me.
this is where the intellectual conversation starts. Stop being a prick.
Can you just
And if
ban
you
him?
really want to
I am
have a
not being a
conversation with people, yes, you are.
Let me
You're
try
just
this.
like you felt like you could come into this room and just go down the line. Hey, what's your opinion about why would they lie? Hey, next person. No, you don't control this room. No,
Here, let me try again.
It doesn't work like
let me
that.
see. Okay, let's just put NASA in the box. Or how about this, right? The globalist arguments kind of boil down to photos from space, why would they lie, and just flat earthers are stupid. So if you're looking at just this one, right, just why would they lie? So if you look at this idea of NASA, that somehow they claim they went to space 50 years ago and never again. So why would anyone believe that? No one else has been able to do anything near that. The next thing is that people just blindly trust authority. That's another thing. Do not trust authority figures. Make them prove their claims. Present the science, the logic, and the reason.
I know that, and I don't. I don't need you to tell me that. I know
I'm almost there, okay? So if you want to look at just NASA, how many times has NASA
get
lied?
on, hurry up.
Okay, they lied about global warming. They lied about a lunar mission for peace. They lied about WMDs in Iraq.
They didn't lie about that, big boy. They didn't lie about global warming, big boy.
They lied about inventions and
global warming is real, big boy.
Okay, they lied about inventions and other people took credit for that work. They lied about the U-2 spy plane that crashed land. So what I'm looking at here is if you want to talk about global warming, you don't even need flat earthers for that. There's a lot of people out there who believe the globe who also believe NASA lied about their climate data. There's also climate gate.
I know, I didn't bring it up.
There's people who hacked the servers and found how they faked and fudged the data. So this isn't even something that's up for debate. It's been shut down.
All right, big boy.
So that's, I mean, at some point,
right,
simply put, right, anything the executive branch does is never about the truth.
Yeah, big
and
boy.
And NASA is no exception.
Yeah, big boy. Yeah.
Nothing legit would cost as much as NASA does either.
All right, big boy, so...
Hey, he's playing the foolish guy.
Yeah.
Stop just ban him.
Yeah.
He's a little brick.
Hey, I have a question for Hero.
I say you go do some research because you really do sound like a day one flat earther with the questions that you're asking. Like,
yeah, I don't think he gives a shit about it ultimately. So I muted him so he can listen to us talk about it. Go ahead, guys.
Go ahead. Let's let him stay on mute, right? If he has this demeanor over him where he says, "Oh, big boy, well, then it's done, right? We want to have a civil conversation.
Sounds like a cunt saying.
Yeah, I could see earlier maybe he was upset at someone interrupting him, but I had never interrupted him, so he wasn't like trying to do a tit for tat with me. He was just triggered over.
No, he was triggered, interrupting everyone. So, Hero, if you want to stick around and listen to the conversation afterwards, fine. Yeah, but you won't accept any like open dialogue. So, you can either fuck off or just stick around and listen to the
thing is,
he's demonstrated that he's actually the baby boy if he's calling everyone else big boy.
Right.
Everybody in the lobby.
And the other thing is he's just spiraling. You gave him the chance multiple times to actually bring forth an argument. Every time he tries to divert back to a stupid question for why would they lie, which is no argument at all. It just shows that he himself has done no research and he has no actually any argument for both sides. He doesn't even know what he needs to believe in. That's why he is just confused, but he's not able to get over this why would they lie question. Show he's not able to have a conversation to maybe be diverted into a direction to understanding, oh, okay, now I see there is no curvature. Oh, now I see the horizon is always horizontal. Oh, I know, now I can see there are inconsistencies within the heliocentric religion and so forth. But when you can't establish a conversation, you just have a little boy trying to have some authority because the rest of his days seems to be very boring, then we can't go on, There is no constructive conversation that can be built upon on, for someone who's just spiraling with the same question all over again. And you guys, you have been nice trying to bring him to actually answer or create any argument that he might have. But again, he has none. If he would have an argument, he would already have said it, but he doesn't have one. So it's just worth of it's just what is it in English? A waste of time, right? A waste of time.
That's true. That's why he has to resort to insults and
Not an
calling people
argument.
big boy. It is quite sad.
Yeah.
It's
everybody
it's also
gets
like fundamentally like wrong. Like fundamentally, like what does the motivation matter? It could be their motivation to promote globe or to be like benevolent. Or it can be anything. It doesn't matter. What is the fact? The fact is, there's no proof for the globe. There's no proof for the rotation of Earth. Like these are the solid stuff. Why does it matter their motivation for lying? Whether it's good motivation, whether it's bad motivation, a lie is a lie.
Yeah,
The
only reason they ask that question is because there's no sufficient answer to it. So in their mind, right, with their cognitus, they can't prove the globe. So if a flat earther can't answer an unanswerable question, then they somehow feel like they have the intellectual high ground.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty much summed up in one sentence by the CIA. When everything the public believes is false, then their job is complete. And everything definitely includes the place you live and, thinking about space and all that stuff. Like, everybody's preoccupied thinking about that stuff. It's a falsehood, right? And of course, as you guys know, once they have you indoctrinated with that, everything else just kind of falls like dominoes.
Yeah, it's equivalence to when your girlfriend cheats on you and your friend comes around and he shows you a video of your girlfriend cheating, and you're like, "No, man, no, she didn't do that. She didn't tell me
would she
why.
do it?
Why
would she cheat?
Why would she cheat? No, man, no. So you discard the video, and you
Right.
only want to know why did they lie, right?
Or to
Why
discard
did they
that
lie?
video, though, huh?
Imagine someone would kill one of your family members, and the only thing you want to know is why did he do it? It's not about that you already know the proof, that it happened, but it's so important to know why did he do it.
Is it such a surprise? Is it such a surprise for people to believe, like, okay, people in power want to do anything they can to hold power? This is like the most fundamental thing.
Right. I mean, that's something that you even learn in the fake historian lecture that you have in school when they tell you about how the Romans, gave people bread and games and so forth to hold their power, or made up things to keep them distracted and so forth. If that's even the case, but and still they can't see the same thing as today, with football and all these different sports and all these things that they feed you in order to keep you in that prison system where you can't, where you don't realize that they try to make you a person that is not capable of thinking for himself, and it's just too caught up with the things like watching sports or I don't know, being drunk or going to parties and so forth. It's just all distraction.
I sure hope the Milwaukee Bucks beat the Boston Celtics today, because if they do, I'm going to be really happy. And who cares about the shape of the Earth?
Right.
Does everybody get the packet from old dude had sent to me when I got voice chat verified? It had all the pictures, all the questions, tons of folders. Everybody gets that? Because if they do, I think they should definitely open it before they come in here asking day one questions like that. That dude probably has like 100 videos he needs to watch before, he could come back here and even say anything.
Right.
Somebody like that does not care about the information at all.
Does everybody get that?
Yeah, he jumped the conversation, so.
You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Old dude user, he sent me a packet of folders that had everything in it, a bunch of memes and other folders with Robenthal's book and all that stuff. I think it was like 200 some files.
Yeah, lots of members do that. Sonny does that. So yeah, it's awesome stuff.
I feel cheated now. I didn't get that. I didn't get that package of 200 things. I feel discriminated against. Come on now.
Well, who was saying that I might be able to send it to you? It might be more than that. Like, it takes a whole day to look through everything. I might not have came across all of it yet either.
I think it's time to share with us less fortunate newbies to the flat Earth flat Earth life.
Have we talked to Pyramid yet? Pyramid's VC verified in the room. Pyramid, welcome to the server. How you doing? Are you able to talk? Maybe not.
I think you guys were really patient with that guy, because ultimately, like, the answer to what would delay is doesn't matter, but you guys were giving him example after example of actually why would they lie, so you can break his normie brain that imagines the government would never lie, people in authority would never lie. You guys actually entertained that dumb question just to actually have him break through the conditioning. But the guy is still kind of in there.
No, the reason we do this, we ask them leading questions so we can kind of get their frame of mind. You know what I mean? You just ask them leading questions and let them give their dumb answer. And then we, based on what they say, then we can move forward from there.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, and I have to apologize. I kind of lost my cool. But,
no, I do sometimes too, Ron.
when this kid is shouting, "Don't talk over me," I'm like,
yeah, well, a kid.
I gave him more than one chance.
It rolls the way it rolls. Dude, he had so many chances to actually tell us what he was talking about, but he didn't actually say anything. So that's all right. Freaking it rolls the way it rolls.
But it's often with these type of guys, they demonstrate their immaturity, and it's kind of like you wouldn't go and argue with a 14-year-old. You would tell him what needs to be done. He's going to say he thinks completely differently, and obviously he thinks he knows right. But you're not going to go and entertain this 14-year-old consistently. Eventually, you're going to disengage. And the guys that come in here presenting as day one globe earthers, even because they don't even know the first thing about their own model, they're not worth arguing about anything. They lack the emotional intelligence to be able to rationally think about a topic. Like when you speak to a 14 or 15-year-old and tell them not to do sex and drugs because they might get pregnant or ruin their lives, they're like, man, what do you know? And they're going to go forward into drugs and sex.
That didn't work for me when I was growing up. Don't do drugs. I was like, I couldn't wait to do drugs when I was a teenager. Anyway, but that's just me. I'm an asshole.
Yeah, I
Born
find
an
it
asshole.
I find it fascinating that people that believe we live on a flat stationary plane know more about the globe than the globers do. It just blows me away. When I talk to people online, it's just like you tell them stuff about the speeds that we're going through and things like that, and they just give you that deer in the headlights look, like I never knew that, and but you're a flat tard and you're uneducated, so ha ha ha.
Yeah, it
Thanks for the
seems like that's what
information.
his attitude was. It was like, I can say whatever I want to a flat earther because they're a flat earther. And I bet I bet you any money that if we'd have asked him details about his globe that he believes in, instead of just, us going, around the block with him, he wouldn't be able to give us one detail about the globe.
I think flat earthers need to get a little bit little testing and find our elected representatives and see if we can become a protected class, because they sure treat us bad.
Yeah, it's almost like racism, isn't it?
Racist.
Flattest, you're flattest.
You're it's like when you get to be 60, everybody starts saying old man, and it's like you ageist bigot, so when you become a flat earther, they can start calling us the flattest.
What the fuck, man? You got all these teenagers coming here, which I enjoy. I love talking to these kids, but at the same time, boom. All right, well, why shouldn't we just say, all right, so since we're comparing globe versus flat, and that is our purpose, right? Just ask them directly. All right, so how much do you know about the globe that you're defending? And maybe that would calm them down a little bit, so they can get into the math and science of it, and then we can move forward from there instead of the philosophy, which is pretend part of it, what they believe about the globe instead of what they actually observe and what they experience.
Their theoretical evidence for something that doesn't exist gets really old after a while. It's just like it's just like Jerry Maguire, Tom Cruise, when he says, "Show me the
Help
money."
me, help you.
And then
I love that. I love it.
and
That's
then all
one of
you
my
want to do,
favorite scenes of
yeah,
any movie I've ever seen.
it really is.
He gets so frustrated with this motherfucker. He's like, help me, help you.
And then there's that GIF out there that Cuba Gooding is on the phone saying, the world is a spinning ball, and Tom Cruise, when he's losing all his clients there, he says, "Show me the curve, show me the curve."
Yeah. Show me the money. And now it's like, show me the curve, bitch. That's all we're asking for. Where's the curve?
I'm not a Tom Cruise fan, but I will watch his sequel to.
Dude, he's a fucking demon.
Yeah,
but he's a great actor.
Everybody who watched his show in 1985 with Top Gun, I think, me included, I'm going to watch it when it comes out later this month.
Yeah, me too. But yeah. I like Tom Cruise, but I mean, he's the Scientology shit up. I've studied Scientology, and I know what it's about. Shit.
I bet Earth feels violated over how many times we ask for its curve.
Jim, it's well, even with that kid that was just in here, nobody in here asked him to prove the curve. It seems like everybody got kind of emotional because he triggered a lot of people. And, dude, he triggered me too, and so we just kind of lost track of where we were going. It's like, bro, how much do you know about this globe you're defending? So then just started asking them questions. All right, so this globe Earth you're defending, how big is this globe? How far is it away from the sun? Just ask. This is how you can kind of calm them down. Just ask them. All right, so you're defending the globe Earth because it's really more of a philosophy than it is physical science when it comes to the globe. So I mean, maybe a way to calm some of these teenagers down or whatever. It's like, all right, cool. So you're defending this globe Earth, this third rock from the sun. Do you know how far away they claim it is? Do you know anything about the solar system, this way, that way? Which I think most flat earthers here know more about it than most globies do. So I know we all got triggered with how could a fucking 14-year-old trigger us? And that's kind of, we have another question there. But anyway.
I'll tell you how they come in and say, why would they lie over and over again? It is the most annoying
That's
question.
why we got triggered. Yeah, I guess that was what it was. That's why I was just saying, that's why. I mean, it's like, what is everything you're going to say is why would they lie? Because they were obviously, he was obviously ignorant about the real globe or flat or real Earth. I mean, like, can you tell us one thing that has convinced you that the Earth is a globe? It's just some simple questions like that can help them to understand that they're just believing that the Earth is a globe. Just kind of calm them down a little bit.
When my daughters were 14, it was all about Backstreet Boys and volleyball and softball. So it wasn't too much about anything intellectual.
Well, it's just like I'm saying, some of these young teenagers coming here, just like I always ask them, "Hey, how did you find the server? What do you think about this topic? Have you ever talked to anyone about this before?" Just ask some simple questions. I want them to talk more than I do, and so it's really kind of gets you in the flow of the conversation. You want them to talk more. It's like, oh, really? So are you? How did they come up with this idea about the globe Earth? Are you familiar with any of that? For an adult to argue with a teenager, someone that's like my age, I'm almost 49. For me to just sit and argue with a 14, 15-year-old person, that seems ridiculous. But I could actually
I think you
try to
guys are
find
too hard
out
on yourselves.
what they understand about the globe. So they're under the impression that it doesn't matter what I say because they're flat earthers and they're dumb, right? Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry I interrupted. Go ahead. Who was that was interjecting?
It's me. I said, you guys are too hard on yourselves. Like, I would have instantly banned him at that moment. You guys actually like entertained his, kind of twisted worldview.
Well,
why would they lie?
I was actually in the room, but I would have addressed it differently necessarily. But we had other people, and Wolfgang was in it. Wolfgang's really good at what he does, and I think at the end of the day, when he left, I think Wolfgang really kind of schooled him on some shit. So that's cool too. I mean, yeah, me and Wolfgang are kind of on the same page about a lot of stuff, and so you would. Doesn't matter who you're talking to. You just find out what they know first, and then you address what they're saying instead of just like preaching to them. You're not. It's like I'm going to prove that the Earth is flat. Nobody here is trying to prove that the Earth is flat. We're just curious to why you are here. You found your way to the Flat Earth server. So tell me why you're curious about why people think the Earth is flat, and then you let them talk it out. Now, if they have their globe proofs, let them bring it out. Let them talk. Oh, I know the Earth is a globe because blah blah blah. And for the most part, they don't really have any evidence for it. So it's a done deal.
Yeah, that one didn't work out so well. They say, "Oh, you want to know the globe proof? Well, I'll tell you." And you're like, "Go ahead." Okay, I'm going to. All right, do it. Oh, I'm gonna do it. All right, have at it. Oh, I'm having at it. We're doing it.
That's what I'm saying. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, man. That's it. It's like, oh, cool. So, but I also get into the philosophical part of it. It's like, all right, cool. So we're sitting here all day. You found your way to our server. What do you think about what we're talking about? Are you familiar with the topic? I mean, you want to get them talking about it. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm curious about the flat Earth. And I think you guys are wrong, but I really want to say something about it. Well, then say it. What do you think? I've been, more than likely, you know more about the globe than the person you're addressing. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what's really weird is a lot of people that come in here and say they know the globe model. They don't even know the distance from Earth to the sun, or the distance from the moon to the Earth. And they don't even know how the solar system works. It's just like, let them talk more than you talk. I mean, you're not teaching them. You can teach them, it's like, oh, wow. That's really fascinating. And gravity, right? What is that, right? You get them talking more than you do. What's gravity? Like, oh, that's mass attracting mass. There's balls spinning around the universe and all that kind of shit. I mean, just get them to talk more than you do. Understand where they are. I was like, cool. That's a cool principle. Do you have any scientific evidence for that? I don't know. I mean, everybody's different. I mean, I'm not trying to simplify the argument because everyone's different. Each individual person has a different attitude. So,
yeah, and then they're going to tell you, brace yourself. They're going to show this evidence. You're like, bring it on. Brace yourself. I hope you're seated. And then they're like, my pictures are from space. And you say, well, I've got pictures of Narnia.
See, you already know they're going to bring that up. Once you start asking them about scientific evidence for the solar system, they're going to automatically bring up pictures from space and shit.
Yeah, and let's not forget they are CGI pictures, by the way. Cartoons. Yeah.
Well, then you have to go through another spiel. It's just like, really, that's a picture. Which satellite took that picture of Earth?
Yeah,
but remember, Jin, CGI was only developed for your viewing pleasure. All those companies that have spent billions developing this computer-generated imagery software, it's only for your viewing pleasure. It's not for any other purpose.
That's correct. So they're legally binding.
Magic.
They've got legal. What's the word there? Plausible deniability. So they're covering their ass when they say it's only an image, right? It's not a photograph. They're very clever with the way they word the imagery and the way they do their fakery. Very clever, aren't they?
Yeah, but so aren't we? We're pretty clever too, as far as the arguments go, aren't we?
Oh yeah.
We are.
Definitely.
Because they're going to come at us with some shit. They have no evidence for it,
Emperor has no clothes on, mate. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I love you guys, man.
I never
This is great.
This is great. Hans Christian Andersen. I never understood that story when I first heard it the first time as a kid, right? But a couple of years later, as I was getting, maybe I was perhaps in the 6th grade, it came back on at Christmas in England. It was a regular thing every Christmas, they put it on. I then understood it. It was like the kid was the only one who had the guts to actually speak out, because everyone was believing that the king had some nice clothing on, but he didn't have any clothing on, did he? And then the children who have a pure heart speak the truth, you see. Yeah? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, is that kind of related to the Santa Claus story? Maybe not.
No. It's about the king who likes to have lavish things, okay? And, fool's paradise. He's a rich man. He wants to have the best. Well, now the person who made the king's clothes ran out of ideas, right? So now the king's ordered his tailor to make him something totally unusual that no one's got, and he didn't have an idea what to do, did he? So he made this thing invisible, kind of thing. This invisible clothing. You can't see.
So it's invisible. So, like the king is naked, right?
And
The
walking
emperor is
around the
naked.
town butt naked, right? But everyone's saying, the tailor's saying, look at the length of the gold and look at the fur and the trimmings and the buttons and everything. So
That's
everybody
really
who
cool.
wants to be, they want to be on the king's good side and saying, yeah, it looks good. It looks good, Your Honor, Your Highness. It looks great.
Dude, that sounds really cool. I mean,
Yeah. And then in
that's
the end,
pretty
the little
awesome.
boy says, the emperor's got no clothes on. He's as naked as the day he was born. And then
And he was ostracized for saying that, right?
Right. The little boy.
He's like, look at all you freaking assholes thinking that emperor has clothes, but the little boy's going,
exactly.
What?
Same with the globe.
Dude's naked.
He's naked. He's naked. He's got no clothes on. And then everyone's laughing at the king, and the king's embarrassed and runs off. Yeah. So there's lots of lessons in that.
I don't know if you guys watched Game of Thrones or whatever. You probably haven't, but I have. I've watched it several times. There was the queen. She was marched through the streets buck naked, and you go. There was like this spiritual thing. Shame, shame. So they were behind her, like she's walking buck naked through the streets. But she was still the queen. But this religious thing. I don't know if you guys ever read Game of Thrones or watched.
No, I don't know the Game of Thrones. I don't know it. So
Dude, it was crazy, man. And on that episode, man, she was marched through the streets. The queen of Westeros. And they were marching through the street, buck naked, going shame, 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 and it was freaking crazy.
Hang on a minute.
I think I watched
Game
that
of
part.
Thrones where it's a survival thing. Yeah. Is it a game or is it the game that? Is it a
Game
on
of Thrones?
TV?
No, it's made off of a series of books. There's I think 6 series on HBO. It's my favorite show. I mean, I've watched it like 4 times.
Okay.
But it's called Game of Thrones because there are different kingdoms. There's one to rule them all, right? There's one to rule them all. It's in Westeros, and there's other kingdoms. There's King of the North, and they have an ice wall. I don't know, but anyway, they have like.
Yeah, hang on a second. Is this the one with? Do you remember what's his name from Cheers? Was he in it from Cheers? What's his
Ted
name?
Danson?
No. The young barman whose dad had a connection with the Kennedy killing. Come on, you know who I mean.
Let me think. Cheers.
Cheers. The young barman.
Woody Harrelson.
No, Woody Harrelson? No, he's not in. He's not in Game of Thrones. No.
Okay, well, he was in something similar to the Game of Thrones, though, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's been in a lot of good movies. He was in Natural Born Killers. You remember that movie?
Yeah.
Woo, that movie was crazy as shit.
Yeah, it was.
I've been thinking about it again recently. For some reason, I'm just like, faded from my memory. I want to watch it again.
Hey, Leo, how did you like the ending?
Of which one?
Game of Thrones.
What the last season was written by someone else, not the original author. I liked it. I didn't. I don't have a because it's just like I think he died before he got to finish the series, and so they when they made the TV shows they actually had to had other authors write the end of the series, but I didn't have a problem with it. I know a lot of people did, but I didn't have a problem with it. I liked it. Dude, like I said, I've watched the series like 4 times. I love that show. I'm probably going to watch it again.
Okay, then
I don't
there's
know why, but I can't do that. You know, I can't rewatch things for some reason. I just
Well, I usually can't either, but for some reason, Game of Thrones has me hooked. Man, I fucking love that show.
Now, I used to be like that when I was younger. I used to be like, I can't be watching that twice. But in recent years, you know, especially with the Flat Earth stuff, since 2015, I've been watching that stuff over and over again. You know, good content, just reviews, refresher. So
Are
it
you talking about some
my
Flat Earth
educated.
videos?
Yeah, I love watching the Flat Earth
Hey,
videos.
I'm going to send you a video. I'm not sure if you've seen it, and I haven't
If
even
it's
watched
called
the whole.
if it's called Level, I've seen it. If
No,
it's
no, no,
called
no, 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 no.
Flatten
It's
the
not that.
Curve, I've
It's
seen
not
that one
that
as
at
well.
all, Jen. No, it's not. It's not that.
Okay, good stuff. All right, good.
I'm thinking you probably haven't seen this one. Let me find it really quick.
Yeah, because I've seen there's the two new blockbuster videos that
As a
I've.
matter of fact, this video's been deleted from YouTube several times. And I
Wow.
put it up on my archive.org channel, so I'm going to send you the link.
Okay,
to
thank
my
you.
archive. Yeah.
Make sure you DM it to me. Would be the best. Yeah.
Yeah,
DM.
that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay, thanks.
It's the history of Flat Earth, I think, is the name of the video.
I've got it.
You have it?
If it's the history of Flat Earth, who is it by? Not Eric Dubay, is it?
No.
Ewok. That
The
Ewok
new
guy.
one, which is 5 hours long. I've got it.
Yeah, you already watched it?
Yeah, I've already watched it. Yeah, I've watched it already. Yeah, I watched that last year, I think, or the year before last.
All right, cool. No, well, it just came out last year. Yeah, like not even a year ago, I think it came out.
Yeah. It's quite a good one, isn't it?
It's about it's about the old world energy and shit.
Yeah, and the crystals and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So you've already seen it, but I'm gonna go ahead and post my archive.org.
Yeah, post it anyway. Post it anyway because I'm gonna love it. Would have a good look. But yeah, I like that video. That was quite nice, and I've been posting it to everyone else anyway, especially the
my
Globeheads.
channel. There's some controversial videos. If you guys want to put up some shit they're going to delete on YouTube, just go to archive.org, create an account. They don't freaking delete your videos there. So you can create a channel and then you can share links to that. I mean, dude, I have some pretty freaking controversial videos on archive.org channel. So that's where we're at now. But there's stuff I've tried to upload some of the videos to YouTube, and they immediately get freaking shut down. So they're like, no, you can't upload that. Holy shit!
Yeah, because some of the videos that I wanted to watch are coming up like they break the guidelines of YouTube, so you can't watch it. You know, you get the circle with the exclamation mark, and it's unavailable.
Dude, it's like their algorithms, like they already know. I mean, you can alter the video a little bit, but they're gonna figure it out eventually anyway. And it's just like, you know what, fuck you. I'm gonna upload it somewhere else.
I spent 2.5 hours today looking for two videos. One was Eric Dubay's 200 proofs, but it wasn't 200 proofs. It was the Earth plane, right, in Japanese for my Japanese students, right, and 9/11 Loose Change second edition 9/11 in Japanese for my Japanese students. Took me 2.5 hours to find them. All the algorithms kicking in, you know. Shit. But I found them and then I bookmarked them.
Cool.
And then I've sent them to my students. Yeah. 9/11 still kicking up a storm here. People are like shocked. Really? I said, yeah. Because, you know, you try and tell them it goes through one ear out the other, but I always bring it back up to them. I said, well, look, because no terrorist did that. You know, no Muslim had anything to do with that. No.
Jen, I'm not sure if you actually saw this video, but because History of Flat Earth, Eric Dubay has one called History of Flat Earth, but this one is the Lost History of Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's right. It's 5 hours long if it's the original.
Yeah. Maybe it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's my archive.org channel. They don't delete my videos and shit. Like upload.
Yeah. No, that Lost
There's a
History
few
of
videos
Flat
on
Earth is
there.
really good. Really good one, it is.
But yeah, that's my archive.org channel. All of the deleted videos on YouTube and different channels, I upload there. And there's only a few on there, but some good stuff there.
Yeah, I love those long epic videos because it goes in depth. It's not just
That's the one truffle. Yeah, that's the one truffle. Yeah, that's the one.
I've got it.
Yeah, I downloaded it because I knew it would be deleted from several channels when people try to re-upload it. It's going to be deleted, so I uploaded it to archive, and they won't delete it there.
Full of channels, that one. It's important to keep.
Jin, one tip you can use is you can actually look for Flat Earth videos on YouTube, but in other languages. So, for example, I'm part of the Russian Flat Earth Discord server, and they have many videos that were taken down from YouTube, but they still have it in Russian. And I use the closed captions because my Russian isn't that good in order to watch those videos. So check out Flat Earth videos in Italian, Spanish, Russian, etc. They don't usually flow through.
Yeah, I do that. I actually do that. Thanks for saying it. In Spanish as well, and it's like in English, but you've got Spanish subtitles and things like that. And I watch videos that way. Yeah, I do. I've got.
You use the closed captions, auto translate, and then select English, and you'll be on your way.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do that. But interesting.
Yeah,
but I'm the man.
Go to my channel.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, go to my channel on archive, and there's a video on there. The one, I've uploaded several videos, but the one that is very, very controversial on that archive channel, I have over 17,000 views. Every time I look at it, I get like every couple weeks it goes up 1,000 views, and they don't allow this video on YouTube or Twitter, anywhere else, but you can watch it there. And you might have seen it before. I'll send that one to you.
Yeah, please send it. Yeah, anything controversial, I'm into, man. Yeah, I'm the man they come to though for the videos. Usually, I'm the man with the gravy. I get DMs.
This one's like a 6-hour video too, but it's like break out the tissues if you want to watch
it. Yeah, I don't mind these epics. I love them. I recently rewatched the one that's called The New Pearl Harbor. That's a really good one, that one. 4.5 hours. But non-stop information. Non-stop, I gotcha, because it's 9/11, it's original Pearl Harbor in 9/11, and how people couldn't have made the phone calls, and they go in depth, giving you the heights and the miles per hour and where the planes were at the time supposedly impacting, right? And there was no way they could have made these phone calls.
Planes? It's like, what globe? What planes?
Exactly, what planes? Because they were CGI. No parts were found. It's really good. Yeah, not one single part of the planes.
It's just like, are you going to argue about how the planes could have come down, or the buildings could have come down by a plane hitting? And it was like, dude, I don't know if you realize this or not. There were no actual planes that hit those buildings. It was a complete farce.
Yeah. Architects and engineers for 9/11 truth.
Yeah, but they think planes hit the buildings.
They're coming to the understanding. They're now coming to the understanding that the planes were CGI'd in. They're now.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Recently?
I'm in the chat now. Yeah. That's a new thing. In fact, what was it? The last video that they did, they were talking with expert, architect, engineer sort of thing. Yeah, this guy, and the way they were speaking, it was like, we've got to be careful with all because the chat room's pretty lively at times, especially if I'm in there. Got to watch all the rhetoric and all that and this, And I was thinking, look, they shit down the back of your fucking neck. They blew the buildings up, and you're an architect walking on eggshells. Bollocks! Don't be silly. That's why I chimed in. I said, look, no. The truth is the truth, and let the truth be known. Okay, they killed 3,000 people, and after that, since that event, thousands of the first responders have died. Okay, thousands have died. More than died in the actual buildings. That's terrible, and the dogs and everything else. And not
all
to
the
mention
numbers.
the
I'm
wars.
not saying nobody died on 9/11, but their numbers are
People died.
exaggerated. I
People
think.
died. No, people died. People died on 9/11.
But there were no planes that hit those buildings.
Definitely no planes. Let's not forget that that event went on to it created an illegal war, which happened in Iraq. Okay, the Iraqi war there.
As
American
if they were
soldiers
our
died,
enemy.
and American soldiers died as well as other Allied soldiers, plus the
that's
Iraqis
pretty
themselves.
sick. Pretty sick.
Right, so a lot of people died. So don't be walking on eggshells. Don't be trying to tiptoe through the tulips. Sorry. No.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people get pissed at us for being so blunt, but yeah, it was all based on nonsense and bullshit.
Exactly. And
it also has to do with Illuminati shit. But now Illuminati has become like a thing. It's like Illuminati triangles and 33. What?
Yeah, exactly.
But when you really, so they've actually exposed themselves just to put themselves out so they can do some other secret shit in the background.
Exactly. They're getting emboldened. They're emboldened now. Come on, man.
Well, it's like the towers. The towers construction was in 1968, right?
Yeah,
33 years later.
1972 was the completion.
No, 1971. No, 1968 is when the buildings were constructed.
Commissioned to begin, but they were completed in 1970.
31 years later, 2001, they were taken down.
Yeah, terrible. The number again, everything was planned.
So if they weren't planes, then what about the homemade videos? And was it like a missile disguised as a plane?
Again, those people could have been part. Those homemade videos, were they really?
You talk about the Jews that were on
agents in place.
They were like celebrating
the homemade videos that we saw. I reckon they were part of it because there were definitely no planes.
I saw where they had bombs on the inside, supposedly.
No, when they met,
no planes at all.
They wouldn't have come down if there weren't bombs on the inside. So anyway,
right?
Yeah, it's controlled demolition for sure.
Yeah, and so was Building 7. It's like 2 planes, 3 buildings. What the fuck?
Yeah, like you heard in the news reports, you heard it was like they detonated the building to come down. Pa 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 pa. Yeah, I saw the shit and I started running. We've heard 2 explosions, and they say if there's another explosion, we're going to have to clear out the way. Here we are outside the World Trade Center next to the fire engine, the firefighters. Huge explosions coming, raining debris. We've got to get out of the way. You know what I mean? How many of these explosions have we had? Loads.
I do know what you mean, and even in the 2000s in America, and you remember the 777 shit going over there in England, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, it was just like everything was fucking crazy, and what was happening here with other things, a lot of different scenarios. They're getting more careful because we do have scenarios recently, it's like I think people are becoming more leery of believing bullshit on MSM.
Yeah.
but like in the in the 2000s, it's like, oh, 9/11, oh, freaking Sandy Hook, oh, Boston Marathon, boo, all that shit. I mean, it was all fake.
It was, wasn't it? Even the Boston
Dude,
bombing. Boom.
dude, yeah, and but I mean, we don't need to get too far into that here because it could cause problems. But yeah, but this is kind of, it's like the manipulation of the mind control involved with the MSM and the government.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It is. It's just really a method of mind control they use, and even the fact that I can't say it here now is evidence that they're stifling my fucking free speech about what I saw from their production that they made about it. So fuck you, MSM.
And when did free speech also become so intolerable? Because for all of society, there's always been a dissenting voice, which normally created a dialogue, and then people could have these discussions in an open type forum. But suddenly in the last 20 years, this concept of free speech or a comedian making a joke, or it's just intolerable, and there's this mainstream narrative.
Politically correctness is coming now. I remember when that was a phrase, wasn't it? Politically correct. You can't say certain things anymore.
Yeah, but that's not part of the Constitution, or even in America or in England.
That's right.
Free speech has always been a thing.
Exactly.
When they formed the United States, it was based off of the English tradition. So I mean, free speech was a thing before it was in America. It was it's freaking ridiculous, man.
Well, I just speak. I don't care what anyone says. And when someone says they call me an anti-Semite, that's all I'm going to go. I said the original Semites were black.
I'm anti-Semite.
Yeah, don't call me an anti.
I was like, well, I mean, if somebody just like people coming here and saying I'm an anti-flat Earth or whatever, like, do you even know what a flat Earth is? Just like when somebody, you're an anti-Semite, you're gonna accuse me of being anti-Semitic. It's like, do you know what a Semite is? Exactly. I don't think you do. So why don't you explain to me what a Semite is, and then I'm going to then I'll respond, and then we can figure out whether I'm anti-Semite or not.
Yeah. Are you anti-Semite? Yeah, exactly.
It's just like flat Earth. It's just like, hey, so are you a anti-globe? It's like, well, sort of, but can you explain the globe to me before I could tell you I'm anti-globe, so that I would know whether or not I'm anti-globe or not? So, well, here's what I mean by anti-globe. Explain that shit, and then I'll be able to tell you whether I'm anti-globe or not.
So, in regards to free speech, as free speech increases, totalitarianism decreases, and vice versa. So, as you decrease the freedom of speech or freedom for people to speak their mind at any point in time, you increase totalitarianism. And this is just a slow, steady thing. Historically and through schooling, we've been convinced that totalitarianism only comes to a country with some sort of figurehead cult of personality, and that's not necessarily the case.
No,
it can be
not.
Slowly, incrementally added to a society without any specific cult of personality leading the way.
Yeah. Well, the truth is, no race on this earth has been free for a long, long time. We've been enslaved and indoctrinated. That's what's been going on. Even in the so-called first world. The first world have really bought into it. You know, so no, it's
Yeah, the
all
truth hidden in plain sight in the Matrix movie when Morpheus tells Neo that he was born into bondage, born into a
bondage.
world of slavery. That's 100% truth.
Yeah, that's it. So there we are. We're the lucky ones. We've realised it. I realised it I realised it at 19 that we were slaves. Knew that. I was 19 when that penny dropped.
Hey, don't you feel like a lot of the people that come in here hate logic? Don't they hate logic? It's
I
like,
don't know,
aren't
Rich.
you? Come on. They come in here with presuppositions about flat earthers. It's like, hey, bro,
Yeah.
you came in here to talk to us. It's like, hey, why do you think the Earth is flat? Well, let me ask you a question. Why do you think the Earth is a globe? And then when you turn
Helio,
it back on them, it's really hard for them to
I
actually answer this question.
I see it as. Do you remember the first time that you ever tried to do a push up or a pull up or anything physical, and you simply didn't have the muscle mass to be able to do that task?
Yeah,
I
didn't have
still
it yet.
can't.
Yeah, I remember
Can't.
that.
I still can't. Ain't gonna lie. I can do a push up, but
I
I
remember
can't
that
do a
very
pull
well.
up.
I
Okay,
remember
well,
that
let me
very
make
well.
a
Yeah,
point.
gymnastics.
So in the Matrix movie, when Neo wakes up and he says, "Why are my eyes so sore?" and then Morpheus says to him, "It's because you've never used them before."
Never used them before.
Same.
Yeah.
The people coming into this
Yeah,
room have never
exactly.
used the logical centers of their brain.
And that's
So
why it's always
they
turn
are
it back on
incapable.
them. Yep.
So they're truly incapable of actually achieving or being able to follow the thought that you're now doing 10 pull-ups and saying, see this, see what I'm doing. And they're like hanging under the bar. They can't even do the first pull-up. And we're already on to like the 20th exercise.
Yeah,
So
but sure, it's not. It's none of it. None of us on either side are trying to give you a gotcha. We're just really kind of following lines of logic.
but it's not a gotcha. It's about their
Right. That's what I'm
inability.
saying.
No, but
Like
it's their
logic. We follow logical lines. If you understand, or you should use lines of logic instead of and reasoning, which logic is connected to reasoning. You should follow those lines instead of saying, "Hey, you're wrong. I'm wrong." They're just like, "Hey, you're," that. Yeah. Oh, Earth is a globe, or you're just wrong because you argued wrong. That's not what it is. We follow
but
lines
we're
of
not
logic, and
logical.
then
But this is another thing that we as flat earthers are trying to do a logical, rational argument with someone who is actually not logical or rational. We as all human beings are irrational. When you say to someone they should quit drinking or they should stop smoking for their health, they don't. When
that's
you
not
tell
rational
someone
or
that they
logical.
should invest, it is. It is rational and logical to
Well,
not
it's
kill yourself.
rational and logical to tell
No,
them to
let
do
me
it,
make
but
my
it's.
point.
Go ahead, brother.
So the point I'm trying to make is that if you say to someone, stop wasting money on alcohol and start putting it away in an investment, so in 5 years' time, you're a couple of $100,000 richer, they'll look at you and then say, no thanks, I like my whiskey. Then you look at someone who smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day and you say to them, you know that that's damaging your lungs, and they look at you and they go, thank you very much, and they light up their next cigarette. So using rationality and logic isn't really a successful technique. So in marketing, we try and use emotional triggers. We try and use the fear of, are you going to be providing for your family once you're gone? And get people in the emotional attachment. Then they go and buy any kind of life policy they need because the fear of leaving their family. It's not the rational side of the brain that says, all right, I'm going to invest this much a month for this many years to be able to keep my family, and I'll make all these sacrifices for this long-term rational decision. So when people arrive in the room that are emotional and have no ability to use the logical centers of their brain, it's actually illogical for us to expect them to.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's why I tried to appeal. I
Bro,
always tried to
that
appeal
was
to
a
the emotional side, of course.
that was
And you
a
can
really
hear it in my
hardcore
voice.
point, man. Flat Earth Solar, that was freaking hardcore, bro. That was
Yeah.
awesome. I love that. I love that.
But that's how I operate. I operate on the emotional side.
Well, I
That's how I
don't.
operate.
I'm irrational a lot of times, so I can't totally live up to all that. But the overall premise of what you just said, Flutter Solar, that was freaking badass. I like that.
It's been confusing me since I discovered this and ran to people and started showing them the rational argument, and then they just look at you, deer in the headlights, with their
That's
fluoride
right.
stare. And I think, why do they have no ability to follow the logic?
Hey,
You show them water's level,
listen,
and they
we're all
don't
human.
understand what
We
that
can't
implies.
always. You can actually rationalize different ideas of how you might skew from those ideas. But what you just explained is really more perfect rationalization. But in your body and your spirit, it doesn't always work. Like it's like, oh, since the Flutter Solar said it, and he's my preacher, and I'm going to do everything he said. That's not the way it works with humans. But the way you explained it,
Yeah.
that was really cool.
I think that there needs to be a melding of the two. There needs to be a logical argument, but then we need to think about how to make it emotional, that it hits deep inside of them on the emotional trigger. And later on, once they've started to develop the muscles to think rationally, they can then apply the rational aspect to their emotional decision.
There's some more difficulties that might be involved after you go through some of those things. But
Well, that's very true
as far
because
as your
once they start,
relationship with other people, I mean, this is something that happens inside of you. Go through these.
once the individual starts to look into the subject matter, they start to form, they start to rationalize, and then the logic starts to switch on, and they start asking the questions. Then they're coming back at you. Yeah, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about this? And what about that?
Side now, you have to start dealing with other people. They're just like,
Yeah.
oh
I don't mind
shit.
it. I love it. I
This
love
is
it.
how it
That's
did
what.
with me. Now I have to deal with other people. Oh shit.
Well, that's why I've been doing that for the last. Let's have a look.
Your whole life.
Well, 6 years with the flat earth thing. 6 years here in Japan, and I spent 2.5 hours just to try and find these two important videos in Japanese.
Well, what he's describing, I've been dealing with pretty much my whole life. As far
Well,
as
yeah,
like
I have to admit that. Yeah, you're
dealing
right.
with my,
Actually, yes.
my core self and my spirit and my mind, body, and spirit, and how to deal with how.
Yeah. See, with
But
me,
I
it's not
do
with
love
me, but with
do
other
love what
people.
he just said. I do love what you just said, Flutter Solar. That's really, really, really cool.
I would say that I've been centered, sure-footed for a long, long time, from like the 60s, really, when I learnt about slavery and everything else. Like, that was my wake-up call there and then, Okay, so then obviously I knew that there was something wrong with the world. And when you have that, right, but I was still indoctrinated, wasn't still thinking the earth was a globe because that's what I learnt. But I didn't divorce myself from nature. I always had nature as number one and all the living things as number one, not to hurt, not to kill, not to waste, and so on and so forth. But, I was sure-footed in that. I didn't really have to fight myself.
That's what's so amazing about humanity. We're all so different, aren't we?
Yeah. Didn't go heavily into the drugs and all that, or heavily into the alcohol. No,
Well,
I smoked
I was and have been for most of my life, but at the same time, so it's kind of hard for me to relate to some people that aren't, haven't been drug addicts and alcoholics and stuff.
Yeah, no, for me, it's not, I can relate to them quite easily. I can relate because I grew up with people who were on drugs around me, so I know the experience, and I can talk. I actually know about the drugs. I know of the drugs. I've tried some of these drugs that people have taken, but I didn't have a good time. I stopped immediately. It wasn't what I wanted to do, but it gives me room to comment. Bearing in mind, I spent 12.5 years as a youth worker. So you're talking about children whose parents might be doing drugs. And that's
Was
why
that
the
in
kids are stressed
Japan?
out.
Was that in
No,
Japan
that
or
would
England?
be in Britain. No, that was before I came to Japan.
Okay, cool. So you were in
But also
England
with
helping
addictions.
young people with addictions and stuff.
Yeah, that
But
was my job.
addictions are also any activity. The people often think it
Correct.
needs to be substantial.
Sure, it doesn't
Like
have
a
to be substance abuse.
but it can be
It's behaviors.
it
It's
can be your
behaviors.
phone. That people are addicted to Facebook. Others are addicted to Insta. Some people are addicted to pornography. Some people are addicted to gambling. Some people are addicted to actual substances. Some people are addicted to being assholes. Some people are addicted to there's
Well, most
every person
assholes are
possesses
just
an
assholes
addiction.
because they don't. They're covering. They just want. They don't want to deal with their issues.
Reality.
That
you don't. You're not addicted to being an asshole. You actually do want some company.
So you just said
And
that
if you have company
you
with
don't know how
other
to speak.
assholes, it's never fun. I'm just playing. Go ahead.
It's just that you were just saying that you don't know how to speak to some people who have never been addicted to a substance, but every person possesses an addiction, no matter how high and
like
mighty
Jen
they
said,
pretend to be.
I tried some of this stuff and I didn't like it, and so I'm not an addict. But and everybody here knows.
No, we're all an addict. We're all an addict. Everyone's addicted to something. Some people are addicted to flat Earth. Some people are addicted to globe Earth, like Jim Panda and them. It's like all you've got to do is figure out what is that intangible
you can be
addiction.
an addict and not harm yourself. You can be an addict because you
And
like
it doesn't
something.
have to be substance.
It
doesn't have to be substance abuse to be.
I
an
love
addict.
motorcycling.
The harmful,
a bike fanatic.
The harmful side of an addiction is always that it's long term is destructive to you, but in the short term, it's being used to make you feel more valuable or give you some kind of meaning. Or so any addiction, whether it be
enjoyment, just enjoyment, plain old enjoyment.
Sex addiction, people they want the instant gratification, but long term it's going to destroy their marriage. The gambling addict, he wants the thrill of earning the money today. Long term, he has to sell his house to pay for the gambling debts that he's now built. It's always a short-term pleasure for a long-term pain. So any addiction, no matter what type, will be damaging.
Yeah, depend. I think it's a little bit extreme because you can enjoy something. It might be seen as you're an addict, but it's not harming you. I ride my motorcycle as much as I can, because I love it. Now, and that doesn't mean that that's harmful to me in the short term or long term. I maintain the thing well, so it's not a danger to me or to anyone else. And I enjoy every second I'm on it. And then I also enjoy cycling, going up and down the mountains and coming down the mountains. Now that's not addictive. It can only be addictive if that's all I'm doing and I'm not working.
Let me ask you this, Jen.
So
When
if I
you
can respond,
come back from riding your motorcycle, are your kids like, where did you go, Dad?
Well, if I go with the bicycles, I go with the kids. If it's on a motorcycle, then I go on my own and they ask me where I've gone. Yeah.
No,
They
you
ask me
said
I've
you
gone,
were
I'll tell
riding
them.
I'm asking you about your motorcycle. I know you
I'll tell
drive
them
it.
where I've gone.
You drive it
I'll tell
just to
them where
kind
I've
of
gone.
get
They know where I
away.
go.
So if I can respond to Jen,
go ahead.
Just with your description, there is more colloquial. Like I'm addicted to riding my bike. It's more like the way that we would say it, but it's not actually the addiction, the bike. It's the feeling you get while doing that activity.
Absolutely, that's
And
enjoyment.
if that feeling suddenly needed to be taken up another notch, and now you buy a Foster bike, and then suddenly now you want to go and do skydiving, and then you want to keep pushing that feeling up a notch, then that would be the addiction that could lead to the bad behavior. But enjoying a cycle up the mountain, I wouldn't consider that addictive or an addiction per se.
Okay,
That's
that's
dope.
cool then, because that's what I'm saying, that there's certain things we do that are for pleasure and enjoyment, and they're not harmful to you. But some people might call it addiction, but it's not.
Well, gambling releases chemicals in your brain like dopamine.
It's called endorphins. Yeah, we call it endorphins.
Endorphins and dopamine, and I mean, it could relate to anything. It's just like, hey, when your children, Jen, see you riding the motorcycle, don't they want to ride the motorcycle too? Right?
Oh
Just like their daddy.
No, I don't know if the dopamine spikes the same way or has the same physiological effects afterwards
Yeah,
as something like
sort of.
gambling.
Well, no, not well, sort of. I mean, it just depends on.
But it's the same. It's the
Trigger
same with
the endorphins and the dopamine because depending on your pleasure. What's my
Yeah,
pleasure?
mine is it. I would call it endorphins, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, endorphins.
well, so
But the
dopamine is a reward hit.
dopamine is a reward. Yeah, it's a reward system for your brain. You don't
And it
want
can
to
be trained.
Go
But
ahead.
it can be trained. So you can get dopamine released through pain. And if you start to like it's the Pavlov's dog experiment, where they'd ring the bell and the dog starts salivating. We can train ourselves into dopamine release for various activities. And that's why it could be gambling or sex addiction or
It doesn't have. You don't have to
physical
introduce.
exertion, exercising,
You
or
don't have
whatever.
to introduce drugs into your system to release dopamine. It's what you have pleasure with. You don't have to put a physical thing into your body to release dopamine. It's what
That's
you have
right.
pleasure with. It's more of
It's called the
a
natural high, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a
The
natural high.
natural high.
It really that's more involved in your brain, and so what makes you happy? That's where the dopamine is involved. That's my understanding of it, because I've been studying this for.
That's why I said to my friends is that I don't need the drugs because I'm on a natural high already. I'm hyperactive and I use the energy. So I used to smoke cannabis, weed, marijuana, hashish, black, Moroccan leb to slow me down, to relax me. That was the only thing that I used to do. Or I tried the
Let me ask you
cocaine.
this, Jen, did you ever, when you climbed Mount Fuji, were you high one time when you
I was
climbed
high
Mount
up,
Fuji?
man, and I didn't see any curvature.
Well, I'm talking about were you high on marijuana when you climbed
when you
Mount Fuji?
described it,
No.
when you described it
Okay.
as cannabis and weed and hashish and everything, is that what you put inside your joint, or is you just using every name for
No,
cannabis?
those things. I didn't put them all in at once, but those were the kind of smokes that I had. Okay, so occasionally,
I was about to
I'd
say
smoke.
that sounded like quite a sweet one.
Yeah. Now I used to smoke a joint a day during the working weeks, and that joint would be at the end of the day. So that end of the day would be like 10:30 at night, 11 after finishing work, then
Oh,
going
it's
to the
just like
news work,
having a drink,
and then
like having a drink at the end of the night, glass
exactly,
of
it's
wine
a
and something.
reward for the end of the day, isn't it? Switch on the cable TV, catch up with the news, roll the spliff. You're talking half a cigarette, a little bit of gear, roll it up, put my filter in the back, spark up, listening to the news, catching up, smoking half a joint only. Because the healthier you are, the quicker you get a hit. And I'm getting it quick. Half a spliff. And then I go up into the kitchen and make my dinner. So I'm going to bed about 1 o'clock after a shower and that. Get ready to go to work the next day. Then weekend, and that would be a Sunday. If I go and see my friends, I'd have 3 spliffs ready rolled in my cigarette box. I don't smoke cigarettes, just a spliff, but I carried it in the box, in my pocket, and that was it. I didn't have any other gear on me at all. And I'm on my motorbike, I'm going to see my friend. And then I get to my friend's house, sit down, we smoke a split. He's got one rolling, I've got one. And we share and we enjoy it and listen to the music and talk about how shitty England is and how it's ripping us off and stuff like that. And so on and so on. Yeah.
Hey, I can agree with you. England is shitty. I got you that.
When it was, there were times when it was really bad with the Margaret Thatcher
Dude,
government.
it's even worse now. So, you talking
Yeah,
about
I know.
Margaret
It's got a lot
Thatcher?
worse now, yeah. Got a lot worse now.
But a little
Go ahead.
a little joint at the end of the day like that definitely makes you feel less slave-like. Because I felt that if I just went to bed and woke up and went back to work the next day, I thought, then where's my life? Who the fuck am I? Because if I'm just in work, sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep mode, then what are you actually on this earth for?
Yeah. This is what I did with my brothers. We did a time in motion study. How much free time do we really get? And out of that free time, you have to do your shopping, your laundry, okay, and enjoy yourself. We worked it out that we spent more time working and getting ready to go to work than we actually had of free time. So I said, we've got to readdress that then, boys. You know, we actually sat down and did that. Worked out how much time we spent bloody working and having free time.
Jin and
yeah, and that's Solar. The crazy thing about that timing thing as
both,
well
like,
is you
totally
must see
sober
that
now?
due to
You don't.
hold on a sec. If you look at your day or your week and you think about your taxation rate in terms of the number of hours you work.
Exactly.
So if you're being taxed at 40% and you work 10 hours a day, it means the first 4 hours you worked for free for your government.
Yeah.
And then the last
That's what we
6
said.
hours you worked
That's
for
right.
you.
That's
And
right.
then when you think about it on a week scale, it means that at least 1.5 days or 2 days almost were free. You gave that to your government. And then you worked from Wednesday to Friday and you wonder why you're not coming ahead. Like, why do I never have enough money? And it's like the ludicrousness of that, scale it up to a month. Now you're saying almost a week and a half I'm working for free. Almost 2 weeks of the month I'm giving to my fucking government. And then the other 2 weeks I'm trying to make up for the rest of my month that I need to try and survive on. It is such a mind fuck. Go to
That,
a
on that point, before I need a response, does it work the same way in Japan as he's describing? So, like, half of your month salary goes to
taxes,
funding the public.
Absolutely.
Holy shit, that's fucked up, man. What the fuck are you guys in over there? Holy fucking shit.
But don't get me wrong. Hang on a second. I'm my own boss here, so I do what I like. I mean, I can honestly say my income from 2 years ago is down from 2 years ago.
Hey, you don't have to
what's
tell me which income you don't declare. You don't have to do that.
No, but my income is down. My income is down from 2 years ago now because of what we suffered, what we've just come through. Okay.
Yeah,
So
the stupid bullshit about the
regenerate my loss of like 80% of my clientele due to this. And some of them are coming back, which I'm glad about.
Man. I'm sorry about that,
I'm
brother.
glad
That's
about.
really fucked up.
But let me go back to when I was in London when we did this time in motion study thing. I said to my brothers, now we have to make sure that we extract the best out of the free time, yeah? The best. And I don't mean by going drinking and no, that's not what I mean. Because that time is so short. We must enjoy ourselves to the highest level without wasting money. Yeah, because that's the thing. Because we've got to save money as well.
When you were living in England, what was your, I guess, career, or what were you doing in England before?
Well, I was doing many things. One was I was a youth worker, okay, working for the youth 3 times a week. I was doing security at nightclubs and pubs. I did security in a fashion warehouse.
Did you ever have to punch somebody in the face because they were being a dick at a pub?
Well, basically, when you do karate and you do judo,
that means yes.
So you no.
I'm just messing with you,
don't
Jim.
do that.
I'm just
what
messing
you do
with
is you clean them out. You just sweep their legs away and you ease them down gently, or you do a judo throw, but you still hang on to them. And
judo's just like
ashtrays.
Like,
and let them land in a mess.
You sweep them, and it's like, I told you not to fuck with me.
Yeah, I never really smashed anyone in the face. No,
that's good. Yeah, so you were a security at a bar. You were working in England, security at a bar, and now you work in England teaching English to, or in Japan teaching English to Japanese people.
The Japanese, yeah. So I'm taking
do that. You don't have to tell your entire story in England, here. But that's really cool. I mean, you worked at clubs.
I've got nothing to hide. I'm not hiding from anybody or anyone. No one's going to come up to me and say, you owe me money. The first thing I will do is smash them in the face. Don't come and tell me I
I
owe
was
you
like,
nothing,
what?
mate. I would definitely be smashing that person in the face.
I am
I'm a tap
sorry
on
for
my
this
shoulder.
trouble.
You're crazy. But anyway,
So you live in Japan. Do you? I'm not going to ask you that. Do you owe taxes in England? I'm just fucking with you. They wouldn't even listen. It doesn't fucking matter.
I don't. I obviously do not declare all my earnings. Only a fool is going to do that. I'm not afraid to say that. Don't be silly. I'm not afraid to say that. Of course, I don't declare all my earnings. I'm never going to do that. I don't care where I am on this earth.
Anyway,
I'm never going to be giving you all my money.
Ignore me. Somebody else
Oh
probably has
no,
better
it's
questions.
something that I've always said. I've always said it wherever I've gone. Only a mug declares all his money. Don't care who you are. You're
I
telling
think,
them you.
I mean, from what I've heard you say so far, living in Japan, you've had a good time there. And
Yeah. Like I said, the original free man on the land.
Yeah, it sounds cool.
Yeah, I've got nothing to hide. I owe nobody anything. I don't owe anyone any money. No one's going to come up to me and say, you owe us this. I say, really? Take this to your face. Take this to your head. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. I don't know who you are, who you think you are. Yeah. I don't owe anybody anything. No one's going to come to me and say,
as far as everything, you've been pretty open and honest about your experience in England.
My life, yeah. Because that's the only way.
In Japan, I mean, pretty solid.
Yeah.
Stuff, so, yeah.
I mean, I've had Karen B, Flat Earth Karen B. She's helped me with a lesson here in Japan here. She's been here teaching English with me here with some of my students. Karen B.
What? You met Karen? She came to Japan and
no. We did it over the Discord. We did it over the Discord.
Over the internet. Okay, cool.
Yeah, over the Hangouts. Sorry, Hangouts.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So she was there in a hangout, like talking to you.
Yeah, she was there in a hangout, and I got my students, and they could speak to some foreigners from around the world via the Hangouts, via the iPad.
Awesome, bro. That's fucking cool.
That was brilliant, man. Yeah. And they were surprised that I was teaching Flat Earth. That was the thing. I said, of course, my students know about Flat Earth.
And all their parents. And so when these kids left class, they were like, "Yeah, we learned about Flat Earth today," and their parents were like, "Flat Earth?
What's that?"
Is that?"
Yeah. What's that?
It was like, "Yeah, you sent me this English class."
Well, yeah, it's because in the English lessons,
like,
the planets come up, don't they? The planets come up. Planets come up, Earth comes up. It's part of the education in English.
Sure, but I'm just like, what's that like when you're teaching these students, and of course, I mean, you're teaching them, English, and versus Japanese. It was a very strange language. Dude, is it?
So part of learning English is they've got to learn the planets in English, haven't they?
Can you? I know you can speak Japanese, so can you talk to us in Japanese? Say, I am Jin CBR1 in Japanese.
Okay, here we go. Let me just see. Konbanwa minasan. Watashi wa Jin CBR1 this. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. So I said, good evening, everyone. My name's Jin CBR1. Good evening.
Really is. I really couldn't understand none of that except for just.
No, that's right. It's strange, isn't it? Let me see if I can say a little bit more for you. 今日は5月の16日ですね。ちょっと待ってて。15日ですね。日曜日。ね。今日の天気は雨が降ってた。今日の朝は晴れてたけど、夜で雨が降った。
See, it always has something to do with inflection as well, right?
Yeah. So what
You
did I
can't
just say?
it's not about pronunciation, it's about inflection.
Yeah. I just said to you that today is Sunday, May 15th. Okay. We've had sunny day today, but in the evening it rained heavily. Okay.
So you got a lot of rain today.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain today. I was about to say to you that we've had a lot of rain of late because we're moving towards the rainy season.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Say
The
something
funny thing
about
is, right?
say something about what's going to happen tomorrow. In according to the weather.
I don't know tomorrow's weather. I don't know. 明日の天気はちょっとわからないです. I just said tomorrow's weather. I don't know.
Wow.
But I tell you what's sad, right? We've had two famous actors here in Japan commit suicide. One 61-year-old and the other one 66. Right? So
Japan,
one actor.
Japanese actors?
Yeah, Japanese actors. I've known them for 20 years. One's a comedian, a really nice guy, placid, really nice guy. Really worked his craft as a comedian very well. And another actor, he's really good at doing drama. He was a good drama actor, right? And they're both dead, committed suicide by hanging.
Well, if
This
there's
month.
two, there's going to be another one because they always come in threes. So
yeah, that's bloody strange. That is suicide. Men committing suicide. And then I'm asking my Japanese students, why did they do this? Why would they
Well,
end their
Jim,
life?
if I can
Yeah, go
comment
ahead.
here.
Yes, go ahead.
This is a very common thing in the entertainment industry where people get suicided by strangulation. And it's often, why would you go 61 years or 65 years and then end your life? If you were really unhappy and you were one of those emotionally volatile type people, you probably would have done it through your 30s or 40s or maybe even the 50s. But to be famous, to be in your 60s, and then to hang yourself, like normally men will shoot themselves or they'll do something that's quick. Because who the fuck wants to strangle themselves?
I want to say something about this. Robin Williams, right? They said
So I would say that there's something more fishy there.
I'm glad you said that.
Maybe it's
We'll get into that in
similar
a minute.
to what you're saying. Robin Williams.
I know, Robin Williams. That was strange as well, wasn't it?
My whole life, and they say that he choked himself on a fucking doorknob. I call bullshit.
Yeah, because who else was that? That was the other guy, Anthony Bourdain. No reservations. That cook.
Yeah, same deal.
Same death. Same deal.
And the Carradine guy.
Yeah, David Carradine.
David Carradine.
Yeah, that's right. David Carradine.
The same way.
That's right.
Exactly the same way.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah, dude, it's like they come in threes, right? And they were all about the same time. It's like, oh shit, Robin Williams, woo! It's always in threes, and it's like, oh yeah, we got you. It's like, look, it's always in threes. What you gonna do about it, motherfucker? I'm gonna talk about it.
Something's wrong.
And then there was the lead singer of Linkin Park, and then you
Linkin
go
Park, CC, Chris
you know,
Cornell, CC. That's not his real name.
Old Nirvana, what was his name? Kurt Cobain apparently shot himself with a double-barrel shotgun, where you can't even reach the trigger. If you point the barrel towards yourself, you can't reach the trigger to be able to pull the double-barrel shotgun's trigger. But yet somehow he committed suicide with that gun. And it's just bullshit, bro.
Hey, what, Flatty? Do you guys?
Okay, so what do you
just posted?
what
You know
do
who
you
that
think's
is?
going on there? What do you think's going on there?
I need you tonight.
It's Illuminati sacrifice.
I'm not sleeping.
Are they really dead? Are they still alive? Do you think?
Something about you, girl. It makes me sweat. Yeah, this dude supposedly hung himself too, like Chris Cornell did.
Yeah, I like that song. I like that.
But it's always
NXS,
like with a hanging.
Singer for NXS. He's from
And when
Australia.
Great group.
Then you go look, and when they do, if they ever do an autopsy or anything like that, they often find that there's additional ligature marks around the neck, or they'll find additional broken bones, or they'll find something that's not exactly caused by them hanging from a doorknob by their own fucking belt, and somehow that killed them. But who in their right mind would want to strangle themselves to death? I think that must be terrifying. You might as well jump to the bottom of the pool and try to drown yourself. It's like, can you imagine something that's going to be more agonizing to kill yourself over 2 or 3 minutes? Or would you rather have something that's instantaneous? And then all these famous people who have access to everything in the world choose to hang themselves with like a belt from their doorknob. It's like, there's just nothing here makes sense. Normally, I think it was Russian vids. I think it was Russian vids who used to do a lot of these things where he would identify some of the peculiar things and then find the 33s. So you'll find like this person died at age 33, or they were in room 33 or room 221, or, you know, all these Masonic numbers. And then generally it's if this occurred, then someone else is getting a promotion, or so there's always some sort of an ulterior motive behind. Well, okay, I mustn't say always. I should say a lot of the time there are connections. Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't understand why these two characters this month, within a week of each other, they died. They're gone. Hanging. They died by hanging themselves. And when you look at them, right, they are very. The one who's 66, he's 66, looks very fit. He could pass for someone who's in his 50s. Okay, but he's 66, fit, lean, looking good, making his money, ready, wealthy man, married. I think he was married. I don't know if he had any. I don't think he had. I think he got married recently. He didn't have any children though. And then he's gone like that by hanging. And then the other guy, the comedian, who's 61. Now he was really funny guy though. You know, the things that he used to do on TV. You know, he's part of a trio. Okay, and they were really good on the TV. I mean, I've been watching him for 20 years on and off and that. And yeah, I liked his style and the brand and the whole group. And to look at him, you think, yeah, he's a nice guy, but he's gone. And you think, why would he do that to himself? Don't understand why he would do that to himself. Well, you know, they've got the money, they've got the lifestyle. What's going on? Then when I asked my Japanese students, why do you think why do they do this, the adults? And they were saying he might have been suffering with stress. I said, but what kind of stress would he have when he's making all the money? He's enjoying his life. He's funny on TV. You know, what's going on? What's going on? Why couldn't he get proper counselling if that's the case? Because here in Japan, stress management is bad. Very bad in Japan, stress management, okay? There's a lot of people stressed up. A lot.
Yeah, sure.
And I mean, over 50% of the population, okay? A lot of people.
But this is something else that, so for example, not every suicide is a fake, but these guys who hang themselves it's a bit strange, but suspect. But what is more peculiar is if I take the other side of the conversation now, if I was someone arguing with myself, there are medications that list as a side effect suicidal thoughts.
Yes,
so
that's right. Yeah.
Doctors do know a certain chemical combination that they can put inside of a human body that causes a suicidal thought as a symptom.
That's right.
Now,
that's right.
if it was an intended thing, they could be medicated by either a doctor or a friend or whatever, and then induce these thoughts and be steered towards that behavior, then they could do that deed themselves. So there's two sides to this. It's quite a...
Yeah, I don't understand it, man, because I asked...
It's a depopulation agenda.
He may have been stressed. Then I watched one video, and it said that this particular guy, the comedian, somebody he knew died of COVID-19, okay? And it broke him, okay? He was upset by this This is what I think the video says. I'm still going to have this video double checked tomorrow with my student tomorrow, okay? Going to look at this video one more time. But from what I could understand from the video, that it broke him, and maybe he got depressed and then ended his life. Maybe, because if you know the truth about this hoax, I'm going to call it the hoax jab thing, maybe he knew and he gave up. Maybe he gave up. Maybe he couldn't see that he looked at humanity, could see it's going the wrong way, and he decided to end it there. Maybe, I don't know. I've just got to get a bit more on this video, find out. Because I just can't understand why he was at the top of his game. He's a great comedian, good guy. Now he's gone. Just really surprised,
Yeah, do we have any new people in? Any new people who want to chat?
Yeah, please. We're just chewing the crap here. Anybody want to talk flat Earth or heliocentric globe Earth? We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Leo EZM. I see that you've VC verified. Would you like to speak?
No need to hold back. Just, you're here. You may have a question or two that you want answers to, and we'll be willing to answer those questions. Rest assured, we're not here to belittle anyone or make fun or do any I gotchas or make you look silly. Or that's not what it's about here. Sincerely want to educate you on how the Earth isn't a globe, and how when you look for the specifications of this globe, all you find is level plane. And there's so much evidence, and there's just lack of the globe. There's no evidence for the globe. So let's have an honest and genuine conversation. If you have any question, doesn't matter how funny you think it might be, just ask it. We'll be willing to answer.
Yeah, we also have Daj. Oh, okay. Daj is a globe skeptic. Would you like to ask a question, Daj? DAJ? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm globe skeptic, but that's all right. I'm just waiting for P Drinker to show up.
Oh, a fan, huh? Okay, good.
Oh, no, absolutely, man. But yeah, honestly, I'd like to be. I mean, I would. I'm a flirt, as I would be deemed. But yeah, I'd also, if it's possible, if I can get embed role, that'd be awesome too. I'd love to be able to post stuff. But yeah, the flat earther embed if possible, and when P Drinker shows up, it'll be the best part of my day. So.
Okay.
All right.
Well, welcome to the flat Earth. Anyway, well done. How did you?
Thanks, brother.
If I can ask you, how did you come to find this server, and how did you become a flat earther, if you will?
Oh yeah, no problem. I mean, flat Earth just by way of just being kind of an anti-establishment in general, right? The anti-authoritarian by nature, and then ultimately, I do remember initially someone talking to me about it and me being like, he's kind of crazy. But I actually backdoored it by way of kind of lost history, I think, following kind of some of the mud flood type stuff, and then, just kind of really being willing to accept a certain level of lies, and then ultimately it resonating with me and realizing, it appears flat. We live in a flat Earth, and the lies are that severe.
Right, I see. So have you? Okay, when you say it appears flat to you, have you done any observations, any tests, anything so you're 100% sure?
I mean, other than well, I mean, I've been.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, of
I
course.
really like the way you said that the lies are that severe. That sentence is powerful,
because it is that
Yeah,
simple.
no.
The
Yeah,
actual
exactly.
reality that you're in was not as presented.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree. And it's actually, when, obviously we all know the question, what does it matter? Well, I think that's why it matters, right? Because once I think flat Earth is actually the key. I mean, there's a lot of ways to approach it, right? I mean, truth seeking and having kind of the veil removed from your eyes. But I mean, flat Earth is a big one, right? Because it's like
The key
that's a
is the
heavy.
missing piece, isn't it?
Yeah,
The missing piece
I
of the
think
puzzle.
so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So do I. I
because
agree.
for me when I realized that, then I realized that the world that we live in, realm or what have you, it's miraculous, but it's not mysterious per se. That is to say, it operates as I perceive it, and then I then have the authority to observe it and reasonably assess it and maybe even understand it as a result,
Yeah,
as
and
opposed
enjoy
to
it,
the opposite.
because it is the
Sure.
gift
Oh
of
yeah.
life. You see, it's the gift of life.
Agreed.
And when
Yeah.
you think about your first obligation is to ensure that this beautiful flat Earth is kept in pristine condition for those yet to be born on it. That is your number one job, because it is the gift of life.
Sure.
Yeah. That once
Yeah,
you realize that, you can enjoy it.
yeah, I think it's the ultimate technology. I will often say, like, if you put a brand new PC next to a tree, in 100 years you have 100 trees, but you have zero PCs. So
Yeah,
so
the
it's
PC will be
actually the
rusted
ultimate.
and dead. That PC will die. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
the ultimate. It's the ultimate technology, in my opinion. So realize it and having that power to tap into that. That's important for me.
That's right. That's why, for example, when I'm here in the classroom, that I can have I've been given 3 pointers, right? Two is made of metal, one's made of wood. The one I like the best is the one that's made of wood. Do you know that?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
one I
No,
like the best.
I can relate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the lies tied into that goes part and parcel with heliocentrism is progression. I guess. I mean, the philosophy of progress. And that somehow being tied into uh, technology in general, which is just a lie, right? Because it's like, for the reason I just said, you put a computer next to a tree, in 100 years you have zero computers, right?
Yeah.
So we're led to believe that old is antiquated, antiquated is useless, but I think much of our future can be discovered through our past, and rediscovering our past and re-understanding, why people who before us, looked to the sky or planted gardens the way they did or what have you. These things are the future, in my opinion.
Yeah. Definitely, yeah. It has to be the future, because this synthetic, what do you call it, metaverse nonsense. I'm not interested in that. No chance. I'd sooner ride my bicycle, sooner go out my motorbike,
Oh,
sooner go
well,
fishing,
but it's
canoeing, hiking, snowboarding,
but it
mountain bike trekking. Fuck, what
yeah,
metaverse?
sure. I know
Metaverse.
it's a world
What a
world
waste.
of illusion.
Yeah, it's horrible. Just not real. That's it. It's just not real. I don't want to be in a thing where I've got
Exactly.
this kind of device on my head. What am I doing in this thing? Crap. Absolute rubbish.
You're following their paradigm is what you're doing.
No, thank you. No, thank you at all. Once you're in there, you're never going to see flat Earth in there. Not unless I'm in there.
Yeah.
I'll be flat smacking everyone. Yeah, that'd be the only reason I'd go in there. 9/11 was an inside job. come and wake up and look, we're living on a flat Earth. The Earth is not a globe. Yeah, destroy that metaverse. Oh, we could. Flat Earthers could do that. Yeah, actually, it might be an idea. Go in there just to wind them up.
My contention that flat Earth is obviously an important topic, and obviously, represents reality as I understand it. But really, the battle is for hearts and minds, philosophically speaking. What do you believe? Do you believe the consensus reality, or do you believe the reality that you can actually observe? And that's where you can hit people with facts all day long, but they go right back into default mode, and that's a philosophical issue.
We always accept the reality with which we're presented.
Yeah,
and that's the biggest problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how they knew how to do this. Because all you needed was 1 or 2 generations believing something different. And you could flip the whole system.
Yeah. But I'd love it if we all went into the metaverse and started flat smacking them all. That would be brilliant. Yeah. Crash the system. Yeah, the Earth is a flat plane. It's not spinning, Yeah. Flat Earth.
Any dynamics in the metaverse would have to be based on a flat plane, right? Aren't all 3D games flat planes, or geometrically speaking, flat?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's
so
what
even
I
the
did
metaverse
today.
will be flat.
Exactly. I posted a video that I watched yesterday, which is it's 44 governmental documents that admit flat Earth, and I posted it in the Gem Panda server today, and in the Earth Awakening server today. I said, look, these are the documents. Read and weep, because this is the truth here now. Yeah. Earth is stationary and flat plane. Love it. Motionless flat plane. In fact, it's some of these documents just said flat Earth. It's a flat Earth. Blatantly. Governmental documents. So they know. Some of their ones, they disguise it. The ideal situation is to have the Earth as a stationary flat plane. You have to assume the Earth to be flat and stationary. Yes, the ideal situation is a motionless flat plane. Then others are just blatantly flat Earth.
Yeah, I read a nautical, the celestial navigation for, a nautical based, whatever book. It was on archive, whatever. But it was talking about, flat planing as a means of overcoming some of the, geometric discrepancies in the, short range. It's like,
Yeah,
assuming flat Earth.
that's right. Especially the geometrical, exactly. When it's all a globe and that, and you've got to do your geometry and your trigonometry and nonsense. You've got to, when the math starts getting complicated, the best thing to do is just imagine the Earth to be flat and stationary and use that math. See what I mean? Eating.
Not that it is, of course. That is just to deal with some of the issues. The issues.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't have to waste time doing the geometrical maths, right? Just use the plane, honestly.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't contemplate that, what we just said, and, accidentally wake up. Whatever you do.
Yeah. It's funny. And I also posted the 2. I'm winding them up, right? I'm saying I've got 2 blockbuster videos from the Flat Earthers just come out now. Kicking up a stink. One is the flattening the curve, and the other one is level. 2 blockbuster videos. You've got to watch them. I'm really winding them up with it, posting it in their server, and with the flattening the curve. These experts, the ones that supposedly protect the free world that is imprisoned. Yeah, you know, the jet fighters, the sailors that live on the aircraft carriers. You got your submariners, and you got your aircraft pilots, and they've all said that if their equipment was subjected to a globe Earth, it wouldn't work. Their equipment wouldn't work on a globe. Cannot work on a globe is what they've said. Oh, amazing. You got to watch it, you know. The Earth cannot be a globe, otherwise their equipment couldn't work. And they're the expert professionals telling you. And you're listening to an expert professional, a professional expert specialist. That's what I call myself when I go in their servers. I'm the highest of the high. You don't get that title overnight, I said to them. Professional expert specialist. That is, sounds good, doesn't it?
Sounds about as credentialed as any club I've ever heard of.
Never heard that title before, have you, eh? Professional expert specialist. That's who I am. Yeah.
The gin.
Yeah, that's it, the gin. I'm the experts, okay? Right.
Bob, it was a pleasure. I'm disappointed P Drinker hasn't showed up yet, but I'll be back later just in case.
Yeah. Pleasure talking to you, and thanks, and welcome to the Flat Earth anyway. Well done.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We'll see you around.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, see, new flat earthers coming in every day. It's wicked. I love it.
Do you watch Beyond the Imaginary Flat Earth? Sorry, Beyond the Imaginary Curve. Wow.
Yeah, that's Del Boy. Yeah, I watch him now and again. Yeah, he's not. I like him. He's in Scotland.
I like his monologues. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've been in the chat room a few times with him and that, and I've been listening to him over the years. I like him. I like Del. People are trying to slag him off, but I said no. He's on point because he did this thing about the water for like a year, non-stop about the water, how the water is the clue, and everyone was getting fed up. I goes, but he's right though, isn't he? Right? Why mess around? Why go into the weeds when the water is the clue? And then he went out into town where he lived, because he's in Scotland, right? With a pet bottle with water, and he asked the people to try and bend. You know, those who didn't believe that the earth is a flat. The earth is flat. Try and bend the water in a bowl. I just cracked up with that. That was brilliant.
Yeah, that was good.
Stupid people. Stupid. How could you? I don't even. What's going on in their mind to even attempt to bend the bottle? If you're giving that to me, I said, "What do you mean? I'm not going to. The water's going to be level no matter what I do." It's obvious, isn't it? Yeah.
People are trying anything for £100, mate.
I know, for 100 pennies, yeah. And then he got the ball, right, and he soaked the ball up with water. It's just not sticking. Can you see? And he was really getting pissed off as well. Pissed off at the people who think that the earth is a ball and there's water sticking to it. And he showed them, look, can you see that? It's not sticking, is it? Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, he's got some good in-person stuff.
Yeah.
Like when he goes to the unis and that.
Yeah. He was good. He is good. And then he showed a couple of his inside, the inside of his life with his little son and the trike and that, getting the bike out. Yeah, I like Del. He gave us a little insight into his private life.
He's very direct, isn't he?
Yeah, that's why I like him.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. He was very direct with me, and I'm very direct with him straight away. I said, no, it's not like that, Del. Push is not pull. I'm never going to accept that, mate. Okay? Doesn't matter how you describe it, Del. It's never gonna be in my vocabulary. That. All right, mate. Okay. I told you that one. That's where we disagreed there, but in the end, I know I'm right. That's for sure. Oh, don't give me a new definition of don't give me a new definition of a thing that I've been doing for years. When I get to the car, I'm pulling the handle up to get in, not pushing anything here. All right, don't even go there with that one. Yeah, and then that was driving people mad, you know, in the hangouts especially. I was having like 3-hour arguments over that because I wasn't going to give in. And I do like Delta. Beyond the imaginary curve, yeah, good guy. I'm surprised that he's still going because there was a lot of people who didn't like him, and I thought, come on, man, he's fucking on point. And when he does those long rants, he's on point. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, I mean, he's the perfect person to like have someone like do a discussion with because he won't go into the weeds.
That's right. Yeah. He should go on. I think if he went on Nathan Oakley's, I think that would just be great. Just to have him on there just a couple of times, It would add a new dimension. I think it would add a real dimension, because sometimes Nathan Oakley, I love his style, but it could do with a little bit more pep, now and again. They can be a little bit too soft on some of the people who come in. I mean, no, need a bit of an abrasive character in there. A bit too soft, I think. What do you reckon?
I haven't watched him in a while, but I'd say you're probably right in your judgment.
Yeah. They're there, they're on point, but a little bit soft for my liking. I like a little bit of an abrasive character in there, just to rock the boat a bit.
QE.
Yeah.
QE's in there.
Oh
He's
sorry,
the
I forgot that.
abrasive
Yeah. When Q's in there, yeah. Sorry, you're
I
right.
would say Nathan and them are probably the most precise, especially on their definitions and how they put people through rigorous testing.
Fallacies and that, yeah.
I would say that they're less welcoming, especially not to anti-flat earthers or flat earth deniers, as I like to call them.
Yeah, I loved it when he destroyed. What's his name? Metabunk. What's his name? Come on, Nick West, is it? Yeah, Nick West. Destroyed him over and over and over again, and Nick West just had to give up. And he had to pick his butt off the floor and get out. Yeah.
But it's all that we have is this flat earth that we're on. So you can either be a flat earther or a flat earth denier, but you only can be one of those two.
Or a flat earther gonna be. Don't forget, there's
and both of them have flat earther in it. So you're either a flat earth denier or you're a flat earther.
Yeah. Or you're a flat earther gonna be. You're just denying it at the moment. You're a flat earther gonna be. That's what I said to him. I always say that to him. You're a flat earther gonna be.
See, I kind of disagree. I don't believe in the globe at all, and by any means I am a flat earther, but water is flat, okay? Water's level.
Correct.
But water's also level inside a cup. The shape of the land itself, there's hills, mountains, valleys.
That's correct.
It's not perfectly flat, is it? It's only water that's flat. Water finds its level. It's always completely flat. But the earth itself isn't completely flat.
Yeah, but when you view the Earth from 120,000 feet now, or even from an aeroplane, and you take an overview of that horizon, it's level, isn't it? It's level.
It is, yeah. But
that's
I'm
what
just
we're
saying
talking about.
the terrain itself.
Oh, no, obviously we have mountains, valleys, rivers, streams. Yeah, of course. It's not level there, is it? No. But when you get to the top of the mountain and you survey what you see, it looks level, doesn't it? You don't see any curvature.
No, it's definitely. I mean, it's definitely not a ball. Obviously, that's impossible. There's no curvature.
Yeah, there
You
is
can
no
throw that
curvature.
out the
Is there?
window straight away.
Right. That's why we say flat Earth. That and
Well,
it might get some people triggered because it's not not flat. It got my brother triggered. But I said to my brother, look, metaphorically speaking, when you look up from a high vantage point, you can see no curvature. Yeah, it's level, isn't it? It looks flat, doesn't it? That's what they mean. That's all. Of course, there's mountains. Of course, there's rivers. We've hiked and we've fished at them. Okay, right. That's not flat there, we know that. But
We're referring to
71%
the
of
level,
Earth,
the sea level.
yeah, sea level, exactly.
Sea
71%
level.
of Earth is
Sorry, go ahead.
liquid, is water. And so you can't have, what kind of a shape would it be if it's 71% is water? That's crazy, isn't it? It doesn't
Well,
make
It
any
has to
that's it
be a
sense.
though. Like,
70% cup.
I can pour
Yeah.
water into any container that's any shape, and it'll still be
Right.
level.
That's right. That's right.
Of any
That's what I like
size.
about water. That's why Bruce Lee said, be like water, my friends. Remember Bruce Lee? He said that, didn't
No.
he? Yeah, you got to flow, water can crash, So it's like, whenever he did his martial arts, I could just imagine him flowing and that, and then striking when he had to strike, and then back to flow and that. Well, yeah, it all made sense. Now, I've been saying for the last year, you need to attain the excellence of the excellence and integrity of a blade of grass before you can be the water. That's what I'm saying to the glowheads. I said, you people are so toxic, you don't have the excellence or the integrity of a blade of grass. Yeah, think about that before you dismiss it. What do I mean by that? Yeah,
Yeah. Just recreate one piece
Yeah.
without using any starting components that are already here. Just make it all yourself.
Yeah, you got it. You can't do that. So you're that toxic. You are lower than the belly of a snake. You are less than cow dung and rhino dung mixed. You are less than that. You are of no use at this point.
What was Spinning Monkey Ball's question again?
I don't remember it. What is it?
I also can't.
I said, I'm glad I'm not you. That's what I used to say. I'm glad I'm not you. Do you remember when we were there? And you were really, you were calm, collected, precise, precision, and the other end, Jen Panda, was having a heart attack. Yeah, that was good. That was. Yeah, I just loved it.
I like to soak that moment up and not engage with that triggered ego.
That's right.
And
That's right.
I think listeners can hear it as well. And you can get more words in like this, rather than dragging everyone. You know how he gets?
Yeah.
It's
I would drop the comment, Jem, you're coming unhinged. You're falling apart there. Slow down.
Yeah, just have a level head. Come on.
Yeah.
Be on the level with me.
Yeah.
Let me level with you.
Tore him apart. He almost broke his own server, Well,
But it's,
today,
this. Oh, I remember Monkey's question. He asked about if the earth has topography or terrain, that there's hills and valleys.
That's right.
I think that this has merit because, not to drag this into religion, but the Bible does say that he gathered the land together and he called the land earth and he called the waters sea. So if we say the earth is flat, we're saying the land, the ground part is flat. And the ground part is not flat because we've all walked down a hill or up a hill. So maybe we need a different term.
Oh, it doesn't matter anyway, I mean, when you take it from a high vantage point, it looks flat. I'm not going to bust a blood vessel over that one. It's flat, that's it. I'm not going to, people can do what they want. But today I had him leaving his own server to go to the garden because he'd had enough. And that's after him kicking me out of the server, banning me from the server for a few minutes only, though. And he had to reinstate me because, again, I wasn't I wasn't being obnoxious, just speaking the truth. America is illegally occupying Hawaii. Hawaii is not the 50th state of America. There's no legal documents for this. Any documents that there are pertaining to that are illegal. Nothing is legal, right? And I've been drilling him for 3 days on this one. 3 days. The reason why it took so long is because he kept obfuscating and shutting me off and muting and that. And then I said, we're going to have this out. I want this to be concluded, Jem. I'm not going to let this go. I want to know your position. That subject is banned on this server. If you post anything or you mention that again, Jem, I'm going to have to mention it. I want to know your position. And before I finish, boom, I'm gone. I'm off the server. But within 3 minutes, back on again. And then I said, Jem, as you well know, I'm not going to give in because, and then he goes, I'm going to the garden, he said. I said, I am going to be pursuing you into the garden. I said.
You've also learned to play the man.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He left.
Are you a poker player, Jim?
Yeah, I like to play poker and brag. 3-card brag. I like that game. Yeah, I play poker and I play 3-card brag. Yeah, I used to be really good at it. In fact, I was so good at it at one time, I cleaned everybody out. Now, I must admit, I was about 19, in my 1920s, right? And we're all working, aren't we? You know, we're all working slave jobs. And I cleaned them out. I cleaned everyone out. Everyone was skint. They'd done their wages. And then the sorry faces. I was like Santa Claus, very happy, hey, I'm the rich man, right? But when I saw the long faces, I said, you know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to give you back all your money. Don't you ever forget it, yeah? Jin is indeed your friend. How much did you start with? And I gave back the money, every penny. Do you know that? Yeah, I was that good. And don't get me wrong, in order for me to get that good, I lost a lot of my money at first because I didn't know how to play the game over the years. All right? So I'm talking about to be as good as I was. That was like a couple of years of playing poker and 3-card brag with my friends to become good, yeah? And then I got so good, and a few of those lucky nights where I was cleaning out. And this one time I cleaned everybody out off the table. But there were some really sorry faces. I felt sorry for them. So I said, you know what I'm going to do? I said to myself, I should really give the money back here. And I said, yeah, let me give you back your money. Have you ever done that? Have you ever done that?
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
To me, I enjoy the gamble. I have played a couple of poker tournaments, but to me, poker is my game because I can read people and I can know people.
Yeah.
And
yeah. That's what it's about, isn't it?
I know more than what they've told me. And I don't know how I know, but I just do know.
Yeah,
when I start speaking to someone in here, I often just can kind of feel what type of person they are and therefore what might work with them. You've got to have that little bit of a playing the man and not necessarily just drumming the same drum continuously.
No. You've got to have your. Well, I look at it as the psychology. There's a psychology that's got to be at work here. Otherwise, like you said, it's like you're just going through the motions. I don't want to do that. That's not me. No. I am working a psychology like you did. You came in and you destroyed them. I go in, I destroy them. Two different methods, but the result is there. They're in turmoil. I love it. I just love it.
To me, the most telling thing is that that room is always filled with 50 to 60 people waiting to be converted to a flat earther. And
That's right.
they say that they're not. They say that they're globe earthers, but there are 50 to 60 people sitting in a room waiting for some flat earther to come in with the evidence that's going to make them have to change their mind.
Yeah, that's right.
So they're subconsciously, they're actually wanting to be changed or wanting to be converted, but yet almost laughing at us as though we're crazy for thinking that we can present something to them that will make them change their minds.
It's already there. If you can't see how simple it is, then you got no. Well, you're going to have to wait to the tipping point where more and more people have become flat earthers, just like it's stated in the Japanese English textbook in English university textbook. It says more and more people are becoming flat earthers. Said it. I went, yeah, here in Japan. Wow. They looked at the they did a topic on anti-vaxxers and flat earthers as a topic to talk about in an English lesson. Look at that. Beautiful. And that book said more and more people are becoming flat earthers. I thought, brilliant. There you go. That's it. We've got it made. We are well and truly on our way. Yeah. Shirena, what's the name of the book? What's the name? Well, can you read Japanese? That's what I said to them. What's the name of the book? What's the name of the book? I tell you what I'll do. I'll copy the page for you, and then you can read it for yourself. So when I go there, I go there obviously to wind them up. Of course, bring the truth. Yeah, call them scumbags as well when they get obnoxious. Yeah, give it back to them. But I always go in there amicable at first. Unless they put me on mute. Then I call them all manner of names. You knob-end suckers, when you finish, stop sucking your knobs. Can you now just, push the button? You do know how to do that, don't you? Undo. I don't say undo my mic. I say undo the mic. Yeah. Unmute the mic. Unleash the truth that is Jin CBR1. So I can cleanse this place. You know what I mean, Why can't you just ask like anybody else? You know you've got to do the right thing. You know you want to. You know you must. So when you're good and ready, you do the right thing because you know it makes sense. The truth must be heard. And I just wait. And then I'm posting, not only that, I wind them up by posting the same image again. The same image, flat earth image, or it might be two injections with the skull and crossbones. Yeah. They've got to do it, otherwise it's going to be like that until they get it done. Sometimes it's taken 30 minutes, though, and even an hour. But I get my own back. When you have the owner of the server running away from his server to get to do the gardening, well, you know you're doing something right there. That's after he kicked you out as well. Yeah. And reinstated you immediately. I remember I had a battle in the comments. It was about the Van Allen radiation belts and how this guy thinks that the belts prove a globe. And I said, no, it does not prove a globe, no. And they didn't go to the moon, no, none of that. You've got the cosmic ray particles. And this went on for about 8 months, right? And he had to give up in the end because I just smashed him to smithereens in the comments on this video, right? You know, can you imagine that? You know, 2 days, you don't hear from the character, 2 days, he's back again. Okay, well, I'll carry on with you. And in the end, he ended up giving me a diamond load of information from Ralph Rene. I thought, who is this geezer? Who is this man? He's saying the Earth is a globe, but yet, and he said the moon landings were real, but yet he's sent me this material which I use. It was like he just gave up and said, well, here you are. Gave me a present. But wow, why did he give me all this? This is nice. I can use this stuff. Yeah. And I bookmarked it. I've kept it all. Yeah, I thought, wow, that was a good win by me. Like 8 months. That was weird. Having a debate with somebody for 8 months, and then he drops in your lap everything that proves that everything that proves that the moon landings were a hoax. Thought, wow, strange. Unbelievable, Lincoln, that was. Ralph Rene was the guy who wrote a book called NASA Mooned America. He's a self-proclaimed physicist, which is good enough for me. And he made the device, the 4 psi vacuum glove in a vacuum, where when you switched the machine off, you could clench a fist, no problem, and you had good articulation of your wrist and your hand. As soon as he switched on the vacuum, boom, now the glove become rigid, and he found it difficult to clench a fist and move it up and down and left and right, okay? And he said, how could this be, if they were in space, how were they able to operate the equipment if the suit is pressurized at 4 psi? How would they be able to pick up the intricate little things and operate the camera and that when I can't even clench my fist? Look, and he's trying to hold it like that. Was Ralph Rene. Yeah, that Ralph Rene. Nice man. And he showed us his, you know, the leaf blower, you know, the one where it blows all the leaves into a pile and then you collect them up, you know? Yeah, he had one of those. He goes, now look at what I can do with my leaf blower. And he digging a hole practically. He said, but yet when they landed on the moon, the thrusters, you know, didn't kick any dust at all. Nothing happened. And but look at what I can do here with my little small leaf blower. Yeah, that was Ralph Rene. Since passed away. But yeah, good man. He passed away in his 70s. Little early, but you know, he left a good legacy behind. He worked together with Bart Sibrel and Bill Casing. Now, if I'm going to put him in an order of preference, I will be giving it to Bill Casing because he's older, so respect the elders. Then Ralph Rene, and then Bart Sibrel in third place. Reason being, he poo-pooed on flat Earth. That's why I put him third. Then there was another one. I think it's Gerard White, the Australian. Now, he was really good at promoting the moon landing hoax, but he's since become a scumbag. And now he's saying that flat Earth is not, the Earth is not flat, and don't like him anymore. He's not even on the list. Gerard White. You know, and he copied James Bond, you know, what a wanker. But he did some good stuff proving proving that NASA didn't go to the moon. But somehow that's it. I think he's working for NASA now. That's it. He's actually working with NASA, this guy, this Gerard White guy, Australian. What a scumbag. I haven't got a nicer way to put it, but that's it. Slime. Sleazeball. I'm going to use an American phrase. What a sleazeball. What a douche bag. Or what a douche with a capital bag. Yeah. That's why you don't see him on the YouTube that often now. All his stuff's, I don't know, maybe it's there, but I haven't looked. Usually when you're scrolling through, he's there, his stuff's there, but I haven't noticed it in the last 5 years. Gerard White, and I think his channel was Moon Faker. That's it, Moon Faker. And he liked the dum 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 dum, that signature tune to the 007 tune. And then you see him with his he's in the same suit as James Bond, and you're looking through the gun barrel, and it's Gerard White. You think, what a wanker. There you go. Anyway, that's me. I shall stop talking now. Let someone else have a chance. Go ahead, whoever you are.
I had a debate once with some guy on the website Quora, or however you pronounce it. It was about the moon landing, and we went back and forth for like 4 months. It went on for a long time, and it got to the point where the guy was reporting my replies to the website and getting them censored. So I ended up with like 10 replies that got removed from the website. It's like he kept getting reported as misinformation and stuff like that. And he'd try and explain his way out of stuff. So I'd say something sharp, concise, and to the point, and his reply would always be like a page long of just waffle.
Yeah.
And they do that all the time. Anything but the truth. But his main argument was that so we have the moon landing technology, and it's got progressively worse since the 60s. And his argument for that being possible was the Concorde. So the Concorde was the fastest commercial flight, and we don't have commercial flights that fast anymore. Therefore, space travel can be possible in the 60s, but not possible today.
Bloody fool! And you know what you said about when they write a novel. You know what I do? And I just put a little reply: flat Earth anyway.
Yeah, it's a debate tactic of theirs, isn't it?
It is.
The more they write, the more they can justify what they're saying.
Yeah, but I'm the emoji specialist, okay? You know, the emoji specialist. So I use all the emojis, the smiley faces, the tongue sticking out, the thumbs down, all that. I get it all in a line. And then I've got 2 globes with a gun and my fist pulling the trigger, shooting the globe. The Earth is not a globe, I put all that in after I put my spiel. And then I top it up with that all the time. And then they make a comment, what are these silly little characters? I said, what are you worried about? Yeah, concern yourself with your globe that doesn't exist. Yeah, the elusive spinning ball, magical spinning ball that no one's ever seen, no one's ever measured, no one's ever experienced.
You can ask them a simple question that just requires a yes or no answer, or a tiny bit of evidence, like, can you provide direct measurement of an Earth curve? And they'll give you a full page, 1,000 words of dribble, anything but Earth curve.
That's right. And you say to them, you still haven't answered my question, by the way. Yeah.
And then they'll give you another page.
You're avoiding the pink elephant in the room is my favourite one. You're avoiding the pink elephant in the room. So I mean, can you deal with that, please? Still in the room, mate. With smiley faces, laughing. Yeah, but I know what you mean though. When you have these debates that go on for months, I love them. I do. I love them. That's sharpens my wit and sharpens my, sharpens me up. Debate skills. Yeah, hit them hard.
It's not science or physics or measurements that we're up against. It's worldviews and philosophy. That's why these people kick so hard against the pricks.
Yeah, Matt. That was super spinning. What's your name? I can't see the whole name.
Yeah.
Super spinning monkey ball. Do you feel intimidated by their arguments? That's what That's what I was thinking when I was listening to you talk. Do you feel intimidated by their arguments as if you have nothing to counter it?
I can do when it's in the moment if we're arguing, speaking to each other. But when it's in text, I have time to think about what I want to say.
Yeah.
And write the correct. But in the moment, I might not have the information to hand or whatever, and they'll say something that'll put you on the spot.
How long have you been part of this server and some of the arguments we give kickback? Maybe obviously we talk about this all the time. Just feels like that. I don't say you're weak. I just feel like you're not solid. I can tell you're a flat earther, but it's just like I'm not scared of any argument brought against me. But that's just I've been doing it for a very long time. So if you're new, you just hang out, man. Some of the major, it depends on what they bring at you, what you're going to counter with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I think he sounds pretty solid regarding the moon landings. He's solid there.
Sure.
Yeah, he's very solid there. I can tell.
So what is the major thing? Have you been talking to people lately and you don't really have a counter? What is your...
No, I generally don't join in the debate. Like, I don't get into the weeds. I know it's not a spinning ball, and I know all the stuff that they say is complete bullshit and it's nonsense.
Well, you're eventually going to have to address it. You're in here now, So, but which doesn't mean you don't have to speak up here. But I'm just going to say, hey man, there's some easy counters to some of the things that I've heard you say already. But you shouldn't necessarily give a shit what they think about you. Even if your counter, even if they think your counter is bullshit, and they just kind of like, well, okay, well, they might. Oh, well, that was a weak counter. No, there's no curvature, and you already know this. You've been listening a long time. So if they have an argument, and like boats going over the curve or whatever. You've heard how we discuss that. We can go into Black Swan or what is the horizon. So the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. You got to stick them on that if they say that, bro. So the horizon is the curvature of the Earth. All right, so that's what's making boats disappear from the bottom up.
This just in. This just in. Attention. This just in. I discovered a planet. One moment, please. Hold on for details.
I actually want to just jump in and give Super Spinning Monkey Ball some encouragement. You don't have to be discouraged. They don't really have any evidence for what they're claiming. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, when I do rarely debate someone, I'll just hold them to the point that they don't have direct measurements of Earth curve. And as soon as they reply with something else, I'll hold them to that point and hold them to that point until they give up.
That's cool. Just stick it out, bro. It's going to get easier and easier.
Very good. And that sounds a good strategy. That's just like karate or even judo. So
it's simple. I don't have to get into the weeds with them, and they can't provide. I know they don't have it, so it's literally that simple.
Yeah, you let them tie themselves in knots by themselves. Exactly. Let them hang themselves.
just let. See, they came with a shovel to dig their own grave, so you just let them.
Okay,
what were you going to say? What were you going to say, Sonny? Yeah, go ahead.
Live stream voice text, please. Take a look at the live stream voice text. That's a planet. Prove me wrong.
Let's have a look.
Look at that, man.
Yeah, I'm still. My screen is off, so I've got to.
That's pretty good image I got, isn't it? I'd say that's just about as good as NASA. Looks like one of their planets. Does that look like an orb to you guys?
Yeah.
Does it look like an orb, really? Okay, check it out. Hold on a second. This is amazing. Okay, wait a minute. Here's another shot from my special satellite. Hold on. Someone guessed it. Oh, a minute. Wait a minute. Here. Yeah, here's a clearer shot. Looks like there's some roads on it. Look, there's geography on there.
Yeah,
There's a clear image.
that's
I got the
pretty good.
focus right there.
That's very NASA-ish for sure.
Okay, check it out.
I'm checking it out, man.
Oops.
It's like a piece of bread.
It's a leaf.
Very good indeed. Yeah.
Someone guessed it. Pretty amazing. You can make your own outer space with things that you find around in the park.
Yeah. That could be a planet. You've just discovered a new planet there. Yeah.
I did.
What quadrant of the universe is that in?
Let's kind of Arcturus Sarconi. You never heard of that one?
Never heard of that one. I like the Sarconi bit.
Yeah, that's close to the Stromboli Nebulae.
Right. Okay, I should be looking out for that one. When I
It's not really hard. It's not really hard to make this whole story up. That's, I think, what I'm trying to get at. All they do is just provide images, just like I did, and then tell a story.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's all it is. It's definitely story making. Things real. Things verified.
Look, it's got a big crack. It looks like the planet's about to crack apart. I'm sorry. You go ahead, you guys.
No, so I believe in science. Believe. That's a good one. That is a good one. I like it.
Rare moon leaf. Who found that, Miguel? Oh, shoot. Rare moon leaf. Yeah, I would say that would be pretty rare. Who's repeating me back?
Did anybody watch the Eurovision Song Contest last night?
I wouldn't have been able to watch it here in Japan, but I knew it was on. What happened?
Okay, the reason I bring it up is at the end of the competition, they did a live video feed from the ISS where a female astronaut with her hair sprayed up came on and started thanking everyone and all this stuff.
Oh my god!
It was terrible. It was so bad.
Yeah, cringe-worthy, cringe. Bloody ISS.
And that got broadcast to like 200 million people. It's like the most watched music event in the world or whatever.
Wow.
Yeah, they're just flat earthers waiting to happen, just like Jen said.
Yeah, flat earthers gonna-bees. Can you imagine that? Who won the Eurovision Song Contest anyway?
They were the massive
favourite. Fucking hell. Well, there you go.
They were the massive favourites coming into it. It's the whole thing is just bullshit. And every single performance that came on was just full of fucking gayness. Like
I
gays
didn't
and
think much of the song as well. I didn't think much of the song because I heard it on the BBC News just a little, excerpt of the song, or a little clip, and it was like depressing. And this is their music, Ukraine? No thanks.
So contrived, isn't it? So contrived.
It just doesn't sound. It's not even music, is it? It's depressing. You know, it's like junk music, literally junk. Eurovision junk song contest.
Yeah.
Junk.
It's like the most mediocre of the mediocre.
Yeah, I've always thought that. Why do they have this competition? I go, okay, well, let's have a listen. You know. I think the best of them all was what were they called? You know, ABBA. I think they did well. Save all your kisses for me and that lot. I think that was ABBA. I think it was, but that was one group that did well. Save all your kisses for me. Whoever that group was, that was a Eurovision Song Contest winner. They did well because they went on to do well in the music charts. Right, that's one song I remember. And maybe I think they might have been ABBA, whoever they were. Can't remember the name of the group now.
Do you know Australia are in the Eurovision Song Contest? How does that work?
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah. That's strange, isn't it? Back in the 70s, that was what I'm talking about. Wow. You know what? I'm surprised it's still going, that one, because I didn't think much of it back then. Still going now. The
Because
music's just
people
got
in
worse.
Central Europe and Eastern Europe, they like book time off work to watch the Eurovision Song Contest. They love it out there.
I know. Yeah. It's a big
But
thing
in
still.
the UK, it's like a big joke.
That's right. That's right. It is. Did Britain have a candidate or an entry?
Yeah, Britain finished second, which is really first because obviously Ukraine were going to win regardless of whatever song they put out.
Yeah.
And the guy who sung for the UK apparently was a builder 2 years ago. Made a song for TikTok that went viral, and now he's in the Eurovision.
Wow! And now he
I haven't
came
heard the song.
second.
Yeah, it came second.
Wow.
But usually,
Amazing.
the rest of Europe don't vote for the UK.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, UK doesn't usually do that good in the Eurovision Song Contest. Really? You know?
Yeah, Ireland usually does well, and like neutral countries, Sweden and stuff. But it's like it's funny. You see countries like Greece, and they'll never vote for Cyprus. Cyprus will never vote for Greece. It's just so political.
Yeah. So, what's this I hear about the the electric bills and energy charges going up like 700%, or is it up £700?
They've gone up.
In the UK,
Mine hasn't
energy
gone up
prices
yet.
have gone through this.
Next
Oh,
month,
one is
yeah,
a lucky
next
one.
month they're going up, and it's like, how much are they going up? I don't know.
I think maybe you will get email or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they're going up. I don't know what.
Yeah, some places in the UK have only went up 700. Someone's paying £700 a bloody month. It's a lot
£700 a month
of
for
money.
electricity? Nah.
No, that would be all the energy costs. That would be
Oh,
their
okay.
electric, their gas. What else is there you've got to pay for? Water rates, anything. What have I missed? Telephone and all that stuff. No, not telephone. Just the energy. So that'd be gas, water, electric.
Nah,
Have
it's
I missed
not.
anything?
I don't think so. You'd have to be renting a massive house using loads of electric and gas. or loads of electric for that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I don't know. I heard that it's gone up. Some people said it's going to go up double. The money's going to double.
Yeah, I think my
And
electricity bill is going to
then
go up from like £34
what
a
about
month
food?
to like 60.
There you go. And what about the food? Have the food prices gone up, or is it steady?
No, I think the food prices in shops have gone up. I'm not sure by how much, but feels like they've gone up. Yeah, and they're continuing to go up.
Yeah, where was it? There was a place somewhere in the world where palm oil has gone through the roof, right? You know, it used to be, let's say, like a couple of quid for a small bottle. That thing has gone up like £20 now for that small bottle. Something silly like that.
Well,
Palm
someone was
oil.
telling me about that today. I think Ukraine's a big producer of certain oils, and that's had an effect.
Right. Yeah, probably. Yeah. So not worrying about petrol prices. Fucking palm oil's gone up. Start cooking my food with bloody engine oil then. Yeah, here in Japan, the fuel prices have gone up, but the food is just stable. That hasn't gone up. It's still only 8% on the tax, and nothing's really
The
it hasn't gone up much.
the
Slightly
Japanese
has,
yen is really
slightly.
weak at the moment, isn't it? I've been
Yeah,
following. It's coming
yeah.
back though. It was 169 yen to the pound. Now it's like
Okay,
159 yen to the pound.
okay, 159 yen to the pound. That's still not too bad.
It was at like nearly an all-time high or something. 169 yen to the pound.
Yeah, when see a pound in Japanese yen used to be 200 yen to the pound. It used to be. That was 20 years ago though.
Mm.
Okay,
But
when I
like a
came to
couple of years
Japan.
ago, it was like 130, wasn't it? 120,
Yeah,
130.
that's right. Yeah, and then it went up to 180 I saw, and then back down to 160. So the yen's been a little bit of a volatile up and down. Its fluctuation's been a bit hard to keep an eye on, but let me check. I can check that right now. Actually, I can check it now because sometimes it works out better here. Other times it works out better. If I'm going to change my money, I do better to change it in London than in Japan. Okay.
Well,
So
they say the
let's have
Japanese
a
yen
look.
is like a safe haven currency. So when the world's in crisis or turmoil or whatever, like the Japanese yen's supposedly the safest bet.
Yeah, you're right. Very good. Good point. Okay, British pound. Where is it? British pound. Aha. Ooh, yeah, not very good, is it? 100 yen. Let me make sure. 100 yen used to be 50p. So hang on a sec. Yes, it's still doing good. 63p to the yen, to the 100 yen. Okay. So if I'm going to change my money, I'm going to go to England, come back to England, and exchange my money in England. I get more for it than I would the other way round. Do you know that?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't know.
If you come to Japan, right, you best buy your yen, buy Japanese yen in Britain, where you get more for your money. If you come to Japan, you're going to get less for your pound. If you bring pounds to Japan, you're going to get less for it. Is what I'm saying to you. Okay. And my brother made that mistake when he came and, got it round the wrong way there and he lost money. He got almost bugger all for his fucking pounds. What happened there? Okay. Let me clear this quick. So £1 is equal to 158 yen.
I mean, in March 2020, it was 100. It bottomed out at 123 yen to the pound. So
yeah,
so the yen's weakened a lot since then.
It has, yeah.
But it's coming back.
Yeah, you see, if you like I said, if you're bringing your pound to Japan, you're only going to get 158 yen for it. Whereas if I bring my yen to Britain, I'm going to get 163. Can you see the difference?
No, that's not. That's the fees when they. So if you're changing pounds to yen,
yeah,
they're gonna give you 158. Okay, but if you're changing yen to pound, it's gonna
I'm going to
cost
get
you
160.
It's going to
I'm going to
cost
get
you
160.
163 yen to make a pound. That's how the forex, the conversion places make their money. It's the
Yeah, well, I
spread.
make more money. Yeah, because I remember, look, when I came back to Britain one time, that would be the last time, would be 2013. I made money. My money was worth more when I got to Britain than it was than the other way around. If I came to Japan with my pounds, I'd be getting less money for it. So I was glad. I got a fantastic rate back in 2013. You know, I got an extra 50 quid on top of what I thought I would have had. Which I thought was like blinding. See, £1 is worth 158 yen at the moment. £1. Okay, so if you bring your pound to Japan, you're going to get 158 yen for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're going to get. That's going to be the exchange rate. So you drop a pound, you get 158 yen.
Hey, Jen.
Yeah.
Who was that? Was the other guy from England?
Yeah, he's from